Upon arriving in a parallel universe, Su Yang found himself confronted by a breathtaking beauty who held out a divorce agreement for him to sign. Ding. The choice system has been activated. Choice 1. Plead with Lin Miao not to divorce, persistently remain a sycophant, and receive a reward of 100 exquisite gifts. Choice 2. Swiftly sign the divorce agreement, consenting to the separation for a reward of 10,000 yuan. Choice 3. Casually sign the divorce agreement. Agree to the divorce and fulfill the duties of a husband, receiving the coveted golden kidney as a reward. Seeing the golden kidney, Su Yang's heart swelled with joy. He decisively chose option 3. I agree to the divorce, but you must first fulfill your wifely duties. You shameless. Very well, I shall shamelessly demonstrate. After the divorce, Su Yang thrived, surrounded by an array of enchanting women. His ex-wife, realizing the true nature of her former crush, was engulfed in regret, kneeling at Su Yang's feet, weeping, "Husband, you cannot abandon me." Su Yang coldly retorted, "Wretched woman, begone." The ex-wife rolled on the ground, clinging desperately to his leg. "Husband, I have rolled. Please take me back." Chapter 1. Striving to become a paragon among men. Warm reminder. This story features a system, albeit sparingly, primarily focusing on the interactions between the male protagonist and various beautiful women. I hope esteemed readers find joy in this narrative. You scoundrel, will you never cease? This is the last time. Another hour passed, and the woman fell into a deep slumber. Su Yang lit a cigarette, reclining against the headboard as he leisurely smoked. Originally, Su Yang was driving home when a massive truck, out of control, suddenly veered toward his car. With no time to evade, he could only watch helplessly as the truck collided with him. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself in this parallel world. Upon his arrival, he was met by the stunning Lin Miao, who demanded he sign a divorce agreement. Recalling the memories of the original host, Su Yang learned that Lin Miao was indeed his wife. Due to her beloved's premature return to the country, Lin Miao sought to end their marriage. Su Yang, please sign the divorce agreement. I will offer you 20 million as compensation so we can part amicably. Lin Miao was resolute. She insisted he sign that night, even doubling the compensation, believing it to be a generous offer. The thought of soon reuniting with her beloved thrilled her. Had it not been for his sudden departure abroad, she would never have married Su Yang. Now, with her beloved returning, a divorce from Su Yang would allow her to rekindle their romance. Upon hearing the figure of 20 million, Su Yang felt euphoric. In his previous life, after graduating from university, he worked tirelessly in sales, often entertaining wealthy women late into the night, ultimately exhausting himself. After painstakingly saving 5 million, he planned to return to his small hometown and live a laid-back life, only to meet with an accident that transported him into this new world. The original Su Yang was an ardent sycophant to Lin Miao, having devoted 6 years to her. For 2 years of their marriage, he dutifully acted as a house husband, catering to her every need, earning him the reputation of an exemplary husband. Yet, Lin Miao's heart belonged elsewhere. All his devotion was in vain, as he remained oblivious to the truth. Lin Miao had previously broached the subject of divorce twice, to which the original host had evaded with excuses. He was in denial, believing that delaying the divorce would grant him more time with her. Su Yang shook his head, acknowledging how dedicatedly foolish his counterpart had been. His gaze fell upon Lin Miao's exquisite legs, elegantly clad in black stockings, reflecting a subtle sheen under the light. As his eyes traveled up, they landed on her slender waist, and he found himself swallowing hard. This woman possessed an extraordinary figure. He could not deny her status as a true beauty. Noticing the unabashed gaze Su Yang directed at her, Lin Miao instinctively covered her chest, frowning. "Su Yang, stop staring at me like that," she admonished, a blush creeping to her cheeks. Su Yang shifted his gaze to her face, his expression melancholic. "I fear I may never see it again, so I wish to gaze a little longer. If you prefer I do not look, I shall refrain." The original host had deeply loved Lin Miao, and with divorce imminent, Su Yang felt compelled to exhibit some sorrow. Lin Miao felt a pang of discomfort. She had not realized he felt this way. Her earlier disdain for him seemed misplaced, especially upon witnessing the hurt in his eyes, which sparked an unexpected guilt within her. Had her beloved not returned prematurely, perhaps her marriage with Su Yang would have endured. Quickly shaking her head, she pushed the divorce agreement toward him. Please, sign the divorce agreement. Very well, I shall sign. Su Yang took the agreement, and despite Lin Muyao's allure, he was unwilling to wait for her beloved's return only to be cuckolded. He unhesitatingly chose to accept the 20 million and leave. After all, in his past life, he had toiled for 5 million. Now, merely signing a document could yield him 20 million. He glanced briefly at the divorce agreement, noting Lin Muyao's signature in the bottom corner, before he picked up the pen without hesitation. Lin Muyao was taken aback. In previous instances, the moment she mentioned divorce, Su Yang would always find an excuse to evade it. She had raised the compensation to 20 million under the assumption he would resist, yet this time, he agreed so readily. As Su Yang grasped the pen, preparing to inscribe his name, a cold, mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Ding! The choice system has been activated. The host can gain rewards through choices. Listening to the system's melodious voice, Su Yang was elated. As a devoted reader of tomato novels in his previous life, he was well aware of the system's potential. The mechanical voice continued to echo in his mind. Choice 1. Plead with Lin Muyao not to divorce, persistently remain a sycophant, and receive a reward of 100 exquisite gifts. Choice 2. Swiftly sign the divorce agreement, consenting to the separation for a reward of 10,000 yuan. Choice 3. Casually sign the divorce agreement, agree to the divorce, and fulfill the duties of a husband, receiving the coveted golden kidney as a reward. Only a fool would choose option 1. The second option was swiftly dismissed, and without hesitation, Su Yang chose option 3. The golden kidney. This was indeed the golden kidney. This is the dream of every man. In a distant memory, had he possessed the golden essence, his youthful vigor would not have been depleted in just a few years. Alas! Detected choice 3 from a host. Please complete the task within 1 hour, or the reward will be forfeited. Countdown begins. Damn, this thing even has a countdown. Signing the divorce agreement is a matter of mere seconds. Fulfilling the duties of a husband poses no challenge for Su Yang. However, he did not expect that during the 2 years of marriage with Lin Muyao, the original owner had not even shared a kiss, remaining a virgin to this day. What a constricted existence this brother has led, Su Yang silently lamented. He recalled how, back in his first year of high school, he had already, digressing. If he is to fulfill his duties as a husband, Lin Muyao must consent. While it is feasible to force the issue, he might end up with a silver bracelet, destined to live behind tall walls thereafter. Regardless, in pursuit of the golden essence, to become a true warrior among men, he must, within the hour, consummate with Lin Muyao. Chapter 2. If I'm not warm in your bed tonight, don't miss me too much. Suddenly, Su Yang set down his pen, looking mournfully at Lin Muyao. Darling, the thought of our impending divorce makes my heart ache to the point of breathlessness. He even placed a hand over his heart, his sorrowful gaze eliciting sympathy from anyone who beheld it. As Lin Muyao witnessed Su Yang pause just before signing the divorce agreement, she felt a pang of discomfort. After all, she was acutely aware of how Su Yang had treated her over the years. Su Yang, you know I've always held feelings for Junjia. Please, just sign the divorce agreement. Darling, I will sign it tonight, but the thought of you being with another man after our divorce truly pains me. It hurts so much. As he spoke, Su Yang pounded his chest, tears seemingly glimmering in his eyes. Lin Muyao pulled a bank card from her bag and placed it on the coffee table. This is 20 million. You'll be just fine after the divorce. Su Yang stared at the card on the table, exhilarated. 20 million, so readily at hand. He quickly stuffed the card into his pocket. Thank you, darling. Even as we approach divorce, you still think of my future. Lin Muyao averted her gaze, unable to meet Su Yang's eyes. She was about to divorce him for her white moonlight, yet he was still expressing gratitude, making her feel like a heartless woman. The system's countdown echoed in Su Yang's mind, reminding him that time was of the essence. Recalling the original owner's memories, Su Yang swiftly retrieved 2 bottles of wine and 2 glasses from the kitchen, placing them on the coffee table. He opened the wine and filled both glasses to the brim, then raised one glass. Drinking it down in one gulp, he immediately filled his glass again, downing it as well, and continued this 6 times. Lin Muyao was taken aback. She had never seen Su Yang drink like this. Clearly, the impending divorce had hit him hard. I have liked you for 6 years. Those 6 glasses represent my feelings for you over this time. Tomorrow, we part ways, but I hope you can drink this glass of wine I poured for you, marking a perfect end to my 6 years of love. Su Yang gazed at Lin Muyao, his eyes reflecting a blend of melancholy, desolation, bitterness, and helplessness that he held high regard for his acting skills. After all, in his previous life, he had won the favor of wealthy women through his remarkable performances. He remained convinced that with such heartfelt words and his seemingly wounded demeanor, Lin Muyao would surely be moved. And indeed, she was. Guilt washed over her. She lifted a full glass and drank it in one go, then poured herself another. You only need to drink 1 glass. You don't have to drink all 6, Su Yang kindly reminded her. Lin Muyao hesitated, intending to drink just 3, but ultimately forced herself to finish all 6. Su Yang secretly chuckled. For him, those 6 glasses were mere drops in a bucket, but for Lin Muyao, they were significant. Darling, tomorrow we part ways. Let's have a good chat tonight. With that, he leaned closer to Lin Muyao, his thigh brushing against her lovely leg clad in black stockings. After drinking 6 glasses, Lin Muyao felt her head spinning, completely oblivious to this detail. What do you want to talk about? Darling, I'm thinking that after the divorce, I will miss you dearly. Could you fulfill a small wish and let me hold you for a moment? Lin Muyao nodded slightly, thinking it was fine to let him hold her just once before they parted. With her consent, Su Yang embraced Lin Muyao, their bodies pressed together. He whispered in her ear, "You smell delightful. Did you wear perfume?" His warm breath caressed her ear, sending a shiver down Lin Muyao's spine, making her feel uncomfortable. "No, now that we've hugged, can you let go? Actually, I'd like to hold you a little longer." "Since you're unwilling," Su Yang's words trailed off, followed by a soft moan escaping Lin Muyao's lips. Her ears burned with embarrassment, and her body trembled involuntarily. Su Yang smirked inwardly, having merely brushed against her earlobe, that he released Lin Muyao, noticing her cheeks flush with a gentle hue. It was evident that the alcohol was taking effect. The system's countdown persisted in Su Yang's mind, prompting him to act swiftly. "Darling, your lips are truly exquisite. Give me a kiss. If you remain silent, I'll take it as your consent." With that, Su Yang captured Lin Muyao's lips. Her mind hazy, Lin Muyao struggled momentarily, yet found herself enjoying the sensation. This woman was not difficult to conquer. The original owner had yearned for 6 years without a kiss, such a pitiful existence. But tonight, with him present, he would ensure she surrendered completely. He was, in essence, fulfilling his brother's long-held desire. They kissed passionately. Suddenly feeling a chill, Lin Muyao jolted awake, pushing Su Yang away. How had this happened between them? She glared at Su Yang, a mix of embarrassment and anger. "Scoundrel, just sign the damn paper." "Signing is fine, but we must first fulfill our marital duties." "You shameless." "Very well, allow me to demonstrate my shamelessness." At this moment, hesitating would be unmanly. That as a cigarette burned down, Su Yang lay beside Lin Muyao, drifting into slumber. Having engaged 7 times, he was indeed quite exhausted. However, possessing the golden kidney made all the difference. Were it not for his waning stamina, Su Yang felt he could repeat the experience 7 times over without a care. The following day, in the afternoon, Su Yang and Lin Muyao emerged from the Civil Affairs Bureau, each holding a small notebook. "Farewell, Miss Lin. Tonight, without my warmth to grace your bed, try not to miss me too much." With a smile, Su Yang waved the divorce certificate in his hand and strolled away. Lin Muyao, infuriated, stamped her feet in place. Chapter 3. Su Yang has divorced. Does she now have a chance? Why does Su Yang show no signs of sorrow after the divorce, and in fact, appears rather joyful? This thought deeply unsettles Lin Muyao. It is only after watching Su Yang get into a taxi that she retracts her gaze. Cautiously, she strides towards the nearby Porsche. Last night, that scoundrel Su Yang came to her 7 times. It was her first experience of such intimacy, and to have it happen 7 times is nothing short of astonishing. It is a miracle she can walk normally now. She harbors serious doubts that Su Yang, under the influence of alcohol, had deliberately sought to engage her in those acts. As Lin Muyao reflects on the events of the previous night, a blush involuntarily creeps across her cheeks. She had not anticipated that Su Yang, who usually appeared so refined, could exhibit such a stark contrast in behavior. To be precise, It was when she asked Su Yang to sign the divorce agreement that he underwent a significant transformation. Dismissing further contemplation, she returns to her vehicle and tosses the divorce certificate aside. A glance at the time reveals it is already 2 in the afternoon. It is all that scoundrel Su Yang's fault. Had he not exhausted her for so long last night, she would not have awakened at noon. Starting the engine, Lin Mu Yao hastily drives towards the company. After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, Su Yang takes a taxi back to the apartment. This apartment is Lin Mu Yao's premarital property, and naturally, Su Yang must vacate it post-divorce. Having received the 20 million from Lin Mu Yao, he is determined not to engage in further entanglements with her. He must fulfill his role as a responsible ex-husband. Thus, Su Yang diligently packs all his belongings into a suitcase. As he prepares to leave, his gaze inadvertently drifts towards the leather sofa in the living room, and the scenes from the previous night replay in his mind. In his past life, he had encountered numerous women, yet Lin Mu Yao, with her breathtaking beauty and alluring figure, was the first to leave such a profound impression on him. The thought of no longer being able to savor the delights of such a captivating woman brings a tinge of regret. However, there are countless women in the world, and with his golden prowess, he is certain that more exquisite ladies await him in the future. With that thought, the slight regret dissipates entirely. Subsequently, Su Yang strides out of the apartment, suitcase in tow. As the elevator doors open, a striking woman clad in a form-fitting black dress, her figure voluptuous and her face radiant, appears before him. Through the memories of the original owner, Su Yang instantly recognizes the beautiful woman in the elevator as Xia Jiqing. On a previous occasion, the original owner had shared an elevator ride with Xia Jiqing when it suddenly malfunctioned, plunging them into darkness. Overcome with fear, Xia Jiqing had begun to cry, but thanks to the original owner's comforting words, her emotions gradually stabilized until they were rescued. That incident had forged a bond between them. Sister Xia. As Su Yang greeted Xia Jiqing while dragging his suitcase into the elevator, she promptly smiled back, addressing him as Little Su. When her gaze fell upon the suitcase in his hand, she paused, asking, "What is this?" "I won't be living here anymore," Su Yang replied, his eyes inadvertently drawn to her ample figure. It was impossible not to notice. Xia Jiqing possessed a voluptuous physique that contrasted with Lin Mu Yao's sultry allure. Though their styles differed, each had its own charm. Su Yang couldn't help but marvel at the quality of life surrounding him, with such captivating women by his side. Xia Jiqing's expression turned perplexed. Wasn't Su Yang deeply in love with his wife? Whenever they encountered one another, he was either at the supermarket buying ingredients for her meals or delivering home-cooked dishes to her workplace. Whenever he was with his wife, his gaze was filled with affection. Truth be told, she envied Su Yang's wife. How wonderful it would be to have a husband like him. Yet now, seeing Su Yang alone with a suitcase and declaring he would no longer reside there, she was bewildered. "Little Su, what do you mean by that?" Xia Jiqing urgently sought clarification. "I've gotten a divorce and moved out," Su Yang stated plainly, feeling there was no need to conceal the matter. Upon hearing the news of his divorce, Xia Jiqing felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. Goodness, Su Yang was actually divorced. Did this mean she had a chance? Since the elevator incident, she had developed feelings for him, but knowing he was married and devoted to his wife had quelled any burgeoning affection deep within her. Now, hearing such news, how could she not feel exhilarated? "Where will you move to?" "I just divorced today. I haven't found a new place yet." At his words, Xia Jiqing's eyes brightened instantly. "Little Su, don't bother looking for a place. I happen to have an apartment that has been vacant. You can stay there." "That would be rather awkward, Xia Jia. We can just agree on a normal rent." "Where is your apartment?" Since Xia Jiqing had a vacant property, Su Yang thought it would save him the trouble of searching for a new home. "It's on the 16th floor of this building." Xia Jiqing resided on the 17th floor, and the apartment on the 16th belonged to her sister, who had been living abroad for years, leaving the place empty. In a bid to keep Su Yang close, she quickly devised this clever plan. If he moved elsewhere, it would be far more challenging for her to approach him. The principle of being close to the source of opportunity was perfectly illustrated in this situation. Upon hearing that the apartment was located on the 16th floor, Su Yang's lips twitched. Lin Mu Yao's residence was on the 15th floor. If he agreed, he would become her neighbor immediately after their divorce. Living above and below each other would inevitably lead to encounters, and Lin Mu Yao might even misconstrue his proximity as lingering affection. Su Yang had no desire to entangle himself with her any further. Just as he was about to decline, a familiar system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Task selection triggered. The host can obtain rewards through selection. Option 1. Refuse Xia Jiqing's proposal, reward 1 yuan. Option 2. Agree to Xia Jiqing's proposal. Reward Gynecological Master. Please make a choice within 3 seconds, otherwise the task will be cancelled. I choose option 2. Su Yang made his choice immediately. The title of Gynecological Master was indeed an impressive skill. A surge of joy erupted within him. He hadn't anticipated such generous rewards from the system. Just the night before, he had acquired the Golden Kidney, and now he had received the Gynecological Master skill. With this ability at his disposal, he could treat all women's gynecological ailments, ensuring a life of comfort without worry. The system was truly benevolent to him, and he couldn't help but wonder what surprises the future held. Xia Jia, I appreciate your assistance. Su Yang, fearing the reward would vanish, hurriedly addressed Xia Jiqing. The moment his words were spoken, a wealth of knowledge regarding gynecology, treatment methods, and more flooded into Su Yang's mind. Xia Jiqing beamed with delight, smiling at Su Yang. All right, I will take you to see the apartment now. Sure. Su Yang nodded with a smile. At that moment, the elevator reached the ground floor. As the doors opened, Lin Mu Yao, standing outside, caught sight of the two laughing and conversing within. Chapter 4. I'm still a girl. Not a woman. Lin Mu Yao had forgotten an important document at home. Upon arriving at the office, she promptly turned back to her apartment. With Jun Jie returning to the country tomorrow, she needed to address all company matters today. Anticipating that Su Yang would not leave so soon, her displeasure grew when she saw him and Xia Jiqing, both smiling and carrying luggage in the elevator. Su Yang paused momentarily, then acted as if he had not seen Lin Mu Yao at all. Noticing that neither Su Yang nor Xia Jiqing intended to exit the elevator, Lin Mu Yao stepped inside and pressed the button for the 15th floor. Xia Jiqing's gaze shifted from Lin Mu Yao to the elevator button, selecting the 16th floor. Lin Mu Yao's previous irritation dissipated. She hadn't expected Su Yang to be so brazen, following her upon her return. With a cold huff, she cast a disdainful glance at Su Yang. What does your following me back mean, Su Yang? Su Yang was bewildered. Where did this woman find her confidence? Miss Lin, I hope you do not indulge in self-delusion. Calling her Miss Lin again, yet last night in bed, he had affectionately referred to her as my dear. Lin Mu Yao clenched her petite fist, glaring fiercely at Su Yang, her mood inexplicably souring further. What did she mean by self-delusion? Clearly, it was he who, upon seeing her return, had no intention of leaving. Su Yang's lips twitched slightly. When did you develop a delusional disorder? I am not following you. I have matters to discuss with Sister Xia. Indeed, Miss Lin, you are mistaken. It is a discussion between Xiao Su and myself, Xia Jiqing quickly interjected. Lin Mu Yao's expression darkened instantaneously. Su Yang had no desire to linger around her. Was there truly a matter between him and Xia Jiqing? What could they possibly be discussing? Had Xia Jiqing not been present, Lin Mu Yao would have confronted Su Yang directly, but now she could only endure her frustration silently. An eerie silence enveloped the elevator thereafter. Upon reaching the 15th floor, Lin Mu Yao exited the elevator. After ascending another level, Su Yang and Xia Jiqing also disembarked. Xia Jiqing opened the door to the apartment, and the two entered. Xiao Su, the cleaning lady tidied up the place just yesterday. You can settle in comfortably. Thank you. Sister Xia, allow me to show you around. All right. Subsequently, Xia Jiqing led Su Yang on a brief tour of the apartment. This was a high-end establishment, featuring spacious layouts with 1 unit per floor, all quite similar in design. Afterward, Su Yang and Xia Jiqing settled onto the sofa. Observing Su Yang's previous laughter, Xia Jiqing felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. She knew that beneath his cheerful facade lay profound sorrow. He simply excelled at masking his true emotions. Xiao Su, could you share with me why you divorced? This question had long piqued Xia Jiqing's curiosity. Although posing such a question now would likely deepen Su Yang's sadness, it was fundamental to the issue at hand. He needed to emerge from the shadows of his painful divorce before she could gradually enter his heart. With a heavy sigh, Su Yang replied, Lin Mu Yao's white moonlight is returning home, and she proposed the divorce to me. To facilitate her pursuit of happiness, I must let her go. Upon finishing, sorrow filled his gaze. Xia Jiqing realized that Su Yang's earlier laughter had merely been a facade. He was truly heartbroken. Suddenly, she grasped Su Yang's hand tightly, offering comforting words. Xiao Su, do not be disheartened. Lin Mu Yao's loss is her own. You will undoubtedly encounter an even more wonderful girl in the future. As Su Yang felt the warmth of Xia Jiqing's grip and her fervent emotions, He thought that if he shed a few more tears, she might very well pull him into her embrace, allowing him to truly sense the weight of her compassion. At that moment, a sudden buzz resonated in Su Yang's mind, and all the details regarding Xia Jiqing's gynecological condition emerged vividly. Irregular menstruation, late-stage breast cancer. What a shock! Su Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. He had inadvertently grasped the entirety of this woman's gynecological status. Truly, the title of gynecology expert was well-deserved. As he gazed at her ample bosom, he couldn't help but think how unfortunate it would be to have them removed. Fortunately, he possessed the skills to heal her. Although the treatment methods swirling in his mind were somewhat daunting. Clearing his throat, Su Yang cautiously inquired, "Sister Xia, do you happen to have a problem with irregular menstruation?" Xia Jiqing appeared taken aback. "How do you know?" "To be candid, I have a particular expertise in gynecology. The moment we touched, I instinctively understood." As he spoke, Su Yang's gaze fell upon her hand, which was still tightly clasped around his. Xia Jiqing immediately released his hand, her face flushing with warmth. How had she ended up holding his hand? Would he perceive her as a promiscuous woman? At 31 years old, she had never been in a relationship. The last thing she wanted was to be misjudged by Su Yang. Quickly, she clarified, "Little Su, please don't misunderstand. I was just a bit overwhelmed. I usually don't act like that." Su Yang nodded solemnly. "Sister Xia, I know you are a good woman." Biting her red lip, Xia Jiqing murmured shyly, "I'm still a girl, not a woman." Su Yang blinked. Could it be that this woman harbored feelings for him? After all, why else would she say such things? "Sister Qingqing, any man fortunate enough to marry a virtuous girl like you would be truly blessed." Xia Jiqing beamed brightly. "Little Su, you truly know how to flatter. Why did you suddenly start calling me Sister Qingqing?" "Because I find it more melodious and endearing." "You can call me Yang Yang in return," Su Yang replied sincerely, as he genuinely disliked being referred to as Little Su. Most importantly, he wanted to gauge Xia Jiqing's reaction to his words. Her cheeks flushed even deeper. Today marked the longest conversation she had ever had with Su Yang, and she found him rather charming. "Then I shall call you Yang Yang from now on." Indeed, Su Yang was now convinced that this woman had feelings for him. However, considering that Xia Jiqing was 31 and had yet to lose her virginity, it indicated her cautious approach to relationships. Acknowledging that she liked him, Su Yang was not in a rush. After all, she would eventually become his. While irregular menstruation was manageable, the pressing concern remained her breast cancer, for it would inevitably affect their future together. Having just divorced Lin Muyao and now welcoming Xia Jiqing into his life, his circumstances were indeed improving. "Sister Qingqing, there is something important I need to discuss." Su Yang suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. "Yang Yang, what is the matter?" Xia Jiqing exclaimed, her voice tinged with alarm. "I just discovered that you have a significant issue with your mammary glands. What is going on? You must clarify this to me." Her face was etched with worry, for that was her asset, and she certainly did not wish for any complications in that regard. Chapter 5. Lin Muyao's best friend also wishes to pursue Su Yang suddenly. The phone rang, and Xia Jiqing hastily answered it before leaving in a flurry. Su Yang remained unperturbed, armed with the skills of a gynecological expert. He knew that whether Xia Jiqing's breast cancer was treated today or tomorrow would not make a difference. He pondered whether his earlier words had truly struck a chord with her. If only she would go to the hospital for an examination, she might instantly trust his assertions. Su Yang grabbed his suitcase and made his way to a room to begin organizing his belongings. Later that evening, Lin Muyao, Shinsini, and Yi Qianqian, the trio of friends, found themselves at a bar, indulging in drinks. "Muyao, your beloved white moonlight is returning to the country tomorrow. Has Su Yang agreed to the divorce?" Shinsini inquired. Lin Muyao gently swirled the wine in her glass and replied, "This afternoon, Su Yang and I finalized our divorce." "What? Su Yang, who adored you so fervently, actually consented to the divorce?" Shinsini exclaimed in disbelief. Su Yang had been a devoted admirer of Lin Muyao, attending to her every need over the years. The depth of his affection was well known among their circle of friends, and it was astonishing that he would agree to such a separation. Upon hearing this news, Yi Qianqian straightened in her seat, her excitement palpable. "Muyao, you and Su Yang have truly divorced?" Lin Muyao nodded solemnly. "As you know, my heart has always belonged to Junjie. Su Yang was merely a substitute. To be honest, given how well Su Yang treated you, I genuinely fear you may come to regret this decision," Shinsini remarked from a more objective standpoint. Although Muyao has always held a place for that white moonlight in her heart, they have not seen each other in 5 years. Who knows what he has become now? It's possible that upon their reunion, any illusions Muyao harbored about him may shatter. Lin Muyao shook her head with a smile. I will not have any regrets. The thought of meeting Junjie the following day filled her with exhilaration. At that moment, Yi Qianqian interjected, Muyao, since you and Su Yang are divorced, may I pursue him? She had long admired her friend's exceptional husband to the extent that whenever she considered dating, she subconsciously held Su Yang as the standard. Yet, finding a partner as remarkable as Su Yang seemed impossible. Now that she learned of his divorce from Lin Muyao, her thoughts began to stir. If Muyao failed to cherish such a wonderful man, she would certainly treat him with the utmost care if given the chance. Upon hearing Yi Qianqian's words, both Lin Muyao and Shinsini turned to look at her in unison. Lin Muyao instinctively tightened her grip on the wine glass, clearing her throat as she spoke. If you wish to pursue him, then by all means, go ahead. Su Yang and I are already divorced, and he is of no concern to me now. Despite her outward composure, a twinge of discomfort stirred within her. Qianqian, you don't still harbor feelings for Su Yang, do you? Shinsini's eyes widened in astonishment, as though she had unearthed a stunning revelation. It was unexpected that Qianqian had been coveting Yao Yao's husband all along. Such a dramatic turn of events among friends was rather astonishing. Yi Qianqian's gaze flickered with hesitation. I merely think Su Yang is a wonderful person. If I were to seek a boyfriend, it would have to be someone like him. Since Yao Yao has no interest in Su Yang anymore, I would like to pursue him. Regardless of the circumstances, Su Yang remained Yao Yao's ex-husband, and it was prudent to inform Yao Yao of her intentions beforehand to avoid any strain on their friendship. I have no objections, Lin Muyao replied. Humph, Su Yang is simply a man she discarded. I cannot fathom why Yi Qianqian would want to pursue him. What poor judgment. Upon hearing Lin Muyao's words, Yi Qianqian felt relieved. Yao Yao, now that you and Su Yang are divorced, where is he residing? How would I know? Lin Muyao suddenly realized the gravity of this question. Su Yang had no place to stay. Where could he possibly go? An image flashed in her mind of Su Yang and Xia Jiqing sharing laughter within an elevator. Could it be that they were together? Lin Muyao was acutely aware of how Su Yang and Xia Jiqing had become acquainted, as the original owner had shared everything about her life with Lin Muyao. Su Yang had such affection for her. Lin Muyao was certain he held no romantic feelings for Xia Jiqing. However, she remained uncertain about Xia Jiqing's sentiments towards Su Yang. At this, Yi Qianqian's brow furrowed in disapproval. Yao Yao, you are being unreasonable. Su Yang was with you for so long. You divorced him for your idealized love, and now, post-divorce, you offer him no place to live? Are you expecting Su Yang to sleep on the streets? Yi Qianqian chided Lin Muyao, believing her dear friend had gone too far. I have already compensated him with 20 million. How am I being unreasonable? Lin Muyao quickly defended herself. Humph. I truly feel that Su Yang's affection for you over the years has been wasted. Yi Qianqian retorted. You shouldn't meddle in matters between me and Su Yang. I may not be able to intervene now, but once Su Yang and I are together, I will have that authority. Enough. Stop arguing. Shinsini interjected, fearing the situation might escalate. Yi Qianqian scoffed and promptly called Su Yang. In his apartment, Su Yang, leisurely lying in bed and scrolling through short videos, was taken aback by Yi Qianqian's call. After a moment of confusion, he quickly recalled who she was, Lin Muyao's close friend. Yi Qianqian possessed a sweet and charming appearance, particularly her large, sparkling eyes, embodying the quintessential sweet girl persona. Yi Qianqian had always called him regarding matters concerning Lin Muyao, and Su Yang presumed this time would be no exception. Could it be that Yi Qianqian was unaware of his divorce from Lin Muyao? Considering Yi Qianqian's delightful demeanor, Su Yang resolved to answer her call. As the call connected, a somewhat raucous ambience immediately filled his ears. He recognized the unmistakable sounds of a bar. Then, a voice as sweet as honey reached him. Su Yang, where are you now? He was momentarily taken aback by the sheer sweetness of her voice. Although he vividly pictured Yi Qianqian in his mind, he found himself yearning to see the charming girl in person. The thought of hearing such a melodious voice calling him brother while kneeling before him was undeniably enticing. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he replied, I'm in bed. Yi Qianqian paused for a moment, her cheeks flushing. What I meant was, where are you living now? I heard you and Yao Yao have divorced. I've rented an apartment, Su Yang answered. So, he had already secured a place of his own. She had initially intended to offer him her vacant room, but it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. That's good. I have nothing pressing, she replied. After hanging up, Su Yang found himself somewhat bewildered. Lin Muyao, who had overheard a portion of their conversation, felt an inexplicable irritation brewing within her. After finishing a drink, she decided to leave. Upon returning to her apartment, a tipsy Lin Muyao collapsed onto the sofa, calling out, Su-yang, Su-yang, bring me some honey water. She repeated his name several times, yet received no response. Suddenly, it dawned on her that she and Su-yang had divorced that very afternoon. He was no longer there. Rubbing her aching temples, she muttered to herself, how annoying. Why am I still calling that jerk? Chapter 6. Let us see who can disturb whom the next day. Su-yang selected a casual outfit from his wardrobe and tidied his hair before stepping outside. Yi Qianqian, Lin Muyao's close friend, had called him that morning, inviting him to lunch. Although he was uncertain of her intentions, he could hardly decline an invitation from a beautiful woman. Exiting his luxurious apartment, he hailed a taxi and made his way to Chui Fengju, the most opulent restaurant in the area. Dining there required prior reservations or VIP status. With the minimum expenditure for a meal starting in the thousands, it was a place where ordinary people seldom dined. He recalled having visited this establishment with Lin Muyao on one occasion. Before long, Su-yang arrived at his destination. Spotting him from the entrance, Yi Qianqian rushed forward, her face brightening with a smile. Yi Qianqian had made up her mind, now that she had resolved to pursue Su-yang. She needed to act swiftly to prevent such an admirable man from being claimed by another woman. Su-yang, in turn, was making his way towards Yi Qianqian, having contemplated the prospect of meeting this extraordinarily sweet girl just last night. Yi Qianqian was clad in a pink A-line dress, her feet adorned with beige leather shoes, and her long, silky hair cascading down her back. When she smiled, two delicate dimples appeared on her cheeks, and when she called his name with such a melodious voice, Su-yang felt a profound stir within him. After exchanging greetings, they were about to enter Chui Fengju when a luxurious Porsche pulled up at the entrance. Lin Muyao and Su Junjie had just stepped out of the vehicle. Lin Muyao had picked Su Junjie up from the airport and brought him to Chui Fengju to treat him to a warm welcome. Upon seeing Su Junjie, who she hadn't met in 5 years, Lin Muyao felt a twinge of disappointment. The current version of Su Junjie deviated somewhat from the dashing senior she remembered. Nevertheless, she shrugged it off, recognizing that it was only natural for someone to mature over 5 years. In stark contrast, Su Junjie found Lin Muyao to be even more poised and charming than during their university days. Her figure, particularly her waist and legs, was undeniably captivating. He mused that it would be effortless to win her over, even to the point of sharing a bed with her that very night, despite his current physical limitations, which he thought could be remedied with some assistance. Upon spotting Su-yang and Yi Qianqian together at the entrance of Chui Fengju, Lin Muyao felt an inexplicable annoyance. After Yi Qianqian had declared her intentions to pursue Su-yang at the bar the previous night, she hadn't anticipated that Yi Qianqian would act so quickly. Yao Yao. Yi Qianqian greeted Lin Muyao with a smile and nodded at Su Junjie, whom she recognized but did not know well. Internally, she couldn't help but think that Yao Yao, her radiant moonlight, appeared somewhat out of sorts compared to 5 years ago. Qianqian, I just picked up Junjie from the airport and brought him here for a warm welcome. What a surprise to run into you, Lin Muyao replied, her smile masking the subtle glances she cast towards Su-yang. That scoundrel. Why is he pretending not to see her? Although Su-yang had no feelings for Lin Muyao, he found it rather unfortunate that she had appeared with the white moonlight so soon after their divorce. Observing Su Junjie's demeanor, Su-yang couldn't shake the suspicion that it resembled someone whose vitality had been drained, and he thought, what if this fellow's essence had truly been depleted? How fortuitous. Yi Qianqian was acutely aware that Su-yang must be feeling uncomfortable upon seeing Lin Muyao and Su Junjie together. Had she known in advance that she would encounter them at Fengju, she would never have invited Su-yang to dine here. Contemplating whether to suggest changing venues, she was interrupted by Su Junjie's voice, adorned with a gentle smile. Since we've all met, let us dine together. I also wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Su-yang for taking care of Muyao all these years while I was away. Upon finishing, Su Junjie gazed at Lin Muyao with evident affection. Lin Muyao felt a rush of sweetness. She had always known that despite his absence, Junjie had continued to cherish her. Su-yang nearly retched at the display. This fellow was truly repugnant. With a wry smile, he decided to play along, thinking it would be amusing to see who could outdo whom in terms of distastefulness. All right then, let us eat together, he replied. Seeing Su-yang's acquiescence, Yi Qianqian had no objections. However, Su Junjia's earlier words had genuinely disgusted her, and she could not fathom why Mu Yao was attracted to such a person. The prospect of watching Lin Muyao and Su Junjia flaunt their affections during the meal weighed heavily on Su Yang's heart, and he resolved to devise a plan to cope with it. The four of them soon entered Quifengju. Guided by the waiter, they were led to a scenic terrace where they could relish both the view and their meal. Su Yang and Yi Qianqian sat on one side, while Lin Muyao and Su Junjia occupied the opposite side. When the waiter presented the menu, Su Junjia reached out to take it, but Yi Qianqian swiftly snatched it away. With a smile, she offered the menu to Su Yang. "Choose whatever you like, Su Yang." Surprised for a moment, Su Yang chuckled, "Then I shall not hold back." After all, it was Yi Qianqian treating him, so selecting the dishes was hardly an imposition. Su Junjia simmered with irritation. He had intended to hand the menu to Lin Muyao, but Yi Qianqian had beaten him to it. Moreover, he could not shake the feeling that Yi Qianqian harbored some animosity towards him. Su Yang proceeded to select 8 dishes. "Oh dear, I didn't realize I had chosen so many. Perhaps I should remove 4 of them," he mused. "No need. Let us keep everything you like," Yi Qianqian interjected promptly. Su Yang felt quite pleased with her response. Lin Muyao's friend was far more considerate than he had anticipated. Lin Muyao felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. What was Su Yang thinking? Had he never encountered food before, making it seem as though she had previously mistreated him? Just as Su Junjia was about to reclaim the menu, Su Yang knocked his hand away. "What's the rush? Qianqian hasn't made her selections yet." With that, he cheerfully presented the menu back to Yi Qianqian. "Qianqian, please choose as well." Yi Qianqian smiled as she accepted the menu. Initially, she had no intention of ordering, for she frequently indulged in the dishes here, and moreover, she relished the selections made by Su Yang. Given her modest appetite, she was content to see Su Junjia's discomfited expression, which inexplicably brought her a sense of pleasure. After casually choosing a couple of dishes, she passed the menu to Lin Muyao. Suddenly, Yi Qianqian leaned closer to Su Yang's ear and whispered, "Su Junjia looks rather displeased." Su Yang chuckled and nodded in agreement, assuring her, "Rest assured, with me around, Su Junjia will not offend you." "Thank you, Qianqian. You are truly kind." Observing the intimate exchange between Su Yang and Yi Qianqian, Lin Muyao felt a twinge of annoyance. Since when had their relationship become so amicable? However, with her long-awaited white moonlight sitting beside her, her mood lightened. She quickly handed the menu to Su Junjia, saying, "Junjia, why don't you order?" "All right." Su Junjia smiled as he took the menu. But upon seeing the prices printed on it, his eyes widened in disbelief. How could the dishes be so exorbitantly priced? Su Yang had the audacity to order 8 dishes at once. Initially, Su Junjia had intended to impress Su Yang, planning to cover the bill. But upon encountering such steep prices, he felt compelled to squint, considering his entire budget was merely 500. As the dishes arrived, Su Junjia hurriedly served some to Lin Muyao. "Yao Yao, do have some more." "Thank you, Junjia." Across from them, Yi Qianqian immediately served Su Yang, winking playfully. "This dish is delightful. You must try it." "Thank you, Qianqian." Su Yang understood her intent and quickly offered some to Yi Qianqian as well. "Qianqian, you should eat too." Lin Muyao felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort watching Su Yang and Yi Qianqian feed each other, as in the past. Su Yang would always take care of her in this manner. Su Junjia had hoped to flaunt his affection in front of Su Yang, wanting him to recognize the futility of his 6 years of devotion, considering Lin Muyao had so easily discarded him. Yet, witnessing the sweet interaction between Su Yang and Yi Qianqian, it appeared that Su Yang was not the least bit saddened by Lin Muyao's abandonment. This was not quite what he had anticipated. Nevertheless, Su Junjia remained undeterred, for to him, Su Yang was merely a jester. He promptly served more food to Lin Muyao, saying, "Yao Yao, this dish looks splendid, do give it a try." Upon noticing the spicy meat slices added to the platter, Lin Muyao furrowed her elegantly arched brows. Yi Qianqian burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Yao Yao, I recall you don't eat spicy food." At that moment, Su Yang leisurely observed Lin Muyao and Su Junjia, thinking to himself how Su Junjia was unaware of Lin Muyao's aversion to spice while pretending to embody deep affection. How amusing. Lin Muyao's expression was somewhat displeased as she unconsciously cast a glance at Su Yang. She had her preferences and aversions regarding food, all of which Su Yang remembered well. Su Junjia quickly offered an explanation. "I apologize, Yao Yao. I'm still adjusting to the time difference after my flight, and my mind has been a bit muddled. I completely forgot that you don't eat spicy food." Please don't take it to heart." Upon hearing this, Lin Muyao's furrowed brow relaxed, and she smiled. "It's all right, Junjie." Subsequently, Su Junjie began to recount his experiences and encounters abroad over the years. Lin Muyao listened attentively, while Yi Qianqian occasionally chimed in. Su Junjie wore a proud expression, reveling in the admiration evident on Lin Muyao's face, and even Yi Qianqian seemed impressed. With his vast knowledge and insights, he mused that Su Yang, the sycophant, could never compare. Meanwhile, Su Yang was engrossed in his meal, savoring the delightful dishes, and he patted his round belly, nearly overindulging. After Su Junjie finished his tale, he picked up his chopsticks only to realize that each dish was nearly emptied, leaving only scraps. He shot a fierce glare at Su Yang, thinking how shameless this sycophant was for consuming so much alone. Once satisfied, Su Yang raised his glass to clink with Yi Qianqian. "Qianqian, the cuisine here perfectly suits my taste. We should come here often." "Absolutely," Yi Qianqian replied with a smile as they toasted. After finishing their drinks, an important thought struck Su Yang. "By the way, Su Junjie, I recall you wanted to express your gratitude for my years of looking after Lin Muyao when we first arrived. How do you plan to thank me?" He leaned back lazily in his chair, crossing his legs nonchalantly as he addressed Su Junjie. Su Junjie hurriedly swallowed the piece of meat in his mouth, nearly choking in his haste, but fortunately managed to clear his throat after a few more gulps. He poured himself a generous glass of wine and smiled politely at Su Yang. "Thank you for taking care of Yao Yao all these years. I'll drink this glass as a token of my appreciation." Just as Su Junjie was about to raise the glass to his lips, Su Yang quickly interjected, "Wait." Su Junjie halted mid-motion, his hands suspended in the air, while Lin Muyao and Yi Qianqian turned their gazes towards Su Yang. A single glass of wine seemed rather insincere as a gesture of gratitude. Su Junjie appeared momentarily taken aback before responding. "1 glass isn't enough? I can drink more." Su Yang shook his head. "I didn't intend for you to drink." "Then what do you want me to do?" Su Junjie inquired. Su Yang rubbed his thumb and forefinger together in a gesture resembling counting money. "I believe it would be more practical to offer some financial compensation." At this remark, Yi Qianqian couldn't suppress a laugh, realizing that Su Yang seemed to have become quite humorous and charming since his divorce from Yao Yao. Lin Muyao's expression darkened. How dare this scoundrel ask Junjie for money? Su Yang was deep in contemplation. "Considering how diligently I've cared for Lin Muyao both inside and outside your home, on the bed and beneath it, I shall not demand much. Merely a modest sum of 5 million will suffice." Upon hearing the phrase "on the bed and beneath it," Lin Muyao's cheeks flushed crimson as memories of that night, when Su Yang had been insatiable, flooded her mind, causing her legs to instinctively tighten. At that moment, Su Junjie's countenance darkened significantly. His focus was solely on the 5 million mentioned by Su Yang. Presently, he found himself with a mere 500 yuan. How could he possibly conjure 5 million? How shameless could Su Yang, that sycophant, be? Su Junjie clenched his fists tightly. Without hesitation, Su Yang retrieved his phone, displaying the payment QR code with a professional smile, inviting the transaction to proceed. Yi Qianqian silently commended Su Yang, initially worried he might be at a disadvantage, only to realize that he required no assistance from her. Noticing Su Junjie's prolonged silence, Su Yang taunted, TSK, after all this time abroad, can it be that you cannot even produce a mere 5 million? Su Junjie's face turned a shade of deep anger. Despite Su Yang exposing the uncomfortable truth, he stubbornly maintained his facade, unwilling to lose face before Su Yang. After all, Lin Muyao was wealthy. He had no fear of being unable to pay Su Yang the 5 million. "Then hurry up and pay," he demanded. As Su Yang pushed the QR code closer to him, Su Junjie fidgeted uncomfortably. What was Lin Muyao doing? Su Yang had already treated him in such a manner, yet she failed to defend him? Su Junjie desperately signaled to Lin Muyao, lost in thoughts of that night when Su Yang had been so relentless. Lin Muyao was only jolted back to reality after Su Junjie blinked at her 30 times. Meanwhile, Su Yang leisurely sipped his drink, while Lin Muyao remained utterly oblivious. And Su Junjie was on the verge of blinking his eyes out. "Su Yang, how can you still demand 5 million from Junjie? How utterly shameless." Lin Muyao quickly retorted. "It was he who insisted on expressing gratitude towards me," Su Yang replied, spreading his hands in feigned innocence. "Junjie expressed gratitude, but he never mentioned 5 million. Offering mere words of thanks without any substance is akin to playing games with a 3-year-old. Have you not heard the saying, if apologies were effective, Why would we need the police? Lin Muyao found herself momentarily speechless. You must agree that my argument holds merit. Su Yang raised an eyebrow at Lin Muyao. Frustration boiled within her. Su Yang, when did you become so mercenary? She had already given him 20 million, and now he audaciously sought 5 million from Junjia. How revolting. Upon hearing this, Su Yang was instantly displeased. Lin Muyao, your words strike a chord I do not appreciate. It was you who chose to divorce me for Su Junjia's sake. I sacrificed my happiness for yours. After our separation, I had nowhere to reside. Is it wrong for me to desire a little more financial security? In that final moment, Su Yang portrayed his grievances with exquisite artistry. The atmosphere at the dining table became decidedly peculiar. After a brief pause, Su Yang tucked his phone back into his pocket and rose from his seat, apologizing. I became a bit emotional earlier. I need to visit the restroom. Chapter 8. My dear, you smell divine. Yi Qianqian, who had previously believed that Su Yang was untroubled, now recognized that his earlier demeanor had been mere pretense. A wave of inexplicable sympathy washed over her for this man, and simultaneously, she resolved silently to pursue Su Yang ardently, vowing to shield him from any further harm. Su Junjia brimmed with self-satisfaction, thinking it was only fitting that Su Yang, the devoted admirer, found himself in such a predicament. After all, his discomfort brought Su Junjia immense pleasure. At that moment, Lin Muyao was enveloped in guilt. Indeed, Su Yang had a point. He had agreed to a divorce to facilitate her relationship with Su Junjia. After the divorce, Su Yang would find himself without a place to stay. It was pitiful enough that he sought merely a bit more financial support. What fault could he possibly have? I'll be in the restroom, she declared, hastily rising to leave. After a brief respite in the restroom, during which Su Yang smoked a cigarette, he emerged only to feel a delicate hand grasp his wrist. Upon recognizing the owner of that soft, fair hand, his brow furrowed immediately. Lin Muyao let go. Lin Muyao, undeterred, tightened her grip and swiftly led him to an unoccupied private room. Once the door was shut, she finally released him. Su Yang was at a loss for words. Lin Muyao, what on earth are you doing? That scoundrel had called her wife and darling just 2 nights prior, sweetly addressing Yi Qianqian with the same endearments. Now, he was shouting her full name. Lin Muyao felt a surge of anger. Su Yang, tell me, when did your relationship with Qianqian become so close? Su Yang raised an eyebrow, initially thinking that this woman had come to express remorse and perhaps offer him some monetary compensation for his wounded spirit. However, he soon realized she was there to interrogate him, and he had no intention of being courteous. What I do with Qianqian is none of your concern. Lin Muyao had approached him out of guilt after hearing his earlier words, but Su Yang's abrupt rebuke, coupled with the memory of his intimacy with Yi Qianqian at the dining table, shifted her focus entirely. How can you speak to me in such a manner? You were never like this before, she exclaimed. Leaning nonchalantly against the table, Su Yang replied, you mentioned that was in the past. Now I can say whatever I wish. It's none of your business. Lin Muyao's face flushed crimson, and just as she was about to retort, a sudden thought struck her. Could it be that the divorce had impacted Su Yang so profoundly that it transformed his very nature? You were indeed correct in your assertions at the dining table. Su Yang could visibly observe the anger dissipating from Lin Muyao's face, which was soon replaced by a rather intricate expression directed towards him. What could this woman possibly mean? Surely, she does not intend to offer him money, Su Yang pondered. Almost immediately, Lin Muyao's voice echoed once more, I shall give you 10 million. Use it to purchase a house. 10 million. To acquire such a sum from Lin Muyao once again seemed almost too effortless. Clearly, the performance at the table had borne fruit, and Su Yang's heart was filled with joy. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of calm. In truth, I merely mentioned it in jest. There is no need to take it seriously. Allow me to make amends for you, for it would bring me some solace, she continued, opening her phone. Since you are resolute in your intentions, I shall not decline. Su Yang's excitement surged as he eagerly gazed at Lin Muyao's phone, urging her to proceed. Su Yang, what is going on between you and Qianqian? Lin Muyao suddenly halted her actions. Damn it, Su Yang cursed inwardly. She ought to have completed the transfer before inquiring, leaving him in a rather precarious position. For the sake of that yet-to-be-received 10 million, Su Yang had to continue his masterful performance. Did you not notice? I have been concealing my sorrow all along. My relationship with Qianqian is merely superficial. You should understand. He looked at Lin Muyao, his eyes brimming with melancholy. This aligned with Lin Muyao's suspicions. She was aware that Su Yang and Yi Qianqian were deliberately feigning their connection. Hearing Su Yang's words brought her a sense of comfort. Just as Lin Muyao was about to initiate the transfer again, her hand suddenly froze. I have another question for you. Just when it seemed that the 10 million was about to be transferred, this woman halted once more. Damn it! Su Yang cursed internally, yet his expression remained unchanged. Go ahead, he replied. Lin Muyao tightened her grip on her phone, her mind lingering on the sight of Su Yang laughing with Xia Jiqing in the elevator the previous day. Taking this opportunity, she inquired, "What transpired between you and Xia Jiqing yesterday?" Su Yang felt utterly speechless. Was this woman unwell? They were divorced, so why was she prying into his affairs? However, for the sake of that tantalizing 10 million, he chose to endure. She was aware of our divorce and that I was in search of a place. So she offered to rent me her vacant apartment. It's the one above yours, by the way. He thought to himself that perhaps they would encounter each other at the apartment someday, so he opted for honesty to avoid future explanations. Yet, Lin Muyao interpreted this in an entirely different light. After their divorce, Su Yang had chosen to reside in the apartment above hers, leading her to believe that he must have done so to remain closer to her. Indeed, Su Yang still harbored deep feelings for her. In the future, there will be many occasions to spend money, and I am hesitant to squander what I have at hand. Noticing Lin Muyao's prolonged inaction, Su Yang felt compelled to offer a subtle reminder. His prompt proved effective. Upon hearing the mention of money, Lin Muyao promptly transferred 10 million to Su Yang. Upon seeing the substantial sum reflected in his account, Su Yang felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He gazed at Lin Muyao with deep affection, expressing, "Thank you, Yao Yao. Even though we are divorced, you continue to treat me with such kindness. I am truly touched." Lin Muyao was at a loss for words, unable to articulate her feelings. She could not offer Su Yang love, but providing him with financial support was the only way she knew to assist him at that moment. "I should head back now. You can return later," she advised, aware that returning together might raise suspicions. "All right, I will follow your lead," he replied. Just as Lin Muyao was about to take a step, her foot inadvertently caught on Su Yang's, nearly causing her to stumble. Fortunately, Su Yang swiftly reached out, enveloping her in a firm embrace. Their bodies pressed closely together, a jolt of electricity coursing through them. Lin Muyao couldn't help but recall the warmth and softness of that previous night. Su Yang felt a stirring within him. He was all too aware of how alluring this woman was. "Darling, you smell divine," he murmured, his warm breath caressing her fair neck. Lin Muyao felt a tingling sensation throughout her body, her legs trembling involuntarily. What was happening to her? Chapter 9. I shall not touch another man's woman. A soft moan escaped Lin Muyao, uncontrollable, echoing within the confines of the private room. She quickly pushed Su Yang away, her cheeks flushed and her chest rising and falling erratically, her earlobes warm to the touch. How dare he? She thought, recalling their history as once intimate allies. Su Yang, fully aware of Lin Muyao's vulnerabilities, found her irresistible. He acted on his desires, quite pleased with her reaction. "Su Yang, you are shameless," Lin Muyao exclaimed, her face a mixture of embarrassment and indignation. "I apologize. You are simply too beautiful, and I could not help myself," he confessed, regret evident in his tone. "You must never touch me again," she warned firmly. "Rest assured, I will not. I admit I was drawn to you, but I pride myself on my morals. I shall not touch another man's woman. You are the only one I have been with." For reasons unbeknownst to her, those words slipped from Lin Muyao's lips. But that was in the past. Su Junjie has returned, hasn't he? "Trust me, I will never harbor any feelings for you again. Then I shall take my leave," Su Yang said, pondering the implications of his previous statement. Why did he feel compelled to articulate such intentions? Lin Muyao felt an uncomfortable blockage in her heart, especially when she recalled that night of 7 encounters. She still held a high regard for Su Yang's abilities. The thought of Yi Qianqian pursuing Su Yang troubled her. If they were to become a couple, would not all of Su Yang's strength be devoted to Yi Qianqian? Lin Muyao shook her head vigorously. No, it was impossible. Absolutely impossible. Su Yang loved her dearly. He would never be with Yi Qianqian. As the dinner concluded, the four of them parted ways at the entrance of Quifengju. 2 by 2. Su Yang left first in Yi Qianqian's car, while Lin Muyao departed later with Su Junjie. Shortly thereafter, Lin Muyao escorted Su Junjie to the hotel entrance. "Junjie, after such a long flight, you should return to the hotel and rest well." "All right, Yao Yao." Lin Muyao followed Su Junjie out of the car, smiling at him. "Go on in." Suddenly, Su Junjie reached out to touch Lin Muyao's face. Instinctively, she recoiled, leaving Su Junjie's hand awkwardly suspended in the air. Yao Yao, I apologize. I was too forward. It's fine. For reasons she could not fathom, Lin Muyao instinctively resisted Su Junjie's closeness. She thought perhaps it was due to their long separation, creating some awkwardness that would fade with time. Meanwhile, a phrase spoken by Su Yang echoed in her mind. I will not touch another man's woman. Lin Muyao's expression grew somewhat uneasy. Junjie, I have matters at the company. I must take my leave. Yao Yao, please be careful on your way. As she watched the Porsche drive away, Su Junjie's eyes flickered with disdain. Lin Muyao was merely his devoted admirer. What was she pretending for? Now she resented a mere touch. He could only imagine how fervent she would be in bed. Su Junjie carried his suitcase into the luxurious hotel that Lin Muyao had reserved for him. On the other side, after a night of intense care, old Master Xia was finally out of danger. Xia Jiqing's heart was finally at ease. Suddenly, she recalled Su Yang's warning about serious issues with her mammary glands. She had experienced occasional pain in that area recently. Since she was already at the hospital, Xia Jiqing decided to have a checkup at the breast clinic. Late-stage breast cancer. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Xia Jiqing felt as though the sky had fallen. Her eyes instantly filled with tears. The doctor, accustomed to such diagnoses, noted that it was a pity for someone with Xia Jiqing's figure, so well proportioned, to have to undergo a mastectomy. However, adhering to the ethical standards of her profession, the doctor had to inform Xia Jiqing that the only solution to late-stage breast cancer was surgical removal. Although it was indeed a loss, it was far better than losing her life. Tears streamed down Xia Jiqing's face. That was her most cherished attribute, and she could not bear to part with it. Do not weep. Regardless of the circumstances, life is of utmost importance. Once your condition stabilizes, you may consider obtaining a substitute, suggested the female doctor. I understand, thank you. Xia Jiqing replied, tears streaming down her face as she exited the physician's office. Suddenly, a thought of Su Yang crossed her mind. He had claimed to possess extensive knowledge in gynecology, having merely touched her hand to discern her menstrual irregularities and issues with her mammary glands. Perhaps, with his remarkable abilities, he could offer a remedy for her breast cancer. Quickly wiping her tears, Xia Jiqing felt a renewed sense of hope. Yi Qianqian's vehicle traversed the familiar route. She and Shinsini often visited Yao Yao for leisure. During their gatherings, Su Yang always ensured their comfort and enjoyment. To her surprise, after the divorce from Yao Yao, Su Yang had taken up residence in the apartment above hers. Su Yang, do you still wish to reconcile with Yao Yao? They had all witnessed his deep affection for her over the years. Although divorced, Yi Qianqian was certain that Su Yang would not easily relinquish his feelings. Su Yang quickly waved his hand, asserting, I have divorced her. My feelings have truly changed. The rental situation was merely a coincidence. He anticipated Yi Qianqian's thoughts and, as expected, her curiosity was piqued. Had it not been for the prize of the gynecological expert, he would not have agreed to live above Lin Muyao, inviting unnecessary complications. Hearing Su Yang's words, Yi Qianqian felt a wave of relief. Today, she had invited him to dinner to inquire about his future plans. She offered him a position at her company should he wish to re-enter the workforce, but he mentioned he had not yet made a decision regarding employment. She chose not to press further. Originally, Yi Qianqian intended to discuss these matters over dinner, but upon encountering Lin Muyao and Su Junjie at the entrance of Cui Fengju, they all dined together, and she refrained from broaching the subject with Su Yang. Before long, Yi Qianqian had delivered Su Yang to his destination. He exited the vehicle and waved farewell to her. Observing his departing figure, she pouted slightly, thinking how oblivious he was for not inviting her inside. Su Yang had indeed contemplated such an invitation. However, he had received a message from Xia Jiqing while in the car. She was waiting at his doorstep, and bringing Yi Qianqian along would complicate matters. As the elevator reached the 16th floor, Su Yang stepped out, only to be greeted by Xia Jiqing rushing towards him. Yang, you're finally back. Her emotions were a whirlwind of excitement and anxiety. At this moment, Su Yang was her sole beacon of hope. She feared whether he could truly cure her breast cancer. If he too was at a loss, she would have to prepare for the worst. Qingqing, what is the matter? I underwent examinations at the hospital, and the doctor informed me that I am in the late stages of breast cancer, and I can only undergo a surgical excision. Do you have any alternatives? I genuinely do not wish to lose that part of myself. Su Yang felt a surge of delight as Xia Jiqing had gone to the hospital for an examination. which suited his intentions perfectly. Let us enter the room and discuss further, he suggested. Soon, the two found themselves inside. On the sofa, Suyang feigned taking Xia Jiqing's pulse. He was already well aware of her condition and was merely putting on an act. As he withdrew his hand, Xia Jiqing eagerly inquired, "How is it?" Suyang leisurely nodded. "It is treatable. There is no need for surgical removal." Upon hearing his words, Xia Jiqing's heart, which had lodged in her throat, finally settled back into her chest. As long as there was no need for her to undergo an operation, she could accept anything. However, Suyang's brief pause caused her heart to leap once more. "But what?" she pressed. "Qingqing, the treatment method is rather unconventional," Suyang replied earnestly. "It is of no concern. As long as it can be cured, I am willing to comply fully." "Please tell me your approach," she insisted. Suyang, without hesitation, laid out the treatment plan. Upon hearing his explanation, Xia Jiqing's face flushed crimson. The proposed method was indeed rather peculiar. Suyang conveyed the treatment as it had been presented to him by the system. Yet he couldn't help but acknowledge that it bordered on the absurd. Xia Jiqing found herself in a moment of dilemma. She had never been in a romantic relationship, and the thought of undergoing such treatment at Suyang's hands was mortifying. What to do? What to do? Suyang fully comprehended her current predicament. For a woman of 31 who had never been touched by a man, accepting such a method was undoubtedly challenging. Nevertheless, he remained patient, confident that Xia Jiqing would ultimately acquiesce. She surely did not wish for surgical intervention, did she? After some mental fortitude, Xia Jiqing finally relented, biting her crimson lips. "All right, Yang, let us proceed as you suggested." "Qingqing, let us commence immediately," he responded. "Could we perhaps change locations?" The idea of undergoing such treatment in the living room left Xia Jiqing feeling vulnerable. "Of course, where would you prefer?" Suyang inquired. "How about your room?" she proposed. "Very well," he agreed, and they quickly made their way to Suyang's chamber. Xia Jiqing hurriedly drew the curtains. At that moment, a wave of shyness washed over her, as if they were about to engage in some mischievous act in broad daylight. She swiftly dismissed any inappropriate thoughts, focusing solely on the impending treatment. "Qingqing, are we ready to begin?" Suyang asked, his eagerness palpable as he observed her bashful demeanor. Xia Jiqing nodded, under Su Yang's watchful gaze. Xia Jiqing blushed as she removed her skirt. Lying on Su Yang's bed, her delicate face appeared as if it were bleeding from embarrassment, her head turned to the side, no longer daring to meet his gaze. An hour later, the treatment concluded. A fervent warmth surged within Su Yang. This ordeal was not solely a torment for Xia Jiqing, but for him as well, as it was his inaugural experience of such nature. Suddenly, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Host has completed treatment for the first time, receiving a random reward, a globally limited edition Bugatti Veyron. Please claim it within 24 hours. To his astonishment, a globally limited luxury car was bestowed upon him so effortlessly. Su Yang's hands trembled with excitement, his lips quivering with exhilaration. Yang, shall we continue?" Xia Jiqing's voice was barely a whisper. Upon hearing her, Su Yang snapped back to reality, smiling as he shook his head. "Sister Qingqing, that will suffice for today. The treatment has taken too long, and your body cannot endure much more. Please dress. I shall step outside for a moment." "Okay." Xia Jiqing's cheeks were ablaze as she hurriedly donned her clothes and exited the room, making her way to the living room. "Thank you, Yang. You're welcome, Sister Qingqing. Please have some water." Su Yang promptly fetched a bottle of water for her and thoughtfully unscrewed the cap. After an hour of treatment, he had acquired a globally limited luxury car. Indeed, Xia Jiqing was his fortunate star, and the more he looked at her, the more appealing she became. Touched by Su Yang's considerate gesture, Xia Jiqing felt warmth envelop her. She took several sips from the bottle, quenching her genuine thirst. After drinking, she inquired, Yang, how long until I am fully healed?" According to the system's treatment protocol, Su Yang only needed to administer one more session for Xia Jiqing to recover completely. However, pondering the rewards bestowed by the system and his own desires, he replied, "Sister Qingqing, you will be entirely healed in 3 days." Xia Jiqing nodded with a smile. All right. Having just received treatment from him, she could distinctly sense changes within her body and fully trusted Su Yang's words. "Next time, I shall also assist you in addressing your irregular menstruation." "That would be splendid." After conversing for a while longer, Xia Jiqing took her leave. Once she departed, Su Yang promptly exited the house, hailing a taxi that took him directly to the 4S dealership indicated by the system for vehicle collection. Chapter 11. Do they truly consider him a feckless wretch? Upon arriving at the dealership, a saleswoman clad in a sleek black professional outfit, her legs adorned with black stockings, promptly approached him. Good day, sir. May I inquire what specifications of vehicle you wish to purchase? I would be pleased to assist you. Hello, I am looking for Manager Wang. I previously reserved a vehicle here. Upon hearing that Su Yang had made a reservation, the saleswoman immediately understood and said, I see. Please wait a moment. Just as the saleswoman departed, a man and a woman suddenly appeared before Su Yang. What are you doing here? Lin Zihao coldly inquired. Why is this useless waste not at home doing chores or cooking for his sister, but instead at a car dealership? Did his sister give him money to buy a car? Through the memories of the original owner, Su Yang recognized the man before him as Lin Zihao, the brother of Lin Muyao. All the past interactions of Lin Zihao with the original owner flashed through Su Yang's mind, and he was taken aback by the original owner's cowardice, instinctively tightening his fists. What I do is none of your business, Su Yang retorted directly. Lin Zihao was momentarily stunned. He was unaccustomed to this assertiveness from the usually timid individual. His displeasure grew as he observed Su Yang's defiance. The woman beside Lin Zihao, adorned with an influencer's visage, sweetly inquired, Brother Zihao, who is this person? Lin Zihao pinched her cheek playfully, responding, Ting Ting, this is the useless brother-in-law I told you about. Upon hearing this, Ting Ting's gaze fell upon Su Yang, filled with disdain as if she were regarding refuse. She then covered her mouth, giggling softly beside Lin Zihao. Lin Zihao pointed a finger at Su Yang, berating him, You worthless fool, don't think you can act arrogant just because my sister is here. Just as Su Yang was about to engage, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. System task activated. The host can obtain rewards through choices. Choice 1. Allow Lin Zihao to bully you. Continue being a coward. Reward becomes the lowest tier. Hearing the first choice, Su Yang instinctively shielded himself. Choice 2. No longer remain a coward. Deliver a series of slaps to Lin Zihao. Reward. Max level fighting skills. Please make a selection. Countdown begins. Countdown starts now. I choose 2, Su Yang hastily declared, feeling that this choice system was somewhat foolish. Anyone could determine the better option. It would be more aptly named the free gift system rather than a choice system. Without further contemplation, he approached Lin Zihao and delivered a series of slaps. Even without triggering the system task, he had resolved to do so. Lin Zihao, caught off guard by Su Yang's swift action, was left dazed. How dare you hit my brother Zihao? Ting Ting exclaimed, shoving Su Yang from the side. Recently, she has become involved with Lin Zihao, a wealthy heir. Within a few days of their relationship, Lin Zihao had already gifted her 2 handbags. Today, she accompanied him to look at cars, and who knows, he might even buy her one in the future. She must hold on to this lucrative opportunity. When she witnessed Lin Zihao being bullied, she felt compelled to defend him. Su Yang furrowed his brow and delivered a heavy slap to Ting Ting, resulting in a cacophony of noise. How dare you strike me? I am a woman. Ting Ting was utterly unprepared for Su Yang's aggression, and she clutched her stinging cheek, bursting into tears. What does your femininity matter? I will retaliate against anyone who insults me, Su Yang retorted without hesitation. Simultaneously, various martial arts skills, including Taekwondo, Muay Thai, Sanda, Wing Chun, Tai Chi, the 72 Shaolin techniques, karate, and judo, were all imbued within Su Yang. He felt an overwhelming surge of strength and was eager to test it against someone. Lin Zihao, who had just been stunned, was now fully alert. Su Yang had always been perceived as a pushover. Regardless of the taunts and jabs directed at him, he never dared to retaliate. However, today, he had the audacity to strike Lin Zihao in front of a crowd. Unable to endure such humiliation, Lin Zihao exclaimed, You dare strike me, Su Yang? Just wait. I will make you pay. With that, he charged at Su Yang, fists raised. Su Yang executed a powerful kick that landed squarely in Lin Zihao's abdomen, sending him flying 10 meters away, crashing to the ground and howling in pain. Ting Ting was left in shock, watching her brother soar through the air. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, their eyes filled with disbelief as they turned to Su Yang. He, too, was taken aback by the potency of his own strike and smiled contentedly, realizing that with his newfound mastery of combat, no one could rival him. After a moment, Ting Ting regained her composure and hurried to Lin Zihao's side, anxiously inquiring, Brother Zihao, Are you all right? It hurts, Lin Zihao groaned, feeling as if his insides had been kicked out. He understood that he was no match for Su Yang and feared that lingering here might lead to another beating. The best strategy is to retreat, he thought. Ting, help me leave. He was left to swallow his pride. With great effort, Ting managed to help Lin Zihao to his feet, and they made their way to the exit. Once in the car, Lin Zihao immediately dialed Lin Muyao. As soon as the call connected, he tearfully recounted the incident. Sister, you must help me. What happened, Zihao? She responded. Su Yang had the audacity to strike me. Lin Zihao exaggerated the tale, conveniently omitting the fact that he had provoked the confrontation. Upon hearing that her brother had been assaulted by that scoundrel Su Yang, Lin Muyao was instantly consumed by rage. Zihao, rest assured, I will ensure that Su Yang provides you with a satisfactory explanation. Sister, hurry over. I fear Su Yang may leave soon. All right, I shall come over right away. Chapter 12. Why are all of Lin Muyao's friends seeking him out? After Su Yang met with Manager Wang, he completed the necessary paperwork. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, Manager Wang escorted Su Yang to retrieve his car. Concealed within the vehicle, Lin Zihao instructed Ting to follow closely as soon as he spotted Su Yang emerging. A burning sensation coursed through Lin Zihao's face. The kick from Su Yang had left him nearly incapacitated, draining him of any strength to drive. His resentment towards Su Yang knew no bounds, wishing nothing less than to see him utterly destroyed. Upon hearing Lin Zihao's command, Ting promptly followed suit. When Lin Zihao and Ting laid eyes on the globally limited edition Bugatti Veyron, their eyes widened in disbelief. Brother Zihao, that's the globally limited edition Bugatti Veyron. How magnificent! Ting exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. Lin Zihao's Porsche paled in comparison. She longed to experience riding in such an exclusive luxury vehicle, to capture photos, and to share them on her social media for all to envy. Not bad, Lin Zihao retorted stubbornly, unwilling to lose face in front of Ting. This globally limited edition Bugatti Veyron was worth at least 80 million. Although he was a wealthy second-generation heir, he could never afford such a luxury car. He could only harbor feelings of envy towards whoever could purchase such a remarkable vehicle. At that moment, amidst Lin Zihao and Ting's astonishment, Su Yang opened the door of the globally limited edition Bugatti Veyron and took his seat. What the hell? How could it be that useless Su Yang? By what right does he sit in this globally limited edition Bugatti Veyron? This must be a mistake. Lin Zihao rubbed his eyes vigorously, fearing he had misjudged the sight before him. Brother Zihao, isn't that your useless brother-in-law? Ting pointed towards the car window in shock. He can't possibly be the owner of the Bugatti Veyron, can he? Lin Zihao immediately objected. Absolutely impossible. In an instant, a thought flashed through Lin Zihao's mind. Could it be that Lin Muyao bought this car for Su Yang? As a second-generation rich kid, Lin Zihao had always indulged in pleasure, leaving all company matters to Lin Muyao, and he was oblivious to the company's financial status. Could it be that Lin Muyao secretly used company funds to purchase a luxury car for that useless Su Yang? How dare you, Lin Muyao? The thought alone made Lin Zihao tremble with rage, nearly causing him to vomit blood. Su Yang drove the globally limited edition Bugatti Veyron down the road, with other vehicles hastily making way and passers-by casting envious glances in his direction. He was indeed an imposing figure. Meanwhile, a Porsche brushed past Su Yang's Bugatti Veyron. Lin Muyao certainly noticed the globally limited edition Bugatti Veyron, and in a fleeting moment, she believed the driver to be Su Yang. However, she quickly dismissed this notion, as Su Yang seldom drove. How could he possibly be in that luxury car? Shortly thereafter, Lin Muyao encountered Lin Zihao. Upon seeing her brother's swollen face, she felt a pang of sympathy, never anticipating that Su Yang would strike him so harshly. Zihao, do you need to go to the hospital? Lin Muyao inquired with concern. Yet, Lin Zihao perceived her worry as mere pretense. He glared at her and coldly remarked, Lin Muyao, spare me your feigned compassion. I regarded you as an older sister. Yet you conspired with Su Yang to bully me. He had come to a realization. Su Yang's audacity was undoubtedly a result of Lin Muyao's indulgence. Despite her outward support for him, it was clear that she and Su Yang were united in their efforts against him. After all, she wouldn't have purchased that limited edition Bugatti Veyron for him otherwise. Lin Muyao was taken aback, having rushed over upon hearing her brother was in distress. She was now confronted with such accusations. Zihao, I am your sister. How can you speak to me like that? I came immediately after receiving your call, and yet you claim that I have teamed up with Su Yang to torment you. Do you have no conscience? Lin Zihao scoffed. Su Yang dares to treat me this way because you permit it. Lin Muyao's chest heaved with indignation. She was astonished that her beloved brother would speak to her in such a manner. Overwhelmed by anger, she couldn't restrain herself and slapped Lin Zihao across the face. For a moment, both Lin Muyao and Lin Zihao were stunned, as was Ting Ting, who had been a mere bystander. Zihao, I never anticipated that I would strike my brother. Lin Muyao reflected. You actually hit me for that worthless coward? Fine, just wait. I will go find our parents. Watching Lin Zihao's car drive away, Lin Muyao felt a surge of frustration. She had intended for Su Yang to provide an explanation to her brother, yet not only did she fail to see Su Yang, but she had also struck her brother, resulting in a bitter fallout between them. Lin Muyao attributed all of this to Su Yang. She picked up her phone and immediately dialed his number. When the call went unanswered and eventually disconnected, her frustration reached a boiling point. So, Su Yang, you dare to ignore my calls? Lin Muyao persisted, redialing twice more, only to meet the same silence. Fueled by anger, she nearly hurled her phone, when suddenly, the ringtone sounded. She answered immediately. Su Yang, you scoundrel, why did it take you so long to pick up? On the other end, Su Junjie was taken aback. Yao Yao, it's me. Hearing Su Junjie's voice, Lin Muyao suppressed her rage. Junjie, is it you? Yao Yao, do you have something to discuss with Su Yang? It's nothing. Lin Muyao's reluctance to share her thoughts left Su Junjie feeling discontent. She had divorced that sycophant Su Yang, so why still seek him out? Lin Muyao's hesitation to divulge her feelings made Su Junjie wonder if she still harbored fondness for Su Yang. An immediate sense of crisis washed over him. Yao Yao, have you finished work? Shall we dine together? I'm sorry, Junjie, I can't join you for dinner tonight. I have other matters to attend to. Lin Muyao was solely focused on confronting Su Yang and had no inclination to share a meal with Su Junjie. But I just returned today. Su Junjie remained undeterred. Junjie, I truly apologize. Rest assured, I will make it up to you tomorrow. Lin Muyao felt guilty for neglecting him upon his return. Very well, Yao Yao. Don't overexert yourself. Take care of your health. Thank you, Junjie. After hanging up, Lin Muyao swiftly drove away. At the bar, Su Yang effortlessly located the booth where Shinsini awaited. Drawing upon the memories of the original owner of his identity, surprised that Shinsini sought him out, he pondered why all of Lin Muyao's friends were approaching him after their divorce. It was intriguing. Chapter 13. An invitation from a beauty. It is my honor. Hi. Su Yang. Shinsini greeted him with a smile and a wave of her hand. Hello. Su Yang returned her greeting with a smile. His gaze roamed over Shinsini, who exuded a charm unlike Lin Muyao's cool demeanor or Yi Qianqian's sweetness. She possessed a beguiling allure, with every gesture infused with femininity. Particularly, her eyes seemed to possess an innate seductiveness. Su Yang couldn't help but marvel at her. She was truly an enchanting temptress. At that moment, Shinsini poured a drink for Su Yang and cheerfully said, Here, let's drink to each other. Sure. Su Yang accepted the glass with a smile, feeling a fleeting brush of her delicate fingers against his. Her fingers were smooth and refined, akin to exquisite jade. One could only imagine the pleasure of savoring them. They clinked their glasses and downed their drinks in unison. Xine, what prompted you to seek me out? Su Yang searched his memories, realizing he had never shared a solitary moment with Shinsini before. What's the matter? Are you not pleased? How could I not be delighted by a beauty's invitation? It is indeed my honor, Su Yang replied with a smile. I never expected you to have a sense of humor. In Shinsini's recollection, Su Yang was always rather reserved. Though they were familiar, she had never witnessed him joke before, leaving her quite astonished by his recent quip. Why wouldn't I joke? I feel you are not quite the same as before, Shinsini candidly remarked. With a sigh, Su Yang reflected, alas. It is not that I have changed. During my time with Yao Yao, my world revolved solely around her, but in the end, what did I truly gain? After a brief pause, Su Yang raised his glass and took a sip, continuing, After my divorce from Yao Yao, I have come to a realization. I can no longer live as I once did, devoid of self-identity. Life, whether long or short, is precious, and henceforth, I wish to live in a manner that brings me joy. Do you agree? Shinsini nodded emphatically, affirming his words. Su Yang had once been an ardent admirer of Yao Yao. His feelings were well known to her as a close friend. Now that he and Yao Yao were divorced, his awakening to pursue the life he desires was indeed commendable. Shinsini raised her glass once more, saying, Su Yang, I wish you all the best in your future endeavors. I sincerely appreciate it, Sini, Su Yang replied, his expression earnest. As Shinsini observed Su Yang's genuine demeanor, she felt a stirring within her heart. It suddenly dawned on her why Qian had expressed her desire to pursue Su Yang after learning of the divorce. Such a good man was indeed worthy of admiration. The two clinked their glasses and drank again. As for Yao Yao, who divorced Su Yang for her idealized love, Shinsini felt a twinge of sympathy for him, believing that her best friend's actions were somewhat unjust. Shinsini had no ulterior motives for seeking out Su Yang. Despite everything, they were friends, and she merely wished to see how he was faring. It was comforting to see that he had found clarity. As the evening unfolded, they continued to drink and converse. This was Shinsini's first time spending time alone with Su Yang, and she discovered that he was quite an intriguing individual. They seemed to have an endless array of topics to discuss, and she found herself genuinely enjoying the interaction. Meanwhile, at the Lin family residence, in the living room, Lin Liqing, Wang Yaji, and Lin Zihao were seated on the sofa. Lin Muyao, having received a call from Lin Liqing, rushed back to the family home. Initially, she had intended to return to her apartment to confront Su Yang, recalling that he had mentioned residing on the 16th floor. After knocking several times without a response and receiving no answer to her calls, she felt frustrated and was just about to seek him out when she received her father's call. Yao Yao, I cannot believe you have allied with that useless Su Yang to bully Zihao. You have truly disappointed me. Lin Liqing's voice was cold. Dad, I didn't tea. Lin Muyao quickly defended herself. Su Yang injured your brother to such an extent. As his sister, your heart is rather callous, Wang Yaji chimed in. Mom, I genuinely had no idea, Lin Muyao insisted, shaking her head vigorously. We were against your marriage to that good-for-nothing from the start. I can't fathom what kind of enchantment he cast upon you to make you so determined to marry him, Wang Yaji continued. Lin Zihao, with an air of arrogance, basked in the support of his parents, relishing how Lin Muyao and her useless husband would be put in their place. Dad, Mom, about the car, Lin Zihao reminded them. You actually bought that good-for-nothing, a globally limited edition luxury car? Have you lost your mind? Upon mentioning the car, Lin Liqing nearly choked with fury. If she continued on this path of extravagance, the company would inevitably be brought to ruin. Lin Muyao widened her eyes in confusion. What luxury car? I'm not aware. That globally limited edition Bugatti Veyron worth over 80 million, while my brother only drives a car worth a few million. You actually bought that extravagant vehicle for that good-for-nothing? You truly are generous, Lin Zihao scoffed. Lin Muyao vigorously shook her head, asserting, I have never purchased any luxury car for Su Yang. I am unaware of that vehicle's circumstances. Yao Yao, are you not deceiving us? Lin Liqing observed Lin Muyao's earnest demeanor, as if she were speaking the truth. Dad, I swear, Lin Muyao declared, raising 3 fingers in an oath. Upon witnessing Lin Muyao's vow, both Lin Liqing and Wang Yaji turned their attention to Lin Zihao. Father, Mother, let me explain. I truly saw that good-for-nothing Su Yang driving that luxury car. You know he is merely a house husband without any money. So I naturally assumed my sister had funded the purchase, Lin Zihao hurriedly clarified. Hearing Lin Zihao's explanation, the Lin family found themselves engulfed in confusion. Yao Yao, what exactly is the situation with that luxury car and Su Yang? You must clarify this promptly. Moreover, and most importantly, Su Yang struck your brother. You must ensure he provides an explanation to Zihao and our Lin family. Lin Liqing instructed Lin Muyao. I understand, Dad, Lin Muyao replied, prepared to divulge the details of her divorce with Su Yang, but Lin Liqing continued, by the way, there may be a covert inspection from the capital soon. Our company must avoid any negative news at all costs. Remember, Lin Liqing directed. Lin Muyao, forced to swallow her words regarding her divorce, left the bar and returned to the apartment, only to find Xia Jiqing standing at the door. Chapter 14. What are your intentions, spending the night with my husband? Xia Jiqing knocked several times, and upon receiving no response, she was about to leave when she spotted Su Yang emerging from the elevator. The moment she saw him, a smile instantly brightened her face. Yang, Qingqingjia. At that moment, Su Yang noticed the items in Xia Jiqing's hands and quickly approached her. I brought some late-night snacks. Thinking if you were still awake, you might enjoy a treat, Xia Jiqing smiled. Thank you, Qingqingjia. You are so kind to me, Su Yang replied, accepting the food from her hands. Have you been drinking? Just a little. Su Yang opened the door. Noticing that Xia Jiqing seemed reluctant to leave, he casually invited. Why not join me for a midnight snack? Xia Jiqing hesitated, It seemed inappropriate to visit a single man's home at such an hour. However, she longed for a chance to spend time alone with Yang Yang. Just as she was in a quandary, Su Yang's voice broke the silence once more. Shall we? Observing the earnest and expectant gaze of Su Yang, Xia Jiqing immediately nodded in agreement. A wave of joy surged within Su Yang. Having a beautiful companion on such a late evening was indeed delightful. Soon, the two entered the room, settling in the living room where they watched variety shows while enjoying late-night snacks. Xia Jiqing felt particularly joyful tonight, relishing Su Yang's presence by her side. Previously, she had thought that being alone was quite satisfactory, but ever since the elevator incident, when Su Yang patiently comforted her during her emotional turmoil, she realized the value of having a man beside her. This revelation stirred feelings within her, and upon learning that Su Yang was married, a wave of disappointment washed over her. Now that Su Yang was single again, sitting together on the same sofa, chatting and sharing late-night snacks, how could she not be elated? Sister Qingqing, why do you act like a child? Su Yang gazed at Xia Jiqing with fondness, using his thumb to gently wipe the remnants of food from the corner of her mouth. The moment his finger brushed against her lips, Xia Jiqing's heart raced, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Su Yang's previous gesture had been too intimate. Suddenly, her face grew even warmer as vivid images of their moments in the bedroom flooded her mind, leaving her parched. She hastily took a large gulp of water. At that moment, a series of urgent knocks at the door interrupted the serene atmosphere. Who could be so foolish as to disturb him at this hour? Su Yang furrowed his brows as he rose from the sofa. Sister Qingqing, I'll go check. Before long, Su Yang reached the door and opened it to reveal Lin Muyao, her face as cold as frost. Su Yang, finding you is no easy task. Is there something you need? Su Yang leaned against the doorframe, his tone indifferent. As Lin Muyao attempted to enter, Su Yang blocked her with his arm, clearly unwilling to let her in. Lin Muyao, already irate, burned with fury at his obstruction. What do you mean by this, Su Yang? Is my meaning not clear enough? Su Yang aimed to dismiss Lin Muyao swiftly, as he had a considerate and charming sister Qingqing waiting for him inside. At that moment, Lin Muyao's gaze fell upon a woman's shoes on the doormat, and her eyes widened in realization. No wonder Su Yang was reluctant to let her in. It appeared that he was hiding a woman in his home. A surge of uncontainable anger welled up within her. Just after their divorce, he was already involved with another woman? How dare he? Step aside. I must enter, Lin Muyao declared coldly. Miss Lin, have you forgotten that we are already divorced? Lin Muyao's cheeks flushed with anger. In the private room of Cui Fengju, when she had given Su Yang 10 million, he had not treated her with such coldness. Now, however, he was distant and aloof. Su Yang was indeed a scoundrel. He was like a different person before and after taking the money. Let me in. I have something to ask you. It's the same saying it here. Lin Muyao understood that Su Yang did not want her to enter and disrupt his affairs. No. She was determined to go in. She was resolute in interrupting his business. She wanted to see which vixen was enticing Su Yang, and she absolutely could not grant him his wish. Suddenly, Lin Muyao stepped hard on Su Yang's foot. Hiss! Su Yang gasped in pain. Seizing the opportunity while he was momentarily distracted, Lin Muyao successfully entered the room. Upon seeing Xia Jiqing seated on the living room sofa, with food laid out on the coffee table, Lin Muyao felt as though something was lodged in her chest, making her particularly uncomfortable. So it was Xia Jiqing. She had always suspected that Xia Jiqing harbored impure intentions towards Su Yang, and it turned out to be true. Xia Jiqing had overheard the conversation between Lin Muyao and Su Yang at the door. The two women locked eyes in the living room, the tension palpable. Lin Muyao coldly remarked, Xia Jiqing, what are your intentions spending the night with my husband? Xia Jiqing was equally unyielding. Lin Muyao, as far as I know, you are already divorced from Su Yang. He is no longer your husband. After saying this, Xia Jiqing turned to Su Yang with a gentle tone and a smile. Yang Yang, am I right? Su Yang nodded. Qingqing is correct. After a brief pause, he turned to Lin Muyao and stated, Lin Muyao, we are divorced. I am no longer your husband. I was just speaking impulsively. Lin Muyao desperately sought to salvage her dignity, although she and Su Yang were divorced. His open alignment with Xia Jiqing left her feeling utterly stifled. Moreover, the terms of endearment exchanged between Xia Jiqing and Su Yang seemed inexplicably intimate. Despite their prior ordinary relationship, Xia Jiqing found pleasure in Su Yang's cold demeanor towards Lin Muyao. How could a woman like Lin Muyao, who had abandoned Su Yang for another, dare to continue entangling herself with him? However, as Lin Muyao remained Su Yang's ex-wife, Xia Jiqing felt unable to interfere in their matters. Xia Jiqing tactfully stood up. Yang, I've finished eating and will head back now. We can have late-night snacks together another time. All right, Qing. As Xia Jiqing prepared to leave, she cast Lin Muyao a lingering glance. Lin Muyao was nearly beside herself with rage. How could Xia Jiqing be so shameless, still trying to cling to Su Yang? It was utterly disgusting. Su Yang was acutely aware that Lin Muyao would not leave anytime soon. With Xia Jiqing gone, he casually sank into the sofa. Su Yang, how could you be alone with Xia Jiqing at this late hour? Lin Muyao demanded, her voice laced with anger. Su Yang found her reaction utterly ludicrous. Lin Muyao, we are already divorced. Why should it matter with whom I choose to spend my evening? His words silenced Lin Muyao, rendering her momentarily speechless. A sense of inexplicable grievance welled up within her, prompting her to utter helplessly, how could you do this? Su Yang chuckled lightly, I shall do as I please. Chapter 15 Su Yang, I can see that Xia Jiqing is trying to seduce you. Lin Muyao stood frozen, grappling with the realization that he was right. They were indeed divorced. She had no say over whom Su Yang chose to associate with. Yet, discomfort gnawed at her. First, her close friend Yi Qianqian had pursued Su Yang, and now there was Xia Jiqing. Just moments after their divorce, two women had suddenly entered his life. The stark contrast to the time when Su Yang had devoted himself solely to her was unbearable for Lin Muyao. After a brief moment of hesitation, she plopped down beside Su Yang, her gaze drifting to the late-night snacks on the coffee table, a whirlwind of emotions churning within her. Regardless of the situation, she had to uncover the truth about Su Yang and Xia Jiqing. Su Yang, I see that Xia Jiqing is trying to seduce you, Lin Muyao asserted. Her tone irate. Su Yang merely responded with a nonchalant "oh" as he picked up a lighter from the table, flicking it on and off absent-mindedly. If you know Xia Jiqing is trying to seduce you, why do you continue to engage with her? Su Yang replied coolly. Being enticed by such a beautiful and voluptuous woman is rather appealing. Are you planning to sleep with Xia Jiqing? Lin Muyao interrogated him. Su Yang nodded candidly. To be honest, her figure is quite impressive, and I find it appealing. Lin Muyao's chest heaved with indignation. Su Yang, I never imagined you to be such a base man. The thought of him, the day before their divorce, having been intimate with her and now desiring to do the same with Xia Jiqing was appalling. How could he be so shameless? Furthermore, what was so special about Xia Jiqing? She was not even as tall or as well-endowed as Lin Muyao. Aside from Xia Jiqing's ample bosom, Lin Muyao could not comprehend what Su Yang saw in her. Was he blind? How am I being base? I am a man. Desiring women is quite natural. He retorted. We were married for 2 years, and aside from that one night before our divorce, you were quite agreeable. Why the change now? Lin Muyao was deeply dissatisfied. Upon hearing Lin Muyao's words, Su Yang immediately became displeased. He slammed his lighter onto the table and said, Lin Muyao, how dare you bring that up? Since you've mentioned it, let us have a thorough discussion. In the 2 years of our marriage, have you ever fulfilled your duties as a wife? You wouldn't even allow a kiss, and anything beyond that is utterly out of the question. How can you still have the audacity to criticize me? In Su Yang's mind, vivid images flashed of the original owner laboring over crafts late into the silent night. Gazing at Lin Muyao's photograph, the more he pondered, the more he felt that the original owner had endured an unbearable situation. Lin Muyao's expression grew somewhat awkward. Throughout their 2 years of marriage, barring that one night, she had evaded Su Yang's every attempt to draw near, refusing even the slightest contact. But that night, you didn't mind 7 times, Lin Muyao quietly retorted. How can you bring that up? In 2 years of marriage, it was just that one night. So what if it happened 7 times? After a brief pause, Su Yang continued. Even if it had been 70 times or 700 times, it would not be excessive. A blush crept onto Lin Muyao's face. What a rogue Su Yang was for mentioning 70 or 700 times. Did he intend to exhaust her? Of course. Su Yang merely spoke offhandedly. 70 or 700 times would be beyond anyone's endurance. He simply felt that the original owner's 2-year marriage was unjust. Lin Muyao bit her lip and asked, is that really so significant? Su Yang replied, with unwavering conviction, of course it is. Lin Muyao believed that it must have been that night that had made Su Yang addicted to such matters. After all, prior to their marriage, they had never engaged in any intimate acts. The old saying proved true. Once a man has tasted the flesh, he becomes transformed. What troubled Lin Muyao most was the notion that Xia Jiqing might be subtly enticing Su Yang. If Su Yang could not withstand the temptation, it was inevitable that he would end up in bed with Xia Jiqing. The mere thought of Su Yang with Xia Jiqing made Lin Muyao shake her head vigorously. She could not accept such a reality. Lin Muyao herself was uncertain of her feelings. Though she and Su Yang were divorced, she did not wish for him to have another woman by his side, let alone share a bed with anyone else. Initially, Su Yang had contemplated what might unfold between him and Qingqing, but Lin Muyao had disrupted all of that. Now, Su Yang harbored no patience for Lin Muyao. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he simply wanted her to leave. Lin Muyao, what exactly do you want from me? Speak quickly, I need to sleep, he said. At his words, Lin Muyao suddenly recalled the purpose of her visit that evening, and she felt a pang of regret. What had she been thinking lately? She had come for something of great importance, yet the conversation had veered into other matters. Lin Muyao's expression immediately darkened as she coldly questioned, Su Yang, why did you strike Zaheo? Su Yang had anticipated that Lin Zaheo would report him, and indeed, it unfolded as he had imagined. Did he not tell you? He did. What did he say? Subsequently, Lin Muyao succinctly recounted Lin Zaheo's words. Su Yang nearly chuckled in exasperation. All right, so I beat him without discernment. Do you think I am a fool? As he spoke, he gestured towards his own head. At that moment, Lin Muyao also recognized the inconsistencies in her brother's words, and her demeanor became somewhat awkward. Lin Muyao, we have been married for 2 years. Has Lin Zaheo ever referred to me as brother-in-law? He has never shown me any respect. And your parents, are you not aware of their attitude towards me? During our time together, I tolerated your family's disdain, for I believed having you was sufficient. My love for you rendered me indifferent to how your family treated me. Reflecting on my past, I realize how utterly humble I was. But never mind, we are divorced now. It serves no purpose to dwell on past grievances. Su Yang lit a cigarette and took a drag. Lin Muyao was well aware of how her family had treated Su Yang throughout their marriage. Hearing these words directly from him stirred an uncomfortable feeling within her. When she spoke again, her previous assertiveness had vanished. While it is true they have made mistakes in the past, you must not resort to violence against Zaheo. Su Yang let out a cold laugh, thinking how, even at this juncture, this woman was still defending her family. How could the original owner have been so blind as to fall for a woman like her? Had he not traversed into the original owner's body, that poor soul would have been utterly dominated by Lin Muyao, with his dignity forever trampled by her family. Unable to hold his head high, Lin Muyao, I tell you this, should I encounter a similar situation again, I will strike him without hesitation. And as for your parents, if they dare to insult or belittle me again, I will not tolerate it. I am no longer a soft target for anyone to bully. Lin Muyao was left speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 16. The orphanage. Lin Muyao abruptly rose from the sofa, her expression exceedingly grim. Her beautiful eyes fixated intensely on the man before her. Having known Su Yang for 6 years, it was the first time she had heard such words from him. And in that instant, the man she faced seemed foreign to her. Lin Muyao's chest heaved violently as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. It felt as though her throat was constricted by an unseen force, rendering her speechless. Su Yang lounged lazily against the sofa, smoking, the thick smoke billowing from his lips and gradually dissipating before him. Through the haze, Lin Muyao gazed into Su Yang's indifferent and detached eyes. Ultimately, her tightly clenched fists relaxed. She was acutely aware of her family's stance towards Su Yang over the past 2 years of their marriage, choosing to turn a blind eye. Su Yang had never uttered a word of complaint. She assumed he was unbothered. In truth, she had merely relied on his affection for her, disregarding his dignity while allowing her family to treat him in such a manner. However, just moments ago, she witnessed a glint of ferocity in his eyes, and his words seemed far from insincere. If her family continued to provoke him, it was entirely possible that he might act against them. Lin Muyao's mind buzzed with the weight of the impending divorce, realizing it had struck Su Yang deeply, altering his demeanor. She should have confronted him about the limited edition luxury car, but as she parted her lips to speak, no sound emerged. With a profound look at Su Yang, she hastily exited his apartment. Noticing Lin Muyao's disoriented state, Su Yang felt a twinge of confusion. Could it be that his earlier remarks had left her speechless? After a restful night, Su Yang rose, had a light breakfast, and stepped out. The original owner of this body was an orphan who had grown up in an orphanage, harboring deep feelings for it, visiting the old director and the children monthly. Though Su Yang was not an orphan himself, his fate mirrored that of the children. instilling in him a sincere desire to contribute to the orphanage. He refrained from driving his luxury car to the orphanage, as its ostentation would undoubtedly prompt questions from the old director, necessitating inconvenient excuses. Instead, he visited a shopping mall to select toys, snacks, and stationery before calling for a small delivery truck to take him to the orphanage. Upon his arrival, a throng of children awaited him at the entrance. As he alighted from the vehicle, they rushed towards him, clamoring, "Brother Suyong, you finally came. Brother Suyong, Tao Tao missed you. Brother Suyong, do you think I've grown taller? Brother Suyong, you seem even more handsome." Surrounded by their cheerful faces, Suyong felt as though he had touched the softest part of his heart. He patted Zhuang's head, noting how much he had grown. Zhuang beamed with pride at the compliment, exclaiming, "It's because I listen to Brother Suyong and eat on time every day." Suyong affectionately ruffled Tao Tao's small face, who remained as adorable as ever, her radiant smile lighting up the moment. After enjoying some time with the children, Grandma Wu, the director, chuckled. "You all should give Brother Suyong some space. You're nearly suffocating him." Upon hearing Grandma Wu's words, the children reluctantly dispersed. "Brother Suyong has brought gifts for you. Go and take a look," Suyong said. While Suyong was engaging with the children, the truck driver had already unloaded all the toys, snacks, and stationery from the vehicle. Upon hearing Suyang's invitation, the children joyfully rushed to see the presents he had brought. "Little Su, how did you manage to buy so many things?" Grandma Wu chided playfully. Every time little Su visited the orphanage, he would bring gifts for the children, and Director Wu felt immense gratitude towards Suyong. Suyong, a child who had once grown up in their orphanage, possessed a kind heart, and she understood that well. "It's not much," Suyong replied with a smile. Observing the children's delighted faces, he felt that his efforts were truly worthwhile. As the children played in the yard, Suyong engaged in casual conversation with the elderly director. "Little Su, when will your wife be free? You must bring her to meet me." "Yes, she's been quite busy lately, but I will surely bring her over," Suyong replied evasively. The original owner had married Lin Mu Yao, and he had immediately shared the news with the director, who was eager to meet little Su's wife. However, during the 2 years of their marriage, every time the original owner invited Lin Mu Yao to visit the orphanage, she always found an excuse to evade it. Suyong did not wish to burden the director with the news of his impending divorce, fearing it would cause her unnecessary worry. Suddenly, he pulled a bank card from his pocket and placed it into the director's hand. "Director, this card contains 5 million. Please take it. The orphanage is in dire need of renovations." The condition of the orphanage had always been a concern for the original owner, and now that Suyong inhabited his body, he felt compelled to fulfill the uncompleted wishes of his predecessor. Moreover, having witnessed the plight of those unfortunate children and recalling his own childhood, he could not remain indifferent. 5 million may have represented a lifetime of toil in his previous life, but now it was a sum he could acquire with ease. The director was taken aback, hastily attempting to return the card to Suyong. "Little Su, this is too much. You must take it back." Though she knew Suyong was doing well, 5 million was no trifling matter, and she worried about his future. "Please keep it, director. This amount means little to me. I heard from Deju that the room he sleeps in has a leak. You should take care of that promptly. These children have already suffered enough without parental care, and I can only offer a modest contribution," Suyong said. The director's eyes brimmed with tears of gratitude as she firmly patted Suyang's shoulder, her voice trembling as she spoke. "Thank you, little Su." "You're welcome," Suyong replied with a warm smile. At that moment, 2 familiar vehicles drove in, followed by 2 more trucks. Dean Wu hurriedly explained to Suyong, "Little Su, today a company is coming to donate to the orphanage." Suyong nodded in acknowledgement. However, his brow furrowed slightly as he recognized the 2 vehicles approaching. One belonged to Lin Muyao, and the other was the very car he had ridden in just yesterday, belonging to Yi Qianqian. Chapter 17. She seemed to have guessed something, but she was utterly unwilling to believe it was true. Before long, Yi Qianqian alighted from her vehicle, soon followed by Lin Muyao and Su Junjie from another car. Today marked the company's philanthropic event to donate to the orphanage. Initially, Lin Muyao had not intended to bring Su Junjie along, but unable to resist his persistent pleas, coupled with a sense of obligation towards him, she acquiesced. By a stroke of coincidence, they encountered Yi Qianqian en route. Had she known Yi Qianqian would be present, she would have chosen a different orphanage for the donation. Dean Wu and the staff of the orphanage promptly approached them. For the charitable activities organized by the 2 companies, it was the supervisors who managed the interactions and naturally, Lin Muyao and Yi Qianqian, as esteemed female executives, did not need to personally communicate with Dean Wu. Their role was merely to pose for photographs, an unspoken understanding that all were aware of. At that moment, Lin Muyao and Yi Qianqian simultaneously paused, their attention drawn to a familiar figure in the corner. Su Yang? What was he doing here? Lin Muyao pondered. Su Junjie followed Lin Muyao's gaze and spotted Su Yang in the corner, rolling his eyes at the sight. Why was that persistent admirer of hers still lingering around? How infuriating! Su Yang felt a sense of exasperation at their unexpected encounter. Upon seeing Su Yang, Yi Qianqian's face instantly brightened with a smile as she hurried towards him. Su Yang, are you here for the charity event? She inquired cheerfully. I brought some items for the children, Su Yang replied with a smile. I didn't expect you to be so compassionate, Yi Qianqian remarked. Previously only aware of Su Yang's kindness, now seeing him in a new light. You are quite compassionate as well, Su Yang responded, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yi Qianqian reflected on the modest value of the items her company had donated, recognizing that her primary intention was to promote the company through this philanthropic event. Once the donations were made and photographs taken, they would promptly publicize the event across major media outlets. Lin Muyao found herself unconsciously gravitating towards Su Yang. With her lips slightly parted, she asked, Su Yang, what brings you here? I came to bring some items for the children, he replied. Su Junjie scoffed. Yao Yao has brought a considerable amount for these orphans. What have you brought, Su Yang? Su Yang furrowed his brow at Su Junjie's words, feeling a strong urge to teach him a lesson for his insolence. His lips twitched slightly as he retorted, What I brought for the children is sufficient for them to know, no need to inform you. Besides, why do you feel entitled to question what I have brought? Su Junjie, taken aback by Su Yang's sharp retort, exhibited a rather displeased countenance. He pondered whether this dogged admirer intended to offer a mere trinket worth a mere 10 or 20 yuan. Had he known, he too could have procured a modest gift. Now, he found himself in a rather awkward position. Yao Yao had brought a plethora of items for the orphans, learning devices, books, stationery, backpacks, and clothing, some of which he suspected he had never even encountered before. Su Junjie wore a smug expression. With a cold smile, Su Yang remarked that all these gifts were courtesy of Yao Yao, while Su Junjie had contributed nothing to the children. How dare he still seek to ingratiate himself with Su Yang? Yi Qianqian had long harbored a disdain for Su Junjie, and witnessing Su Yang confront him brought her great satisfaction. Su Junjie's face oscillated between shades of green and white as he desperately defended himself, claiming ignorance of the orphanage visit. Had he known, he would have surely brought gifts for the orphans. Oh, is that so? Well, consider this a pass. Do let me know the next time you plan to visit the orphanage. I shall be curious to see what you bring for the children, Lin Muyao interjected, unable to contain her dismay at their bickering over such trivial matters. Enough of this. Both of you should hold your tongues. In response, Su Junjie raised an eyebrow at Su Yang, feeling triumphant. Su Yang found Su Junjie utterly repugnant and chose to disengage from the argument. Just then, Dazhu ran over, clutching a toy airplane, his face alight with joy. Brother Su Yang, the toy airplane you bought is so much fun. I've always wanted one. And I can't believe you brought it today. You must be a fairy, knowing my wish. Su Yang crouched down, patiently listening to Dazhu's innocent chatter. The whimsical musings of children were always delightful. He affectionately ruffled Dazhu's hair, replying, Indeed, you are correct. Brother Su Yang is a fairy who can help fulfill your wishes. Wow, Brother Su Yang is a fairy. You're amazing, Dazhu exclaimed. Su Yang chuckled. Indeed, I am quite formidable. Brother Su Yang, I have another wish. Can you help me make it come true? Dazhu's face was brimming with hope. Speak freely. With a brother as capable as I, your wish shall surely be granted. Dazhu scratched his head and said, I wish that on rainy days, my room no longer leaks. A pang of discomfort washed over Su Yang as he gently tousled Dazhu's hair. Rest assured, my dear Dazhu, you will soon have a new home, and with it, no more leaking on rainy days. He had already entrusted 5 million yuan to the headmaster, confident that the new housing would soon materialize. Really? Brother Su Yang? Dazhu's eyes sparkled with delight. Su Yang nodded emphatically. Indeed, Brother Su Yang would never deceive you. Wonderful. I must share this good news with Xiao Chong and the others. Dazhu exclaimed, joyfully bounding off to find his friends. The dialogue between Su Yang and Dazhu stirred emotions in Lin Muyao and Yi Qianqian. Yi Qianqian looked at Su Yang with newfound admiration. Indeed, He was an exceptional man, and she was resolute in her determination to win his affection. Su-yong, do you know the children here? Lin Muyao inquired. Su-yong patiently and gently conversed with a child, who seemed quite affectionate towards him. This was the first time Lin Muyao had witnessed such a side of Su-yong, and it became evident that her previous understanding of him was insufficient. Su-yong merely nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Lin Muyao presumed that Su-yong occasionally visited the orphanage to bring gifts, which explained the familiarity between him and the children. Little did she know that this orphanage was the very place where Su-yong had grown up, and he had mentioned wanting to bring her here on numerous occasions. Su Junjie couldn't help but scoff internally, thinking that Su-yong, the sycophant, was merely delivering gifts to the orphans and had no reason to take pride in it. Initially, Su-yong intended to spend more time with the children, but an unexpected visitor had arrived. With his purpose for being there accomplished, he decided to take his leave. When the elderly director finally had a moment to spare, Su-yong bid him farewell. "Little Su, don't forget to bring your beloved next time," the director reminded him. Su-yong smiled and nodded, informing Yi Qian before saying a reluctant goodbye to the children. The director's words rippled through Lin Muyao's mind like a stone cast into a tranquil pond, leaving her feeling uneasy. What did the director mean by that? She seemed to sense something but was unwilling to believe it could be true. Chapter 18. Why does that woman's silhouette seem so familiar? Yi Qian's company began with the donation photo shoot, and after it concluded, she exchanged pleasantries with Lin Muyao before departing. Lin Muyao, having finished the photos, did not rush to leave. Instead, she instructed Su Junjie to wait in the car while she sought out the elderly director. In the director's office, Lin Muyao spoke. "Director Wu, I have a few questions for you." "Of course, Ms. Lin," Director Wu replied with a smile. Although he had been preoccupied with the donation arrangements, he had noticed that Su-yong seemed to be acquainted with the executives of the two donating companies. After some hesitation, Lin Muyao asked, "Does Su-yong visit the orphanage often?" Director Wu nodded with a smile. "Indeed, little Su comes regularly. Each time he visits, he brings gifts for the children. He has a kind heart. Even after all these years away from the orphanage, he still holds it dear." Lin Muyao's pupils suddenly dilated, and her fingers instinctively clenched. Certain conjectures she harbored seemed on the verge of revelation. She gently parted her lips. "Director Wu, did Su-yong live here before?" Director Wu nodded, her wrinkled visage bearing the indelible marks of years devoted to the orphanage. "Indeed, little Su is an orphan. He grew up here." Director Wu was perplexed by Lin Muyao's curiosity regarding Su-yong, yet his past was not shrouded in secrecy, and there was little to conceal. Lin Muyao's mind buzzed as she sat rigidly on the sofa. This orphanage was the very place Su-yong had called home in his youth. She recalled the tales he had shared about his life in the orphanage, tales that had failed to pique her interest. It seemed Su-yong could discern her disinterest and chose not to elaborate further. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She remembered the words Director Wu had spoken to Su-yong when he had just departed. Su-yong had mentioned inviting her to visit the orphanage when she had the time, yet she had always found an excuse to decline. He had not been able to accompany her to the orphanage, and now she was here with her own white moonlight. How ironic it must be in Su-yang's eyes. Lin Muyao's expression darkened, and her lips trembled as she spoke again. "Does he usually come here alone?" Director Wu, somewhat puzzled by Lin Muyao's persistent inquiries about Su-yong, sensed that their relationship was more profound than mere acquaintanceship. She nodded, "Yes, but little Su mentioned that he would come with his partner when they had time. He got married 2 years ago. I feel reassured knowing he has settled down. This time, he even gave me a 5 million yuan bank card to renovate the orphanage. He constantly thinks of us. He is the kindest and most considerate child I have ever known." Lin Muyao felt as though something had lodged in her throat, rendering her momentarily speechless. Had they not encountered each other at the orphanage today, she would have remained oblivious to the fact that this was the very place Su-yong had lived all his life. And she would never have known the silent contributions he had made to the orphanage. "What a fortunate girl she must be to marry little Su," Director Wu remarked, unable to contain her pride in Su-yong. Her words struck Lin Muyao like a dagger to the heart, prompting her to rise abruptly. "Director Wu, I apologize, but I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." With that, Lin Muyao hurriedly exited Director Wu's office. Director Wu stood, momentarily stunned, watching Lin Muyao flee in a state of distress. After a tumultuous morning, Su-yong had a simple lunch outside and returned to his apartment, which was already nearing 2 in the afternoon. As soon as he entered, a knock sounded at the door. The door swung open, revealing Xia Jiqing, clad in a flowing black spaghetti-strap gown, which accentuated her voluptuous and alluring figure to perfection. Yang, I have come to provide treatment, she spoke softly. Her cheeks flushed at the thought of the impending session. The previous day's treatment had been remarkably pleasant, albeit somewhat embarrassing. She found herself entangled in a web of conflicting emotions, simultaneously feeling a sense of shame and anticipation that left her bewildered. Come in, Qinxingjia. Su Yang urged her inside. Once in the room, they exchanged a few casual words before retreating to Su Yang's bedroom. Xia Jiqing drew the curtains, shielding them from the bright sunlight outside. Shyly, she climbed onto the bed, opting for the convenience of her strap dress, which was easier to manage than the skirt she had worn during their last encounter. Su Yang's gaze was fixed intently upon her, causing Xia Jiqing to feel utterly mortified. Once prepared, she reclined on Su Yang's bed. Clearing his throat, he stated, Qinxingjia, today I shall also address your menstrual irregularities. Please lower your dress a bit. Understood, she replied. 2 hours passed, and the treatment concluded. Qinxingjia, all done. I will head to the living room now. Xia Jiqing's face was reddened to the point where it seemed it might bleed. She had anticipated a 1-hour session akin to the day before, but to her astonishment, Su Yang had dedicated a full 2 hours to her treatment. Overwhelmed, she hastily tidied her attire and bid farewell to Su Yang, wishing she could linger a while longer. However, the intensity of the 2-hour treatment had proved to be too much for her, prompting her to return home promptly. Su Yang had exerted himself diligently during Xia Jiqing's treatment, particularly since the last session had garnered him a system reward. He believed that by investing his utmost effort again, he might earn another reward. Yet, after an hour of treatment, no system prompt resonated in his mind. He continued for another hour, but still, there was silence. It dawned on him that the system's rewards were likely randomized. That evening, Su Yang took a leisurely drive in his globally limited edition luxury car. A fleeting glance caught his eye as he observed 3 men in dark attire pursuing a woman into an alleyway. Initially, he had no intention of intervening. After all, he was no savior. Yet, the woman's silhouette seemed hauntingly familiar. Chapter 19. I feel so unwell. I implore you to assist me. Within the narrow alley, Shinsini exerted every ounce of her strength to run forward, yet an inexplicable heaviness weighed down upon her head. She vigorously shook her head in an effort to remain alert, fully aware that being caught by the 3 men in black would spell her doom. Suddenly, her footsteps halted, and an overwhelming dizziness enveloped her as she found herself confronted by a dead end. It felt as though the sky had collapsed around her. The 3 men, their faces twisted in malice, advanced slowly towards her. Instinctively, Shinsini recoiled, but she had nowhere to retreat, her back pressed firmly against the wall. Terror etched across her face. She screamed at the men, begging them not to come any closer. The 3 men, seemingly deaf to her cries, wore lewd smiles as they continued their approach. With no escape behind her, she realized she had become prey, destined to be butchered at their hands. Little girl, cease your futile struggles. You have no way out, the scar-faced man sneered. I have money. I can give you whatever you desire. Please, spare me, Shinsini pleaded instinctively, driven by the primal instinct to survive. At that moment, she felt her head grow even heavier, and her body began to radiate heat. What was happening? A foreboding sensation gripped her. Had she been drugged? We don't want your money. We only want you, spoke another man, adorned with tattoos, his gaze lewd and unrelenting upon her. Desperately shaking her head, fear filled her eyes. She would rather perish than be defiled by these scoundrels. Please spare me. I can offer you anything you desire, she trembled, cornered against the wall. The scar-faced man smacked his lips and reached out to grasp her chin. We desire nothing but to enjoy your company, he declared, erupting into a boisterous laugh. Brother, if you won't go first, let me take my turn. This girl is far too tempting, and I can hardly contain myself, chimed in the previously silent man, his eyes glistening with covetous desire as he gazed at Shinsini. I shall go first, then the second, and finally you. Despair washed over Shinsini as she realized these brutes intended to take turns with her. At that moment, she longed for a miracle to descend upon her. If no miracle were to come, she contemplated the drastic measure of biting her tongue to escape the unbearable humiliation. Just as the scar-faced leader was about to unfasten his trousers, a deep, resonant voice suddenly commanded, "Stop." This voice rang out like a celestial melody. Shinsini turned to see a formidable figure illuminated against the light. Could it be Su Yang? Her head grew heavier, and her body burned with heat as her gaze fixated on the man who appeared as though he were a divine savior descending from the heavens. At this moment, she placed all her hopes upon this man, who appeared as if descended from the heavens. He was her sole beacon of hope. The three men initially intended to subdue Shinsini here, but unexpectedly, a figure akin to Chung Yaojin emerged, causing their expressions to darken instantly. "Brother, I advise you not to meddle in matters that do not concern you. Leave swiftly," the scar-faced man warned Su Yang. Su Yang let out a cold snort, declaring, "I am indeed determined to intervene in this affair." Upon recognizing the woman in distress as Shinsini, he hastily parked the car and rushed towards her. Seeing her cowering in a corner, pitiful and vulnerable, he clenched his fists tightly. Fortunately, he had arrived just in time. Otherwise, Shinsini might have been subjected to the vile intentions of these three men. The trio, realizing Su Yang was intent on wading through this murky water, did not hesitate to confront him, confident in their own strength as seasoned thugs. After all, they outnumbered him 3-1, and removing this obstacle would not hinder their plans. Soon enough, a fierce confrontation ensued between Su Yang and the three men. As Shinsini discerned that the celestial figure was indeed Su Yang, concern washed over her. How could he possibly stand against such formidable opponents? Uncertain of the fate that awaited them both, she watched anxiously. Moments later, her pupils dilated in astonishment. After a minute, she could not help but exclaim, "Su Yang seems remarkably capable." 2 minutes later, she could hardly believe her eyes. How astonishingly skilled he was. 3 minutes later, she rubbed her eyes vigorously. Struggling to comprehend the spectacle before her, he had vanquished all three of them. This was utterly unbelievable. With his mastery in combat, Su Yang found dealing with these three brutes to be a mere trifle. In just 3 minutes, all three lay defeated on the ground. He turned to Shinsini, who remained huddled in the corner, offering her a slight smile, as if to say, they were far too weak to pose a challenge. Subsequently, Su Yang removed the clothing from the three men, fashioning it into ropes to bind their hands and feet. "Big brother, please spare us," they pleaded in unison from their position on the ground. "Be quiet," Su Yang replied, frowning. He scavenged nearby and found some filthy rags, using them to gag the bothersome mouths of the three men. He then dialed Uncle Hat's number, entrusting the handling of these three to him. Having completed these tasks, Su Yang approached Shinsini's side. "Sini, let us depart." Su Yang extended a hand towards Shinsini, who was increasingly affected by the medication coursing through her. She felt an unbearable heat enveloping her, tugging at her clothing, her gaze hazy as she looked at Su Yang, murmuring, "Su Yang, I feel so hot." Su Yang sensed something was amiss with Shinsini and cursed under his breath. Could it be that she has been drugged? Without a second thought, he bent down and lifted the curled-up Shinsini from the corner. It was imperative to get her to a hospital as swiftly as possible. Although Su Yang had an affinity for women, it did not mean he would exploit someone in distress. He maintained a moral compass. Holding Shinsini, he hurried towards the exit of the alley. Under the influence of the drug, she clung to his neck, nibbling at his chin. Su Yang understood that her erratic behavior was a consequence of the medication. "Sini, you've been drugged. Hold on, I'll get you to the hospital shortly." It seemed she did not hear him, continuing to nibble at his neck. After much effort, he managed to get her into the car, but she would not release her grip around his neck. Her cheeks flushed, her lips slightly parted, her alluring eyes gazed at him as if pleading, "I feel so uncomfortable. Please help me." Chapter 20. Shinsini. Have I developed feelings for Su Yang? Su Yang found himself in a predicament. Shinsini's current state was undeniably enticing, stirring a desire within him. Yet, with her mind clouded by the drug, he feared that assisting her might lead to unnecessary complications. "Sini, hold on a little longer. I will take you to the hospital soon. Please, help me," Shinsini implored, her discomfort evident as she carelessly pressed her lips against his face. Resembling a fish stranded on the shore, yearning for the ocean's embrace, Su Yang swallowed hard, tormented by the provocations of this woman. "You will regret this. I want tea. Please, just give me." Suddenly, Su Yang cupped Shinsini's face, compelling her to focus on him. "Who am I?" Her eyes brimming with tears from her torment, she instinctively rubbed against him, softly whispering, "Su Yang." Without hesitation, Su Yang leaned in and kissed her lips. As shadows danced in the moonlight and a gentle breeze stirred, a luxurious car swayed rhythmically in a dim corner. It wasn't until over 2 hours later that the vehicle finally stilled. Standing outside, Su Yang smoked a cigarette, its embers glowing until it burned out. While Shinsini managed to don her clothing, he took his seat in the driver's position and glanced at her. "Shall I take you home?" Shinsini nodded in agreement, replying softly, and proceeded to provide her address. The car traversed the road in silence, an inexplicable awkwardness enveloping the air between them. As Su-young played the music, the awkward atmosphere within the car began to dissipate. Shinsini glanced at the man beside her, the dim light casting a warm glow on his profile, accentuating his exquisite features and perfect jawline. He was undeniably handsome. Had Su-young not arrived in time, she feared she would have been sullied by those three scoundrels. In that moment when he defeated them and extended his hand towards her, he appeared before her as a heroic figure, akin to a champion stepping down from the clouds. As time passed, the effects of the drug intensified, and all she desired was Su-young's assistance. Were it any other man, she might have recoiled, but with him, she felt willing. Shinsini's emotions were tumultuous, her thoughts in disarray. Originally, Su-young was her best friend Yao Yao's ex-husband, and their relationship had always remained purely platonic. Additionally, Qianqian was aware of Su-young's divorce from Yao Yao and harbored intentions to pursue him. These were matters well known. Now, having entered into a relationship with Su-young, the innocence of their friendship was irreparably altered. Strangely, she found herself overwhelmed with an indescribable feeling in his presence, one she could not quite articulate. Before long, the car came to a halt. "Shall I escort you inside?" Su-young suggested, concerned for Shinsini, who must have been frightened in the alley, especially under the influence of the drug. In such situations, the woman often bore the brunt of the consequences. And considering this was Shinsini's first time, he felt it appropriate to be particularly attentive. She nodded in agreement, As Shinsini opened the car door and prepared to step out, her legs trembled, nearly causing her to stumble. Noticing this, Su-young immediately moved closer. "Let me carry you," he offered. With that, he slipped one arm beneath her knees and the other around her back, effortlessly lifting her into his embrace. Instinctively, Shinsini wrapped her arms around his neck, her heart racing uncontrollably. As the effects of the drug faded, she savored the sensation of being cradled in his arms, a delightful feeling that stirred an unfamiliar longing within her. Had she perhaps developed feelings for Su-young? After dinner, Lin Muyao accompanied Su Junjie to the hotel entrance. Su Junjie felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He had hoped to invite Lin Muyao to a movie, seizing the opportunity for some physical closeness. However, she had expressed fatigue and a desire to return home early, causing him to lose that perfect chance. "Yao Yao, I can't bear to part with you. Stay with me at the hotel for a chat. I promise not to take up too much of your time." Su Junjie remained undeterred. If Lin Muyao would just enter the hotel with him, he felt confident he could win her over. Since returning from the orphanage, Lin Muyao had been distracted at work. After having dinner with Junjie, she longed to return early to seek out Su-young. Lin Muyao shook her head, apologizing. "I'm too exhausted, Junjie. I just want to return home and rest." Seeing Lin Muyao continuously rebuffing him, Su Junjie had no choice but to relent, nodding in agreement. "Very well then." He then gazed at Lin Muyao with deep affection, saying, "Yao Yao, you work too hard. Health is the foundation of everything. You cannot solely focus on working and earning money. You must take good care of yourself, or I will be worried." Upon hearing Su Junjie's caring words, Lin Muyao felt a stir in her heart. She looked at him tenderly and replied, "Thank you, Junjie. Between us, there is no need for gratitude." Su Junjie reciprocated her gentle gaze. At that moment, Lin Muyao suddenly remembered something. She quickly retrieved a gift box and presented it to Su Junjie. "Junjie, this is for you. Open it and see." Su Junjie, unable to contain his excitement upon seeing the gift box, thought to himself that Lin Muyao, though often perceived as overly attentive, was indeed considerate. As he opened the box, he discovered an exquisitely crafted, luxurious men's watch. Being well acquainted with high-end brands, Su Junjie instantly recognized the watch's value, exceeding 500,000. A sense of dissatisfaction crept into him. How could Lin Muyao, being so wealthy, gift him merely a watch worth over 500,000? Was she being stingy? However, for Su Junjie, who possessed only 500 in total, this watch was undeniably a precious gift. "Yao Yao, why are you so kind to me? I'm truly touched," he exclaimed. Lin Muyao, having felt guilty for not spending quality time with him since his return, had bought him the gift to make amends. "I'm glad you like it. Now, Junjie, you should return to your hotel and rest." She smiled at him, content with the gift. Su Junjie bid farewell to Lin Muyao and happily entered the hotel with his present. Shortly after, Lin Muyao returned to her apartment. While waiting for the elevator, she coincidentally ran into Xia Jiqing. The two women exchanged glances before quickly averting their eyes. As the elevator doors opened, they entered one after the other. Through the reflective surface of the elevator, Lin Muyao noticed Xia Jiqing carrying a gift bag, while Xia Jiqing observed the gift box in Lin Muyao's hands. When they reached the 15th floor, Lin Muyao did not exit the elevator, which puzzled Xia Jiqing. Did Lin Muyao intend to visit Su Yang? Soon, they reached the 16th floor, and as Lin Muyao stepped out of the elevator, Xia Jiqing followed closely behind. Chapter 21. Is this woman out of her mind? Both women arrived at Su Yang's apartment door. Lin Muyao and Xia Jiqing exchanged a glance before simultaneously raising their wrists to knock on Su Yang's door. After several knocks, receiving no response, they resigned to leave, having spoken not a single word to each other throughout the encounter. Lin Muyao returned to her apartment with a sullen expression, placing the gift box with a thud on the coffee table. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. Last night, when she sought out Su Yang, that vixen Xia Jiqing was there with him. Tonight, when she went to find him again, Xia Jiqing appeared once more. How could Xia Jiqing be so shameless? Relentlessly trying to seduce Su Yang? And Su Yang, that scoundrel, where could he possibly be wandering off to at such a late hour? After half an hour, having just finished her shower, Lin Muyao felt increasingly uncomfortable. She picked up the gift box from the coffee table and stepped outside. Soon, she arrived at Su Yang's apartment door and knocked. This time, the door opened from within, revealing Su Yang's familiar face. Lin Muyao inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. What brings you here? Su Yang's gaze scrutinized her. Lin Muyao was clad in nothing but a white silk camisole nightdress, which barely concealed her thighs. Her long, slender legs gleamed strikingly, and she wore a pair of gray plastic slippers, her 10 dainty toes adorably visible. Su Yang's eyes brightened as they settled on her. He could clearly see that she was merely dressed in a nightdress. At this late hour, Lin Muyao had come to him in such attire. Was she attempting to seduce him? Lin Muyao sensed Su Yang's lascivious gaze and quickly covered herself, realizing that in her haste to see him after her shower, she had rushed over in nothing but her nightdress. How embarrassing. Suddenly, a memory of that night they had spent together flashed through Lin Muyao's mind. They had shared their thoughts openly, and with this reflection, her shyness began to dissipate. She lowered her hand from her chest and, taking advantage of Su Yang's momentary distraction, swiftly entered his abode. After all, the last time she visited, that scoundrel had blocked the door, preventing her entry. This time, she had learned her lesson. Su Yang watched as the woman slipped into his apartment, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. In the living room, Lin Muyao extended the gift box towards Su Yang. This is for you. Su Yang's gaze fell upon the exquisite gift box, yet he made no move to accept it. What do you mean? Open it and see, she urged. In Su Yang's recollection, during the 6 years he had known Lin Muyao, she had only gifted him something once, a belt, which he cherished like a precious gem, never daring to use. Thus, upon seeing the beautiful gift she presented, he was taken aback. What do you mean? Su Yang repeated, still showing no intention of receiving the gift. Lin Muyao felt a sense of urgency. She had merely intended to present a gift to Su Yang, yet he was taking his time to accept it. I don't mean anything by it. I simply thought this was nice and decided to buy it for you, Lin Muyao said nonchalantly. After learning everything about Su Yang from Director Wu at the orphanage, an inexplicable discomfort settled in her heart. Whether it stemmed from guilt or something else, Lin Muyao had chosen a watch for Su Yang while her assistant was selecting a watch for Su Junjie. She had believed that Su Yang would undoubtedly be delighted upon receiving her gift. She recalled the occasion of his birthday when she casually bought him a belt, and he had been overwhelmingly excited. However, this time, to her astonishment, Su Yang displayed no reaction whatsoever to the gift she offered. Su Yang scrutinized Lin Muyao, puzzled by her unusual gesture of presenting him with a gift without any apparent reason. Please, open it quickly, Lin Muyao urged, pushing the gift box towards him. Su Yang accepted the box and, upon opening it, discovered a meticulously crafted and opulently designed watch. He recognized it as a luxury brand and estimated its value to be at least 400,000 to 500,000. Su Yang found it difficult to believe. The only gift Lin Muyao had previously given him was a belt worth only a few thousand. To think that after their divorce, she would gift him a watch valued at such a high price was truly unexpected. Could there be an ulterior motive behind this? Recalling the incident at Chui Fengju, where Lin Muyao had transferred 10 million to him out of guilt for him to buy a house, he wondered if she felt guilty once again. Wow. So it's a watch, Su Yang exclaimed, admiring its style, craftsmanship, and materials, all of which clearly suggested it was expensive. Lin Muyao felt a subtle satisfaction at his reaction. At least he had responded, albeit minimally, considering it was just 500,000. Inwardly, Su Yang couldn't help but scoff at the thought. What do you call this? It would take an average person years of saving without eating or drinking to accumulate that much. Clearing his throat, he said, Yao Yao, we're divorced now. It feels rather awkward for you to be giving me gifts. A watch worth 500,000 was not something one would refuse lightly. Even if he chose not to wear it, he could sell it and donate the money to the orphanage. Since his visit to the orphanage, he had been deeply moved and wished to help those children within his means. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to clarify the situation regarding this unexpected gift to avoid any unnecessary complications. Just accept it. There's nothing wrong with it, Lin Muyao insisted. Su Yang raised an eyebrow and smiled lightly, feigning casualness. This is the second time I've received a gift from you. Lin Muyao clenched her fists, feeling increasingly unsettled. Over the 6 years of their acquaintance, regardless of her birthday or various holidays and anniversaries, Su Yang had always prepared gifts and surprises for her. In contrast, she had only gifted him a single belt during this time, and the watch she had purchased was merely a spontaneous thought while selecting a gift for Su Junjia. She realized that she had indeed treated Su Yang rather poorly in the past. I will give you gifts in the future, Lin Muyao declared, surprising Su Yang immensely. Had this woman perhaps lost her senses? Chapter 22. The Night Arena of Chaos. Su Yang smiled at Lin Muyao, saying, Please sit. I shall fetch you some water. Given that Lin Muyao had gifted him a watch worth 500,000, he felt it inappropriate to be too distant with her. Lin Muyao was in high spirits, convinced that the gift had been worth it, as Su Yang's demeanor towards her shifted immediately. Before long, Su Yang returned from the kitchen with a glass of water. Lin Muyao accepted it and took a sip. As Su Yang settled beside her, he was about to inquire about her sudden generosity when an untimely knock echoed from the door. Puzzled, Su Yang wondered who could be visiting at such a late hour. Lin Muyao immediately grew cautious, sensing an ominous premonition. Could it be that vixen, Xia Jiqing? Stay here. I'll check. Su Yang instructed Lin Muyao before heading to the door. Opening it, he found Xia Jiqing standing there, clad in a red spaghetti-strap dress, holding a gift bag. Yang, she exclaimed, her face lighting up upon seeing him. Sister Qingqing, Su Yang greeted her back. Xia Jiqing presented the gift bag to him, saying, I happened to see this set of pajamas while shopping and thought they were lovely, so I bought them for you. Sister Qingqing, this is too much, he replied. It's just a set of pajamas, it's nothing. Besides, you've been working hard on my treatment these past few days, she said, a hint of blush creeping onto her cheeks. Then I shall accept it. Su Yang smiled as he took the gift bag from her. In the living room, on the sofa, Lin Muyao felt a surge of displeasure. Her suspicions had proven correct. It was indeed that vixen, Xia Jiqing. What were her intentions in delivering such intimate apparel to Su Yang late at night? Moreover, what did Xia Jiqing mean by mentioning Su Yang's treatment? Lin Muyao felt utterly bewildered. Seeing Su Yang accept her gift, Xia Jiqing was elated. But she also felt a pang of curiosity. Why hadn't he invited her inside to sit? Was Lin Muyao with him? Su Yang had no intention of inviting Xia Jiqing in, as Lin Muyao was indeed present. He believed it best to avoid a confrontation between the two women. Yang. Actually, there is something else I wish to discuss with you. May I come inside to talk? Xia Jiqing's forthrightness left Su Yang little room to decline. Initially, he wished to avoid an encounter between Xia Jiqing and Lin Muyao, yet circumstances dictated otherwise. Of course, you may, but I should mention that there are others present. I hope that does not trouble you. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Xia Jiqing surmised that the individual he referred to was undoubtedly Lin Muyao, as both had once simultaneously knocked on Su Yang's door. After returning home, she pondered whether Lin Muyao would seek Su Yang once more, and her intuition proved correct. Xia Jiqing was perplexed. How could Lin Muyao, who had callously abandoned Su Yang for her idealized love, now persistently cling to him post-divorce? Was there a flaw in Lin Muyao's reasoning? Regardless, Xia Jiqing was confident that Lin Muyao was no match for her. For the moment Lin Muyao forsook Su Yang for her elusive dream, she forfeited the right to stand beside him again. With a smile directed at Su Yang, Xia Jiqing asserted, of course not. Thus, she crossed the threshold. Upon entering the living room, Xia Jiqing beheld Lin Muyao seated on the sofa, her countenance darkened, and a men's watch elegantly displayed upon the coffee table. Recognizing the gift box, Xia Jiqing recalled seeing Lin Muyao clutching it in the elevator. Lin Muyao had divorced Su Yang, yet still offered him such an extravagant timepiece. What could her intentions be? Qingqing, please take a seat, Su Yang invited, settling into a separate armchair. He glanced at Lin Muyao, then at Xia Jiqing, sensing an inexplicable tension in the air. Yang, this watch appears quite impressive. Did you purchase it yourself? Xia Jiqing inquired, feigning ignorance. Just as Su Yang was about to respond, Lin Muyao interjected. This watch was a gift from me to Su Yang. A gleam of triumph flickered in her eyes. The timepiece was valued at 500,000. How much could Xia Jiqing's gift of pajamas possibly be worth? Surely, Su Yang must prefer her lavish offering. Unbeknownst to Lin Muyao, she was unwittingly comparing herself to Xia Jiqing in Su Yang's eyes. Xia Jiqing chuckled softly. Oh, Miss Lin, have you not already divorced Yang? What compels you to bestow him gifts? Initially, Xia Jiqing had no desire to involve herself in the affairs between Su Yang and Lin Muyao, feeling as though she was but an outsider. However, she recognized Lin Muyao's audacity in wanting it both ways. Despite having achieved her desire to be with her idealized love, she continued to pursue Su Yang, and Xia Jiqing found her behavior utterly shameless. With a sullen expression, Lin Muyao retorted, "Who says I cannot give Su Yang gifts post-divorce?" That is true, Xia Jiqing conceded, but if I recall correctly, Miss Lin divorced Yang for the sake of your idealized love. Now, presenting him with gifts seems rather peculiar. Does it not? That matter pertains solely to me and Su Yang, and does not concern you. I am merely trying to protect Yang from further harm, as she has already endured enough suffering at the hands of Miss Lin. Lin Muyao's lips trembled with anger as she clenched her fists, vehemently arguing, I did not. Su Yang promptly expressed his stance. Sister Qingqing, rest assured, I will not be foolish as I was before. No one will ever hurt me again. I trust you will keep your word, Xia Jiqing replied with a smile. Su Yang felt that Xia Jiqing was quite understanding. It seemed this elder sister genuinely cared for him. His words unequivocally aligned him with Xia Jiqing, infuriating Lin Muyao. Just as she was about to speak, the words caught in her throat. She suspected Su Yang was deliberately saying such things in front of Xia Jiqing. Su Yang had loved her for so many years, and even though they were divorced, it was impossible for him to truly let her go. He spoke those words merely to save face in front of her and Xia Jiqing. With this thought, Lin Muyao's emotions calmed considerably, and she abruptly shifted the topic. Su Yang, what was that treatment I heard about? As Su Yang pondered how to explain to Lin Muyao, Xia Jiqing interjected. Yang is helping me with breast cancer and menstrual irregularities. What's so surprising about that? Little did Xia Jiqing know that Lin Muyao was utterly unaware of Su Yang's medical abilities. At this revelation, Lin Muyao nearly dropped her jaw, as if she had heard something unbelievable. What? Su Yang is helping you with your illness? Xia Jiqing nodded, finding Lin Muyao's reaction rather peculiar. Su Yang cleared his throat and said, Yes, I've been treating Sister Qingqing recently. Lin Muyao's eyes widened in astonishment. Having known Su Yang for so many years, she had never known him to possess such skills. Su Yang, you can heal? Lin Muyao gazed at him in disbelief. Su Yang nodded. Yes, didn't you know? He tossed a rhetorical question that left both Lin Muyao and Xia Jiqing momentarily stunned. Lin Muyao thought, could it be that Su Yang had always been capable of healing, and her previous lack of attention had left her oblivious? Miss Lin, having been with Yang for such a long time, how could she not have known he could heal? It was indeed laughable. The more Xia Jiqing learned about the past between Lin Muyao and Su Yang, the more she felt a sense of injustice for Su Yang. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. He had originally intended to tease Lin Muyao. The title of gynecological expert was a reward bestowed upon him by the system. The original owner had merely treated minor ailments, yet Xia Jiqing had inadvertently fueled the fire, making things all the more interesting. Indeed, Su Yang observed the shifting colors on Lin Muyao's face, feeling her guilt towards him deepen. The fact that Su Yang possesses the ability to heal is something even an outsider like Xia Jiqing is aware of. As Su Yang's former wife, it is rather ironic that she has only just come to this realization. Su Yang waved his hand towards Xia Jiqing, saying, Sister Qing, please refrain from speaking. Why should I remain silent? I insist on expressing my thoughts. Yang, you are fortunate to have divorced a woman like Miss Lin, one who shows you no concern whatsoever and is indifferent to your well-being. Leaving her was indeed a stroke of good fortune. Xia Jiqing's words struck directly at Lin Muyao's heart, causing her shoulders to tremble slightly, as she found herself increasingly restless. Su Yang sighed up. It is all in the past. At that moment, Xia Jiqing gazed at Su Yang with evident compassion, reflecting on the trials he endured during his years with Lin Muyao. Thankfully, he had escaped the torment of that union. Given how busy I am with work, how could I possibly be aware of such matters? Lin Muyao fervently defended herself. Is that excuse even worth mentioning? Xia Jiqing rolled her eyes at Lin Muyao, deeming her utterly shameless for attempting to justify herself at such a moment. Su Yang felt a surge of satisfaction. Xia Jiqing had articulated all the sentiments he wished to express, demonstrating remarkable fortitude. Lin Muyao was rendered speechless by Xia Jiqing's retort, glaring at her with a look that seemed to emit flames. How detestable was this vixen Xia Jiqing, intruding in matters that were solely between her and Su Yang? Why did she feel entitled to interject? As Lin Muyao shifted in her seat, Su Yang's gaze sharpened, and he instinctively licked his lips. Could it be that she had indeed come to seduce him this evening? Xia Jiqing noticed Su Yang's intense focus on something, and soon realized that Lin Muyao had revealed too much. Miss Lin, you certainly dress rather provocatively. With that, Xia Jiqing tossed a cushion in her direction. Lin Muyao suddenly became aware that the hem of her nightgown had hiked up, thus exposing her to Xia Jiqing's scrutiny. She hastily tugged her nightgown down and grabbed the cushion to shield herself. Did Su Yang see that as well? Lin Muyao glanced at Su Yang, who promptly averted his gaze. After a brief pause, Lin Muyao explained, I rushed over after my shower and forgot to change my clothes. Xia Jiqing immediately responded. Who knows if that was intentional? Su Yang recognized that if he did not intervene, the evening's turbulence would persist. Suddenly, he addressed Lin Muyao. It's getting late, Yao Yao. Why don't you head back? Sister Qing and I have some matters to discuss. Su Yang thought it best to send one away, making it easier to handle the remaining one. Upon hearing his suggestion, Lin Muyao became displeased, exclaiming, Why should I leave first? I refuse to go. Su Yang turned to Xia Jiqing, saying, Sister Qing, don't you have something to discuss with me? Why don't we chat for a bit? Xia Jiqing could hardly be oblivious to Su Yang's intentions. If she were to finish her conversation with him, she would have to leave first. No, she could not allow Lin Muyao and Su Yang to be alone together. Yang, I'm not in a hurry about that matter. Su Yang raised his hand to pinch the bridge of his nose, realizing that neither of the two women had any intention of departing. It seemed he would have to resort to his ace in the hole. 5 minutes later, Su Yang finally managed to see both Lin Muyao and Xia Jiqing off. He reclined on the large bed, leisurely perusing short videos. As for how he was able to send the two women away so swiftly, it was, of course, due to his remarkable acting skills. He feigned exhaustion, yawning dramatically, which made Lin Muyao and Xia Jiqing feel too embarrassed to stay any longer, compelling them to leave early so that Su Yang could rest properly. As he casually scrolled through his phone, his gaze suddenly fixed on the screen. A familiar figure appeared before him. The woman in the live stream bore an uncanny resemblance to someone he knew. Su Yang's fingers instinctively tightened around his phone. Without hesitation, he entered the live stream. Welcome to the live stream, Yang. A sweet voice resonated through the screen, reaching Su Yang's ears. Yang was the online moniker of the original owner, a name Su Yang had retained. He gazed intently at the familiar face on the screen, and a long-buried memory began to surface. Recollecting his first year of high school, Su Yang remembered the moment he laid eyes on his Chinese teacher. He was profoundly captivated by her enchanting presence. Her name was Bai Xiaowei, a recent university graduate who was only a few years older than the high school students. Bai Xiaowei was gentle and elegant, and her smile was particularly radiant. It was the first time Su Yang had encountered such a beautiful woman, and during the tumultuous years of adolescence, he found himself hopelessly infatuated with Bai Xiaowei. Every time he attended Chinese class, Su Yang would gaze at her with rapt attention, seeking any opportunity to catch her eye, often lingering around her office. Eventually, unable to suppress his feelings any longer, he confessed his affection to Bai Xiaowei. However, she sternly reprimanded him, advising him to focus on his studies. After that encounter, Bai Xiaowei no longer taught his class, and when he occasionally spotted her around school, she would keep her distance. As time passed, Bai Xiaowei left the school altogether. Su Yang was heartbroken by her departure. During that difficult period, he met an older sister online, who invited him out. In a haze of confusion, he found himself taken to a hotel by her. A soft sigh escaped Su Yang's lips. The The past is indeed difficult to revisit. Su Yang gazed at the visage on his phone screen, which bore an uncanny resemblance to his former Chinese teacher, Bai Xiaowei, and he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. In Chapter 24, those who overestimate themselves, Bai Yiya, in her live stream, expressed her earnest desire to earn a modest sum for her university tuition, appealing to the audience for assistance by simply requesting a virtual gift of sunglasses to freely select songs. She bowed deeply to the viewers in the live chat. Coming from a humble background, Bai Yiya had lost her father in a tragic accident years ago, and her mother single-handedly supported her and her siblings. As she prepared to enter university, the financial burden weighed heavily on her. To alleviate this, she worked in a restaurant during the day and had recently embarked on live streaming at night. In today's digital age, the internet offers one of the fastest avenues for earning money, and Bai Yiya, possessing a commendable singing talent, aspired to leverage this skill for some additional income. It was her inaugural live broadcast, and she felt a flutter of nerves, uncertain of how to engage with the online audience. Xiaoshagu commented, "The young lady is truly beautiful." "Thank you," Bai Yiya quickly replied upon seeing the message. Xiaoshagu continued, "Does the young lady have a boyfriend?" She shook her head, replying in the negative. "Why not be my girlfriend? I can cover your tuition," he proposed, causing her expression to falter in discomfort. This unexpected encounter left her flustered on her very first stream. Other viewers joined in, echoing the sentiment. Dolly remarked, "I think the suggestion above is quite good. The host should consider it." Xiaodu chimed in with a mischievous emoji. The atmosphere in Bai Yiya's live stream, populated by over 20 viewers, shifted from a benign interaction to one where the audience began to tease her, although some viewers defended her as well. Unable to bear the situation any longer, Su Yang swiftly typed a message, "Host, kick out those few nuisances." Xiaoshagu was immediately displeased, retorting, "Who do you call garbage?" A level 1 account daring to act all high and mighty. Being a level 42 user, he clearly considered himself superior to Su Yang's level 1 account, which was evident in the eyes of the other viewers. In Bai Yiya's live stream, Xiaoshagu held the highest rank, and she had initially hoped that such a prominent user might shower her with gifts. However, she was disheartened to find him mocking her instead. Although she wished to expel Xiaoshagu and his companions from her stream, the thought of losing more viewers was daunting, as there were only about 20 people present. Dolly expressed disbelief. "Is it now the case that even level 1 accounts can be so arrogant?" Xiaoshagu scoffed. "A poor loser trying to show off in the live stream is truly overestimating himself." "Exactly," echoed Dolly. Xiaodu also joined in, as a number of viewers aligned themselves with Xiaoshagu and Dolly in ridiculing Su Yang. Su Yang let out a cold laugh as his fingers continued to tap on the screen of his phone. "Yangyang Sasa, I will shower you with gifts, but you must swiftly kick out those nuisances that offend my eyes." Ziyashwage chimed in, still pretending, "Huh? You, a mere pauper, cannot possibly think that sending a single heart will persuade the host to expel me, can you?" "Ha." Dolly remarked, "What audacity. As if sending a single heart could compel the host to rid us of his presence." Ninja added, 666. Bai Yiya understood that Yangyang Sasa was defending her, and she felt a surge of gratitude. However, she had just begun her live stream and intended to continue. She did not wish for her inaugural day to be marred by discord. Moreover, Bai Yiya harbored doubts, for Yangyang Sasa was merely a level 1 account. The gifts from such an account would likely only amount to something trivial, like sunglasses. Thus, she chose silence, her gaze fixed on the scrolling screen of the live stream. "How can you be so certain that I am only capable of sending hearts?" Yangyang Sasa challenged. Su Yang, now a person of considerable means with over 20 million in savings, found it quite simple to send gifts in the live stream. He could only lament the audacity of those in the chat room. "Could it be that you can send a carnival?" Ziyashwage scoffed. Dolly interjected, "Ziyashwage, you overestimate him. A wretch like him could never afford a carnival." Yangyang Sasa countered, "If I were to send a carnival, would you too graciously exit the live stream?" As these words left his lips, Ziyashwage, Dolly, the other viewers, and Bai Yiya sensed a shift in the atmosphere. They began to wonder if Yangyang Sasa truly had the means to send a carnival. Although Yangyang Sasa was a level 1 account, the confrontation from Ziyashwage and Dolly might compel him to display surprising generosity. A carnival was valued at 3,000 yuan, a sum that Yangyang Sasa might indeed possess. Realizing the implications, Dolly declared, "If Yangyang Sasa sends 10 carnivals, I will voluntarily withdraw from the live stream." With that proclamation, the chatroom erupted in excitement. One carnival cost 3,000 yuan, 10 carnivals amounted to 30,000 yuan, a significant sum for an ordinary worker. Could a level 1 account truly afford such extravagance? At that moment, Bai Yaya interjected, "Let me sing a song for everyone. Would you prefer the promise under the cherry blossom tree or the wind is so gentle?" Bai Yaya aimed to diffuse the tension surrounding Yangyang Sasa, not wishing for the standoff to persist. Yet, her words fell on deaf ears. The viewers were solely focused on how Yangyang Sasa would respond. "Ninja, why has this guy fallen silent? Is he perhaps frightened?" "Little head, 10 carnivals is no small sum. That fellow must be too scared to speak." "Cheap guest. Has he perhaps exited the live stream? Searching for a sugar mama? No, he is still here." "Cheap guest. Hey there, in your quest for a sugar mama, have you found one yet?" "Searching for a sugar mama? Not yet, still on the hunt." "Cheap guest. Make sure to bring a brother along when you find a sugar mama." "Searching for a sugar mama. Understood." Dolly felt a sense of triumph. He had anticipated that Yang would surely be intimidated. "Dolly, Yang, coward, you might as well exit the live stream now." Bai Yaya felt discomfort at the ridicule being directed at Yang by the viewers. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't be subjected to such scorn in the live stream. She had initially intended to sing a song to alleviate Yang's predicament, but since no one paid her any heed, she was at a loss for what to do. Brother Handsome had thought that Yang could achieve something remarkable, yet it appeared he had accomplished nothing. Just as Brother Handsome was about to mock Yang in the live stream, a dazzling carnival effect erupted on the screen, with golden fireworks continuously bursting forth, enveloping the entire space in a radiant glow. 1 carnival, 2 carnivals, 3 carnivals, 10 carnivals in succession. Everyone in the live stream was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 25. Lin Muiao had actually gifted him and Su Junjie the same watch. Bai Yaya was utterly astonished, her eyes wide with disbelief as Yang effortlessly sent 10 carnivals. She had hoped to defend him from ridicule, not anticipating his lavish display. 10 carnivals, equating to 30,000 yuan. After deducting half for the sound wave, she would receive 15,000, enough to cover her college tuition and living expenses, relieving her mother of her burdens. Tears of joy welled in Bai Yaya's eyes as she repeatedly bowed in gratitude towards her phone screen, exclaiming, "Thank you, brother Yang. Thank you. Thank you." The viewers in the live stream were equally astonished, never expecting Yang to send 10 carnivals. They were all taken aback. "Yang, no need for thanks. Long time no see. Yang impressive. Melancholy is a gift." Yang, 666. "I want to eat." "Dolly, brother Handsome, aren't you two about to leave the live stream?" Due to Su Yang sending 10 carnivals to Bai Yaya's live stream, her popularity surged. The viewership had escalated from just over 20 to nearly 100. Newcomers were puzzled, but once they scrolled back through the chat history, they quickly understood the situation. Some netizens, following the crowd, urged Dolly and brother Xiaosa to exit the live stream. In a fit of frustration, Dolly and brother Xiaosa complied and left the virtual stage. Su Yang, in a buoyant mood, found amusement in the audacity of those two fools, oblivious to their own limitations. "Brother Yang, what would you like to hear?" "I shall sing it for you," Bai Yaya sincerely expressed, wishing to convey her gratitude through song. "Just sing your best, read the text on the screen," prompting a gentle smile from Bai Yaya. Soon, her melodious voice resonated within the live stream, and Su Yang was pleasantly surprised by her enchanting singing prowess. As he gazed at the girl clad in a white t-shirt on the screen, he could not help but envision the striking woman from his memories, standing at the podium in a crisp white shirt. As one song concluded, the audience inundated the live stream with praises for Bai Yaya, overwhelming the chat. Feeling a bit bashful yet elated by the affection for her music, Bai Yaya basked in the moment. Suddenly, a dazzling carnival effect cascaded across the screen, followed by a series of 10 such effects, igniting the live stream once more. "Yang, you are phenomenal," exclaimed a user. "Melancholy is a gift," another added. While yet another remarked, "This is undoubtedly a hidden wealthy guy seeking a rich lady for a living." A user joked, "Yang, brother, do you think I'm good enough? Aren't you a man?" Came the response, "I am a man, but I am open to both genders," followed by a shy emoji. The audience awaited Yang's response, only to be taken aback when he simply stated, "I'm logging off now." Su Yang, genuinely fatigued, set down his phone and was just about to close his eyes when a familiar system notification echoed in his mind. Detected that the host has made a donation in the live stream, granting a random reward, the childbearing technique. Su Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. The childbearing technique was an extraordinary reward. Did this mean he could make anyone pregnant at will? Unable to contain his laughter, he reveled in the thought. After Su Yang's departure, Baiye's viewer count steadily declined, and she ended her stream shortly thereafter. Unable to sleep from excitement, Baiye reflected on her first day of streaming, during which she had received 20 carnival gifts, all from Yang Yang. Could it be true, as the viewers suggested, that he was a hidden wealthy individual? Despite having already sent 10 carnival gifts to fend off those disruptive individuals, why had he chosen to send her another 10? Baiye pondered, but regardless of Yang Yang's motives, she recognized him as a genuinely kind person. Baiye began to fantasize about Yang Yang's appearance and age. Meanwhile, in a car, Yi Qianqian inquired, Su Yang, am I bothering you? Qianqian, we are friends. To speak otherwise would be to create distance between us. Moreover, I have no pressing matters at hand. That is good. Yi Qianqian smiled lightly. Before long, the two found themselves in a luxurious shopping mall. Su Yang, what do you think would make a suitable birthday gift for my grandmother? Yi Qianqian inquired, seeking Su Yang's opinion. For an elder's birthday, it is essential to cater to their preferences. Consider what your grandmother enjoys, and choose accordingly, Su Yang advised. Yi Qianqian nodded, formulating her plan. My grandmother adores jade bangles. I shall gift her one. Su Yang nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a jewelry store. Su Yang, lacking knowledge about these ornaments, could not offer Yi Qianqian much guidance. Suddenly, his phone rang, and upon glancing at the screen, he instinctively furrowed his brow. Qianqian, I need to take this call. All right. Yi Qianqian replied. He stepped outside to answer the call, and on the other end, he was immediately met with Lin Liqing's furious voice. Su Yang, why aren't you at home? Where have you run off to? At that moment, Lin Liqing and Wang Yaji were seated on the sofa in Lin Muyao's apartment, exasperated by the untidy state of the place. The house is a mess, and you don't even bother to clean up. As a stay-at-home husband, is this how you fulfill your responsibilities? Lin Liqing and Wang Yaji had come to seek justice for Lin Zihao, following the incident involving Su Yang. Lin Muyao had failed to resolve the matter and had even blamed Zihao for provoking Su Yang. They were furious, realizing that Lin Muyao was favoring that useless Su Yang. Since Lin Muyao could not provide an explanation for Zihao, as parents, they felt compelled to confront Su Yang. Su Yang raised an eyebrow, realizing that Lin Liqing and the others were still unaware of his divorce from Lin Muyao. He was somewhat puzzled. Lin Muyao had already started a new life with her long-desired white moonlight, yet she had not informed her parents about their divorce. Mr. Lin, I have divorced Lin Muyao. Please refrain from calling me in the future. With that, he coldly hung up the phone. What? Yao Yao and Su Yang are already divorced? Lin Liqing nearly dropped his phone in shock, collapsing onto the sofa in anger. In the mall, as Su Yang turned around, he encountered Lin Muyao and Su Junjie walking toward him. Upon spotting Su Yang, Lin Muyao visibly froze, instinctively distancing herself from Su Junjie, a sense of guilt inexplicably washing over her. Su Junjie, upon seeing Su Yang, briefly gleamed with smugness, quickly approaching him and deliberately waving the bag in his hand. Su Yang, are you shopping alone? Look, these are all clothes that Yao Yao bought for me. Su Yang regarded him with disdain, noticing Su Yang's lack of response. Su Junjie further flaunted the watch on his wrist. This is a watch Yao Yao bought for me yesterday. Isn't it splendid? Upon catching sight of the watch adorning Su Junjie's wrist, Su Yang's pupils dilated in shock. To his dismay, he realized that Lin Muyao had gifted both him and Su Junjie the very same model. Chapter 26. The sun rises in the west. Su Yang let out a derisive snort. What was there to flaunt about a mere watch? At this, Su Junjie's expression darkened. This watch had cost Lin Muyao a staggering 500,000, so how could Su Yang dismiss it as worthless? Su Junjie's gaze swept over Su Yang's bare wrist, and suddenly he chuckled. He understood that Su Yang was merely envious, a classic case of sour grapes. A paltry $500,000 watch is hardly worth my envy, Su Yang thought, his eyes filled with disdain. Lin Muyao's countenance grew grim. She recognized that Su Yang's discontent stemmed from the fact that she had gifted the same watch to both him and Su Junjie. Had she foreseen this, she would have instructed her assistant to procure two distinct styles. Indeed, Su Yang was irked by the fact that Lin Muyao had presented him with the same watch as Su Junjie. Why should that insufferable Su Junjie be on the same level as him? Was Lin Muyao truly so foolish as to buy two identical watches? Su Yang resolved that upon returning home, he would sell the watch and donate the proceeds to an orphanage. Just as Lin Muyao was about to utter something, her phone rang abruptly. Upon answering, her expression soured immediately. Junjia, you should head back on your own. Su Yang and I have matters to attend to. With that, Lin Muyao took Su Yang by the arm and hastened forward. Su Junjia stood frozen, bewildered. He had arrived with Lin Muyao. So why was she abandoning him to pull Su Yang along? Su Yang felt utterly perplexed. Why had Lin Muyao suddenly dragged him away? Lin Muyao? What on earth are you doing? Let go of me. He protested, shaking his wrist. Yet, Lin Muyao held tightly onto him, refusing to relent. How could you disclose our divorce to my father? She exclaimed. Her father had been furious during the call. She understood that he was wary of the repercussions in Beijing, and such negative news about her divorce with Su Yang could not be allowed to leak. Su Yang was nearly laughing in exasperation. Their divorce was a matter of public record. What was there to conceal? I haven't even questioned you about your intentions in hiding our divorce from your parents. He retorted. Please don't misunderstand. That is not what I meant. Let us go to my car first, and I'll explain everything, Lin Muyao urged. Anxious to placate him, for she dared not offend him at that moment. With a forceful motion, Su Yang broke free from Lin Muyao's grasp. I have no time for your antics. Qian is still waiting for me, he declared, turning to head back. In Lin Muyao's eyes, there was a fleeting moment of distraction. She had not anticipated that Su Yang and Qian had already grown so close as to visit the mall together. Was it possible that Su Yang would soon fall under Yi Qian's spell? Lin Muyao had no time to dwell on such thoughts. She hastily grasped Su Yang's arm, urging him, Su Yang, you must come with me. I truly have something of great importance to discuss. Aware that she needed to exert some effort to persuade him, she bit her lip and whispered, I beg you, if you agree, I will grant you anything you desire tonight. It was the first time Lin Muyao had ever uttered such words, her face burning with embarrassment. Su Yang felt a stir of emotions within him, captivated by Lin Muyao's figure, particularly her legs. However, he quickly regained his composure. Lin Muyao, you've already been toyed with by Su Junjia. Do you think you can play with me too? Your aspirations are quite amusing. Su Yang had not intended to speak so harshly, but he was irked by the watch Lin Muyao had given him, which was identical to the one Su Junjia possessed. Lin Muyao's expression darkened, and she vigorously shook her head. I haven't. Su Junjia and I have never even held hands. Su Yang, you cannot slander me like this. Observing the redness in her eyes and her earnest defense, Su Yang began to believe her words. If there is no urgent matter, let us go. Do you truly believe me? Lin Muyao insisted, refusing to budge. Fine, I believe you. Upon hearing Su Yang's affirmation, Lin Muyao finally took a step forward. An hour later, Lin Muyao and Su Yang arrived at her apartment. At that moment, Lin Liqing and Wang Yaji sat on the sofa with grim expressions. Lin Muyao quickly pulled Su Yang over, exclaiming, Dad, Mom, why didn't you let us know you were coming early? Su Yang, smiling, greeted Lin Liqing and Wang Yaji, calling them Dad and Mom. Given that Lin Muyao had promised him 1 million as remuneration, along with some additional services, he reluctantly agreed to her request. Yet, it was amusing to him that she had once insisted on a divorce, and now she was desperately seeking to feign that they had not divorced at all. Su Yang, weren't you calling me Mr. Lin over the phone? Lin Liqing inquired coldly. Lin Muyao stepped in first, saying, Dad, please don't be angry. Su Yang and I had a minor quarrel, and we were just joking about getting a divorce. We have not divorced at all. Su Yang quickly added, Yes. We had a little disagreement, and I spoke out of turn. Please don't take it to heart. After Lin Muyao patiently explained the situation, Lin Liqing and Wang Yaji finally relaxed. However, they would not easily overlook the incident involving Zihua being struck by Su Yang. Su Yang, you assaulted Zihua, and you must provide us with an explanation today, Lin Liqing demanded sternly. Lin Muyao sensed that the situation was dire. She was resolutely determined to prevent any conflict between Su Yang and her father. Su Yang was someone she had painstakingly sought after, and if a quarrel erupted over this matter, it was likely that he would refuse to assist her any further. The fault in this affair lay with Ziho. One cannot show bias simply because he is your son and make things difficult for Su Yang. Su Yang cast a deep glance at Lin Muyao, a hint of surprise crossing his features. How curious it was that she would defend him in front of her parents. This was indeed a rare occurrence. Muyao, are you truly siding with Su Yang? Wang Yaji interjected from the side. Su Yang has done no wrong. I am merely stating the facts, Lin Muyao asserted. Your brother is being bullied by Su Yang, yet you remain indifferent and continue to defend him. Is this how a sister ought to behave? Wang Yaji exclaimed in exasperation. Mother, you cannot unjustly accuse Su Yang without discerning right from wrong. I will firmly stand by Su Yang in this matter, Lin Muyao declared resolutely. Su Yang had already endured enough grievances at the hands of her family, and this time, she would not allow him to suffer again. Enough, Lin Liqing suddenly interjected. Pausing momentarily before continuing, I am tired. I shall retire for now. After seeing Lin Liqing and Wang Yaji off, Lin Muyao finally breathed a sigh of relief. She took a sip of water and noticed Su Yang leisurely gazing at her. Why are you staring at me? She inquired. Su Yang, lounging on the sofa, beckoned her closer with a casual gesture. What is it? What do you think? Chapter 27. Twin sisters Lin Muyao gradually inched closer to Su Yang and whispered, Su Yang, it's broad daylight. That might not be appropriate. Although she voiced her concerns, she felt an inexplicable anticipation for what was about to transpire, her heart racing uncontrollably. Su Yang raised an eyebrow and playfully pinched her cheek. Darling, what are you thinking? Let us indulge in something entertaining today. An hour later, after returning home, Su Yang headed straight for the bathroom to take a shower, feeling sticky and uncomfortable. Just as he finished, there was a knock on the door. Glancing at the towel wrapped around his waist, he boldly opened the door. The moment the door swung open, Xia Jiqing's face flushed instantly. Her eyes seemingly fixated on Su Yang. How could he possess such an admirable physique, especially those firm pectoral and abdominal muscles? Qingqing, come in quickly. Su Yang was hardly surprised by Xia Jiqing's reaction. She quickly regained her composure and stepped inside. I just finished showering when I heard you knock. Please wait a moment while I change, he explained before heading to his bedroom. Indeed, Xia Jiqing longed to express that there was no need for such complexity. Su Yang's physique was undeniably splendid, and she found it difficult to avert her gaze. However, observing Su Yang's retreating figure, how could Xia Jiqing summon the courage to call him back? Before long, Su Yang emerged from the changing room, a smile gracing his face. Sister Qingqing, today marks the final treatment. Upon its conclusion, your breast cancer will be completely cured. Xia Jiqing nodded. In truth, her heart was beset by conflicting emotions. On one hand, she fervently wished for a complete recovery from her breast cancer. On the other, with the end of this treatment, Su Yang would no longer be her caregiver. Frankly, during the treatments administered by Su Yang, aside from the initial shyness and embarrassment, she felt quite comfortable and even enjoyed the experience. With such contradictory feelings swirling within her, Xia Jiqing followed Su Yang into the bedroom. Her eyes immediately fell upon the white bath towel draped over the back of a chair, and instinctively, she envisioned herself just recently enveloped in its soft embrace. This thought set her cheeks ablaze. She climbed onto the bed, preparing to loosen her garments when Su Yang's voice unexpectedly broke the silence. Sister Qingqing, you've truly forgotten today. You left the curtains undrawn. With that, he promptly drew the curtains closed. I did indeed forget, Xia Jiqing replied, her voice tinged with embarrassment. Su Yang merely smiled in response. An hour later, the treatment concluded. All done, Su Yang announced, pausing his ministrations. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the doorway. What are you doing? Turning around, Su Yang was taken aback to see a woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to Xia Jiqing standing at the entrance. For a moment, he thought he was imagining things, but a glance back at the bed confirmed that Xia Jiqing was indeed still there. Thus, the woman at the door must be her identical twin, Xia Zhiro. I am treating Sister Qingqing, Su Yang replied. Treating? Is this how one treats? Xia Zhiro clearly doubted Su Yang's claims, her gaze towards him brimming with hostility. Zhiro, he is genuinely treating me, Xia Jiqing interjected, hurriedly donning her clothing. Sister, are you foolish or am I? I had no idea such treatments existed. Xia Zhiro's voice was rife with indignation. Yang, please step outside. I need to explain things to Zhiro, Xia Jiqing said, sensing the fierce glare from her sister and hastily ushering Su Yang out. All right, once outside the room, Su Yang settled onto the sofa, leisurely scrolling through his phone. He had merely been treating Xia Jiqing. There was nothing to be ashamed of. However, he couldn't help but marvel at how strikingly similar the twin sisters were. He had barely been able to tell them apart moments ago. 20 minutes later, Xia Jiqing and Xia Zhiro departed and returned to Xia Jiqing's apartment. Xia Jiqing handed her breast cancer report to Xia Zhiro. Take a look for yourself. If it weren't for Su Yang's assistance, I would have had to undergo a mastectomy. Upon discovering the words advanced breast cancer and the doctor's recommendation for surgical intervention in the report, Xia Zhiro trembled at the unexpected severity of her sister's illness. Why had her sister not confided in her? When Su Yang treated me for the first time, I felt a remarkable improvement. Today's session is my last, and I have been cured of breast cancer. If you doubt it, we can return to the hospital for verification, Xia Jiqing remarked. All right, let us go to the hospital now, Xia Zhiro replied, still somewhat skeptical. The ultimate truth would only be revealed once they arrived at the hospital. Chapter 28. Can I bite back if a dog bites me? That evening at the bar, Shinsini happened upon Su Yang, and Yi Qianqian engaged in lively conversation. She tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and gracefully approached the two in her black high heels. Upon their encounter, the three exchanged greetings. Sini, that wine-red dress looks absolutely stunning on you, Yi Qianqian praised without reservation, envious of Shinsini's captivating demeanor, a quality she felt she could never quite emulate. Qianqian, your outfit today is also quite beautiful, Shinsini complimented in return, acknowledging Yi Qianqian's sweet and charming appearance, which she too found unattainable. Su Yang's gaze swept over the two women as he raised an eyebrow with a smile, recognizing the beauty in both. In his eyes, they were equally striking, each with their own unique allure despite their differing styles. Flattered by Su Yang's compliment, both Yi Qianqian and Shinsini smiled brightly. Su Yang, you look quite handsome tonight, Yi Qianqian remarked. What do you think, Sini? Since Su Yang had praised them, Yi Qianqian felt it only fitting to return the compliment, though she believed Su Yang was already quite handsome. Indeed, Su Yang is quite dashing. Shinsini accidentally met Su Yang's gaze, her cheeks flushing slightly. Truth be told, ever since that night when she had been drugged and subsequently rescued by Su Yang, she had been unsure of how to face him. That night, she had sought his help, giving him her most precious first experience. Yet, Shinsini understood that Su Yang's intentions were purely to save her, and nothing more. The memory of being held in his embrace lingered vividly in her mind, igniting a longing within her to feel that warmth once more. With both ladies showering him with compliments, Su Yang chuckled, I am feeling quite flattered. Allow me to toast to both of you. He raised his glass, and Yi Qianqian and Shinsini followed suit, clinking their glasses together. The trio then engaged in conversation while sipping their drinks. Sini, I heard your family is urging you to go on blind dates? Yi Qianqian inquired. Don't remind me. It's driving me nearly mad, Shinsini replied, her brows furrowing at the thought. What is there to be upset about? Just go meet them. You may find love at first sight, Yi Qianqian suggested with a smile. There is no such thing as love at first sight. I would never consider blind dating. Shinsini instinctively cast a glance at Su Yang, lifting her glass to take a substantial sip. Her heart was already occupied by Su Yang. How could she possibly entertain the notion of blind dating? Ever since Su Yang divorced Yao Yao, Qianqian had expressed her intention to pursue him. Observing the camaraderie between Qianqian and Su Yang, it was evident that their relationship was progressing well. To be frank, witnessing their laughter and shared moments earlier stirred an inexplicable discomfort within her. The thought of Su Yang eventually being with Qianqian and envisioning their affectionate future together left Shinsini feeling unsettled. What should she do? She longed to seize Su Yang for herself. Yet, since Qianqian had expressed her intentions first, would her attempt to claim Su Yang jeopardize their friendship? Shinsini's emotions were a tangled web of complexity. Su Yang had never contemplated a relationship with Shinsini. That night had merely been a favor to him. Of course, if there was anything he found difficult to forget, it was indeed Shinsini's alluring physique. Recalling those hours spent in the car, Su Yang's gaze inadvertently lingered on Shinsini's long, graceful legs. This woman was undeniably a captivating enchantress, leaving him with a lingering taste of desire. Why are you so averse to blind dating? Do you perhaps have someone you fancy? Yi Qianqian casually inquired. Absolutely not. Shinsini, flustered by the probing question, quickly denied it, her gaze instinctively darting towards Su Yang. If not, then why the loud denial? Yi Qianqian sensed something peculiar in her best friend's reaction. The two women continued their conversation. At that moment, Su Yang's phone screen suddenly illuminated with a notification sound. He picked up his phone, opened WeChat, and found a friend request. Upon seeing that it was from Su Junjie, Su Yang scoffed disdainfully. Initially, he intended to disregard it, but ultimately accepted the request, curious to see what mischief Su Junjie was concocting. Soon, Su Junjie sent a barrage of messages. Su Yang, how disgusting can you be? You've divorced Yao Yao yet still find ways to cling to her. When Yao Yao married you, it was merely as a substitute. Did you really think you mattered? Yao Yao's decision to divorce you proves your position in her heart. Don't even think about employing any underhanded tactics to persist in pursuing her. Save yourself some dignity. In the hotel, Su Junjie grew increasingly agitated. Lin Muyao was his devoted follower, always obedient to his whims. The fact that Lin Muyao abruptly abandoned him for Su Yang was undoubtedly a scheme orchestrated by Su Yang. Su Yang, reading Su Junjie's incessant messages, could hardly contain his amusement. Cling to Lin Muyao? What a preposterous notion. In the shopping mall, it was clearly Lin Muyao who had pulled him away. Yet in this grandson's eyes, it became a tale of him pursuing Lin Muyao. Su Yang found it admirable. He truly admired it. Su Yang, come drink. Yi Qianqian remarked as she noticed Su Yang fixated on his phone. Ladies, would you care to see a joke? Su Yang lifted his gaze from the phone, scanning the two women. Sure. Yi Qianqian and Shinsini chimed in unison. Su Yang leaned closer to the two women and presented his phone before them. Upon reading the message Su Junjie had sent to Su Yang, both women were instantly filled with rage. That Su Junjie is utterly outrageous. Yao Yao must be blind to have chosen him, Yi Qianqian declared indignantly. This Su is truly shameless. I wish I could give him a good beating, Shinsini fumed. Her fists clenched tightly in response to Su Junjie's insult towards Su Yang. Su Yang, quickly berate him, urged Yi Qianqian. Yes, scold him, Shinsini echoed. They could hardly bear to witness Su Yang enduring such humiliation. Clearing his throat, Su Yang replied, Ladies, let us remain composed. I ask you, if a dog bites me, can I retaliate against the dog? At his words, Yi Qianqian and Shinsini exchanged knowing smiles, acknowledging his point. However, they still felt compelled to defend Su Yang. Su Yang, send me a screenshot, Yi Qianqian requested. And send me one too, Shinsini added promptly. What are you two planning? Su Yang had already anticipated their intentions. Just keeping it for reference, nothing more, Yi Qianqian replied. Indeed, Shinsini concurred. You two must not deceive me, all right? Rest assured, they affirmed in unison. Soon, Su Yang sent the screenshot of Su Junjie's message to both Yi Qianqian and Shinsini. The performance of three was not particularly engaging. With Lin Muyao South two close friends involved, it would undoubtedly become much more entertaining. Chapter 29. It turns out Su Yang is my brother-in-law in Xia Jiqing's apartment. Sisters Xia Jiqing and Xia Zhiro soaked in the bathtub, a ritual they had maintained since childhood. Xia Zhiro gazed at her sister's ample bosom, her heart still heavy with lingering trepidation. In the hospital, her sister had undergone a comprehensive breast examination, and the results revealed that her breast cancer was completely cured. Xia Zhiro vividly recalled the astonished expression on the doctor's face upon discovering her sister's recovery. The doctor remarked that her sister could be wholly healed without the need for surgery, a true miracle of medicine. He even expressed a desire to meet this miraculous healer to discuss medical insights. Xia Zhiro now firmly believed that Su Yang had indeed been treating her sister, realizing that she had misjudged him all along. Had it not been for Su Yang, perhaps one of her sister's precious assets would have been lost. She could only imagine the despair and helplessness her sister would feel if she had to endure such a loss. In a moment of overwhelming emotion, Xia Zhiro leaned in and embraced Xia Jiqing tightly, causing a splash of water to erupt around them. Sister, I am so relieved that your breasts are all right, Xia Zhiro exclaimed, her heart still racing with fear. Xia Jiqing gently patted Xia Zhiro's back, relieved that everything was finally all right. The despair and confusion she felt upon learning about her advanced breast cancer were memories she dared not revisit. Fortunately, there was Su Yang, who illuminated her somber world like a radiant beam of light. Just the thought of Su Yang brought an involuntary smile to her lips. Sister, I plan to apologize to Su Yang tomorrow, Xia Zhiro declared. It was only right to express her remorse for having wronged him. She had not anticipated the exceptional medical skills Su Yang possessed at such a young age. He truly was remarkable, and she genuinely admired him. Well, if you have any gynecological issues, you could also ask Su Yang to take a look, Xia Jiqing suggested. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhiro's eyes sparkled with hope. She indeed had been experiencing some gynecological concerns recently, and knowing Su Yang's capabilities, it would be wonderful if he could assist her. Sister, do you think Su Yang will be willing to help me? After all, I did wrong him, Xia Zhiro expressed her apprehension, furrowing her brow. Don't worry, Ro. Su Yang is a kind-hearted person. He wouldn't hold a grudge over something so trivial, Xia Jiqing reassured her with a smile. Sister, why do I feel as though you know him so well? Do I? Noting the blush on Xia Jiqing's cheeks, Xia Zhiro seemed to piece together something. a mischievous grin spreading across her face. Sister, you wouldn't happen to have developed feelings for Suyang, would you? Xia Jiqing was taken aback, hastily covering her sister's mouth. Don't say such nonsense. Xia Zhirou's wide eyes gleamed with curiosity. The reaction from her sister was rather telling. She pried Xia Jiqing's hand away and scrutinized her closely. We are sisters, after all. You can't deceive me. Just tell me honestly, do you like Suyang or not? Realizing that her earlier denial had been seen through, Xia Jiqing decided to confess. Ro, I do indeed have feelings for Suyang. There was no harm in admitting this to her sister. A smile spread across Xia Zhirou's face. Oh, so Suyang is my brother-in-law. It was the first time she had witnessed her sister openly acknowledge her affection for a man. And she felt a surge of happiness for her sister finding someone she liked. Xia Jiqing blushed deeply. Oh dear, Ro, don't say such things. I merely have a one-sided affection for Suyang. He is not your brother-in-law. Sister, you are so beautiful and have such a wonderful figure. It's only a matter of time before Suyang is won over by you. He will eventually be my brother-in-law. Hearing Xia Zhirou refer to Suyang as her brother-in-law filled Xia Jiqing's heart with joy. She too wished to secure Su Yang's affection and have him become the true brother-in-law to Ro sooner rather than later. I hope so too. But such matters cannot be rushed, Xia Jiqing replied softly. Sister, Suyang is not only handsome but also possesses exceptional medical skills. A man like him must certainly attract the attention of many women. If you like him, you must take the initiative, lest he be swept away by another. Xia Zhirou remarked, clearly eager for her sister to fulfill her desires and be with Suyang soon. Most importantly, if Suyang were to become her brother-in-law, she could rely on him for any gynecological issues in the future, as he would surely help her out of consideration for her sister. Xia Zhirou felt quite clever in her reasoning. Xia Jiqing's expression soured. She was well aware of Su Yang's excellence, which was precisely why she had developed feelings for him. Thoughts of Su Yang's ex-wife, Lin Muyao, plagued her mind. Ever since Su Yang's divorce from Lin Muyao, she had relentlessly pursued him, which infuriated Xia Jiqing. She understood the depth of Su Yang's past affections for Lin Muyao and feared he might be swayed once again. I understand your reasoning, but things are not as simple as you think, Xia Jiqing replied, pausing momentarily as if a realization struck her. Ro, you have never been in a relationship either. So what advice can you offer me? Xia Zhirou awkwardly chuckled. Although I've never officially dated and lack practical experience, I have watched plenty of idol dramas and romance novels. My thoughts must surely be valid. Xia Jiqing scoffed, playfully tapping Xia Zhirou on the head with her finger. You, of all people, should not lecture me. You're not that young anymore. Shouldn't you be hurrying to find a boyfriend for me? Xia Zhirou shrugged. Sister, your wish may remain unfulfilled. I am a proponent of remaining unmarried. You can forget about ever having a brother-in-law. You silly girl, what nonsense are you spouting? I'm not being nonsensical. I have no intention of marrying in this lifetime. What will you do when you grow old? Isn't there you and brother-in-law? I trust you both will look after me, Xia Zhirou said with a smile. You little rascal, Xia Jiqing shook her head in exasperation. At that moment, Xia Zhirou suddenly grinned mischievously and reached out with a playful hand, causing Xia Jiqing to squeal and retreat hastily. What are you doing, you naughty girl? Hee, it's been a while. I just wanted to see whether your assets are more impressive or mine. Let us see about that. Xia Jiqing glanced at Xia Zhirou's ample figure. Xia Zhirou shook her head proudly. Oh no, mine surpasses yours. I don't believe it. Mine is definitely better. Xia Jiqing retorted, extending her playful hand towards Xia Zhirou. In the bathtub, the two sisters were caught up in a playful scuffle. Meanwhile, in a hotel, Su Junjie listened to the raucous sounds coming from the adjacent room. His curiosity piqued. He glanced at the small video on his phone, fiddling with his handiwork, when suddenly a video call notification startled him, causing him to jump. Chapter 30. Yao, I believe you won't let me down, will you? Interrupted, Su Junjie was quite displeased. Upon discovering that the video call was from Lin Muyao, he hastily adjusted his trousers and tidied up his bed before answering the call. Su Junjie was somewhat taken aback. Lin Muyao had never initiated a video call at such a late hour. Could it be that she was feeling lonely and wished for his company? The mere thought of the forthcoming encounters with Lin Muyao filled him with eager anticipation. As the video connected, Lin Muyao appeared on Su Junjie's screen with a sullen expression. Still lost in the reverie of what might transpire, he failed to notice her displeasure. Muyao, have you been thinking of me? He said suggestively. However, Lin Muyao was in no mood for his sweet talk. Moments ago, Her close friends Qianqian and Cindy had sent her screenshots of Su Junjie as provocative messages to Su Yang, launching a barrage of criticism against him. Lin Muyao found it hard to believe that those words had come from Junjie. He had always presented himself as gentle and refined in her presence. How could he utter such harsh remarks to Su Yang? She began to feel that Junjie was becoming someone quite different from the person she once knew. Why did you send those messages to Su Yang? Lin Muyao confronted him directly. Su Junjie, who had been lost in thoughts of what might occur between them, was abruptly snapped back to reality. After all, Lin Muyao's late-night video call was simply to question him. Anger surged within him when he sent those messages to Su Yang. He had assumed Su Yang would remain silent out of fear. Yet, it turned out that Su Yang, the very sycophant, had gone to complain to Lin Muyao. Su Junjie mentally cursed, quickly regaining his composure and feigning a heartfelt demeanor. Muyao, those were indeed my words to Su Yang. But do you understand my reasoning behind it? Regardless of your reasoning, you should not have sent those messages to Su Yang. Junjie, you have deeply disappointed me, Lin Muyao replied coldly. She had sacrificed her marriage to Su Yang for Su Junjie, feeling a sense of guilt towards Su Yang. Now, with Su Junjie treating Su Yang this way, it was clear that Su Yang would be hurt. Had it not been for her friends alerting her, she would have remained oblivious to the significant distress Su Yang was enduring. Su Junjie sniffled and suddenly began to cry. Muyao, do you not wish to hear my explanation? I did this for whom, if not for you? He began to invoke a sense of moral obligation. Lin Muyao, taken aback, questioned, for me? Indeed, for you. Su Junjie sobbed. Please, do not cry. As Su Junjie wept, Lin Muyao found herself at a loss. It was the first time she had witnessed Junjie in tears, and his sorrow deeply affected her. Softening her tone, she asked, Junjie, please clarify what is happening. Su Junjie stifled a few sobs before feigning to wipe his tears away. Yao Yao, I feel utterly insecure. No matter how you view him, Su Yang is your ex-husband, and there will always be lingering ties between you. I genuinely fear that he might take you away from me. The messages I sent him were a warning to keep his distance. I am scared, truly terrified. Can you comprehend my feelings? His words were laden with sincerity, and Lin Muyao felt an instant resonance. Suddenly, it dawned upon her that Junjie was afraid of losing her to Su Yang. He lacked a sense of security. Noticing Lin Muyao's expression soften, Su Junjie continued, I returned from abroad solely for you. Yao Yao, this time I am all in. I believe you will not let me down, will you? A glimmer of tears appeared in his eyes as he gazed at Lin Muyao through the phone screen. Her heart melted, and she nodded emphatically, of course. A barely perceptible smile graced Su Junjie's lips. This foolish girl was easily placated by his words. What good was Su Yang's lamenting in front of Lin Muyao? She was still obediently under his thumb. Yao Yao, I knew you wouldn't let me lose. If only I hadn't gone abroad 5 years ago. You wouldn't have had to wait for me this long. It's all my fault for being foolish back then. Su Junjie feigned a heart-wrenching sorrow. All right, Junjie. Let's not dwell on the past. Seeing him so remorseful made Lin Muyao feel uneasy as well. Su Junjie continued with his act, and Lin Muyao was completely convinced by his fabrications. Yao Yao, why does it seem like your lips are swollen? Are they bothering you? Su Junjie inquired with feigned concern. Lin Muyao, who had just been questioning him about the messages to Su Yang, scrutinized her reflection on the phone screen and indeed noticed her slightly swollen lips. Her face flushed as she awkwardly explained, perhaps it's from eating spicy food. But you don't eat spicy food, do you? Su Junjie questioned. Recalling the incident at the dinner table vividly, I suddenly wanted to try it, but I realized I couldn't handle it, Lin Muyao fibbed casually. After discovering you can't eat spicy food, you shouldn't attempt it again. There are bananas on the coffee table. Eat some to replenish your vitamins. And your lips will heal quickly, Su Junjie chuckled, inadvertently noticing the large banana on the table through her phone screen as he offered his kind advice. Lin Muyao quickly shook her head, her face reddening a few shades more. Upon glimpsing that banana, she felt an inexplicable constriction in her throat. She had no desire to consume any banana. Realizing her reaction was excessively intense, Lin Muyao hastily clarified. I merely feel a bit choked at the thought of eating a banana. Su Junjie chuckled, suggesting that if she did not wish to eat a banana, she could simply drink some milk instead, as it is rich in protein and goes down smoothly. The abrupt transition from bananas to milk was quite bewildering for Lin Muyao, prompting her to say, Junjie, I'm sorry, but I have to hang up. My mother is calling. All right, make sure to rest early, he replied. After ending the video call with Su Junjie, Lin Muyao patted her heaving chest. She understood that Junjia's words stemmed from concern for her well-being. Yet her thoughts were invariably drawn elsewhere. A glance at the nearby sofa brought her back to reality, where she suddenly recognized a grave issue. How did both Yi Qianqian and Shinsini possess that screenshot? Moreover, why were they united in aiding Su Yang against her? What was going on? Chapter 31. Indeed, all men are boorish. In the group chat of Lin Muyao, Yi Qianqian, and Shinsini, Lin Muyao texted, Yi Qianqian, Shinsini. Su Yang deliberately sent that screenshot to you both to sow discord among us. Just moments ago, Lin Muyao had come to a realization. Su Yang had intentionally shared the screenshot with Yi Qianqian and Shinsini instead of sending it directly to her, clearly aiming to undermine their friendship. Su Yang sought to align Yi Qianqian and Shinsini with him. She had not anticipated his cunning to be so profound. Initially, she felt a pang of guilt regarding Su Junjia's message to Su Yang, but now that guilt had dissipated significantly. Yi Qianqian replied, Yao Yao, Su Yang has been in love with you for 6 years. You should know his character better than anyone. I never expected to hear such words from you. If Su Yang were to hear this, I wonder how deeply it would wound him. Shinsini added, Su Yang is the kindest man I have ever known. How can you speak of him so disrespectfully? Yi Qianqian continued, you ignored how Su Junjia humiliated Su Yang, yet you now belittle Su Yang to defend Su Junjia. I never imagined you would become so morally ambiguous. Shinsini remarked, Su Yang has never spoken ill of you in front of me and Qianqian. He has done more than enough to accommodate you and your idealized figure. By denigrating Su Yang, Yao Yao, you truly have changed. Yi Qianqian was genuinely infuriated, her emotions running high as her fingers flew across the screen. Fortunately, Su Yang has liberated himself from your torment. Without you, he will undoubtedly thrive in the future. Shinsini felt profoundly disappointed in her close friend Yao Yao, her emotions running high. Just completely sever ties with your white moonlight. Do not disturb Su Yang any longer. He is an exceptional man, deserving of a better woman. Yi Qianqian resolutely declared, I will win Su Yang's heart soon. Once we are together, I shall make him the happiest man in the world. Stealing her resolve, Yi Qianqian vowed to compensate Su Yang for all that he had lost with Yao Yao. From now on, she would earn a living, while Su Yang's sole responsibility would be to maintain his handsome appearance. Upon receiving this message, Shinsini's feelings became quite complex. She too desired such an admirable man as Su Yang. Her fingers hovered over the dialogue box as she contemplated, I also want to pursue Su Yang. Ultimately, she refrained from sending the message. Lin Muyao trembled, feeling utterly betrayed by those she had once considered friends, now positioned against her. How had it come to this? Overwhelmed with emotion, she broke down in tears. Yi Qianqian asked, Lin Muyao, why are you silent? Shinsini added, Lin Muyao, humph. I see you have nothing to say. Lin Muyao's fingers shook as she typed, how can you treat me this way? She had merely expressed a single thought, yet they were attacking her fiercely. At that moment, she felt deeply wronged. Yi Qianqian responded, it is unacceptable for you to insult Su Yang. Shinsini concurred, indeed, it is unacceptable. Yi Qianqian continued, Lin Muyao, if you do not repent, I fear our friendship cannot endure. Shinsini echoed, what Qianqian says is true. We do not wish to associate with someone who cannot discern right from wrong. After their remarks, Yi Qianqian and Shinsini, as if sharing a silent understanding, exited their trio's chat group. Lin Muyao gazed at the now desolate group chat, feeling utterly abandoned. Her spirits plummeted, and she could no longer contain her sorrow. Bursting into tears, returning from the bar, Su Yang took a shower and went to bed. As he opened the streaming app, the sight of the pure and fresh-faced Yue, dressed in a white t-shirt and sporting a high ponytail, filled his screen. Each time he encountered this streamer, he couldn't help but reminisce about his former Chinese teacher and that unfulfilled love from his youth. Nighttime often stirs sentiments of melancholy, especially after a drink. Su Yang let out a heavy sigh. Initially intending to casually browse videos, he decided to enter the streaming room that the platform had suggested. As he entered, Yue's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had waited so long for his arrival. Welcome, Brother Yang Yang, she greeted joyfully. Compared to her nervousness during the previous night's stream, Yue appeared much more composed today. Hello, Yue, he replied. Last night, he had indeed made quite an impression in her live stream. As the lively chatter filled the live stream room, the atmosphere immediately grew vibrant. I want to eat, exclaimed one user, while another chimed in. Ah, the big brother has arrived. With these two leading the way, others soon followed suit with similar exuberance. Melancholy is a gift, remarked another user, as the chat overflowed with messages. The comments erupted in a flurry, leaving Su Yong both amused and bewildered. He tapped a few keys on his screen, sending his own message, "Greetings, brothers." However, one user was not pleased. "Tonight there are stars," she responded. "Humph, I am not your brother. I am your sister." Su Yong raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover a woman in the chat. "Apologies, sister," he quickly replied. "It was my mistake. I hope you can forgive me." "Seeing your sincere apology, I shall temporarily overlook it," she responded graciously. As the banter continued, some users began to stir the pot. "I sense an unusual aroma," one remarked. "I feel the same," another agreed. "Wow, the star girl is quite the beauty," exclaimed another, accompanied by a playful emoji. Intrigued, Su Yong and several other curious users clicked on the profile of "Tonight There Are Stars." Upon viewing her photos, Su Yong was taken aback by her allure. She possessed an undeniable charm. "Star girl has an incredible figure," one user commented. "Star girl, your brother has followed you," another added. "We seem to have met before," another user said. "Really? Where?" she inquired. "In my dreams," came the cheeky reply. "Ugh, I feel nauseous," another user groaned. "Long time no see, you're too slick, my friend," another added. Su Yong chuckled, appreciating the lively atmosphere of the livestream. Bayaya watched as the users shifted their admiration to the star girl, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Just moments ago, they had been praising her, and now their attention had turned to another woman. Indeed, men could be so fickle. However, Bayaya was not concerned with their opinions. Her focus was solely on the thoughts of the big brother. She hoped he hadn't been enchanted by the star girl. Determined to make an impression, she decided to sing a song for him, titled Fairy Tale Town, hoping that he would appreciate it. After finishing her words, Bayaya's melodious voice resonated within the livestream. During her inaugural broadcast, she faced challenges from viewers, yet it was brother Yang who steadfastly defended her, providing her with support and alleviating her distress. He generously gifted her 20 carnival tokens, ensuring her college tuition and living expenses were secured, a kindness she would forever cherish. As the song concluded, a dazzling array of carnival effects erupted in the live stream, the resplendent golden light once again overwhelming the viewer's senses. Chapter 32, Sister Ru. Find a boyfriend soon, little head. Brother Yang is truly impressive. Melancholy is a gift. Brother is amazing. Disdainful guest. Another 10 carnival tokens. Brother is indeed extravagant. Bayaya was overwhelmed with excitement. She never anticipated that brother Yang would bestow upon her another 10 carnival tokens. She repeatedly bowed in gratitude, expressing her heartfelt thanks to him. However, the viewers soon sensed something amiss. Long time no see. It seems brother has left, seeking a rich woman for a living. No joke, brother is truly absent from the live stream. The audience began to murmur among themselves. Bayaya's face was filled with bewilderment. After singing a song for brother Yang the previous night, he had exited the live stream following his generous gift. The same pattern unfolded today. Could it be that her singing was so unpleasant that brother Yang could no longer bear to stay? Bayaya was filled with regret, wishing she had refrained from singing for him. She continued the live stream for another half hour, but did not see brother Yang return, leading to her disappointment as she concluded the session. After completing her evening routine, Bayaya lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. She picked up her phone and re-entered the app. At that moment, Su Yong lay soundly asleep, after gifting 10 carnival tokens to Sister Yaya. His phone had run out of battery and shut down. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he had chosen to sleep, unaware that Sister Yaya was engulfed in deep self-doubt. The following day, after finishing breakfast, Su Yong heard a knock at his door, revealing the arrival of the sister duo, Xia Jiqing and Xia Zhiro. Xia Jiqing donned a yellow floral sundress, while Xia Zhiro wore a blue floral sundress, both showcasing their voluptuous figures. The striking visual impact they presented in the early morning was undeniable. Similar heights, identical features, and a comparable allure rendered Su Yong momentarily unable to distinguish between the elder sister and her younger sibling. Yang, Su Yong. The two sisters laughed in unison as they greeted him. Su Yong blinked, quickly responding, "Sister Qingqing, Sister Ru, please come in." Upon hearing their addresses, he finally discerned which was the elder sister and which was the younger. In the living room, Xia Jiqing spoke first. Yang, Ruoro and I went to the hospital for checkups yesterday. I am completely cured of breast cancer, and it is truly thanks to you. Su Yong smiled at Xia Jiqing. It's nothing, Qingqing. At that moment, Xia Zhiro solemnly apologized to Su Yong. Su Yong, I am sorry for misunderstanding you earlier. I hope you can overlook my previous misjudgment. Sister Ruruo, rest assured, I didn't take it to heart, Su Yang replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xiajiro felt a wave of relief. Indeed. As her sister had said, Su Yang was a genuinely good man. In truth, even if the sisters had not sought him out, Su Yang had intended to visit them. The house he currently resided in belonged to Xiajiro, and now that she had returned, he felt it was time for him to move out. With a considerable sum of money in his account, purchasing a new home would pose no challenge. Sister Qingqing, when Sister Ruo was away, I stayed here. But now that she has returned, I will move out. Upon hearing this, Xia Jiqing quickly interjected, no, that's not necessary. Realizing her reaction was somewhat excessive, she clarified. What I mean is, you can continue living here. Ruo will likely need to go abroad again soon. Xiajiro hurriedly added, Su Yang, please feel free to stay here. I may not be back for long this time. Besides, I have other properties. Xiajiro understood that her sister had allowed Su Yang to stay in her house to foster a closer relationship with him. She could not undermine her sister's intentions. Moreover, Su Yang was truly a wonderful person, and she was quite pleased with him as her brother-in-law. Since both Qingqing and Ruo have said so, I won't move out. Su Yang smiled. Xia Jiqing sighed in relief. She did not want Su Yang to leave, as his presence brought her the greatest peace of mind. Su Yang, I would like you to take a look at my health, if you would. Xiajiro's voice was noticeably lacking in confidence, having previously misjudged Su Yang's professionalism in treating her sister. As long as Sister Ruruo can trust me, I will ensure her health is restored, Su Yang said earnestly. I believe in you, Xiajiro affirmed, gazing steadfastly at Su Yang. That's good, Su Yang replied as he settled beside her. Sister Ruruo, please give me your hand. At his request, Xiajiro extended her hand, and Su Yang pretended to take her pulse, instantly discerning the nature of her ailment. With his remarkable skill as a gynecological expert, no gynecological issue posed a challenge for him. Su Yang, what is my condition? Seeing Su Yang's serious expression, Xiajiro asked with concern. Ruruo, how is it? Xia Jiqing also looked anxiously at Su Yang, fearing her sister might have a serious illness. Su Yang cleared his throat. Sister Ruruo, how about I explain it to you privately? Su Yang, you can speak in front of my sister. She is not an outsider, Xiajiro replied. Xia Jiqing was perplexed, wondering what ailment had befallen Ruruo, as Su Yang remained enigmatic about it. Then I shall speak. Please, go ahead. Once Su Yang had elucidated Ruruo's condition, Xia Jiqing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Her face flushed crimson with shame. She longed to vanish into the very ground beneath her. Initially, she had sought Su Yang's assistance for her health issue. Yet she was astonished that he could discern her frequent discomfort. Oh, how utterly mortifying. Xia Jiqing regarded her sister with a knowing gaze, surprised to discover the private struggles her sister faced, which had led to hormonal imbalances. Clearing his throat, Su Yang addressed Ruruo. I can assist you with massages to alleviate your hormonal imbalance. However, you often. He paused momentarily before continuing, I strongly advise you to consider finding a boyfriend. Achieving a balance of yin and yang is essential. Ruruo's entire visage turned scarlet, for she was staunchly anti-marriage and had never contemplated seeking a partner. Hearing Su Yang's suggestion instinctively repelled her. I have no desire to find a man. Ruruo, your situation is quite serious among women. If this continues, you may face more severe issues with your health in the future, Su Yang cautioned, not exaggerating, as Ruruo's condition was indeed peculiar. Chapter 33. Argument between Lin Muyao and Xia Jiqing at Su Yang's home. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Ruruo's expression became somewhat strained. What was she to do? She had never considered seeking a man. Panic engulfed her heart. Xia Jiqing gently patted her sister's shoulder, saying, Ruruo, you mustn't venture alone anymore. Just heed Su Yang's advice and find a boyfriend. Ruruo bit her lip, remaining silent. Su Yang found both sisters rather odd. The elder, in her 30s, had never been in a relationship, while the younger seemed particularly averse to men. Ruruo, why don't I assist you with your hormonal imbalance first? Su Yang proposed. Ruruo nodded in agreement. At that moment, Xia Jiqing's phone rang. Excuse me, I need to take this call. You two head to the room, she instructed. Thus, Ruruo followed Su Yang into his room. Ruruo, please lie on the bed and lift your skirt to your waist for ease of treatment, he instructed. As he drew the curtains, the thought of Su Yang treating her sister flooded Ruruo's mind, causing her face to burn with embarrassment. However, for the sake of her health, she complied with Su Yang's request. Half an hour later, Su Yang's treatment concluded earlier than expected. Once he departed, Roro took a few moments to gather herself before rising from the bed. In a flurry, she dressed hastily and descended from the bed, feeling utterly humiliated in Su Yang's presence. She was mortified, truly mortified. Xiajiro continually admonished herself in her heart that Su Yang was the man her sister adored, and he would soon become her brother-in-law. Such impure thoughts were utterly unacceptable. She could not allow them to fester. Absolutely not. After engaging in a mental fortitude exercise within her room, Xiajiro finally ventured into the living room. Upon her arrival, she immediately sensed something amiss. In the living room, alongside Su Yang and her sister, stood a strikingly beautiful stranger. Lin Muyao, upon seeing a woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to Xia Jiqing, widened her eyes in astonishment, her gaze flitting back and forth between Xia Jiqing and Xiajiro. Su Yang promptly introduced the two, stating, "This is Ru, the younger sister of Qingqing. And this is my ex-wife, Lin Muyao." A moment of silence ensued as Lin Muyao and Xiajiro regarded one another without uttering a word. Xiajiro had heard her sister mention that Su Yang's ex-wife had abandoned him for another, and even after their divorce, Lin Muyao had persistently clung to him. Xiajiro was well aware of Lin Muyao's character and had no desire to engage with such a shameless woman. Originally, Xia Jiqing had stepped out to answer a phone call, and upon her return, she found Lin Muyao poised to knock on Su Yang's door. Without hesitation, Xia Jiqing rushed forward to prevent her. Inside, Su Yang was attending to Ruru, and she was determined to keep Lin Muyao from causing any disruption. Interrupting Su Yang's treatment could potentially leave Ruru with lasting repercussions, which was unacceptable. Thus, Xia Jiqing remained outside, steadfastly confronting Lin Muyao. After completing Ruru's treatment, Su Yang emerged into the living room, faintly hearing the sounds of an argument at the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the sight of Lin Muyao and Xia Jiqing engaged in a fierce dispute, their voices raised in anger. Suddenly, Lin Muyao seemed to have an epiphany, her mind racing. No wonder Xia Jiqing had been so intent on preventing her from knocking. Something unspeakable must have transpired between Su Yang and Xia Jiqing in the room. It was undoubtedly a scheme orchestrated by the two sisters. Otherwise, Su Yang would never dally with such unworthy women. Enraged, Lin Muyao pointed an accusing finger at Xia Jiqing, exclaiming, "You shameless wretch! You've been blocking me from seeking Su Yang, all while conspiring with your sister to ensnare him. Are you so desperate for a man that you must resort to such underhanded tactics to make Su Yang sleep with you?" Chapter 34. You must apologize to Su Yang. There is no room for discussion. Xia Jiqing's countenance darkened, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at Lin Muyao. She retaliated, pointing a finger back at Lin Muyao. "You, a disreputable woman, dare to cast aspersions on us? How utterly revolting you are." Xiajiro's complexion was equally unappealing. Today, after encountering Lin Muyao, she found herself slandered by her. How could she possibly endure such indignation? Instantly, Xiajiro unleashed a barrage of words, declaring, "Lin Muyao, I have heard about your sordid affairs. You, a woman who forsakes her husband for another man, are nothing but a vile wretch. You dare to accuse me of sleeping with Su Yang? Your audacity knows no bounds. Perhaps even before your divorce, you were entangled with your paramour. You indulge in promiscuity and project your own faults onto others. Your maliciousness is truly despicable. Let me warn you, should you continue to hurl insults, my sister and I shall not hold back." Xiajiro, undeterred, continued her tirade, for it was Lin Muyao, the vile wretch, who initiated this provocation. If Lin Muyao dared to flaunt herself any further, the two sisters would certainly teach her a lesson. Lin Muyao's face turned a shade of green, her shoulders trembling with rage. This was her first encounter with Xiajiro, and she was taken aback by how much fiercer Xiajiro was compared to her sister. The bravado Lin Muyao had displayed moments ago was now significantly diminished. Alone against the two sisters, she realized she would be no match for them should any physical confrontation ensue. Despite her simmering anger, Lin Muyao refrained from directing it at Xiajiro and her sister. Meanwhile, Su Yang found himself in a vexing predicament, first wrongfully accused by Lin Muyao of an affair with Xiajiro, and now being treated as a fool by Xiajiro, who had dismissed him in favor of her ex-husband. One had to wonder if the women could refrain from personal attacks during their quarrels. "Su Yang, I need to speak with you," Lin Muyao said, turning her attention away from the dispute with Xiajiro. Xiajiro, still brimming with indignation, continued her verbal onslaught. "You were so quick to abandon Su Yang, yet now you shamelessly seek him out. Do you wish to have your cake and eat it too? Just moments ago, you had the audacity to slander my sister and me. Let me make this clear. Even if Su Yang were to sleep with us, what business is it of yours? You are inconsequential, and a wretched creature like you has no right to voice such opinions. Having vented her frustrations, Xiajiro felt a sense of relief. Just because her sister was gentle and accommodating did not mean she was to be trifled with. Lin Muyao was cunning, persistently entangling herself with Su Yang even after their divorce. As her sister had aptly remarked, Lin Muyao wanted everything for herself. Since Lin Muyao was an obstacle on her sister's path to love, Xiajiro resolved to eliminate this impediment. Xiajiro, do not overstep your bounds, Lin Muyao warned, her lips trembling with fury. Overstep? You certainly have a talent for biting back. Which of my statements lacks truth? If you wish to escalate matters physically, I am more than willing to oblige, Xiajiro replied, her confidence unwavering. Lin Muyao dared not engage further with Xiajiro. Today had already proven to be her most humiliating day. Perhaps we should all sit down and have some water, Su Yang finally spoke up. At that moment, the three women turned their gazes towards him. Xiajiro promptly took her sister Xia Jiqing by the hand and seated her on the sofa. Lin Muyao clenched her fists tightly, her nails nearly embedding themselves into her flesh, as she remarked to Su Yang, I just remembered I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Observing Lin Muyao's hasty retreat, Xiajiro and Xia Jiqing exchanged knowing smiles. In this encounter, the sisters had emerged victorious. Yang, please pardon my straightforwardness. I may have spoken rather harshly to your ex-wife, Xiajiro felt compelled to explain to Su Yang, hoping to mitigate any unfavorable impressions he might hold of them. Su Yang offered a faint smile. Sister Qing, Sister Ro, I have long since divorced Lin Muyao. She holds no significance in my life anymore, so I harbor no grievances. Nevertheless, Su Yang found himself regarding Xiajiro with newfound admiration. Her gentle name belied a fiery spirit, which piqued his interest. Hearing Su Yang's words, the two sisters breathed a sigh of relief. At noon, Lin Muyao and Su Junjie were dining at Chui Fengju. Yao, didn't you previously mention arranging for me to work at the company? Why has that not yet happened? Su Junjie was eager to infiltrate Lin Muyao's company, allowing him to wield her influence while engaging in covert maneuvers. Why the rush? After a morning of reflection, Lin Muyao's mood had somewhat improved, though her frustrations remained unresolved. It's just that I've been rather bored at the hotel, and I wish to help you at the company sooner rather than later, Su Junjie quickly clarified. I will arrange something for you in due time, Lin Muyao replied. Su Junjie furrowed his brow. Since his return to the country, Lin Muyao had not permitted him any physical contact, and her vague promises about future arrangements left him feeling as though she was merely stringing him along. Was he to be toyed with by Lin Muyao, this so-called dog? That simply would not do. Yao, it would be best for you to expedite this matter. I wish to assist you at the company as soon as possible. I understand, Lin Muyao said, her eyes not once lifting from her plate. Su Junjie perceived her response as mere perfunctory acknowledgement. Yao, you must take this matter seriously. I wish to begin working at the company next week. At his words, Lin Muyao abruptly dropped her chopsticks, turning a cold gaze upon Su Junjie. What do you mean by that? Are you instructing me on how to manage my affairs? Yao, please don't misunderstand. I merely wish to assist you at the company as soon as possible. Su Junjie quickly lowered his tone, sensing Lin Muyao's ire. However, internally, he cursed her lineage repeatedly. This brazen dog of Lin Muyao would soon find herself at his mercy, and her company would undoubtedly be his in due time. Junjie, you must apologize to Su Yang regarding the WeChat messages. Last night, after an argument with her close friend on WeChat, Lin Muyao found herself unable to sleep. She was acutely aware that Junjie's messages to Su Yang were indeed inappropriate. After all, Su Yang was the victim in this situation. The only viable solution was for Junjie to apologize to Su Yang and seek her forgiveness. Only then could Su Yang, along with Qianqian and Sini, be inclined to forgive her. Yao, I have already explained everything clearly last night. How can you still insist that I apologize to Su Yang? Su Junjie was baffled by this woman's unreasonable demands, insisting he apologize to that scoundrel Su Yang. Absolutely out of the question. You must apologize to Su Yang. There is no room for negotiation, Lin Muyao stated firmly. Yao, you are pushing me, Su Junjie replied, his eyes reddening, displaying a pitiful expression as tears began to well up. Am I pushing you? Because of you, I am on the verge of losing my friends of many years. More importantly, Su Yang is the one who has been wronged. I feel deeply sorry for her, and I do not wish for this incident to cause her or my friends to feel disheartened." At that moment, Lin Muyao noticed Su Yang, Yi Qianqian, and Shinsini entering, laughing and chatting merrily. Chapter 35. How perceptive these two girls are. He found himself increasingly fond of them. Su Yang, Yi Qianqian, and Shinsini also noticed Lin Muyao's presence. In perfect harmony, they chose to take another route, completely ignoring Lin Muyao and her friends, leaving her feeling quite discontented. Lin Muyao shot Su Junjie an annoyed glance. Had it not been for him, Su Yang and her friends would not have treated her with such disdain. Rising abruptly from her chair, she declared, "I am going to apologize to Su Yang." Su Junjie's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated Lin Muyao would be so difficult to manipulate this time. Clearly, she was determined to confront Su Yang, leaving him with no choice but to concede. Inside the private room, Su Yang and her friends were engaged in delightful conversation. Upon hearing a knock at the door, an uneasy feeling washed over the three of them. "Come in," Su Yang called out. The door opened, and Lin Muyao and Su Junjie entered in succession. Su Yang's lips twitched as she took a sip of her drink. "Su Yang, Qianqian, Sini, are the three of you dining together?" Noticing that none of them acknowledged her presence, Lin Muyao felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Last night, Su Yang had been at the bar with her two close friends, and now they were all together for a meal again. Why was Su Yang so close to them? Moreover, it seemed that Su Yang had a good relationship with Xia Jiqing as well. Lin Muyao clenched her fists tightly, feeling increasingly resentful. After her divorce from Su Yang, it appeared that numerous women had surrounded her, which she found utterly intolerable. "Yao Yao, weren't you also dining with your white moonlight?" Yi Qianqian remarked directly. Lin Muyao's expression was exceedingly grim. She bit her lip and spoke. "What Junjie did was wrong. I brought him here specifically to apologize to Su Yang." "Junjie, you must apologize to Su Yang immediately," Lin Muyao commanded. Su Junjie felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He could only lower his head and mutter an apology to Su Yang. Su Yang scoffed, a smile of disdain gracing his lips. This apology lacks any semblance of sincerity. "Indeed, is this how one offers an apology?" Yi Qianqian interjected. "This apology is far too perfunctory," Shinsini concurred from the side. "Apologize properly to Su Yang." Lin Muyao quietly urged Su Junjie. Su Junjie clenched his jaw in irritation. "You may revel in your arrogance now, Su Yang, but one day, I shall have you beneath my heel." He finally said, "Su Yang, I am truly sorry for that incident. I hope you can forgive my transgression and not hold it against me." This time, Su Junjie's tone bore a hint of sincerity. "Qianqian, Sini, do you think I should forgive him?" Su Yang asked with a gentle smile, directing the question towards Yi Qianqian and Shinsini. Yi Qianqian snorted softly. Having witnessed Su Junjie's cruel words towards Su Yang, she felt discomfort as an outsider, let alone Su Yang himself. Could a mere casual apology mend the psychological wounds inflicted? Clearly, it was impossible. Indeed, do not presume that uttering "I'm sorry" will suffice for Su Yang's forgiveness. Shinsini shot Su Junjie a fierce glare. It was utterly inconceivable that a simple apology would lead to Su Yang's absolution, having been unjustly insulted. Su Yang deserved retribution for the indignity he suffered. Su Junjie's countenance darkened. He had anticipated that this single apology would suffice. Little did he expect Lin Muyao's friends to be relentless. These two vacuous women were truly insufferable. "Qianqian, Sini, what do you wish Junjie to do?" Lin Muyao sought to appease Su Yang and her friends. Yi Qianqian and Shinsini exchanged whispers. Yi Qianqian finally spoke. "Given the severe emotional damage Su Junjie has inflicted upon Su Yang, if he is to sincerely apologize, he should kneel before Su Yang. Such an act would truly demonstrate his sincerity." Shinsini nodded in agreement. "Yes, this aligns with my thoughts as well." Su Yang cast an appreciative glance at Yi Qianqian and Shinsini, silently commending them. He was aware they would make things difficult for Su Junjie, but he had not anticipated they would demand a kneeling apology. This suggestion resonated profoundly with him. Lin Muyao furrowed her brows. Taken aback by her friend's insistence on having Junjie kneel before Su Yang. Wasn't that perhaps a tad too harsh on him? Su Junjie was utterly infuriated. How dare they demand he kneel before that wretched Su Yang? It was outrageous. He vowed that when the opportunity arose, he would retaliate fiercely against those two hollow-headed women. He whispered to Lin Muyao, "Yao Yao, they are humiliating me by making me kneel. You must stand up for me." Lin Muyao also felt that asking Junjie to kneel was rather inappropriate. Qianqian, Sini, it's quite unreasonable to force Junjie to kneel. Surely, you can propose other demands. Yi Qianqian and Shinsini were visibly enraged. They had not anticipated that their dear friend would defend Su Junjie at such a moment. A friend who could not discern right from wrong. If she failed to make the correct choice today, they would sever their friendship entirely. Indeed, perhaps we should let this matter go. It truly means little to me. Su Yang interjected quickly, a smirk hidden within. Yi Qianqian and Shinsini exchanged glances filled with complexity. Su Yang was perpetually kind-hearted, to the point that it pained them at times. Rest assured, they would ensure that justice was served for Su Yang today. Yi Qianqian remarked, Yao Yao, you say we are being unreasonable. But what about how Su Junjie treated Su Yang in the past? You haven't mentioned a word. Our demand for him to kneel and apologize is already quite lenient. Shinsini added, you have no idea how much Su Yang has suffered. If you truly brought Su Junjie here to apologize sincerely, he must kneel before Su Yang. Otherwise, the conversation is over. Exactly. If you cannot comply, you should leave at once. You are not welcome here, Yi Qianqian insisted. Shinsini urged, hurry up and leave already. Meanwhile, Su Yang leisurely sipped his tea, amused at how perceptive these two ladies were becoming. He found himself increasingly fond of them. Lin Muyao recognized her friend's resolute stance. If this matter could not be resolved satisfactorily, it would be disastrous. Having lost Su Yang for Junjie, she could not afford to lose her friends as well. With a steely resolve, she turned to Su Junjie and coldly commanded, Junjie, you must kneel and apologize to Su Yang. Once Junjie knelt before Su Yang, the matter would be resolved. Su Junjie could scarcely believe that Lin Muyao was indeed demanding he kneel an apology to Su Yang. This was a matter of a man's dignity. How could she ask such a thing of him? Shaking his head, he implored Lin Muyao, Yao Yao, you cannot make me kneel before Su Yang. You must apologize to Su Yang today, Lin Muyao insisted. She understood that having Junjie kneel before so many people was indeed humiliating, but the cause of this situation was him. It had to be resolved by him. Furthermore, it was merely a gesture of kneeling. It was not a significant act. She too had knelt before Su Yang. As this thought crossed her mind, Lin Muyao felt her cheeks flush slightly. Yao Yao, you cannot do this. Su Junjie seethed with resentment. He absolutely refused to kneel before that scoundrel, Su Yang. Stop being so wishy-washy. Just kneel before Su Yang already, Lin Muyao urged, eager to resolve the situation. With a swift kick to Su Junjie's knee, he faltered and, with a resounding thud, knelt before Su Yang. Chapter 36. A green pasture on someone's head. Half an hour later, Su Junjie returned to the hotel, his fury manifesting as he sent everything on the table crashing to the floor. He had, in a most humiliating manner, knelt and apologized to Su Yang, all while in the presence of Lin Muyao and her friends. This marked the most disgraceful day of his life. Had it not been for his desire to gain Lin Muyao's trust, he would never have endured such humiliation. Once he had secured control of Lin Muyao's company and had his fill of her, he would send her off to northern Myanmar. He vowed that one day he would repay Su Yang 100-fold for everything that had transpired today, clenching his jaw in determination. Meanwhile, in the private room of Chui Fengju, Su Yang finished watching a video on his phone, quickly saving it. The footage captured Su Junjie kneeling and begging for forgiveness. Surreptitiously recorded by Yi Qianqian and her friend, those two girls were quite clever. With this video in hand, he would relish seeing whether Su Junjie dared to flaunt himself before him again. I raise my cup in honor of the two beautiful and kind-hearted ladies, Su Yang said with a smile as he lifted his teacup. Let us not be so formal with each other. Yi Qianqian and Shinsini chimed in unison, clinking their cups with Su Yang's and taking a sip. After some more light conversation, Su Yang excused himself to the restroom. Once he left, Yi Qianqian and Shinsini conspired to invite Su Yang to join them for a hot spring after dinner. Sini, when the time comes, you should find an excuse to leave early and create an opportunity for me and Su Yang. Please, Yi Qianqian implored Shinsini. Qianqian, are you really hoping to take things further with Su Yang today? Shinsini felt an ominous premonition. Upon hearing this, Yi Qianqian blushed slightly. Oh, Sini, don't be ridiculous. I merely wish to deepen my connection with Su Yang. She thought that any further development would be limited to innocent gestures, certainly not anything intimate. Shinsini felt a pang of discomfort. It was well known that Qianqian liked Su Yang, while her own feelings for him remained a secret. As a good friend, Helping Qianqian create opportunities felt like pushing her beloved into another woman's arms, which she could never do. We'll see how it goes, Shinsini replied dismissively. What do you mean by we'll see? Sini, you know I like Su Yang. How can you, as my sister, not help me create opportunities? Yi Qianqian was dissatisfied with Shinsini's response. I never said I wouldn't help you. I merely suggested we discuss it later. Yi Qianqian let out a cold snort. I suspect you are reluctant to assist me because you might have developed feelings for Su Yang. Caught off guard by the revelation, Shinsini instinctively denied it. No, for reasons unknown, a flicker of guilt washed over her, leaving her hesitant to acknowledge her affection for Su Yang. That is reassuring. Upon hearing Shinsini's denial, Yi Qianqian felt a sense of relief. She certainly did not wish to compete with her best friend for Su Yang's affections. Shinsini felt a twinge of frustration. Although Qianqian aimed to pursue Su Yang, she had no intention of relinquishing him either. Besides, she believed herself to have the upper hand, for she was already in a relationship with Su Yang. As Su Yang returned to the private room, he unexpectedly encountered two familiar faces emerging from another room. Lin Miao's aunt, Lin Mingzhu, and her uncle, Tang Yongliang. During family gatherings, Lin Mingzhu and Tang Yongliang often made veiled jabs at the original host, who, in her meekness, had endured their taunts in silence. Su Yang recognized their true nature and intended to ignore them and leave, but Lin Mingzhu obstructed his path. Oh, isn't this the pathetic husband of Yao Yao? How rude of you not to greet your elders. Where's your sense of decorum? She expressed her dissatisfaction. This pathetic fool is becoming increasingly intolerable, Tang Yongliang chimed in. Old Tang, do you think this pathetic individual is here to serve plates? Lin Mingzhu continued her merciless mockery. Perhaps, Tang Yongliang chuckled lightly. Addressing them, Su Yang retorted, You two relics, is it your idea of politeness to constantly belittle me? Had he not wished to avoid conflict, he would have long since dealt with these two insufferable elders. Lin Mingzhu nearly rolled her eyes at Su Yang's insult. Although she had just crossed 50, her youthful appearance often led others to believe she was in her 30s. How could she be deemed a relic by this so-called pathetic figure? You dare speak to me like that? It infuriates me to no end. She exclaimed. Infuriated? Then why are you still alive? Su Yang shot back. This is absurd. Not only do you lack respect for your elders, but you also insult them. I truly wonder what Yao Yao saw in you that compelled her to marry you. Tang Yongliang was taken aback. The usually docile Su Yang seemed inexplicably emboldened today, daring to confront them. Of course, it is because I excel in matters of the night. 7 times in one evening. It's clear you cannot measure up. Su Yang's bravado was palpable. He was no longer the original host, a mere pushover for their scorn. They could insult him, but he would retaliate with even greater ferocity. Who was afraid of whom? Tang Yongliang's face turned ashen, for Su Yang had struck a nerve. Ever since he crossed the threshold of 30, his prowess had diminished significantly. Initially, his wife often voiced her complaints, leaving him guilt-ridden and reliant on medication to satisfy her needs. However, as time passed, even the medication proved inadequate. Fortunately, after his wife turned 40, her enthusiasm waned, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. In recent years, their intimate encounters had dwindled to a mere handful annually, and he found solace in their respectful coexistence. Do not slander me. I am perfectly capable, Tang Yongliang vehemently retorted, though his confidence was evidently lacking. Observing his reaction, Su Yang smirked, recognizing his accurate assumption. Oh, self-deception does not bode well, he remarked. He noticed Lin Mingzhu appeared to be in good spirits, seemingly thriving despite her husband's shortcomings. Could it be that she was indulging in extramarital affairs? A sly grin crept across Su Yang's face as he continued. If you cannot provide for her, she may very well seek her delights elsewhere. Do not speak recklessly. I would never, Lin Mingzhu stammered, her heart racing as she instinctively clenched her fists in defense. Oh, I am merely speculating. I did not assert that you are unfaithful. Why are you so anxious? Su Yang cast a sympathetic glance towards Tang Yongliang, noting the green pastures that had seemingly taken root atop his head. I am not anxious. You were misleading, Lin Mingzhu insisted, flustered. Indeed, do not spout nonsense. Tang Yongliang interjected, resolutely refusing to entertain the notion of betrayal. Haha, both of you delight in self-deceit. No wonder you are a matched pair, Su Yang quipped. You coward. Do not attempt to sow discord between us. Just wait. I shall call my brother and have him toss you out, Tang Yongliang warned. Feeling cornered by Su Yang's insinuations of infidelity, Lin Mingzhu was both guilty and agitated. She quickly grasped Tang Yongliang's arm, urging him to depart hastily. Chapter 37. Of course, your figure is superior, a true gem of the mortal realm. An hour later, Su Yang, Yi Qianqian, and Shinsini arrived at an opulent private hot spring resort. The establishment primarily featured guest rooms with courtyards housing hot spring pools, catering predominantly to couples seeking a unique blend of relaxation and pleasure. Yi Qianqian and Shinsini were regular patrons of this private hot spring, having previously visited together as a trio of close friends. This time, however, Lin Muyao was absent, replaced by a man. The receptionist was taken aback, wondering if these two beauties intended to share their experience with this handsome gentleman. It was not her fault for speculating. After all, they had witnessed many peculiar pairings at their establishment. She vividly recalled an incident involving one man and 3 women, where the latter left with unmistakable marks adorning their necks. Before long, the receptionist had completed the necessary formalities for the group. Su Yang, Yi Qianqian, and Shinsini entered a luxurious hot spring room. Shortly thereafter, Su Yang changed into his swimming trunks and made his way to the hot spring in the courtyard. As he soaked in the warm waters, basking in the sunlight, he felt an overwhelming sense of bliss, particularly at the thought of enjoying the experience alongside 2 beautiful women. Inside the room, Yi Qianqian and Shinsini tried on a variety of bikinis. Ultimately, Yi Qianqian chose a lovely egg-yellow bikini, while Shinsini settled on an alluring black lace bikini. Yi Qianqian thought that Shinsini looked exceptionally seductive in her choice, wondering if Su Yang might be captivated by her charm. Conversely, Shinsini found Yi Qianqian's egg-yellow bikini to be particularly innocent and charming. Pondering whether Su Yang would prefer this more demure look, both women felt a twinge of anxiety at the thought of losing Su Yang's admiration. "Sini, let us go? We wouldn't want to keep Su Yang waiting," Yi Qianqian suggested. Just as she finished speaking, her phone rang. Upon seeing a call from her company, she frowned in irritation. "I need to take this call." "You go ahead," she said. A sly smile crept onto Shinsini's lips, as the moment was now perfectly suited for her to enjoy some private time with Su Yang. As Su Yang closed his eyes, relishing in the warmth of the hot spring, a soft, sultry voice broke through his reverie. "Su Yang, I'm here." Shinsini's smooth, pale leg gracefully entered the hot spring. The moment Su Yang opened his eyes, he was transfixed, his throat involuntarily swallowing hard at the sight of her black lace bikini, which hinted at an alluring mystery. Shinsini playfully bit her red lip as she approached him. However, as she neared, her foot accidentally caught on something, causing her to stumble towards Su Yang. Reacting swiftly, Su Yang reached out and caught her delicate form in his embrace. Shinsini's heart raced as she clung tightly to Su Yang's back, feeling the solidity of his physique and the intoxicating scent of his masculinity enveloping her. The vivid memories of being spoiled by him in the car that night flooded her mind. Unconsciously tightening her grip, she yearned to feel that affectionate attention once more. "Sini, are you all right?" Su Yang's voice snapped her back to reality, prompting her to hastily disengage from his embrace. Flustered, she stammered, "I'm fine, I just tripped." Su Yang chuckled, teasing her. "Really just an accident? Or was it a deliberate attempt?" Shinsini's face flushed crimson, and she quickly defended herself. "I truly stumbled. I didn't mean to fall into your arms." "Very well, I'll take your word for it," Su Yang replied, raising an eyebrow at her. "You're so mischievous." Shinsini huffed, casting him an indignant glare. Su Yang unconsciously licked his lips. This woman resembled a siren, her gaze seemingly luring him in. Rising from the hot spring, he settled on the steps, his eyes unabashedly drifting towards Shinsini. Her own gaze fell uncontrollably upon him, particularly after he sat down, revealing his well-defined abdominal muscles before her. Such exquisite abs must feel delightful to the touch. "That bikini is stunning, it suits you perfectly." "How so?" Shinsini's heart swelled with joy at Su Yang's compliment. "It perfectly showcases your enviable physique," he replied with a smile. "Which figure do you think is more appealing? Mine or Yao Yao's?" Shinsini instinctively compared herself to Lin Muyao, the woman Su Yang once favored. Observing the eager look in Shinsini's eyes, he chuckled, declaring, "Yours is undoubtedly the more exquisite figure, a true gem of humanity." In truth, both Shinsini and Lin Muyao possessed unique charms, each offering a distinct experience. But Su Yang was wise enough not to voice this in front of Shinsini. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, Shinsini rose to sit beside him, her alluring gaze locking onto his. "Take another good look. You're not just flattering me, are you?" She leaned in closer, igniting a spark of boldness within her. Shinsini had never dared to act so audaciously toward a man before, yet the idea of captivating Su Yang was tempting. After all, he was exceptional, and her close friend Qian had always been infatuated with him. There might be other women vying for his attention as well. She could not bear the thought of watching him with another woman, even if that woman was her dearest friend. She was determined to win him over. While Su Yang had previously maintained some restraint, this time, the woman was the one making advances, and he decided not to hold back. Shinsini felt her face burning intensely. Although she had urged him to take a closer look, was he not scrutinizing a bit too intently? Yet, a flicker of happiness danced in her heart. She had known all along that Su Yang desired her physique, and her intuition had proven correct. Su Yang, I just received a call, otherwise I would have come over sooner. Yi Qianqian's voice suddenly interrupted, causing Shinsini to instinctively distance herself from Su Yang. A smirk tugged at Su Yang's lips. This woman had brazenly flirted with him moments ago, yet now, with her friend's arrival, she hesitated. Chapter 38. Su Yang. You only let Yi Qianqian experience this. What about me? It's nothing. Su Yang smiled, his gaze resting on Yi Qianqian, whose pale yellow bikini accentuated her snow-like skin, making her appear ethereal and radiant. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded gracefully behind her, enhancing her innocent charm. Beside him were Shinsini and Yi Qianqian, one exuding sensual allure, the other embodying pure sweetness. To revel in the warmth of the hot spring with these two stunning women was an undeniable pleasure for Su Yang. As Yi Qianqian lifted a delicate foot and stepped into the hot spring, droplets of water splashed around her. In that moment, she radiated both purity and desire, leaving Su Yang momentarily entranced. Thus, with Shinsini to his left and Yi Qianqian to his right, the trio enjoyed a leisurely soak, engaged in lively banter. Su Yang, your abs are quite impressive, remarked Yi Qianqian, aware of his athletic physique, yet this was her first time seeing him in such minimal attire. The sight of his well-defined body stirred a sense of admiration within her. Shinsini's gaze was also fixated on Su Yang's abs. Her curiosity piqued, yearning to touch them. Su Yang chuckled and raised an eyebrow at Yi Qianqian. I work out regularly. My physique is decent. Would you like to feel for yourself? Yi Qianqian's heart raced with excitement. Since he had initiated the invitation, she felt emboldened. All right, she replied, placing her eager hand upon Su Yang's abs, causing a hint of shyness to wash over her. However, Shinsini was less than pleased. Su Yang, why does only Yi Qianqian get to feel? What about me? She had longed to touch his abs but had been thwarted, and now felt slighted by Yi Qianqian's precedence. When have I ever denied you? Come here, Su Yang said, taking Shinsini's hand and guiding it to his abs. Instantly, she was elated, relieved that he had not shown favoritism. Yet, Su Yang found himself in a predicament when his phone abruptly rang, rescuing him from this delightful yet torturous scenario. My phone is ringing, he announced, picking up his device from the table. Upon seeing it was Lin Muyao calling, he frowned in annoyance. He was enjoying a serene moment with two beautiful women, and he would not allow Lin Muyao to disrupt it. Without hesitation, he ended the call and silenced his phone before returning to the hot spring. In the Lin Corporation's office, Lin Muyao glared at her phone, infuriated that Su Yang had hung up on her. How dare he disconnect her call? Undeterred, she tried calling him again, only to be met with silence. Suddenly, Lin Muyao was struck by an ominous premonition. Could it be that Su Yang was engaged in an intimate encounter with Yi Qianqian? The reason Lin Muyao dismissed the possibility of Shinsini being involved was that Shinsini had never expressed any affection for Su Yang, whereas Yi Qianqian had openly declared her intention to pursue him. Unbeknownst to Lin Muyao, her other close friend had also developed feelings for Su Yang, and Shinsini and Su Yang had already shared a night together. The mere thought of Su Yang possibly being with Yi Qianqian in such a manner drained the color from Lin Muyao's face. How could Su Yang engage with another woman in that way? No, even if that woman were her dear friend, it was absolutely unacceptable. This was Lin Muyao's instinctive reaction as she hurriedly grabbed her phone and initiated a video call to Yi Qianqian. Yi Qianqian was enjoying a delightful conversation with Su Yang when she received the video call from her close friend Yao Yao. She frowned slightly, wondering why Yao Yao was reaching out when she should be with her beloved. Su Yang's lips twitched. Could it be that Lin Muyao, unable to reach him, had sought out Yi Qianqian instead? After a moment's hesitation, Yi Qianqian was about to accept Lin Muyao's call when her phone suddenly ran out of battery and shut off. Seeing that Yi Qianqian was not answering her video call, Lin Muyao attempted to call her, only to find that her phone was dead. In a state of panic, Lin Muyao paced anxiously in the office. How could it be that both Su Yang and Yi Qianqian were unreachable at the same time? Was it possible that Su Yang had truly succumbed to Yi Qianqian's advances? Yi Qianqian, how could you be so shameless and despicable? It's utterly revolting. After venting her frustration, Lin Muyao swiftly dialed Shinsini for a video call. Earlier, Shinsini, Su Yang, and Yi Qianqian had dined together. Perhaps she knew where Su Yang and Yi Qianqian were at that moment. In the hot spring, Shinsini glanced at the video call from Lin Muyao and addressed Su Yang and Yi Qianqian. Yao Yao is calling. Neither Su Yang nor Yi Qianqian responded. Ultimately, Shinsini decided to answer the call. As soon as the video connected, Lin Muyao's anxious voice filled the air. Sini, is Qianqian with Su Yang? Did they go to a hotel? Do you know where they are? Please tell me quickly. Lin Muyao's voice was loud, and Su Yang felt exasperated. Was it impossible for this woman to refrain from causing trouble? Yi Qianqian felt a bit embarrassed. How could Yao Yao assume she and Su Yang had gone to a hotel? They hadn't even shared a kiss, so how could things have progressed so swiftly? Shinsini rolled her eyes and adjusted her phone's angle, revealing herself, Su Yang, and Yi Qianqian all together on the screen. Yao Yao, Su Yang and I, along with Qianqian, are currently enjoying a soak in the hot springs. Chapter 39. The atmosphere next door was quite lively. Lin Muyao, upon seeing the images of Su Yang and Yi Qianqian on her phone screen, breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Su Yang had not succumbed to the seductions of that brazen woman, Yi Qianqian. However, just 2 seconds into her relief, her brows furrowed deeply. Something was amiss. Su Yang was actually soaking in a hot spring with Yi Qianqian and Shinsini. Moreover, the attire of the three was rather revealing. A sight that pierced Lin Muyao's heart profoundly. How could the three of you be soaking in the hot spring together? Lin Muyao questioned tightly, gripping her phone. Why can't we enjoy the hot spring together? Shinsini retorted. Su Yang was no longer Lin Muyao's husband. It was his prerogative to associate with whomever he pleased. And as his ex-wife, Lin Muyao had no right to interfere. Momentarily stumped, Lin Muyao replied, I meant, why didn't you invite me to join you and Qianqian? We thought it best not to disturb you and your beloved during your date. Yi Qianqian quickly interjected. Lin Muyao's expression soured. After dining with Junjia, I merely returned him to his hotel. Qianqian, Sini, we are the closest of friends. We used to enjoy each other's company frequently. Please do not leave me out. Junjia had already knelt to apologize to Su Yang, and that matter was supposedly settled. Yet, her two friends seemed still displeased with her. Most distressing was that they had been spending more time with Su Yang, and the closer their camaraderie grew, the more discomfort Lin Muyao felt within. We haven't abandoned you. However, since your beloved returned, it seems your time has been entirely consumed by him. We thought it considerate not to intrude, Shinsini remarked. Lin Muyao bit her lip. Junjia and I are only occasionally together. I have ample time. Wait for me. I shall come to join you soon. Ending the video call, Lin Muyao hurried off to the luxurious private hot spring that she and her friends frequently visited. Su Yang was somewhat at a loss. He was enjoying a delightful soak with the beautiful Yi Qianqian and Shinsini, and now Lin Muyao insisted on intruding. Yi Qianqian was displeased with Lin Muyao's impending arrival. She had intended for Sini to leave shortly, thus allowing her and Su Yang some private moments. If Yao Yao came, how could she and Su Yang have their solitude? Shinsini, already conflicted about Yi Qianqian's request, now found her plans thwarted by Lin Muyao's arrival. Yi Qianqian's desire to spend time alone with Su Yang was dashed, and Shinsini couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, feeling that Lin Muyao's video call had come at just the right moment. After some time, Su Yang left the hot spring to smoke a cigarette, while Yi Qianqian and Shinsini continued to chat by the edge of the pool. Upon returning to his room, Su Yang rummaged through his pockets for a cigarette. Just as he was about to light it, he heard a familiar, faint female voice from next door. Ajia, look at how eager you are. Su Yang strained to discern the woman's voice and soon recognized it as Lin Mingzhu, Lin Muyao's aunt. He recently encountered Lin Mingzhu at Quifengju, and to his surprise, she was also indulging in the hot springs here. However, the Ajai mentioned by Lin Mingzhu does not seem to correspond with her husband Tang Yongyang's name. Soon after, a youthful, somewhat awkward male voice broke the silence, exclaiming, Sister, I've missed you dearly. To which the sister replied, I've missed you too. Su Yang pricked up his ears, clearly hearing the conversation next door. A mischievous grin spread across his face. Lin Mingzhu, this older woman, had dined with her husband at noon, only to eagerly rendezvous with her young lover by afternoon. Such insatiable desire. Nonetheless, the accent of this older woman's lover sounded peculiar, but Su Yang dismissed it, attributing it merely to a regional dialect. The room he occupied was adjacent to the one next door, separated by a tall wall. He peered out of the window at the imposing barrier. It was quite tall, and he fancied the idea of scaling it to witness the lively happenings on the other side. Suddenly, a long-forgotten, familiar mechanical notification echoed in Su Yang's mind. Ding! System task activated. Su Yang's excitement soared. It had been ages since the system had made an appearance, and he had feared it had forgotten him. Thankfully, it seemed the system had him in its thoughts once more. The host may choose to receive system rewards. Option 1. The host can leave immediately and cease eavesdropping. Reward: 1 dissolving swimsuit. Su Yang frowned. A dissolving swimsuit? What a bizarre reward. If he donned such a swimsuit to soak in the hot springs, he would soon find himself utterly exposed, much to the shock of Yi Qianqian and Shinsini. While he personally wouldn't mind, he was concerned about alarming the two women. If they misconstrued his actions as lewd, it would be a grave misfortune. Su Yang was keen to hear the other options presented by the system. Option 2. The host may maintain curiosity and investigate the situation next door. Reward: the skill of wall running. Upon hearing the phrase wall running, Su Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement, and without hesitation, he chose option 2. After making his selection, he felt no immediate physical alterations. Something felt amiss. This was unlike previous experiences. After standing still for a full 2 minutes, he finally sensed a change within himself. He realized that he had merely not spent enough time eavesdropping. With a sly smile, he effortlessly leaped through the window, glancing towards the center of the courtyard. He saw Yi Qianqian and Shinsini still enjoying their banter in the hot springs. In a swift motion, he soared over the towering wall, landing softly without making a sound. Su Yang felt that his agility now rivaled the greatest martial artists of legendary tales. Su Yang crouched low, peering through the window, and was met with an eye-watering scene on the bed. My goodness, what on earth is that? Blinking in disbelief, Su Yang soon grasped the situation. No wonder he found Lin Mingzhu's little lover's accent somewhat peculiar. It turned out that this older woman's paramour was a man of African descent. It seemed this older woman was quite adventurous, unable to satisfy her desires with someone of her own race, and had sought out a partner of a different background. After observing the spectacle for a while, an idea struck Su Yang, and a mischievous grin spread across his face. Ever since he had acquired the miraculous ability bestowed by the system, he had yet to put it to use. Why not try it out today? Surely, Tang Yongliang would be overjoyed to discover he was to become a father in his twilight years. Chapter 40. Is Lin Muyao a pervert? As the window was closed, Su Yang could not enter through it. He quietly traversed the courtyard, using the sounds to quickly locate Lin Mingzhu's room with her African companion. The door had a slight crack, and peering through, Su Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, this older woman truly knows how to have fun. He couldn't help but wonder if her husband was aware of the exciting escapades she was indulging in. Regretting not having brought his phone, Su Yang found that things had escalated to a fever pitch. Gently pushing open the door, he slipped inside. His hand brushed against Lin Mingzhu's hair scattered by the bedside. And as he activated his miraculous ability, his eyes became like an X-ray machine, allowing him to clearly see the 2 tiny beings nestled within Lin Mingzhu's womb. Incredible! For his first attempt, he was gifting Lin Mingzhu with a pair of twins. A sly smile crept across his face. In a way, this act served as a form of retribution for the original owner of this body. With his presence, he would ensure that every grievance the original owner had endured would be avenged. The 2 individuals on the bed were lost in their own world, seemingly floating on clouds, blissfully unaware that another person had entered the room. With the deed accomplished, Su Yang refrained from lingering further and quickly exited the room. Utilizing his agile skills, he effortlessly scaled the high wall and leaped through the window, returning to his own quarters. It was then that he noticed a small tear in his swim trunks, pondering if it had occurred during his leap over the wall. As he began to remove the swim trunks, he was interrupted by Yi Qianqian, who had been curious about his prolonged absence. To her surprise, she stumbled upon such a scene. Her face flushed crimson as she hurriedly covered her eyes, her heart racing uncontrollably. I just wanted to see why you hadn't come over, Yi Qianqian stammered, awkwardly justifying her intrusion. Although her hand shielded her eyes, the vivid image had already been indelibly etched into her mind. Su Yang felt a touch of embarrassment as he stood there, exposed before Yi Qianqian, sensing an odd discomfort. Should he attempt to cover himself? Qianqian, my swim trunks are torn. I was just about to change, he hurriedly explained, fearing that Yi Qianqian might misconstrue the situation. You go ahead and change. I will wait for you at the hot spring pool, she replied, turning to leave. Qianqian, you're here? Lin Muyao suddenly appeared beside Yi Qianqian. Upon witnessing the scene inside the room, Lin Muyao's cheeks flushed crimson. Though she had encountered such situations before, each time it left her feeling bashful. Both Yi Qianqian and Su Yang froze momentarily at Lin Muyao's unexpected arrival. Su Yang's lips twitched in realization. Was he perhaps experiencing a second bout of embarrassment? Yi Qianqian instinctively lowered her hand from her eyes, glancing at Lin Muyao. Yao Yao, you've come. After dropping her hand, Yi Qianqian's peripheral vision inadvertently swept across the room. She certainly wasn't peeking on purpose. That was absolutely not her intention. Suddenly, Lin Muyao grasped the gravity of the situation. Yi Qianqian, clad in a revealing bikini at the doorway, and Su Yang in such a state. Most importantly, Lin Muyao's gaze fell upon the items beside the tissue box, and her heart sank. Could it be that Su Yang and Yi Qianqian? Her expression darkened, and her lips trembled with indignation. How could you engage in such behavior? Lin Muyao's voice unconsciously rose several decibels. At her words, both Su Yang and Yi Qianqian were taken aback. Yao Yao, you must have misunderstood. Nothing happened between Su Yang and me, Yi Qianqian hastily clarified. If anything had truly transpired, she would have nothing to say, but the reality was that they had done nothing of the sort, and she needed to clarify that. Su Yang quickly donned a pair of swim trunks, anxious that Lin Muyao's loud outburst might summon Shinsini. He wished to avoid any further misunderstandings. If they were all in the same predicament, that would be a different matter altogether. Misunderstand? Lin Muyao's tone was icy, devoid of warmth. You just happened to come out of Su Yang's room. You are truly mistaken. I merely came to find Su Yang and accidentally bumped into him. Yi Qianqian continued to explain, resolutely refusing to take the blame. Do you think I am so easily deceived? The items beside the tissue box are the best evidence. As Lin Muyao's words fell, Yi Qianqian's gaze inadvertently landed on those crumpled papers. Had the scene she just stumbled upon involved Su Yang? Yi Qianqian looked at Su Yang with a puzzled expression. Su Yang silently cursed under his breath. Damn it. Lin Muyao truly knew how to stir up trouble. As I emerged from the hot spring, I took a few tissues to dry myself. Lin Muyao, you may tarnish my reputation, but you shall not defame Qianqian. Nothing transpired between Qianqian and me. As for what just occurred, my swim trunks had a tear, and I was about to change when Yi Qianqian happened to arrive. I trust my explanation suffices. Su Yang replied, a hint of irritation in his tone. His previous good mood had been entirely disrupted by Lin Muyao's erratic behavior. Could it be true, as Su Yang suggested, that she had genuinely misinterpreted the situation between him and Yi Qianqian? Lin Muyao's heart raced with uncertainty. She was inclined to believe Su Yang and Yi Qianqian, yet the previous scene was rife with misinterpretation. Clenching her fists, she made a significant decision. Lin Muyao swiftly approached the cabinet and seized a crumpled tissue. Su Yang's eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. Goodness, could Lin Muyao be unhinged? Fortunately, the tissue merely contained the water from the hot spring with which he had dried himself. Yi Qianqian was equally taken aback by Lin Muyao's sudden action. What are you all doing? At that moment, Shinsini's voice rang out. Chapter 41. 3 beauties accompanying the hot spring soaked Su Yang, Yi Qianqian, and Lin Muyao simultaneously turned to face Shinsini. Su Yang felt relieved that he had dressed quickly. Shinsini noticed Lin Muyao's peculiar behavior. Why so strange? Is there something amiss? She walked directly into the room and picked up the tissue. What is this? Yi Qianqian's eyes widened in astonishment. What is going on? Sini is here too? Su Yang furrowed his brow, perplexed as to how his discarded tissue had become a coveted item. Nothing at all, Lin Muyao sighed in relief. She had meticulously checked and had momentarily feared that Su Yang had been enticed by Yi Qianqian. Thankfully, nothing had transpired between them. After this brief interlude, Su Yang, Yi Qianqian, and Shinsini returned to the hot spring to continue their soak. When Lin Muyao arrived in her bikini, she found her 2 close friends flanking Su Yang, engaged in lively conversation and laughter. Lin Muyao approached them, her heart heavy with discomfort. The Su Yang who once revolved solely around her was now surrounded by his close friends. This emotional disparity left her feeling particularly unsettled. Upon catching sight of Lin Muyao clad in an alluring purple bikini, Su Yang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It is often said that purple embodies the essence of elegance, and this was undeniably true. Furthermore, the unique design of Lin Muyao's bikini, adorned with delicate rhinestones across the chest, shimmered softly as she moved, catching the sun's rays and casting a dazzling glow. Su Yang swallowed hard, captivated by such a vision of beauty. Lin Muyao had deliberately chosen this particular bikini. Inspired by the swimwear worn by her close friends in a video, she was determined to stand out among them, and, more significantly, it was her first time donning a bikini in front of Su Yang. She aimed to leave a lasting impression on him. Both Yi Qianqian and Shinsini noticed Lin Muyao's intentions. During their time together in the hot springs, Lin Muyao had never worn anything so provocative. Yao Yao, that bikini is incredibly sexy. It couldn't possibly be a gift from Su Junjie, could it? Yi Qianqian, already disgruntled by Lin Muyao's repeated insinuations, felt a surge of annoyance. Lin Muyao was merely Su Yang's ex-wife. Their connection had long since severed. What transpired between Lin Muyao and Su Yang was of no concern to her. So why should Lin Muyao be implicated? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Even if Lin Muyao had indeed spent the night with Su Yang, what business was it of hers? Shinsini stifled a laugh, thinking how well Yi Qianqian had expressed her thoughts. After all, it was Lin Muyao who had abandoned Su Yang for her white moonlight. Now, witnessing Su Yang enjoying himself with them, she felt a pang of jealousy. How could she desire to rekindle her past with the white moonlight, while simultaneously wishing to monopolize Su Yang? Such a scenario was simply implausible. Yao Yao, your white moonlight has exquisite taste, Shinsini quickly chimed in. As Lin Muyao stepped into the thermal waters, her face turned a shade of green. She glanced at Su Yang and hastily shook her head, fearing that he might believe Yi Qianqian and Shinsini's words. This bikini was purchased by me, and has nothing to do with Su Junjie. Qianqian, Sini, please refrain from making such assumptions. Oh, I see. I misunderstood. I thought your Junjie had gifted it to you. Yi Qianqian's words dripped with sarcasm, unmistakably pointed. My apologies, Yao Yao. Sini and I were just on the same wavelength. We assumed it was a gift from your white moonlight, Shinsini added, playfully tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, inadvertently brushing against Su Yang's shoulder. In a moment of serendipity, her lips brushed against Su Yang's face, causing her heart to race. As their eyes met, it felt as if sparks ignited between them, and a flustered Shinsini quickly distanced herself from Su Yang. As Yi Qianqian was on Su Yang's other side, Lin Muyao also emerged from the hot spring pool near Yi Qianqian, and neither of them noticed the intimate moment shared between Shinsini and Su Yang. Su Yang unconsciously licked his lips. Shinsini, that enchanting vixen, had cast a glance that was almost electrifying, stirring a longing within him. He stole another glance at Shinsini, who, upon sensing his gaze, turned to face him. Her captivating eyes held an alluring charm, especially as she lightly bit her crimson lip, exuding an unmistakable invitation. Su Yang swallowed hard. The saying about flirtatious foxes proved to be true. She was undeniably enticing. In the hot spring, an unwitting hand brushed against Shinsini's leg. A shiver ran through her, and when she glanced at Su Yang, he was not looking her way. Could it be that he had truly touched her by accident? Seizing the opportunity while the others were distracted, Shinsini's petite hand reached towards Su Yang's waist, grazing it lightly before retreating immediately. Seeing that Su Yang seemed oblivious, she let out a sigh of relief. Qianqian, you go over there. I want to stay here. Lin Muyao insisted, eager to sit beside Su Yang and not allow Yi Qianqian, whom she deemed too provocative, to occupy that space. Why should I move just because you say so? Who do you think you are? Yi Qianqian shot a glare at Lin Muyao. It's more comfortable this way. Let us just switch places. Lin Muyao fabricated an excuse. Is it really that complicated to enjoy a hot spring? You might as well head back to find your Junjie. Yi Qianqian retorted as Lin Muyao and Yi Qianqian continued their quarrel. Meanwhile, Shinsini's mischievous hand began to wander again. Having previously brushed against Su Yang's waist without being caught, she now aimed to touch his abdomen. Just as Su Yang shifted his body, Shinsini inadvertently made contact. Her face flushing a deep crimson. Su Yang gasped. This playful vixen was audacious, especially with her friends nearby, yet she dared to act so recklessly. Shinsini was acutely aware that Su Yang was observing her, but she could not muster the courage to meet his gaze. What a disaster! Was it too embarrassing? Would Su Yang think she had done it on purpose? How was she to face him after this? Chapter 42. You think you're so clever, don't you? Just wait and see. At 7 o'clock in the hotel, Su Junjie was starving, feeling as if his front and back were pressed together. Yet he still had not received a call from Lin Muyao. Confounded, he recalled that Lin Muyao had promised to pick him up for dinner at 5:30. It was now 7. Why had she not arrived? Assuming she was caught up with work, he decided to wait a little longer, but his hunger became unbearable. Finally, he dialed Lin Muyao's number. In the second-floor game room, Lin Muyao was engaged in a game of mahjong when the sound of her mobile phone disrupted her concentration. With a frown, she picked up the phone, and upon seeing that it was Su Junjie calling, a sudden realization dawned upon her. "Suyang, please wait a moment. I need to take this call and will return shortly." With that, Lin Muyao exited the game room. She was acutely aware that Su Yang and her friends held a disdain for Junjie, thus rendering it inappropriate for her to answer his call in their presence. "Yao Yao, why haven't you come over yet? Are you working late at the office?" Su Junjie's voice immediately reached Lin Muyao's ears once the call connected. Lin Muyao quickly replied, "Yes, I've been quite busy today and lost track of time while working overtime." "Junjie, don't wait for me. You should eat without me." "I apologize." "Yao Yao, you haven't eaten yet, have you?" he inquired. "Indeed, I was so preoccupied that I forgot to eat," Lin Muyao admitted, feeling slightly guilty. Just moments ago, she had indulged in a lavish meal with Su Yang and her friends, and now, she had completely forgotten about her prior intention to dine with Su Junjie. "I'll buy some food and bring it to your office so we can eat together, Yao Yao." Since returning to the country, Su Junjie had yet to visit Lin Muyao's workplace. He was eager to see her office and, more importantly, to demonstrate his profound concern for her by delivering her meal personally, believing that it would surely touch her heart. He fancied that her gratitude might create an opportunity for an amusing office encounter. However, Lin Muyao doused his enthusiasm with a cold response. "Junjie, please don't come over. I still have a lot of work to do, and besides, I'm not hungry." Su Junjie frowned, sensing that Lin Muyao seemed reluctant for him to visit her office. "Yao Yao, it's quite late, and you haven't had dinner yet. I worry about you going hungry. If you were to become unwell, do you know how distressed I would be?" Realizing that her previous demeanor might have been a bit too brusque, Lin Muyao felt a pang of guilt. Su Junjie was concerned about her well-being while she had completely forgotten about him after her meal. "Junjie, I know you mean well. I have indeed been too busy today. If you come, I want to be able to attend to you properly. Please eat early, and I'll reach out to you tomorrow. I promise to bring you a gift then." "All right, I must hang up now." After the call ended, Su Junjie felt a twinge of annoyance. Yet Lin Muyao's final remark about the gift managed to please him. I shall see what she chooses to bring me tomorrow. If it's something cheap, I certainly want to accept it." Suddenly, a notification chimed on Su Junjie's phone, and upon opening WeChat, a smile spread across his face. Lin Muyao sent him a transfer of 10,000 yuan, accompanied by a message. "Junjie, make sure to have a good dinner. I have to get busy now." It seems that Lin Muyao, in her devoted manner, possesses a degree of understanding. Su Junjie, satisfied, clicked to accept the transfer and replied, "Yao Yao, do take care of your health. Make sure to eat after you finish your work." He included a hugging emoji. The scene unfolded in two parts. While Lin Muyao stepped out to take a call, Yi Qianqian rose to head to the restroom. At that moment, only Su Yang and Shinsini remained in the game room. The previously lively card table, where four had gathered, now had Su Yang flanked by Yi Qianqian and Lin Muyao, while Shinsini occupied the seat opposite him. With no other option, Shinsini sat at the farthest distance from Su Yang after he had settled in. Ever since the awkward incident in the hot spring pool, where she inadvertently grabbed little Su Yang, the four had been inseparable. Now, with just Shinsini and Su Yang together, she felt a bit uneasy. Su Yang lounged lazily against the back of his chair, his gaze fixed intently on Shinsini. Their eyes met briefly, prompting Shinsini to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear. This moment, observed by Su Yang, held a certain charm. Feeling somewhat flustered under his gaze, Shinsini whispered, "Why do you keep looking at me?" Su Yang chuckled softly and replied, "It's simply because you are beautiful." Flattered by his compliment, Shinsini's spirits soared, and she met his gaze again, playfully remarking, "I didn't realize you were so smooth with your words." Raising an eyebrow, Su Yang countered, "Not at all. I am a person who values sincerity and speaks only the truth." Shinsini giggled at his teasing. Suddenly, Su Yang shifted the conversation. "Sini, about the hot spring incident, don't you have something you wish to say to me?" At his words, Shinsini's face flushed instantly. She hurriedly clarified, that was an accident. Please don't take it to heart. I wanted to explain before, but never found the right moment. Was it truly an accident? Su Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. Shinsini, realizing the playful mischief in his tone, bit her lip and shot him an indignant glance. Of course it was an accident. Who would do that on purpose? Su Yang chuckled lightly. There's no need to rush. I was merely asking, not accusing you of intent. Oof, how annoying. Shinsini turned her body slightly, her toes inadvertently brushing against something. Looking down at the table, she heard Su Yang's voice again. Another accident, perhaps? Embarrassed and irritated, Shinsini felt as though his words carried a double meaning. While she had been intentional in her earlier encounter in the hot spring, this time, her foot had indeed accidentally brushed against Su Yang's calf. It was genuinely an accident. Su Yang continued to chuckle, his expression laden with unspoken implications. Shinsini felt that Su Yang's current demeanor was rather infuriating. She found herself unable to contain her irritation. Consequently, a delicate foot, as white as jade, slipped from her slipper and delivered a swift kick to Su Yang's calf. He winced in pain, drawing in a sharp breath. Observing his discomfort, Shinsini triumphantly stuck out her tongue at him. Seeing this woman's audacious display, a glint of mischief sparked in Su Yang's eyes. So, she wishes to flaunt her boldness. Does she? Just wait, and I shall deal with you. Shinsini assumed he was jesting. You wouldn't dare, she retorted, and with that, she aimed another kick at him. This time, however, Su Yang was prepared. He swiftly grasped her delicate foot in his hand. Chapter 43. Now that we're here, Shinsini's face paled with shock. Her cheeks flushed, and a wave of warmth coursed through her body. Let go of me, she pleaded, a mix of embarrassment and anger flooding her senses. Yet she dared not raise her voice, fearing her two close friends would overhear. Her foot, smooth and elegant, struggled in Su Yang's grip. The contrast between his firm grasp and her soft skin felt akin to a fine feather teasing at his heartstrings, igniting an insatiable longing within him. Instinctively, he tightened his hold slightly more. I did warn you that if you kicked me again, I would take care of you, didn't I? Shinsini clutched the armrest of her chair tightly, paralyzed by the fear of being yanked down from her seat by his strength. Her greatest concern, however, remained that her friends might burst in at any moment. Initially, she had thought Su Yang was merely joking. Little did she know he was genuinely intent on reprimanding her. With her eyes glistening, she looked at him imploringly. Su Yang, please let go. Yao Yao and the others will be back soon. Su Yang's gaze bored deeply into the alluring woman opposite him. Her captivating eyes stirred a fiery irritation within him. His throat felt parched as he chuckled lightly. You brought this upon yourself. Just then, the voices of Lin Muyao and Yi Qianqian echoed from the doorway. Shinsini felt on the verge of tears, utterly bewildered by Su Yang's audacity. If he did not release her soon, Yao Yao and the others would surely walk in. Before his divorce from Yao Yao, Su Yang had presented himself as a paragon of virtue, with no other woman capturing his attention. However, after the divorce, it seemed he had awakened a certain charm that attracted Qianqian as well. One could not deny that Su Yang was indeed quite captivating now, despite being held by him. Shinsini found herself feeling an unexpected thrill rather than discomfort. However, the moment is not ripe yet, and there is still Yao Yao and the others. I implore you. I beseech you. Shinsini humbly pleaded with Su Yang. Suddenly, the door swung open. Lin Muyao and Yi Qianqian entered, causing Su Yang to release Shinsini's delicate foot. Shinsini quickly composed herself, feeling an inexplicable emptiness within. Sini, why is your face so flushed? Lin Muyao inquired. It's a bit warm, Shinsini awkwardly explained, casting a glance at Su Yang. The very one responsible for her flustered state appeared unfazed, chatting and laughing with Yi Qianqian. A surge of indignation welled up within Shinsini as she playfully kicked Su Yang's calf once more. Startled, Su Yang turned to Shinsini, who shot him a fierce glare. He responded with an enigmatic look, as if to say, dare to continue your antics, and I shall deal with you later. Lin Muyao remained vigilant against Yi Qianqian's advances towards Su Yang, while Yi Qianqian guarded against Lin Muyao's persistent pursuit of him. They viewed one another as the greatest threats to their interests, oblivious to the fact that another close friend was secretly engaging in covert interactions with Su Yang. Thus, the adage about guarding against fire, theft, and close friends holds a kernel of truth. Su Junjie returned to the hotel after finishing dinner. In the elevator, he encountered a couple, their bodies closely entwined. The woman laughed flirtatiously in the man's embrace, stirring a sense of longing within Su Junjie. Since his return to the country, he had not been with a woman. Every attempt to draw closer to Lin Muyao had been thwarted, leaving him perplexed about her reluctance to allow him near. Stealing a glance at the woman, their eyes met, and Su Junjie felt a surge of frustration. It seemed as though she was deliberately flaunting her affection, mocking his solitary existence in the hotel while they reveled in their intimacy. He blamed all of this on Lin Muyao, resolving to seize the first opportunity to bring her to his bed, where he could indulge his desires freely. As fate would have it, Su Junjie and the couple disembarked on the same floor. To his dismay, they entered the room next door, leaving him to watch enviously as they embraced and disappeared behind the door. Returning to his own room, he felt an insatiable restlessness and decided to take a shower. Once he had washed off, Su Junjie lay in bed, the image of the woman's blissful expression haunting his thoughts, pushing him to the brink of restraint. Damn it! Su Junjie muttered under his breath as he recalled a woman he had inadvertently added a couple of days ago, known as Hongjie. He had perused her social media, often encountering videos of her dancing with a mask, swaying her alluring figure. Their previous conversations had revealed to him that Hongjie was a single, divorced woman. In their exchanges, he could distinctly sense the loneliness and solitude that accompanied her status, a poignant reminder of her yearning for a kindred spirit. Perhaps, today, he could offer solace to her fragile heart beset by isolation. An hour later, Su Junjie stood at the threshold of Hongjie's rented apartment, one hand grasping a bucket of cooking oil, the other a carton of milk. He felt a sense of delight, realizing that Hongjie was even more lonely than he had anticipated. Their dialogue was brief, yet it was enough for her to invite him inside. With no other demands beyond his modest offerings, he had spent less than 100 yuan, and in a world where materialistic women were increasingly rare, he held a favorable impression of her. He knocked gently on the door, which soon parted slightly. Before him stood a woman clad in a red dress, her face masked, with small eyes and a sturdy figure. A wave of disappointment washed over Su Junjie, for this Hongjie bore little resemblance to the vibrant persona in her videos. "Xiaojie, come in," she called, her small eyes brightening with an almost childlike joy upon seeing him. However, the coarse timbre of her voice diminished his initial attraction. "Oh, Xiaojie, do come into my humble abode." Her warm invitation, combined with his resolve to adhere to the principle of having come this far, prompted him to step inside her apartment, carrying the oil and milk. Chapter 44. Retribution. Undoubtedly retribution. Around 10 o'clock, Su Yang's phone suddenly rang at the card table. Upon seeing that it was a call from Xia Jiqing, he answered immediately. "Qingqing Jia. Yang, aren't you home?" she inquired. "Oh, I'm out and about." "I see. I was just wondering if you'd like to join Ro and me for a late-night snack. We knocked on your door, but received no answer. So I thought I'd give you a call." Though Xia Jiqing spoke casually, her mind was rife with curiosity. Where could Su Yang be at such a late hour? And with whom? "I'm playing cards," Lin Muyao suddenly interrupted, knocking over the cards before her. The moment Su Yang had addressed Qingqing Jia, a wave of displeasure surged within her. It was nearly 10 o'clock, and Xia Jiqing, that vixen, still sought Su Yang for a midnight meal. What was her true intention? Upon hearing Su Yang call out to Qingqing Jia, Yi Qianqian felt a jolt of unease. The woman in question might also have her sights set on Su Yang. This thought deepened her sense of impending crisis. In Shinsini's heart, a sense of unease brewed. Yao Yao persistently entangled with Su Yang, Qianqian sought to pursue him. And now Sister Qingqing had arrived. How could this scoundrel be surrounded by so many women who were fixated on him? What was she to do? Su Yang cast a sidelong glance at Lin Muyao, continuing his conversation with Xia Jiqing on the phone. "You and Sister Ro should have some late-night snacks. When I have time tomorrow, I shall treat you both." "All right then, Yang." Xia Jiqing paused slightly, then added, "You should come back early and not stay out too late." "Yes, thank you for your concern, Sister Qingqing." Due to Xia Jiqing's phone call, the three women at the card table each harbored their own thoughts. Upon hanging up, Xia Jiqing felt a pang of bitterness. She had heard Lin Muyao's voice quite distinctly just moments ago, and in her frustration, she tossed her phone onto the sofa. "Sister, what's wrong?" Xia Jiro inquired, puzzled. "Is it just because Su Yang is out and can't join them for late-night snacks? Is it really worth getting so upset?" "Ruru, he's with Lin Muyao right now," Xia Jiqing replied. Xia Jiro was taken aback. "You mean Su Yang is with that wretched woman?" Xia Jiqing nodded, and in a fit of frustration, she pounded the cushions on the sofa to vent her discontent. It was clearly Lin Muyao who had initiated the divorce, yet post-separation, she continued to cling to Su Yang. How could Lin Muyao be so unscrupulous? Xia Zhiro understood that her sister genuinely adored Su Yang, but that wretched woman persistently clung to him. Regardless, Su Yang had once been infatuated with that vile creature, and with her constantly meddling, when would her sister ever be able to be with Su Yang? The prospect of Su Yang becoming her brother-in-law seemed indefinitely distant. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Xia Zhirou's mind, and she broke into a smile. Leaning close to Xia Jiqing's ear to whisper a few words. Upon hearing her sister's suggestion, Xia Jiqing's face flushed crimson. Ruru, that might not be appropriate. What is inappropriate? Since you like Su Yang so much, why not take the initiative and solidify your bond with him? Once you become his woman, he won't cast you aside. Xia Jiqing found merit in her sister's words. She indeed cherished Su Yang and longed for such an outcome. Although it felt somewhat dishonorable, she vowed that if she became Su Yang's woman, she would cherish him for life, with him being the only man she would ever love. Then I shall do as you suggest. Xia Jiqing nodded in agreement. Yes, Xia Zhiro smiled. Returning to the hotel, Su Junjie felt an intricate array of emotions. As the blindfold that had shielded his eyes was removed, an unforgettable scene unfolded before him. Leaving, Su Junjie's heart was both complex and inexplicably fulfilled. This was a sensation he had never experienced before with so many women. After tonight, he discovered a new realm. On their way back to the apartment, Lin Muyao could no longer restrain herself. Su Yang, could you refrain from being so close to Qianqian and the others? Why should I care what you think? Su Yang retorted sharply. Lin Muyao clenched her fists tightly. Do you really enjoy spending time with them so much? Su Yang nodded. I feel happy being with them. What is wrong with that? Fuming, Lin Muyao stomped her feet. You didn't used to like being around them. Why must you revert to that old self? Past actions do not dictate the present. Why should it concern you whom I choose to associate with? Lin Muyao grasped Su Yang's arm firmly. Please, don't act this way. Lin Muyao, it was you who insisted on divorcing me for your white moonlight. Now you come here to create this scene. How amusing. Remember, we are already divorced, and you have no right to interfere in my life, he declared, shaking off her grip and striding ahead. Had it not been for Lin Muyao's sudden intrusion, he and Qianqian, as well as Shinsini, could have enjoyed a delightful evening, perhaps even yielding unexpected rewards. Lin Muyao was infuriated. How could Su Yang treat her this way? Was he truly hoping to be seduced by that wretched Qianqian? It certainly seemed so. Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Muyao, and her expression darkened. Revenge. Su Yang was undoubtedly seeking revenge for her divorce from him for Junjie. Thus, he deliberately maintained closeness with her friends. Lin Muyao clenched her hands tightly, astonished at how deeply Su Yang had changed post-divorce. Where had the once innocent Su Yang gone? Chapter 45. Do you want him to be a father? Upon returning to the apartment, by the time Su Yang finished his shower and lay on the bed, it was nearly midnight. He picked up his phone and opened the music app, noticing several new followers. Among them was Tonight Has Stars. Recalling the beautiful woman from Yeya's livestream, he promptly followed her back, taking a moment to admire her photos and videos. Originally, Su Yang intended to visit Yeya's livestream for some music, but perhaps he had arrived too late, as it had already concluded. At that moment, a private message popped up. Opening it, he saw a message from Tonight Has Stars. Brother, you're still awake this late? Su Yang chuckled softly and replied, Sister, aren't you also still awake? I can't sleep. I'm not feeling well, she responded. What's wrong? He inquired. Well, as a woman, there are always a few days each month. Su Yang instantly understood. Sister, make sure to drink more ginger syrup and keep warm. Brother seems quite knowledgeable about women. If I didn't understand women, how could I be a brother? He felt that this Tonight Has Stars was being quite forward, likely because she had seen him being generous in the live stream of his younger sister, Yeya, and probably wished to develop their relationship further. However, Su Yang was not naive. A woman like her could easily chat with him as she could with other men. Who could tell what secrets lay behind the glamorous women online? Brother, you are rather humorous. Tonight Has Stars sent a meme. How old are you this year? 49. After a while, he received a reply from Tonight Has Stars. You are about the same age as my mother. I think it's more appropriate to call you uncle. Su Yang chuckled. Identities online are self-assigned, so he whimsically fabricated an age to tease her. You are not wrong, my dear niece. Uncle, at your age, you should be married with children, right? Su Yang was puzzled. Why was she asking this? I lost my wife early on and have no children. I have not remarried all these years. Oh, you seem to have deep feelings for your wife. I have considered finding someone again, but I have yet to meet the right person. Maybe your standards are too high. Uncle. Alas, such matters depend on fate. Uncle, can we add each other on WeChat? Sure. Before long. Suyong used a secondary account to add Tonight Has Stars on WeChat. Soon after, an image was sent over. Upon opening the picture, he saw a middle-aged woman, strikingly similar to the woman in the video of Tonight Has Stars, with a voluptuous figure and beauty. Could this woman be her mother? Uncle, this is a photo of my mother. What do you think? My dear niece, what do you mean by this? My mother is 45 years old and also single. She has taken care of me all these years, and now that I am grown, I hope she can find a man to rely on, so that she can live happily in the future. In a certain room of an apartment building in the city, draped in a delicate white lace camisole nightgown, Shin Ruoxing reclined on her bed, reflecting on the arduous journey her mother had undertaken to raise her alone over the years. Her mother, possessing such beauty, had not been devoid of suitors in her youth. However, she had resolutely turned them all away for the sake of her daughter. Ruoxing understood that her mother's sacrifices were born out of love, yet she lamented the hardships her mother had endured. In her childhood, she had once stumbled upon her mother, flushed and discomforted in her room, mistakenly believing her to be ill, which had sent her rushing to inquire about her well-being. The sight had startled her mother, leaving a lasting impression on the young girl. As she matured, Ruoxing gradually comprehended the underlying reasons for her mother's state, and occasionally discovered items tucked away beneath her mother's pillow, forgotten remnants of her womanhood. Women of her mother's age inherently crave companionship, yet her mother refused to seek it, all for Ruoxing's sake. Now that she was grown, Ruoxing sincerely wished for her mother to find a man and rediscover the joys of femininity. The prospect of her mother having a child with a partner in the future seemed entirely plausible. When Suyong received a message from Xingxing, he felt a twinge of disbelief. He regarded her as a sister, yet she seemed to desire him to take on the role of her father. Xingxing, would you like to arrange a meeting between you and my mother? She inquired. Suyong was at a loss for words. How could she trust him so readily? He was not her father, nor was he keen on assuming that role. Dear niece Xingxing, is this not a tad hasty? He replied. Upon reading his message, Shin Ruoxing suddenly realized that perhaps she had indeed been too impulsive. While she was eager to find a suitor for her mother, she knew little about Suyong himself. It would be wiser to ascertain more about him before facilitating a meeting with her mother. After their conversation, Suyong had gleaned quite a bit about Shin Ruoxing. She was 23 years old and worked as a private dance instructor. He found himself regretting the deception he had woven. Currently, he was perceived by her as a 49-year-old uncle. What would happen if she insisted on him playing the role of her father? Restless, Suyong scrolled through social media until he stumbled upon a video of someone climbing stairs, which sparked a memory of his own agility. He had already employed his skills earlier with Lin Mingzhu and her African lover. Perhaps it was time to utilize them once more. Resolute, he sprang from his bed and effortlessly vaulted through his own window. Residing on the 15th floor, he noted that Lin Muyao lived below him, her apartment cloaked in darkness, suggesting she had long succumbed to slumber. Indeed, it was late, and most people had surrendered to sleep. On the upper floor of the Suyong building lies the apartment of Xia Jiqing. Suyong noticed a window emanating a bright light. Swiftly, he approached the illuminated window and peered through the gap in the curtains. His pupils dilated in shock as he exclaimed inwardly, "Goodness!" His throat became increasingly parched. The striking resemblance between the two sisters, Xia Jiqing and Xia Zhiro, left him momentarily unable to distinguish between the two. However, upon spotting a heart-shaped birthmark in a particular area, he immediately recognized it was Zhiro. Why is Zhiro so disobedient? He mused. Alas, Zhiro's unique constitution posed a grave concern. If this continued, her health would inevitably deteriorate. He resolved to earnestly counsel her during her next treatment session. In the opposite apartment, a woman had finally lulled her child to sleep and hurried off to find her husband. In their bedroom, just as the couple was engrossed in each other, the door creaked open slightly, and suddenly, the boy let out a piercing scream, bursting into tears, a ghost. Chapter 46. Suyong administers treatment to Xia Zhiro, while Xia Jiqing feels a pang of jealousy. In truth, the little boy, Lele, had never truly fallen asleep. He had witnessed a Spider-Man scaling the wall of the opposite building. Initially, he wanted to call for his parents to come and see the spectacle, but upon seeing his mother, he mistakenly thought she had transformed into a monster, which frightened him into tears. The couple, now aware of the situation, felt an awkward tension, concerned that their earlier scene might have traumatized their son. Fortunately, they managed to soothe him in the end. When they later checked the opposite building, they found no trace of the Spider-Man their son had described, concluding that he must have imagined it after too much daytime cartoon viewing. Yet, Lele remained adamant that he had indeed seen Spider-Man, while his parents doubted his words. The following day, shortly after finishing breakfast, Su Yang's door was knocked upon by the Xia sisters. After exchanging simple greetings, they entered. Xia Jiro still required another treatment from Su Yang, and the three soon made their way to his bedroom. Xia Jiqing instinctively drew the curtains, recalling her previous treatment sessions with Su Yang, which caused her cheeks to flush with a hint of embarrassment. In truth, she rather enjoyed the way he treated her, yet with her breast cancer now completely cured, she knew he could no longer assist her, leaving a sliver of disappointment in her heart. As she finished adjusting the curtains and turned back, her expression soured upon witnessing the scene on the bed. "Jiro, how have you come to this?" she exclaimed. Jiro, feeling somewhat bashful, replied, "Sister, I am in this state solely for Su Yang's treatment." Xia Jiro cast a fleeting glance at Su Yang, her cheeks flushed with shyness. The memory of her embarrassing moments during the last treatment resurfaced. Although Su Yang had remained silent, it did not imply his ignorance. Xia Jiqing, upon hearing her sister's remarks, felt an uncomfortable twist in her heart, but found herself unable to voice any objections. The thought of Su Yang treating her sister next stirred an inexplicable jealousy within Xia Jiro. Yet, she understood that everything was for the sake of treatment and chastised herself for her feelings, insisting it was merely a question without deeper meaning. Xia Jiqing, with a sidelong glance at Su Yang, observed his gaze fixed on her sister, causing her to clench her fists tightly, grappling with her jealousy. Deep down, she wished it were herself lying on the bed awaiting treatment instead. "Ruru, it's time for your treatment," Su Yang announced with a smile. Xia Jiro responded with a soft hum. Seated nearby, Xia Jiqing felt her cheeks grow warm as she watched Su Yang attend to her sister. Feeling exasperated by her own emotions, many aspects of the situation were beyond her control, and she was plagued by a growing anxiety that Su Yang might harbor special feelings for Ruru. At that moment, Su Yang unexpectedly locked eyes with Xia Jiqing, his expression seemingly conveying reassurance that he was solely focused on treating her sister, devoid of any ulterior motives. This gentle gaze alleviated the turmoil within Xia Jiqing, prompting her to smile back at him before rising to leave the bedroom, granting Su Yang the space to treat Ruru alone. His glance had dispelled her worries. She reassured herself that Su Yang was not that kind of person, and Ruru was merely unique in her constitution. The earlier turmoil was merely the product of her own imagination. Seated on the sofa, Xia Jiqing took a generous sip of water, feeling considerably more at ease. Her thoughts drifted to Ruru's plan for the evening, which filled her with a nervous anticipation. Tonight, she would officially become Su Yang's woman. Yet her lack of practical experience in this realm left her anxious about the prospect of embarrassing herself. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, she picked up her phone and glanced toward the bedroom, recalling the brief video Ruru had shared with her the previous day, and began to study it earnestly. After more than 40 minutes, the treatment concluded. "Ruru, all done," Su Yang announced. As the treatment came to an abrupt end, Xia Jiro felt an unusual emptiness within. Noticing her state, Su Yang swiftly draped his blanket over her. "Ruru, given your unique condition, I advise against engaging in those activities. Also, it would be wise for you to find a boyfriend soon," he added, pausing momentarily before continuing. Chapter 47. Lin Muyao kept tapping on the car window, yet the couple inside remained oblivious to her presence. After a while, Xia Jiro first returned to Xia Jiqing's apartment. Initially, she intended to accompany Su Yang and the others to the hospital, but after her recent embarrassment, where both Su Yang and her sister witnessed her folly, she felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. It was best for her to retreat alone and reflect in solitude. With a tumultuous heart, Xia Jiro made her way to the apartment and headed straight for the bathroom, yearning for a soothing bath to cleanse her body and mind. As she undressed and entered the tub, she was reminded of her long-held belief in remaining unmarried, never planning to share her body with any man. Yet, ever since her first treatment by Su Yang, unfamiliar emotions had begun to stir within her. Perhaps it would be a delightful experience after all. However, the man who instinctively occupied her thoughts was none other than Su Yang. Shaking her head vigorously, she chastised herself. No. Su Yang was her sister's beloved. How could she entertain such thoughts? Su Yang had warned her against continuing this way, but she found herself unable to restrain her feelings. Xiajiro despised her peculiar constitution. Suyang urged her to find a boyfriend. Yet how could she possibly settle for just any man? Moreover, she had never seriously considered being with someone, unless it was solely for the sake of her unique condition, without thoughts of permanence. Not long after Xiajiro departed, Suyang and Xia Jiqing made their way to the underground parking lot. Upon arrival, Suyang opened the passenger door of his Bugatti Veyron and invited, "Sister Qingqing, please, get in." Xia Jiqing was taken aback. "Yang, is this car yours?" Suyang smiled and replied, "Of course." Once they were inside, Xia Jiqing could not help but inquire, "Yang, this car isn't a gift from your ex-wife, is it?" Knowing that Su Yang had been a devoted house husband during his lengthy marriage to Lin Muyao, she assumed the car must have been bestowed upon him by her. "Sister Qingqing, do you underestimate me so? This car is mine, and it has nothing to do with Lin Muyao." Xia Jiqing felt a twinge of embarrassment and immediately grasped Su Yang's arm, explaining, "I didn't mean it that way. Please don't misunderstand." Su Yang chuckled and nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Lin Muyao was seething with rage. She had noticed Su Yang and Xia Jiqing the moment they appeared in the underground parking lot. That scoundrel, Su Yang, not only opened the car door for Xia Jiqing with exaggerated politeness, but they also shared laughter inside the vehicle. What infuriated her the most was how Xia Jiqing, that vixen, had the audacity to hold onto Su Yang's arm. How shameless could she be? With fury coursing through her veins, Lin Muyao stormed over to yank open the passenger door, exclaiming, "Xia Jiqing, how can you be so brazen? Let go of Su Yang." However, the door was locked, and she was unable to gain entry. Both Su Yang and Xia Jiqing were taken aback by Lin Muyao's sudden appearance. Xia Jiqing gazed at Lin Muyao through the car window, her grip on Su Yang's arm tightening with determination. "What can you do if I refuse to let go? Lin Muyao? Do not forget that you are merely Su Yang's ex-wife. What authority do you possess to meddle in his affairs?" Lin Muyao's incessant clinginess to Su Yang the previous night had already ignited a flame of anger within Xia Jiqing. Now, with Lin Muyao's audacious provocation, she was unwilling to back down. If only she could be as formidable as Ru, Lin Muyao would not dare to act so arrogantly. With Xia Jiqing's sharp retort, Lin Muyao's expression darkened. "I need no reminders from you, but your incessant grasp on Su Yang is nothing short of lewd behavior." "Oh, so merely holding Su Yang's arm marks me as lewd? Lin Muyao, did you not graduate from elementary school? You clearly do not understand the meaning of such a term." Xia Jiqing shot back defiantly. Outside the car, Lin Muyao stomped her foot in frustration, haphazardly retorting, "You are the one who hasn't graduated. I am a university student." "Xia Jiqing, you shameless hussy, you are merely trying to seduce Su Yang." Xia Jiqing was incensed. Her innocent relationship with Su Yang had been twisted into something crude in Lin Muyao's eyes. Su Yang felt a headache coming on. Why was it that Lin Muyao constantly stirred up trouble? "Lin Muyao, will you ever cease? Qingqing and I have nothing to do with you, so kindly step aside." Su Yang's open defense of her warmed Xia Jiqing's heart. She quickly addressed Lin Muyao. "Even if I wish to seduce Su Yang, it is none of your business." After uttering those words, she stole a glance at Su Yang, her heart inexplicably racing. Lin Muyao was nearly apoplectic. Was this scoundrel Su Yang truly contemplating being ensnared by Xia Jiqing, that vixen? "Xia Jiqing, you brazen hussy, do not harbor such delusions. Su Yang's heart will always belong to me." Su Yang was almost amused by Lin Muyao's self-importance. Infuriated, Xia Jiqing gathered her courage, boldly wrapping her arms around Su Yang's neck and pressing her lips against his. In that moment, both the occupants inside the car and those outside were taken aback. Lin Muyao pounded on the car window, exclaiming, "Xia Jiqing, you shameless wretch, cease this at once. Do not kiss Su Yang." Feeling bashful, yet driven by instinct, Xia Jiqing continued to kiss Su Yang, determined to see how Lin Muyao would react to her audacity. Su Yang, momentarily stunned, had not anticipated such a bold gesture from Qingqing, which genuinely surprised him. However, he found her lips pleasingly fragrant and soft, undeniably enjoying the moment. "Xia Jiqing, stop this at once. Su Yang, push her away. Do not let her kiss you." The car doors were all locked, leaving Lin Muyao anxiously pacing outside, her heart heavy as she watched the two inside sharing a kiss. It gnawed at her that Su Yang's lips had only ever been graced by her own, and now that brazen woman, Xia Jiqing, dared to claim them. Su Yang's lips were hers alone, yet now they were possessed by that bold temptress. causing Lin Muyao immense distress. After 2 minutes, Xia Jiqing reluctantly withdrew from Su Yang's embrace, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Excitement coursing through her as if every cell in her body were fervently clamoring. She yearned to leap into Su Yang's arms, to kiss him once more. As for Su Yang, he lingered on the taste of her lips, his heart racing at the sight of her shy demeanor. Seeing that Xia Jiqing had ceased her advances, Lin Muyao finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Chapter 48. A Hidden Paradise. As Su Yang's vehicle traveled a distance, Xia Jiqing finally spoke up. Yang, I apologize for my earlier behavior. I was provoked by Lin Muyao. Su Yang chuckled gently. It's all right, Sister Qing, I completely understand. Hearing his words, Xia Jiqing felt a weight lift from her shoulders. Before long, they arrived at the hospital. Upon recognizing that the renowned doctor was merely a young man in his mid-20s, Dr. Wang was taken aback. Su, you truly are a remarkable young talent, she exclaimed. Su Yang smiled modestly. Thank you, Dr. Wang. I merely possess a rudimentary understanding of medicine. Subsequently, Dr. Wang escorted Su Yang to meet the head of the gynecology department. Just then, Xia Jiqing received an urgent phone call and had to leave. Her role was primarily to bridge the connection between Su Yang and the hospital. Thereafter, it was up to Su Yang's discretion. Shortly after, Su Yang followed Dr. Wang into the gynecology department's office. Upon seeing the captivating figure of the department head, his eyes lit up. To his surprise, not only was she youthful, but she was also strikingly beautiful. Her petite, delicate face was fair and tender, and her figure was quite impressive. The white coat she wore accentuated her form, presenting her as a truly alluring angel in white. After introducing Su Yang, Dr. Wang took her leave, leaving only Su Yang and Li Shuya in the office. Please, have a seat, Li Shuya invited, her gaze appraising him. She had not anticipated the doctor to be so young, and the revelation was indeed unexpected. Su Yang returned her smile and settled into a chair. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Shuya, the head of the gynecology department here, she said with a smile. Hello, Director Li, I am Su Yang. He replied with his own introduction. I am aware of your esteemed medical skills, Su Yang. Lately, I have been experiencing a persistent heaviness in my chest. Might you be willing to examine me? Li Shuai's words were unmistakable to Su Yang. This woman, the head of gynecology, was undoubtedly aware of her own physical condition. Her intention was clear. She wished to personally ascertain his true capabilities. Very well, if this woman desired his medical expertise, he would oblige her. Thus, he declared, all right, I shall examine Director Li. Subsequently, Su Yang feigned taking her pulse, and in an instant, her health status emerged vividly in his mind. He spoke, Director Li. The tightness in your chest is due to the presence of several small nodules that have likely been there for many years. However, these nodules do not significantly affect your health. Rest assured, after my massage treatment, they will completely vanish. Li Shuai regarded Su Yang with newfound respect. These nodules had accompanied her for years, sometimes causing discomfort in her chest during stressful moments. As the head gynecologist, she was well aware of her own condition. While the nodules had no severe impact on her body, they had proven difficult to eradicate entirely. Can you truly eliminate those nodules? She inquired. Su Yang nodded with a smile, of course. Behind the curtain, Li Shuai unfastened the buttons of her white coat, momentarily taken aback. She had discarded her skirt upon arriving at the office that morning, leaving her clad in only a thin bra. Typically, she would wear a long t-shirt beneath the bra, which reached down to her hips, allowing her white coat to conceal everything. However, due to the persistent tightness in her chest over the past few days, she found relief in wearing only the delicate bra. Though not wearing anything beneath the white coat would be more comfortable, it was deemed inappropriate in the hospital. Glancing at her black stockings, she furrowed her brow. It felt peculiar for Su Yang to examine her in such an attire. Resolutely, she rebuttoned her white coat and stepped out from behind the curtain. Su Yang noticed she still wore the coat and asked, Director Li, are you not going to proceed with the treatment? She chuckled awkwardly. No, I just need to get something. Moments later, Su Yang observed her retrieving a short skirt from the cabinet before returning behind the curtain. Before long, Li Shuai's voice called out, Dr. Su, you may come in. As Su Yang entered behind the curtain, he was astounded by the scene before him. His throat involuntarily tightened. Upon noticing Li Shuai's short skirt, he suddenly comprehended the urgency with which she had sought it. Underneath her white coat, she had been clad only in black stockings. Indeed, her white coat concealed a surprising revelation. Li Shia felt somewhat bashful under Su Yang's unwavering gaze. Dr. Su, please proceed with the treatment. As the head of gynecology, she was accustomed to examining women. Yet this was her first experience being examined by another, particularly a man. Despite her belief that a healer transcends gender, she felt a twinge of discomfort when Su Yang's hands made contact with her body. Directorly, do you not feel a sense of ease there? Your entire body seems remarkably unencumbered, Su Yang inquired while diligently massaging her. His technique was rather straightforward, as Li Shia, being an expert in gynecological matters, warranted a more delicate approach than what he would employ on Qingqing. Li Shia gritted her teeth and nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, I shall massage you for another 10 minutes. And your nodules will completely dissipate, Su Yang assured her with sincerity in his eyes, while she felt elated by the prospect. The thought of enduring another 10 minutes of this treatment felt excruciating to her. Chapter 49. Sister, something's amiss. Su Yang has entered a hotel room with your friends. Li Shia was astounded. After Su Yang's treatment, her chest felt free of any constriction. She had just conducted a self-examination and taken an X-ray, confirming that the nodules she had endured for years had vanished entirely. She was now wholly convinced of Su Yang's extraordinary abilities. If he were to join their hospital, it would be a boon for countless women. Dr. Su, your medical skills are remarkable. I sincerely invite you to join our hospital. Rest assured, the compensation will be satisfactory, she said, gazing earnestly at him, determined to persuade him to accept the position. Su Yang smiled. I can join the hospital, but I won't be on regular duty. I can come in twice a week. What do you think, directorly? His willingness to accept this part-time role stemmed from a lack of current engagements, and he believed that serving as a physician would benefit many women, thus contributing positively to society. Moreover, he was confident that with his exceptional skills, he could attain widespread recognition through the hospital's platform. Noticing the slight furrow in Li Shia's brow, he quickly added, if this poses any inconvenience, we can disregard it. Upon hearing this, Li Shia promptly waved her hand. Not at all. It is not inconvenient. Let us proceed with your proposal of visiting the hospital twice a week. While she yearned for Su Yang to be present daily to treat female patients, she understood his reluctance and acquiesced. After all, Su Yang was a rare gem of a healer. 2 visits a week were certainly better than none. Su Yang and Li Shia exchanged smiles and shook hands. Reaching an agreement, Li Shia offered Su Yang a staggering salary, unprecedented in the hospital's history, 500,000 a month, with commissions to be calculated separately. As for Su Yang's lack of a medical license, there was no need for him to worry. Li Shia assured him she would handle everything. After all, truly capable individuals are never constrained by rules. Although Su Yang was scheduled to begin work at the hospital the following day, Li Shia took the opportunity to request his assistance with a few patients while he was already there. Su Yang obliged, swiftly treating the patients with ease. What others considered difficult cases, he resolved effortlessly, earning the admiration and respect of doctors and nurses alike. Though he had yet to officially start his position at the hospital, his name had already spread throughout Xinu Hospital. That evening, at Xinyao Pavilion, a luxurious restaurant near Xinu Hospital, Su Yang, Yi Qianqian, and Shinsini gathered around a table, enjoying a meal and engaging in lively conversation. Su Yang had initially intended to treat the two ladies to dinner, taking advantage of the proximity of Xinu Hospital to Yi Qianqian's company to extend the invitation. Congratulations, Su Yang, on becoming a doctor at Xinu Hospital. They toasted, their glasses raised in his honor. Both women were taken aback to learn that Su Yang had become a gynecologist. They had known of his excellence, but to discover he possessed medical skills was beyond their expectations. Their admiration for him grew immensely. Thank you, lovely ladies, Su Yang replied with a smile as he clinked glasses with them. If I have any gynecological issues in the future, I'll be sure to seek your help. You won't charge me, will you? Yi Qianqian teased playfully. Given our relationship, how could I possibly charge you? Su Yang smiled back at her. His words seemed to imply a deeper connection, making Yi Qianqian feel pleasantly flattered. Shinsini, feeling a twinge of jealousy, quickly interjected, what about me? I certainly wouldn't charge you either. Su Yang returned her a reassuring smile, alleviating her unease. She would have been upset if he had treated them differently. By the way, does Yao Yao know about your new job at Xinu Hospital? Yi Qianqian inquired. What does it have to do with her? Why would I tell her? Su Yang responded. Yi Qianqian felt a surge of happiness, realizing that Su Yang no longer seemed to regard Yao Yao as significant. This was indeed a positive development. Shinsini shared her thoughts, feeling the same way. Not far away, Behind a screen, Lin Zihao discreetly snapped a photo and sent it to Lin Muyao. He was taken aback to see the once ineffectual Su Yang dining and laughing with her two close friends, unaware that his sister was likely oblivious to this encounter. As Lin Muyao dined with Su Junjie, her expression darkened upon glimpsing a photograph on her phone. The image depicted Su Yang, Yi Qianqian, and Shinsini laughing and enjoying themselves in a restaurant. Almost immediately, a flurry of messages from Lin Zihao arrived. Sister, Su Yang seems to be having a splendid time dining with your two close friends, he texted. I never realized how well Su Yang got along with your friends. He added, they've consumed quite a bit of alcohol. I wonder if anything unexpected might occur. Lin Muyao gripped her phone tightly, her shoulders trembling with anger. Why were Qianqian and Sini always with Su Yang? There were countless men in the world. Why did they insist on clinging to him? How could they be so shameless? Muyao, why do you look so pale? Are you feeling unwell? Su Junjie inquired with concern. I'm fine, Lin Muyao replied dismissively. She began typing a message to Lin Zihao. Zihao, please continue to keep an eye on Su Yang's activities. Sure, sister, rest assured, came his prompt response. Lin Zihao, concealing his phone, felt a flicker of determination. He had not forgotten the incident when Su Yang had beaten him. Back then, Lin Muyao had defended Su Yang, disregarding her brother's plight. Now, as she requested him to monitor her husband, he resolved to do so meticulously. Rising from his seat, Lin Zihao discreetly approached a waitress, handing her a bank card along with a packet of powder, explaining his intentions. He then settled back, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Moments later, he observed Su Yang and the two women toasting with the newly delivered drinks. Shortly thereafter, he watched as the trio staggered to their feet, supporting one another as they made their way to the hotel upstairs. Lin Muyao, consumed by unease, continued her meal with Su Junjie. Suddenly, her phone chimed, prompting her to hastily check it. Sister, trouble has arisen. Su Yang and your friends have entered a hotel room. Accompanying the message was a photograph of Su Yang, Yi Qianqian, and Shinsini, arm in arm as they entered the hotel. Lin Muyao's complexion turned ashen. She abruptly rose from her seat. Junjie, I have an urgent matter to attend to, she announced. Chapter 50. Unpleasant sight. Lin Muyao drove swiftly, her anger boiling as she thought of Yi Qianqian and Shinsini, those shameless women who had gone to a hotel with Su Yang. How could they be so brazen, finding amusement in men she had once played with? Gripping the steering wheel tightly, her mind involuntarily conjured up those disgraceful images. Lin Muyao shook her head vigorously, resolutely denying the dark thoughts that threatened to overwhelm her. Meanwhile, Su Junjie, abandoned by Lin Muyao, was in a foul mood. Ever since she had read the message on her phone, she had been distracted. Could her departure be linked to that message? Suddenly, he thought of Su Yang, that scoundrel. Was it he who had sent Lin Muyao that message? Su Junjie slammed his glass down on the table in frustration. What was that infatuated fool doing? Clearly, he was the one Lin Muyao truly cherished, while Su Yang was nothing but a nuisance. Due to Lin Muyao's repeated disregard for him, Su Junjie drowned his sorrows in drink. He had initially planned to take a taxi back to the hotel, but then the robust figure of Hongjie flashed through his mind, stirring something within him. Prompted by an impulse, he instructed the driver to change direction. Passing by a supermarket, he purchased a box of coconut juice and a box of tianshuan milk. With these items in hand, he knocked on Hongjie's apartment door. He knocked several times without a response. Anxiously, he called out, Hongjie, it's me, Xiaojie. I've brought you coconut juice and tianshuan milk. Please open the door. During this time, he also attempted to call her, but his calls went unanswered. Undeterred, he lingered at the entrance of her apartment. After a little over 10 minutes, the door finally opened. A burly man with a thick beard stepped out. Su Junjie was momentarily taken aback upon seeing him. The man gave Su Junjie a penetrating glance and waved to Hongjie inside before departing. Su Junjie stood frozen, bewildered. Xiaojie, why didn't you let Hongjie know you were coming? Hongjie said with a flattering smile. Su Junjie had no idea she was so occupied. You can take the coconut juice and tianshuan milk inside. I want tea come in. Seeing the bearded man exit Hongjie's apartment left a sour feeling in his heart, and he decided it was best to leave. You're too polite, Xiaojie. You always bring me gifts, Hongjie remarked as she quickly took the items from him and placed them inside. No worries, I'll be heading back now. With that, Su Junjie turned to leave. Hongjie firmly grasped Su Junjie's arm, urging, Xiaojie, since you're here, do stay a while longer. Thus, Su Junjie was pulled into the rented room by Hong Jie. Meanwhile, Lin Muyao arrived at the second-floor hotel, only to find no trace of Lin Zihao. What was he up to? Where could he have gone at such a critical moment? Lin Muyao brushed aside her concerns, fearing that any further delay might lead to her friend seeing Su Yang. Spotting a cleaning lady nearby, she implored, "Please, I beg you, help me open that room. My husband and my friends are inside." Upon hearing this, the cleaning lady's sense of justice surged. A husband cheating with friends, this was no trivial matter. Without a moment's hesitation, she nodded in agreement. Once the door was opened, Lin Muyao dashed inside, rushing straight into the bedroom, only to be met with a sight that was both shocking and unforgettable. There lay Lin Zihao, completely unclothed, clutching a pillow, with a lewd grin on his face as he murmured, "Baby, Big Brother loves you so much." The cleaning lady, having lived over 50 years, had never witnessed such a scene before. Wasn't she supposed to catch her husband and friends in the act? Why was her husband behaving this way? She clicked her tongue, pondering the peculiarities of his behavior. Could he be suffering from some ailment? "Lin Zihao, what madness is this?" Lin Muyao shouted, her embarrassment forgotten as she confronted her brother on the bed. She never anticipated that he would commit such an embarrassing act. Upon hearing her voice, Lin Zihao, with a dazed look, turned toward Lin Muyao, his grin becoming even more devious. "Another pretty girl has come. Big Brother will take good care of you." As he spoke, Lin Zihao tossed aside the pillow and stumbled off the bed, heading straight towards Lin Muyao. With wide eyes, Lin Muyao was horrified. How could this scoundrel be approaching her? She was his sister. The cleaning lady, frightened, took several steps back, not wishing to tarnish her reputation at her age. Just as Lin Zihao was about to reach Lin Muyao, she suddenly kicked him fiercely. He collapsed to the ground, his face contorted in pain, curling up as he emitted cries of agony. Lin Muyao hadn't intended to kick him where it hurt most, but Lin Zihao was their parents' precious son, the sole heir of the Lin family. If she accidentally harmed him, they would surely be devastated. Lin Muyao felt a wave of fear wash over her at the thought of the consequences. Though Lin Zihao is her brother, Lin Muyao dared not approach to inquire about his condition. "Auntie, could you perhaps check on him for me?" Lin Muyao implored the cleaning lady beside her. The cleaning lady shook her head vigorously, asserting her unwavering fidelity to her husband, stating she would never involve herself with another man. She was quite perplexed by the situation, wondering if this woman was out of her mind. After all, why would she send a stranger to check on her own husband? It became evident to her that both the woman and her husband were not in their right minds. Not wishing to witness the antics of this peculiar couple any longer, the cleaning lady hastily exited. Fearing for Lin Zihao's safety, Lin Muyao quickly dialed for emergency assistance. Outside, Su Yang, with a mischievous grin, observed the entire scene unfold. Chapter 51. Su Yang, please don't seek revenge by getting involved with them, alright? Shortly thereafter, Su Yang returned to their hotel room. Yi Qianqian could not contain her discontent, exclaiming, "Su Yang, why were you gone for so long? I had a bit of an upset stomach." "My apologies," Su Yang casually fabricated an excuse. "If you don't come out soon, both Qianqian and I will have to rescue you from the restroom," Shinsini joked from the side. Su Yang replied, "Had I known, I would have remained in the restroom until the two lovely ladies came to my aid." "You." Shinsini shot him a playful glare. "By the way," Yi Qianqian interjected, "what was all that commotion in the hallway earlier? It sounded like an ambulance was on the scene." Su Yang smirked. Could it be that a hotel guest encountered an unexpected predicament? Shinsini nodded. "I once read a news story about a couple who got stuck in a hotel and had to call for an ambulance." "Stuck? How does one even get stuck?" Yi Qianqian turned her gaze towards Su Yang. Su Yang's lips twitched. "Why are you looking at me as if I were the one stuck?" Shinsini stifled a laugh, glancing at Su Yang's trousers, contemplating how embarrassing it would be if he were the one calling for help in such a situation. Yet, she did not genuinely believe he would be so mischievous. Yi Qianqian awkwardly chuckled. "I never implied that the person stuck was you. I merely meant that as a man, you could clarify things for Shinsini and me." Su Yang's mouth twitched once more as he cleared his throat and proceeded to explain the concept to Yi Qianqian and Shinsini. The explanation was somewhat awkward, but being adults, they handled it well. After hearing his explanation, Yi Qianqian's eyes lit up with understanding. At that moment, Shinsini suddenly spoke up. "I recalled another news story where a man proposed with a ring, you know how that goes, and ended up needing an ambulance. The doctors were at a loss, and ultimately, firefighters had to be called." Upon hearing the story, Yi Qianqian could not contain her laughter, imagining how terrified the man must have been at that moment, and how mortifying it was to face such humiliation in front of a crowd. What if the firefighter had slipped? The consequences would have been unimaginable. Soo-young, amused yet silent, had encountered his fair share of such news. Sinny, your storytelling is simply delightful. Do you have any more explosive tales to share? Yi Qianqian eagerly continued her quest for gossip. Shinsini shook her head, spreading her hands in resignation. There were no more. At that moment, Soo-young suddenly spoke up. I have an even more shocking story. Would you two care to hear it? Yi Qianqian and Shinsini nodded enthusiastically, their faces alight with anticipation as they turned their gazes to Soo-young. Clearing his throat, he began. A wife was caught having an affair with her fitness instructor, and her husband retaliated by replacing her belongings with super glue. When the paramedics arrived, the scene was truly spectacular. Goodness, super glue. That husband is ruthless. Just thinking about it sends shivers down my spine, Yi Qianqian remarked, involuntarily breaking into goosebumps. Shinsini nodded in agreement, acknowledging the outrageousness of the tale, but added, still, it must have kept the paramedics quite busy. Soo-young chuckled lightly. Indeed, ultimately, it is the white-clad angels and firefighters who bear the burden. All right, lovely ladies. Let us return to our game of landlord, he suggested. The trio resumed their game when suddenly, Soo-young's video call ringtone chimed. He glanced at his phone and saw it was Lin Muyao calling. He pressed accept. Soo-young, where are you right now? Lin Muyao's voice came through, laced with accusation. I'm at the hotel. Did you need something? Soo-young replied indifferently. What are you doing at a hotel? Lin Muyao's expression soured as her interrogation continued. Just having fun. Of course. Lin Muyao was on the verge of exploding with rage. Just as Zihua had predicted, Soo-young had gone to the hotel with her friends, Qianqian and Sinny, and she deemed them to be quite shameless. Soo-young, please don't get involved with them out of spite against me. Lin Muyao pleaded, nearly in tears. She was well aware of Soo-young's enduring affection for her, and understood that his recent behavior stemmed from the emotional turmoil of their divorce. She could not bear to witness his decline and was determined to restore the pure-hearted Soo-young she once knew. Just as Soo-young was about to respond, Yi Qianqian stormed over to him, glaring at Lin Muyao through the phone screen. Lin Muyao, who are you calling shameless? Qianqian and I considered you a close friend. Yet you insult us behind our backs. You are truly repugnant. Shinsini, equally incensed, positioned herself beside Soo-young and directed her ire at Lin Muyao as well. Lin Muyao's chest heaved with fury, confronted by the audacity of these two brazen women who incessantly clung to Soo-young. Today, they had plied him with an abundance of alcohol, clearly intent on taking advantage of his inebriation to pursue a liaison with him. Lin Muyao was utterly taken aback by the shamelessness of her two close friends. Their behavior was frankly repugnant. Having led Soo-young to a hotel, their intentions were all too transparent, and yet they feigned innocence. She berated the two women through her phone, rage bubbling to the surface. Lin Muyao, you repeatedly slander both me and Soo-young, and now you even accuse Sinny. I truly regret befriending someone like you. Yi Qianqian seethed, her lips trembling with indignation. Shinsini's alluring eyes blazed with fury as she declared, we came to the hotel to play do di zhu with Soo-young. How has that become so scandalous in your words? She snatched Soo-young's phone, directing the camera towards the playing cards on the table. With a heavy sigh, Soo-young remarked, Lin Muyao, how have you become so like a shrew? It's utterly baffling. Lin Muyao's mind was momentarily clouded. It dawned on her that Soo-young's idea of playing was merely a game of cards, leading her to realize she had misconstrued the entire situation. Family member, your husband requires tranquility. Please refrain from raising your voice, a nurse from the ambulance stated coldly to Lin Muyao. She quickly shook her head in protest. He is not my husband. The nurse appeared skeptical of her claim, but chose not to pursue the matter further. All right, Lin Muyao, take care of your affairs, she concluded, abruptly ending the video call. During the video conversation with Lin Muyao, Yi Qianqian and Shinsini had heard the blaring siren of the ambulance. Realizing that Lin Muyao had been in one all along, they exchanged knowing glances, seemingly arriving at the same conclusion. Lin Muyao, you dallied with your beloved. And now that he is in trouble, you turn against us. Such toxic friendships are better left behind. As the three parted ways downstairs, Yi Qianqian and Shinsini returned to their respective homes, each consumed by their own thoughts. Yi Qianqian felt a pang of unease. Soo-young had just received a call, indicating he would soon be dining with those two older sisters, Qingqing and Ruru. She sensed a strong bond between Su Yang and these women and wondered what they looked like, feeling a sudden wave of insecurity wash over her. Shinsini's thoughts were quite akin to those of Yi Qianqian. She understood that Su Yang, with his remarkable qualities, would undoubtedly attract the affection of many women. Each moment spent with him filled her with joy and a profound sense of appreciation. Shinsini often recalled the time in that alley when Su Yang descended like a celestial being, rescuing her from the depths of despair. This man, akin to a divine figure, seemed destined not to belong to any single woman. Perhaps Shinsini had long since come to terms with this reality, yet her heart remained troubled. Her heroic champion would not be exclusively hers, leaving her in a state of inner turmoil. Gazing out the car window at the city's vibrant lights and neon glow, she suddenly smiled, lost in thought. Before long, Su Yang arrived at the entrance of Xia Jiqing's apartment. As the door swung open, the two sisters, Xia Jiqing and Xia Zhiro, greeted him with enthusiastic warmth. Su Yang, you're here. Yang, you finally made it. Come in. Su Yang was captivated by the stunning sight before him. Jiqing wore a sultry, fitted red slip dress, while Zhiro sported an equally alluring yellow one, both outfits accentuating their voluptuous figures. Their faces were adorned with makeup, and their hair appeared meticulously styled. Su Yang felt a rush of excitement. The sisters had dressed so beautifully for a late-night gathering with him. What could this mean? Having spent considerable time with the sisters, Su Yang could easily distinguish between the elder and the younger. Jiqing, Zhiro, this is a little something I brought for you. I hope you like it, he said with a smile, handing over the gift bags as he stepped inside. It was Su Yang's first visit to Xia Jiqing's home, and arriving empty-handed felt inappropriate. So he had thoughtfully purchased gifts for the sisters. With delighted expressions, Xia Jiqing and Xia Zhiro accepted the presents. Thank you, Yang. Thank you, Su Yang. The four of them gathered in the living room, where the sisters eagerly unwrapped their gifts. Su Yang had chosen the same brand of perfume for both, yet the fragrances differed. Jiqing's scent was more delicate, and recalling the passionate kiss he had shared with her in the car, he remembered the jasmine-like aroma that lingered, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Thus, he gifted her a jasmine-scented perfume. In contrast, Zhiro's personality was more vibrant and spirited, leading Su Yang to select a bolder scent for her. Although Su Yang had never tasted the flavor from Sister Ro's lips, he had treated her before, which led him to choose a rose-scented perfume as a gift for her. Summer Jiqing, holding the perfume in her hands, felt immense joy. It was her first gift from Yang, and she would cherish it dearly. Yang, I absolutely adore the gift you sent me, she expressed with excitement. Sister Ro was equally pleased, not expecting Su Yang to have such exquisite taste, especially as he had coincidentally selected her favorite rose fragrance, which lingered subtly around her. Su Yang, this rose perfume matches the scent I wear perfectly. You possess remarkable discernment. However, Su Yang was well aware of the fragrance that enveloped Sister Ro. It was merely her naivety that led her to believe it was his taste that was exceptional, when in fact, it was his keen sense of smell. As long as you both are happy, that's all that matters, he replied, delighted to see the two sisters so satisfied with his gift. After the sisters carefully stowed away the presents he had given them, they enveloped Su Yang and made their way to the living room. Upon seeing the lavish spread of dishes on the dining table, Su Yang's lips twitched in surprise. It was quite the feast, rivaling even a grand banquet. However, he noticed several bottles of liquor on the table and wondered if Jiqing and Ro intended to intoxicate him, leading to some mischievous escapade. Of course, Su Yang dismissed such thoughts, knowing that neither Jiqing nor Ro would engage in such absurdity. Yang, please take a seat, Summer Jiqing urged him promptly. Once seated, Summer Jiqing and Summer Zhiro positioned themselves on either side of him, having been surrounded earlier by Yi Qianqian and Shinsini. Now being embraced by these two beautiful sisters made Su Yang feel that life was infinitely delightful. Summer Jiqing filled his glass with wine and raised it, saying, Yang, I toast to you. Without you, my life would have taken a dire turn. You know what losing that part of myself signifies for a woman. It would have been unbearable. Sister Qing, that incident is long past. No need to dwell on it. Rest assured, I will address any gynecological issues you may face in the future, Su Yang reassured her, clinking his glass against hers before downing the drink. Summer Jiqing felt deeply touched, realizing that Yang was indeed a man of integrity. Shortly thereafter, Summer Zhiro poured him another glass. Su Yang, I also raise this glass to you, thanking you for treating my health. Had you not informed me of the serious consequences of that situation, my condition might have reached an irreversible state. Su-yang smiled gently. Sister Ro, there's no need to be so formal. However, do remember the advice I gave you. Do not stray from the right path. Xiajiro felt a bit awkward. After Su-yang had treated her, she returned to her apartment, where he was solely focused on her well-being. Yet, she found herself faltering. No, she must resolutely control herself and not disappoint Su-yang. I understand. I will do better in the future. Xiajiro clinked glasses with Su-yang, and they each took a sip. At that moment, Xia Jiqing handed a file folder to Su-yang. Yang, here is the property deed. The apartment downstairs has been transferred to your name. This is a small token of appreciation from Ro and me, and you must accept it. Su-yang was taken aback. Why had Qingqing and Ro quietly gifted him the spacious 400-square-meter apartment downstairs? It was overwhelming. Sister Qing, Sister Ro, I never expected anything in return for your treatment. What is the meaning of this gift? I cannot accept the house. Although Su-yang secretly rejoiced, he outwardly feigned refusal. You absolutely must accept this house. Su-yang, it is already yours, whether you want it or not. After a few rounds of polite refusal, Su-yang was ultimately compelled to accept the property. Xia Jiqing and Xiajiro both sighed in relief. Subsequently, the three of them enjoyed food, drinks, and conversation. Xiajiro exchanged a knowing glance with Xia Jiqing, and the thought of what was to come made Qingqing's cheeks flush. Chapter 53. Tonight, sister will be overjoyed. Yang. Drink up. Su-yang took a sip from the glass, filled by Xia Jiqing. Have some more. He then drank from Xiajiro's glass. As he felt the sisters flank him on both sides, a sense of unease washed over him. Did they truly intend to get him drunk? One drink followed another, and it became evident that the sisters were intentionally trying to intoxicate him. All right then, let it be as they wish. After an unknown number of drinks, Su-yang succumbed to inebriation and slumped over the table. The sisters had taken hangover medicine beforehand, and since they sipped their drinks sparingly while alternating in toasting Su-yang, they remained unaffected. Sister, Su-yang is drunk, Xiajiro said with a mischievous smile. Xiajiro nodded, her heart racing with excitement. With the assistance of her sister, Su-yang was guided to Xia Jiqing's large bed. Sister, I leave Su-yang in your care. You must do your best, Xiajiro encouraged with a gesture of support. Yes, I understand. Xia Jiqing felt a wave of shyness wash over her, yet her heart was filled with anticipation for what was about to unfold. As she was about to leave, Xiajiro instinctively cast a glance at Su-yang, who lay on her sister's bed. She gently closed the bedroom door behind her and returned to her own room. Sitting on her bed, her emotions were somewhat tangled. After tonight, Su-yang would truly become her brother-in-law. On one hand, she wished for her sister's dreams to come true. After all, her sister adored Su-yang, and becoming his partner would undoubtedly bring her immense joy. On the other hand, the thought of her sister and Su-yang's impending intimacy stirred an indescribable feeling within her. Su-yang was an admirable man. He had even advised her at the dinner table to take care of her health and not to act recklessly. In moments when she might need a man's assistance due to her unique constitution, the first name that came to her mind was Su-yang. However, now he was undoubtedly held tightly by her sister, causing her heart to ache even more. Restless, Xiajiro could not resist the urge to check on the happenings nearby. Although she knew it was inappropriate, she opened her door and quietly approached her sister's room. Just as she pressed her ear against the door to listen for any sounds within, the door swung open from the inside. Both Xiajiro and Xia Jiqing were startled upon seeing each other. Caught eavesdropping, Xiajiro felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, and she was about to fabricate an excuse when her sister seized her arm, flustered. Ro, there you are? I was just about to find you. Sister, what's wrong? Observing her sister's panicked demeanor, Xiajiro sensed that something was amiss. Her gaze drifted past Xia Jiqing into the bedroom, and her cheeks flushed crimson at the sight of Su-yang sprawled casually on her sister's bed, completely oblivious to the fact that he had not been covered with a blanket. Ro, I was all prepared for tonight, but unfortunately, my period has decided to arrive. Xia Jiqing lamented, her mood steeped in an unprecedented sense of disappointment and frustration. She had meticulously planned for this evening, only for things to go awry, for reasons unknown. Upon hearing that her sister had started her period, Xiajiro felt an unexplainable sense of relief. Sister, does that mean you cannot be with Su-yang? I've started my period, what else can I do? Xia Jiqing replied. But such a splendid opportunity is slipping away. It won't be easy to get Su-yang drunk and execute your plan next time, Xiajiro pointed out. I understand, but what can be done? Sister, let us go inside and discuss this properly. Xia Jiqing nodded in agreement, but as she turned to look at Su Yang on the bed, a wave of embarrassment washed over her. After all, Su Yang was to be her future brother-in-law, and now he was being seen by his future sister-in-law. Xia Jiqing suddenly recalled certain customs of Sakura country, where daughters bathe with their fathers and sisters with their brothers. They are all family, after all. This is quite normal. In the future, Su Yang and Ro Ro will also be family, so there is nothing amiss. After mentally preparing herself, Xia Jiqing felt that it was no longer concerning for Ro Ro to see her. Thus, the two sisters returned to their bedroom. Xia Jiqing found a blanket to cover Su Yang, discussing matters with her sister, as it was certainly not ideal for him to lie there uncovered. Xiajiro mused that with Su Yang's remarkable physique, had her sister not been on her period, she would have undoubtedly felt immense joy tonight. Xia Jiqing remarked, Ro Ro, now that Su Yang is on my bed, what should we do next? I can't very well have him put his clothes back on, can I? Although nothing had transpired between her and Su Yang, she had just stolen a kiss from him. His lips were still as soft and inviting as ever. During their last encounter in the car, she had not kissed him properly, but just now, she had kissed him fervently. Xiajiro responded, Sister, doesn't that mean all our efforts tonight would be in vain? Xia Jiqing was aware of this, yet what could she do? Su Yang was so wonderful. She truly wished to become his woman immediately, which would make him her brother-in-law before long. Ro Ro, wouldn't you want such a remarkable brother-in-law? Xiajiro nodded. Indeed. She desired a brother-in-law as excellent as Su Yang. This statement carried a double entendre that Xia Jiqing failed to grasp, though Xiajiro understood it well. Xia Jiqing sighed. It seems the heavens are deliberately testing me, making me have my period at this moment. Xiajiro found her sister's mystical reasoning somewhat plausible. Otherwise, why would everything be in place, yet her sister encounter such a complication? Xia Jiqing sighed again. Alas, it seems I am fated not to become Yang Yang's woman tonight. At that moment, a wild idea sparked in Xiajiro's mind, her eyes ablaze with excitement. She patted her sister's shoulder and said, Sister, there is a saying, success lies in human effort. Chapter 54, A Dual Benefit Ro Ro, what do you mean by that? Xia Jiqing asked, puzzled. Xiajiro blinked, then revealed her plan. Sister, what I mean is. Upon hearing it, Xia Jiqing's eyes widened in disbelief at her sister's audacious scheme. Su Yang, lying on the bed, was equally astonished upon hearing Xiajiro's plan, thinking to himself how clever her approach was. Sister, my plan is truly a twofold success. Please give it some serious thought. Seeing that Xia Jiqing did not immediately refute her, Xiajiro realized that her plan was likely to be enacted that very night. She believed herself to be quite clever for devising such an ingenious scheme. Indeed, she felt like a genius. Xia Jiqing fidgeted with her fingers, her emotions swirling in complexity. On one hand, Ro Ro wished to substitute herself in place of her twin sister with Su Yang. Given their identical appearance, Su Yang, inebriated, would struggle to discern their differences. Subsequently, they could switch back, leading Su Yang to believe that it was Xia Jiqing who had spent the night with him. Aside from the initial exchange, the plan would unfold as originally intended. On the other hand, Ro Ro, due to her unique constitution, sought to follow Su Yang's advice in seeking a partner. She reasoned that it would be preferable to rely on Su Yang, a man she knew well, rather than risk engaging with unfamiliar men. Her considerations were not without merit. As an elder sister, she naturally wished to protect her sibling from the potential dangers of casual encounters. In essence, Ro Ro's strategy served a dual purpose. However, this meant that she would develop an intimate relationship with Su Yang, who would ultimately become her brother-in-law. Xiajiro felt a pang of discomfort at this thought, sighing heavily, contemplating whether it would be better to abandon the plan. Upon hearing her sister's hesitation, Xiajiro felt a twinge of anxiety. Sister, my primary motivation for this is you. While I could find another man, this opportunity is too precious to squander. But Ro Ro, Su Yang will be your brother-in-law, Xia Jiqing cautioned. Sister, you need not worry at all. If neither of us speaks of it, Su Yang will remain oblivious. I understand. That's not my concern, Xia Jiqing replied. Xiajiro grasped Xia Jiqing's hand tightly, sincerity etched on her face. Sister, I understand your worries. My feelings for Su Yang are purely platonic. I regard him as my future brother-in-law. You are aware of my unique condition. She paused before continuing. If you truly feel uneasy, I shall let it go. I do not wish to cause you distress over this matter. At that moment, Xia Jiqing was particularly conflicted. What should she do? Sister, you stay here with Su Yang. I will step out for a moment. As she spoke, Xia Zhiro rose and walked toward the door, thinking that if her sister was truly opposed, then perhaps it was best to abandon the plan to spare her any discomfort. Suddenly, Xia Jiqing sprang to her feet and caught her sister's arm, struggling to reach a definitive decision. Ro, let us proceed as you suggested. Xia Zhiro's eyes sparkled with unreserved delight as she instinctively cast a glance at Su Yang, who lay upon the bed. Her anticipation was palpable. Sister, rest assured, please wait in my room for a moment. I shall come to you when the time is right. At that moment, Xia Zhiro wished fervently for her sister to depart swiftly. Xia Jiqing nodded, reluctantly releasing her grip on Xia Zhiro's arm, and with heavy steps, she exited. The bedroom door slammed shut behind her, creating an impenetrable barrier between two worlds. Arriving in her own room, Xia Jiqing collapsed onto the bed, her heart feeling as if it were crushed beneath a great weight, rendering her breathless. Was she truly to allow her sister to take her place with Su Yang? Yet, she found herself unwilling to accept this fate. After Lin Muyao resolved matters with Lin Zihao, she sought out Su Yang to apologize, realizing that her earlier suspicions regarding him and Qianqian had been misplaced. Lin Muyao knocked on Su Yang's door, but no response came. Her calls met with silence as his phone remained off. Returning to her apartment, she was plagued by unease. What was Su Yang up to? Suddenly, she recalled their previous encounter during a game of mahjong, when Su Yang had mentioned he would be having a late-night snack with the Xia sisters. Could it be that he was currently enjoying a meal with them? A sense of discomfort washed over her as she remembered the moment Su Yang had been forcefully kissed by Xia Jiqing in his car, igniting her anger further. Lin Muyao yearned to rush to Xia Jiqing's home and reclaim Su Yang, yet she knew that, despite her impulses, reason must prevail. They were divorced now. Su Yang was no longer her husband, and she had no right to disrupt their lives. Frustrated, she pinched her brow. A sudden craving for alcohol surfacing, perhaps only spirits could ease her sorrow. Contemplating calling her friends to join her at a bar, she hesitated, fearing their disdain after having wronged them. The closeness they once shared seemed to have dissipated, leaving her feeling increasingly estranged. At that moment, the image of Su Junjie flashed through Lin Muyao's mind, brightening her expression as a smile graced her lips. Thankfully, she still had Junjie. He had always been gentle with her, never raising his voice, and he could not possibly be as callous as her friends had become. Instantly feeling a sense of relief, Lin Muyao picked up her phone and initiated a video call to Su Junjie. However, after a few rings, the call was abruptly terminated. Frowning, she wondered what Junjie was up to, perplexed by his sudden disconnection. Chapter 55 Sister Qingxing was being particularly unreasonable tonight. Lin Muyao once again attempted to initiate a video call with Su Junjie, only to have it abruptly disconnected. Frustration welled up within her. Why had Junjie rejected her call again? Her mood, already soured this evening, was further darkened by his actions. However, it wasn't long before Su Junjie called her back. Upon answering the call, Lin Muyao spoke with an edge in her voice. Junjie, what is going on? Why did you disconnect my video? Cough. Yao, I'm sorry. I'm feeling a bit unwell, and my complexion isn't great. I was afraid you would worry if you saw me. Su Junjie feigned a weak demeanor. In an instant, Lin Muyao's anger dissipated. A wave of concern washed over her. Junjie was unwell. He had chosen to avoid the video call to spare her from seeing his frailty. How considerate he was, always thinking of her. Junjie, what happened? She inquired, her tone softening considerably. I accidentally dozed off while taking a bath, but it's nothing serious. You needn't worry. Cough. Have you taken your medicine? Yes. Why didn't you tell me you were sick? Yao, I know you are busy with work and you work so hard every day. I'm really not that ill. Just a bit of medicine will do the trick, so I didn't want to trouble you. Cough. Lin Muyao clutched her phone tightly, a growing sense of guilt settling in her heart. She was not caught up in work as she often claimed, and had frequently lied to Junjie. He was so kind, yet she treated him in such a manner. In that moment, Lin Muyao seemed to experience a pang of conscience. Junjie, wait for me. I'm going to the hotel to see you now. Junjie had been staying at a hotel since returning from abroad, and she had never visited him there. Now that he was sick and alone, feeling particularly vulnerable, she realized that no matter the reason, she ought to check on him. After all, he was the cherished figure in her heart. Upon hearing Lin Muyao's words, Su Junjie nearly dropped his phone in shock. If she were to come to the hotel, everything would be ruined. He was currently at Hongjie's house, not at the hotel, and even if he rushed back, it would likely be too late. Moreover, he was somewhat reluctant to leave Hongjia's place. Yao Yao, please don't come over. I'm feeling much better now. You're so busy with work. You should get some rest, he urged. Junjia, I'm fine. Your well-being is what matters most to me right now. Su Junjia was overwhelmed with a cold sweat on his forehead. Lin Muyao, usually indifferent to him, was unexpectedly concerned about his illness. Had he known this would elicit such care, he might have feigned sickness to win her affection, perhaps even leading to more intimate encounters. Yao Yao, it's quite late. Please don't come over. You're a girl, and I worry for your safety. Moreover, I've already taken my medicine and feel incredibly drowsy. I might fall asleep at any moment. Listening to Su Junjia's selfless considerations for her well-being, Lin Muyao felt a surge of emotion. Junjia, then you should rest early. I will visit you tomorrow. Yes, Yao Yao, you should also get some rest. After hanging up, Su Junjia lifted his head, only to find the bathroom door slightly ajar, revealing Hongjia, who was peering at him with a mischievous grin. Their eyes met, and Hongjia swung the bathroom door open, grabbing Su Junjia by the arm. Xiaojia, once your call is done, come back with me. Meanwhile, lying in bed, Xia Jiqing abruptly sprang up, hastening out of Xia Zhirou's room and directly into her own. What she witnessed was an eye-watering spectacle. Xia Jiqing's cheeks flushed with heat, and disregarding her embarrassment, she quickly intervened. Ro, get up quickly. I've reconsidered. Let us abandon that plan. Xia Jiqing was immensely relieved to have arrived in time. Had she been even a minute later, the consequences could have been dire. Thank goodness, she murmured, patting her rapidly rising chest in an effort to remain composed. Xia Zhirou's expression darkened, her sister's sudden appearance inciting fury within her. Sister, how can you go back on your word? You clearly agreed, and now you want me to leave? Are you out of your mind? Ro, please. It was wrong of me. I felt terrible in your room just now. I've thought it through. If this opportunity slips away, it will be lost forever. But there will be others in the future. Ro, Suyang means far too much to me. Xia Jiqing was nearly at her wit's end, almost reaching out to pull Xia Zhirou aside. Xia Zhirou's eyes blazed with anger. Her sister's actions were utterly unreasonable. They had made a pact, and now her sister was backing out. Furthermore, she was desperate to possess Su Yang. At that moment, Su Yang was lamenting his fate. Realizing how thoughtless Qingqing was being that night, it seemed he would need to guide her better in the future. Sister, you are truly being unreasonable. Xia Zhirou felt as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown onto a roaring fire, extinguishing her anger instantly. Ro, I am truly sorry, I beg you. Xia Jiqing pleaded, her eyes brimming with tears. Humph! Xia Zhirou glared fiercely at Xia Jiqing. She rose from her bed, swiftly gathered her clothes from the floor, and exited the bedroom with haste. Xia Jiqing realized that Ro was genuinely angry this time. She recognized her own transgressions. Yet, she found herself unable to bear the sight of their door closing. With a heart that had risen to her throat, she finally felt it settle back into her abdomen. However, the jarring image that had intruded upon her was deeply etched into her mind and heart. Su Yang was the man she adored, and she could never bring herself to relinquish him to another woman, even if that woman was her own sister. Xia Jiqing fixed her intense gaze upon Su Yang, who lay on the bed. Clenching her fists tightly, she approached him and softly asked, Yang, would you allow your sister to love you in a different way tonight? Chapter 56. If the time spent on my sofa counts as one, then there are still two left. In the hospital ward, Lin Zihao leaned against the bed, his teeth clenched in fury. He felt utterly humiliated after yesterday's events. The thought of the nurse's peculiar gaze while tending to him made his heart churn. Most distressing was the fact that he had been brought to the hospital under such circumstances. Fortunately, he had been semi-conscious. Otherwise, the embarrassment of being observed by so many would have been unbearable. He was certain he had become the topic of gossip among the nurses and doctors. But what was Lin Muyao thinking when she didn't provide him with a proper outfit at the hotel? He couldn't help but wonder if she had acted intentionally. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Of course, the root of all this misfortune lay with Su Yang, that spineless fool. He had intended for Su Yang to cheat with Lin Muyao's friend, hoping she would catch him in the act. Instead, Su Yang had turned the tables and ensnared him, transforming him into a laughingstock. There was no way he could swallow this humiliation. Once he was discharged, he would ensure that Su Yang was thoroughly incapacitated, sending him off to Sichuan province for his so-called brothers to enjoy. And then there was Lin Muyao, his foolish sister. Not only had she allowed the cleaning staff to witness his disgraceful performance, but she had nearly caused him irreparable harm. How cruel she was, delivering such heavy blows. After all, he was her own brother. It felt as if she wished for him to become utterly impotent, a mere eunuch. Lin Muyao, that foolish girl, and Su Yang, that spineless wretch, they would pay dearly. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Zihao's eyes as he pounded his thigh in frustration, causing him to yelp in pain. While his thigh itself wasn't sore, the action reminded him of the moment when Su Yang had emerged from the elevator, only to find Lin Muyao standing at his apartment door, clad in a white shirt and a black fitted skirt, her legs elegantly adorned in black stockings. Su Yang's gaze inadvertently lingered for a couple of seconds on those exquisite legs clad in black stockings. It must be said that Lin Muyao's legs, wrapped in such alluring attire, were indeed striking. After knocking on the door multiple times without receiving a response, Lin Muyao, with a crestfallen expression, was about to leave when she spotted Su Yang descending from the elevator. Noticing that Su Yang was still dressed in the same outfit from the previous day, an unsettling premonition washed over her. Had he perhaps not spent the night at home? Immediately, Lin Muyao approached Su Yang, exclaiming, "I've been standing at your door for quite a while. It turns out you weren't home. Where did you go so early?" Lin Muyao was making an effort to temper her emotions, as she had previously misjudged Su Yang and her friends. Thus, she dared not completely assume that Su Yang had indeed spent the night out. If she were to act impulsively and misunderstand him again, it would not bode well. "I didn't ask you to wait at my door," Su Yang retorted as he bypassed Lin Muyao and entered the house, inputting the door code. Lin Muyao attempted to glimpse the code, but Su Yang concealed it meticulously, revealing nothing. Pouting slightly, she thought it absurd that Su Yang treated her like a thief. Aware of Lin Muyao's tenacity, Su Yang resigned himself to her presence, allowing her to enter. He plopped down on the sofa, and Lin Muyao sat beside him. "The code for my apartment has never changed," she stated. Su Yang raised an eyebrow, questioning her intent. "Let me clarify. I have no intention of stealing anything from your home." Lin Muyao quickly waved her hands in protest. "That's not what I meant. You misunderstood me." "Then what do you mean? Surely, you can't expect to come and go as you please?" Su Yang regarded Lin Muyao with a scrutinizing gaze, biting her red lip. She recalled that since their divorce, she had not altered the door code, fully aware of Su Yang's character. Even without changing it, he would not easily intrude. Her current admission seemed to imply a desire to prove that their former home still held a place for him. However, those words proved difficult to articulate. "What I mean is that the code was set together, and I will not change it. Whether you change it or not has nothing to do with me, Lin Muyao. Let us get to the point. What brings you here again?" Su Yang cast a sidelong glance at her, then took a generous swig from a bottle of water on the coffee table. Lin Muyao felt a pang of discomfort. "I'm here to apologize for last night. I shouldn't have constantly misunderstood you and Qian or Sini. However, your card games at the hotel do lend themselves to misinterpretation." With a scoff, Su Yang replied, "You can misunderstand all you like. You're not my wife anymore, so why should it concern you? I enjoy playing cards with them at the hotel, and I intend to continue doing so every night." The woman must present herself with a genuine attitude of apology. She cannot simply act as if nothing is amiss. He certainly does not indulge her, and besides, her lack of tangible actions renders her apology insincere. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Lin Muyao felt a knot in her chest, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. How could Su Yang declare that he would play cards at the hotel every night? While it was acceptable for him to occasionally join her friends for a game, the prospect of him doing so nightly raised concerns about what might transpire. No, she must be present whenever they went to the hotel to play. She insisted, "If you all go to play cards, I must accompany you. 3 of us playing cards is perfect. What do you intend to do?" Su Yang responded, his irritation evident as Lin Muyao grasped his arm. She continued, her tone laced with a desire to appease. "Qian and Sini are my close friends. If they play with you, they must include me. Rest assured, I will merely observe while you enjoy your game." Su Yang's lips twitched in disbelief. This woman genuinely thought he was referring to playing cards. He felt exasperated. "Let go. Stop pulling at me," he said, shaking off Lin Muyao's grasp. Su Yang could freely visit the hotel with her friends and share late-night snacks with Xia Jiqing. Yet, Lin Muyao felt utterly wronged by his disdain after merely touching his arm. Suddenly, a memory of their previous agreement flashed in her mind, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. With a sultry gaze, she softly said, "Su Yang, didn't we agree on 3 encounters? If we count the time on my sofa, that leaves us with 2 more." Chapter 57. Late on the first day of work. Upon hearing this, Su Yang's expression softened as he regarded Lin Muao. So, she had come this early for that reason. His pupils constricted slightly as he feigned ignorance. What do you mean by that? Flustered, Lin Muao wondered if her previous implication had been unclear. How could Su Yang not understand? Did he suspect something between her and Su Junjie? Determined, Lin Muao declared, Su Yang, nothing ever happened between Junjie and me. You are the only one who has touched me. Su Yang's lips quirked slightly. He hadn't even asked, and yet she was volunteering this information. Clearing his throat, he replied, just because Su Junjie hasn't touched you does not imply you haven't sought to please him in other ways. For instance, the last time in your living room. Lin Muao quickly interjected, I did not. That kind of thing, I have only done for you. Su Yang, how can you accuse me so unjustly? Tears of grievance welled in her eyes as she realized she had never anticipated such a baseless accusation from him. If she had committed the actions in question, she would have readily acknowledged them. However, being falsely accused of deeds she did not perform is a profoundly distressing experience, particularly given the nature of the accusations leveled against her by Su Yang. Very well, I believe you, Su Yang remarked nonchalantly. The sting of being wrongfully accused by Su Yang was indeed painful, yet she found solace in his belief in her. Reflecting on her own tendency to unjustly accuse Su Yang and Shanqian, she recognized that they must have felt equally uncomfortable under her unfounded accusations. Lin Muao quietly resolved to refrain from indiscriminately casting blame in the future. At that moment, Su Yang's large hand gently patted Lin Muyao's beautifully clad leg, and with a smile, he inquired, shall we discuss the matter at hand? Lin Muyao's heart fluttered, and she bit her red lip, asking, what matter? What do you think? Su Yang replied, his thumb caressing the translucent fabric of her stockings. He had been harboring a burning desire since the previous night, and unexpectedly, Lin Muyao had presented herself to him so early in the day. After Su Yang departed, Lin Muyao filled the bathtub with water and sank into it, allowing the warm embrace to soothe her aching body. She felt a wave of regret wash over her. Had she known the exquisite pleasure of being cherished by Su Yang, why had she not embraced it sooner during their 2 years of marriage? At that time, Su Yang was still her husband, and their intimate moments were both lawful and reasonable. Now, however, circumstances had changed. Lin Muyao lamented her regrets, yet she understood that there is no remedy for regret. With 3 chances, she had squandered 2. She vowed to cherish the final opportunity that remained. Not long after, Su Yang arrived at Xinhua Hospital. Although he arrived late on his first day, no one commented, for the esteemed Dr. Su's reputation had already spread throughout the institution. His mere presence was regarded as a tremendous boon for Xinhua Hospital. Li Shio arranged for him a luxurious office and assigned a young nurse as his assistant. As Su Yang surveyed his office, complete with both work and relaxation areas, he felt quite satisfied. Most notably, the nurse assigned to him was quite charming, which pleased him greatly. Soon enough, Su Yang began his consultations, with Nurse Lingling assisting him. The first patient of the day was a middle-aged woman who had come with her husband. Dr. Su, she implored, my husband and I wish to have a child. Could you assist us? Please, share your situation with me, Su Yang requested. Although he could discern the woman's condition at a glance, he now held the title of a formal physician and opted to feign a professional inquiry for the sake of appearance. At that moment, the middle-aged man beside her spoke up, Doctor, my wife and I once had a son, but he tragically passed away at the age of 7 due to a severe illness. The middle-aged man let out a heavy sigh, continuing, the loss of our son has been an immense blow to us. It took several years for us to finally emerge from the shadow of his passing. Eventually, we resolved to have another child, yet in these years, our quest for a child has been fruitless. At this point, the man's gaze dimmed. Doesn't fate have any compassion for us? Having already lost one child, why can't we be granted another? Am I destined to never be a mother again? With these words, the woman covered her face and wept bitterly. Don't cry, Guime, the man comforted her gently. Lingling quickly handed the middle-aged woman a tissue, offering solace. Sister, do not despair, perhaps a miracle may occur. Su Yang thought to himself that this couple had finally found the right person, as he was quite adept at matters of pregnancy. Nevertheless, their story deeply moved him, and he felt compelled to assist them. Brother, sister, do not worry. Perhaps I can help you conceive, Su Yang assured them. Instantly, a spark of hope ignited in the couple, but it quickly dimmed, for they had consulted numerous doctors before. All to no avail. They approached this encounter with a sense of cautious optimism. Seemingly aware of their doubts, Su Yang continued, treat a dead horse as a living one. You might as well trust me this once. Perhaps sister will conceive. The couple nodded earnestly. Subsequently, Su-yang shared his method with them. The couple's faces flushed with embarrassment, and Lingling also felt her cheeks warm. Su-yang found himself in a predicament. His miraculous gift of fertility required the union of both man and woman, for the essence of conception could not materialize without such a union. After the couple departed for a nearby hotel, Su-yang proceeded to treat patients with various ailments, including menstrual irregularities and chest discomfort. When Lingling called in the next patients, Su-yang was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the two women who entered. Chapter 58. The Qipao mother and daughter dressed in elegant azure and white kipayos. The mother and daughter walked in. Su-yang immediately recognized this striking pair, feeling a rush of admiration as he silently marveled at their grace. The ivory satin of Shun Rian's Qipao accentuated her voluptuous curves, and the daring slit that reached high on her thigh added an alluring touch, enticing the imagination with every graceful step she took. Her long hair was elegantly styled, enhancing her poised demeanor. Su-yang was pleasantly surprised to find that Shun Rian appeared even younger and more beautiful in person than in photographs, resembling a sophisticated woman in her 30s. Regarding Shin Ruoxing, her hair was styled half up and half down, framing her figure, which was more slender compared to her mother's. The light blue qipao clung to her graceful silhouette, exuding a blend of innocence and maturity, particularly accentuated by her delicate waist, which Su-yang felt he could easily encircle with his hand. Su-yang chuckled softly. Online, Shin Ruoxing had always referred to him as uncle and even expressed a desire to introduce her mother to him, wishing for him to assume a paternal role. He never anticipated encountering Shin Rian and her daughter in such a manner. Doctor, please take good care of my mother. She has been experiencing persistent lower abdominal pain, Shin Ruoxing remarked. Upon seeing Su-yang, she was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the esteemed physician to be so young and handsome. She had envisioned him as an elderly gentleman. Do not fret. I shall first check your mother's pulse, Su-yang replied with a smile directed at Shin Ruoxing. After Shin Rian took a seat, Su-yang theatrically checked her pulse and then instructed her to change into a gown for treatment. Shin Ruoxing accompanied her mother to the examination room, and soon, Shin Rian had shed her lustrous cream-colored qipao, lying gracefully on the treatment table. Observing her mother, Shin Ruoxing thought to herself how enviable it was that, at her mother's age, she still maintained such an exquisite figure. It is often said that a woman flourishes with the support of a man. Had her mother been surrounded by a partner all these years, she would undoubtedly exude even more charm. Just then, Su-yang approached, and upon seeing Shin Rian on the treatment table, his eyes brightened. Indeed, Aunt Shin still possessed an alluring grace. I shall commence the treatment now, Su-yang announced. Noticing that Shin Ruoxing had no intention of leaving, he reluctantly allowed her to observe. Su-yang's treatment was methodical. Perhaps it had been too long since Shin Rian had been in the presence of a man, as her body showed no resilience. Shin Rian felt considerable embarrassment. Being treated by the esteemed physician in front of her daughter was mortifying, leaving her uncertain about how to face her child afterward. Shin Ruoxing's cheeks flushed crimson. As a daughter, she felt deeply uncomfortable, silently resolving to find her mother a partner soon, so her mother could once again relish the joys of womanhood. Following the treatment, Shin Rian, supported by Shin Ruoxing, rose from the table, feeling particularly self-conscious. Had she known better, she would have preferred to come alone, sparing herself the embarrassment in front of her daughter. After the treatment by Su-yang, Shin Rian's discomfort had indeed subsided. The physician assured them that with one more session, she would be completely healed. After bowing in gratitude to Su-yang, mother and daughter departed the hospital. Before long, they returned home. Mother, there is something I wish to discuss with you, Shin Ruoxing began. What is it, my dear? Shin Rian inquired. Shin Ruoxing linked her arm with Shin Rian's, and the two women settled onto the sofa. Mother, I have grown up now. You need not worry about me any longer. I hope you can find a man and experience happiness in your life, she expressed earnestly. Shin Rian smiled gently, replying, I am already quite happy and have no need to seek out a man. Shin Ruoxing tightened her grip on her mother's hand. Mother, do you still wish to deceive me? When Dr. Su treated you in the hospital, I remained silent. But I am aware of the things you have hidden away in your cabinet. Upon hearing this, Shin Rian's face flushed with embarrassment, her eyes betraying a hint of panic. Shin Ruoxing grasped her mother's hand even more firmly. Mother, I know you desire companionship. You possess such beauty and an admirable figure. You should embrace happiness while you still can. Otherwise, when you grow older, those experiences will elude you. At Shin Ruoxing's words, the dormant heart of Shun Rian seemed to awaken. After years of widowhood, how could she not long for a man? It was simply that, during her daughter's youth, she had chosen not to pursue another relationship, and now so many years had passed. Xingxing, is that truly how you feel? Shin Rian inquired. Shin Ruoxing nodded emphatically. Mother, I genuinely hope for your happiness. Noticing her mother's silence, Shin Ruoxing understood that her mother was amenable to the idea of finding a man. Mother, what kind of man do you find appealing? I know you are not fond of Uncle Wu or Uncle Li. By discerning her mother's preferences, she could assist in finding a suitable companion. Previously, she had mentioned Uncle Wu from the community supermarket and Uncle Li, whose wife had passed away 2 years ago, yet her mother had shown no interest. However, Shin Ruoxing was unaware of the type of man her mother truly desired. Feeling somewhat shy, Shin Rian admitted, I didn't expect you to observe so keenly. I do not favor those older men. I prefer younger, well-built men, like Dr. Su, for instance. Yet, I am over 40. It feels rather embarrassing to admit an attraction to younger men. Seeing her mother's conflicted expression, Shin Ruoxing sensed the matter was more complicated. Mother, do you have someone you like? She pressed gently. No, Shin Rian quickly retorted. Then why the hesitation? Shin Ruoxing urged. I am your daughter, your closest confidant. Is there anything you cannot share with me? Xingxing, I simply do not like older men. I am drawn to younger, well-built men. Shin Rian finally confessed her true feelings. Shin Ruoxing chuckled softly, realizing her mother had a preference for youthful vigor, thus explaining her reluctance towards the older men she had suggested. Mother, what do you think of my high school classmate Wang Chong? He recently broke up with his girlfriend. Wang Chong is well acquainted with the situation. Should mother express her preference, she would assist her in winning Wang Chong's affections. Xingxing, that Wang Chong has been someone I've watched grow up since childhood. How could that be acceptable? Shin Ruyan quickly interjected. Although Wang Chong is youthful, she does not harbor any fondness for him. Shin Ruoxing pondered momentarily, feeling somewhat at a loss. Mother, could you describe the type of man you favor? A man akin to that Dr. Su would be quite agreeable. Chapter 59. I merely wish to indulge in your essence. Will you permit it? Ro, please open the door and allow your sister to enter. Xia Zhiqing knocked on Xia Zhiro's door. Since last night, when Ro parted from Su Yang, she had remained secluded within her room. Xia Zhiqing was acutely aware that her actions yesterday had been excessive. Ro merely sought to enhance her unique constitution with Su Yang's assistance, yet she had interrupted at such a critical moment. Please, do not bother me. I do not wish to see you. Xia Zhiro shouted irritably at the door as her sister continued to knock. Ro, it is I who has wronged you. Xia Zhiqing understood that Ro did not wish to see her. Remaining there would only exacerbate Ro's disdain, prompting her to depart from in front of her sister's door. Inside the room, Xia Zhiro's surroundings were in disarray. After returning to her chamber last evening, she had been utterly vexed by her sister's actions, which had dampened her spirits to the lowest ebb. Her sister's monthly cycle had prevented her from being with Su Yang. What could she have done about that? Moreover, her sister had initially agreed but suddenly reneged on her promise. Such behavior was unacceptable. At that moment, she had been elated, believing she would finally experience the thrill depicted in those short videos, only to find herself facing such an unfortunate conclusion. Furious, the mere recollection of last night's pivotal moment sent tremors through her. Xia Zhiro clenched her fists tightly, growing increasingly agitated and feeling profoundly aggrieved. The idea of intoxicating Su Yang had originated with her. She had considered her sister's happiness above all else, yet her sister treated her in this manner. Even as sisters, her sister's conduct had irrevocably wounded her heart. She felt it best to withhold forgiveness for the time being. Surveying the chaotic room, Xia Zhiro decided she could no longer remain there. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated her mind, and a smile graced her lips. Shortly thereafter, an impeccably dressed Xia Zhiro emerged from her room, dragging a suitcase behind her. Upon witnessing this scene, Xia Zhiqing, seated on the living room couch, felt an ominous sense of foreboding and rushed forward. Ro, what on earth are you doing? Xia Zhiro cast a sidelong glance at her sister. I am going to stay elsewhere for a few days. It is all your fault. Please reconsider. Xia Zhiqing was utterly distressed, grasping at Xia Zhiro's suitcase to prevent her from leaving. Release your grip. I shall return when my spirits are lifted. As she gazed into Ro's indifferent eyes, Xia Zhiqing felt a sharp pang in her heart. In the end, she could only watch helplessly as Ro departed with her suitcase. Xia Jiqing despondently sank onto the sofa, realizing that she had indeed hurt Ro this time. Had she not interrupted last night, perhaps Ro's unique constitution would have been alleviated by Su Yang, and she would not have treated her this way. Yet, she could not bear to witness the man she cherished with her sister. Xia Jiqing clutched her head in anguish, pondering how things had spiraled into such turmoil. Once outside Xia Jiqing's apartment, Xia Zhiro dialed Su Yang's number. After all, he was her future brother-in-law. It was hardly unreasonable for him to accommodate his sister-in-law for a few days, especially since the apartment he owned had once belonged to her. Su Yang was overwhelmed with tasks until noon, and it was his hands that bore the brunt of the exhaustion. The sensation had dulled from overuse. Originally, Su Yang intended to share a meal with Ling Ling in the hospital cafeteria, but unexpectedly, Yi Qianqian arrived with a lunchbox. Ling Ling shot Yi Qianqian a glance before pouting and heading to the cafeteria alone. A young and handsome doctor like Su Yang was a rare sight in their gynecology department, particularly since he was such an exceptional physician. Ling Ling felt immensely honored to serve as Su Yang's assistant nurse, aware that many of her colleagues envied her position. Though she had hoped to dine with Dr. Su, his friend had shown up. However, she remained optimistic about future opportunities. Qianqian, what brings you here? Su Yang asked with a smile. My company is close to your hospital, so I thought I would drop by, Yi Qianqian replied, returning his smile. Today marked Su Yang's first day at the hospital, and throughout the morning, Yi Qianqian had stolen glances at the hospital from her office window. While she couldn't see Su Yang at work, the mere thought of being so close to him filled her with joy. To be thought of by such a beauty is truly flattering, he remarked. Shall we head to the break room? As he spoke, Su Yang reached for the lunchbox in Yi Qianqian's hands. Unintentionally, his fingers brushed against hers, sending a jolt of electricity coursing through her body, quickening her heartbeat. She smiled to herself and followed Su Yang into the break room. Finally, during the lunch break, Su Yang hoped to enjoy some peace, especially with the lovely Qianqian by his side. Yi Qianqian neatly arranged the food from the lunchbox. Just as Su Yang arrived after washing his hands, she sweetly handed him a pair of chopsticks. Let us eat, she suggested, feeling as if she were a devoted wife serving her husband, which brought her immense joy. Qianqian, have some meat, he encouraged. As Yi Qianqian gazed at the slices of meat that Su Yang had thoughtfully placed in her bowl, her heart swelled with joy. How considerate of him to serve her vegetables as well. She, too, picked up a piece of meat, but instead of putting it in Su Yang's bowl, she shyly offered it to him directly, saying, in the spirit of reciprocity, this is for you. Su Yang raised an eyebrow at the morsel nearing his lips. What he had done could be called serving, yet her gesture felt more akin to feeding him. Oh, come on, eat up. Seeing Su Yang's reluctance to open his mouth, Yi Qianqian felt a twinge of anxiety. All she wished was to feed him a little, so why wouldn't he eat? Did he perhaps not enjoy being fed by her? With a gentle chuckle, Su Yang finally opened his mouth and accepted the piece of meat, savoring its flavor after a few chews. This is truly delicious, he remarked, prompting a satisfied smile from Yi Qianqian. Then make sure to eat plenty, she encouraged. I certainly will, especially with such delightful meat, Su Yang replied with a grin. After a strenuous morning spent working for 3 hours alongside Lin Muyao, followed by several hours at the hospital, Su Yang was genuinely hungry now, and he relished the feast before him. Yi Qianqian felt a warmth in her heart as she held her chopsticks, allowing the taste that belonged to Su Yang to meld in her mouth. Just this sensation alone filled her with bliss, and she couldn't help but wonder how exquisite it would feel to kiss Su Yang. Her gaze fixated on his lips. Her grip on the chopsticks tightened instinctively. She was eager to savor the taste of him. Qianqian, why aren't you eating? Are you perhaps captivated by my charm? Su Yang teased, voicing her unspoken thoughts. The way she stared at him, lost in admiration, hinted at the musings swirling in her mind. Huh. Yi Qianqian was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing with warmth. Are you suggesting I want to eat from your bowl? Su Yang's eyes narrowed playfully as he regarded her. With a boldness that surprised even herself, Yi Qianqian straightened her posture and declared, Yes, I do want to taste your meat. Will you let me? With a smile, Su Yang plucked a piece of meat from his bowl and offered it to her lips. Go ahead, little glutton. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shen Ruoxing was certainly not there for a mere consultation. Was she truly there for him? In another corner, Lin Muyao and Su Junjie sat together, each lost in their own thoughts as they shared a meal. Junjie had fallen ill the previous night, and Lin Muyao, feeling a pang of conscience, had intended to visit him. However, her plan had faltered as she first sought out Su Yang to apologize. That apology had consumed over 3 hours of her time. And while Junjie lay waiting for her visit, she had lingered with Su Yang. She felt she had been quite inconsiderate. As Lin Muyao faced Su Junjie, an inexplicable sense of guilt surged within her. Junjie had always treated her with such kindness, considering her in every aspect. He was, after all, the radiant moonlight she cherished in her heart. Yet, she found herself repeatedly betraying him by clandestinely meeting Su Yang. Her thoughts were in disarray. What was happening to her? Last night, Su Junjie had spent the night at Hongjie's apartment and returned to the hotel only early this morning. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, he found himself lingering in those memories. When confronted with Lin Muyao, he felt a pang of guilt. He had deceived her. If she were to discover the truth about his relationship with Hongjie, she would undoubtedly never forgive him. Thus, it was imperative that Lin Muyao remained oblivious to his entanglement with Hongjie. Yao Yao, please eat more, Su Junjie urged, his demeanor one of attentive affection. You're still not fully recovered. You should eat more as well, she replied. I knew Yao Yao would be the one to care for me the most. Driven perhaps by guilt or some other emotion, Lin Muyao picked up her phone and transferred 50,000 yuan to Su Junjie. Junjie, consider this some pocket money. Without hesitation, he accepted the sum. Yao Yao, why are you so good to me? I must have saved the galaxy in my past life to deserve meeting you in this one. Seeing the heartfelt gratitude etched on his face filled Lin Muyao with joy, yet she felt an urge to send him more than just 50,000 yuan. However, she refrained, fearing that giving him too much would deter his motivation to strive for success. Suddenly, Lin Muyao realized a significant concern. Ever since Su Junjie returned to the country, he seemed to be idle. Yao Yao, when can I start working at your company? It pains me to think of you bearing so much responsibility alone. I wish I could immediately assist you, he added earnestly. Lin Muyao's gaze shifted as she noted his eagerness to alleviate her burdens. She was well aware that Junjie was not the type to lack ambition. It simply wasn't the right time yet. Junjie, I'm sorry, but you'll have to wait a little longer before you can join my company. I understand your predicament, Yao Yao. I truly do. When the time is right, I will come to help you, he replied, sincerity radiating from his eyes. Even though he could not work at Lin Muyao's company at present, he found contentment in his current lifestyle, being cared for by her, receiving pocket money, and occasionally gifts. Most importantly, his relationship with Hongjie was flourishing, and he preferred this arrangement over an immediate start at Lin Muyao's company, fearing that it would complicate his encounters with Hongjie. Nonetheless, he had set his sights on Lin Muyao's company. He was not in a hurry. A glimmer of cunning flickered in Su Junjie's eyes. Junjie, you are truly so understanding. Lin Muyao initially believed that Junjie would be displeased and blame her. However, she was pleasantly surprised by his understanding nature. In the afternoon, the clinic was still bustling with patients seeking treatment from Su Yang. The elder brother and sister, who had come in the morning seeking help to conceive, returned. Having taken Su Yang's advice, they spent a considerable amount of time at the hotel, driven by their fervent desire to have a child. If Su Yang could assist them in achieving this dream, he would become their reborn benefactor. In the treatment room, Su Yang provided a brief massage to the elder sister, ostensibly to enhance the likelihood of conception. Seizing the moment, he activated his divine ability to assist in childbirth. His gaze, akin to an X-ray, discerned a tiny embryo nestled within the elder sister's womb. A smile graced his lips, assuring him that the child's position was stable. He then prescribed some herbal medicine for her to consume daily, informing the couple that their child was secure. The elder brother and sister, though somewhat skeptical, expressed their gratitude to Su Yang before departing. As soon as they left, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in Su Yang's mind. Ding. Host's successful assistance in childbirth detected. Reward, Internal Martial Arts Manual. Elated by the unexpected reward, Su Yang pondered the nature of this internal manual. He recalled the last time he assisted Lin Muyao's aunt, Lin Mingzhu, in delivering twins, where no reward was granted, indicating that illegitimate children were outside the system's acknowledgement. Motivated by this revelation, Su Yang endeavored even more diligently to treat his female patients, contemplating the possibility of inadvertently triggering another system reward. Unfortunately, he did not attract the system's favor again. As the end of the workday approached, the young nurse Ling Ling called out Shun Ruoxing's name, causing Su Yang to pause. Was this the same Shun Ruoxing from the morning, or merely a namesake? When a graceful figure clad in a light blue qipao entered, Su Yang confirmed it was indeed the same Shun Ruoxing. In the morning, she had come with her mother, but now she appeared alone. Could it be that she sought treatment as well? Dr. Su, I have a pain in my chest. Could you please take a look? Shun Ruoxing smiled at him, her charm evident. Despite her white coat, Su Yang could see that he was youthful and handsome, which likely captivated her mother. Please extend your hand, Su Yang requested. Obediently, Shun Ruoxing presented her wrist. Upon examination, he discerned that there were no gynecological issues. It became apparent to him that Shun Ruoxing was not there for a genuine medical concern. Rather, she seemed to be there for him. You are in good health, Su Yang stated candidly. Dr. Su, I genuinely feel pain in my chest. Perhaps you could examine me in the treatment room? Ling Ling shot Shun Ruoxing a disapproving glance. Believing that the esteemed doctor could not be mistaken, she sensed that Shun Ruoxing's intentions were deliberate, perhaps even to attract Dr. Su's attention. Faced with the unreasonable demands of patients, doctors sometimes find themselves at a loss. Su Yang could only say, let us proceed to the examination room. Of course, he was also curious to see what tricks Shun Ruoxing was up to. In Chapter 61, could it be that Xine also harbored designs on Su Yang? Shortly thereafter, Su Yang and Shun Ruoxing entered the examination room. Please remove your clothing, Su Yang instructed Shun Ruoxing. Wasn't she claiming to have chest pain? He intended to conduct a thorough examination. However, Shun Ruoxing had merely fabricated this excuse. She did not genuinely wish to remove her clothing for Su Yang's inspection. Suddenly, Shun Ruoxing moved closer to Su Yang, her eyes sparkling with allure, and said directly, Dr. Su, we can discuss the examination later. I have a personal matter I wish to discuss with you. Su Yang's lips twitched slightly. You are impeding my work. Oh, I have already paid the registration fee. Dr. Su, please, do not be so rigid. Shun Ruoxing's tone was laced with evident flattery. Speak, Su Yang acquiesced, taking a seat on a nearby chair. Dr. Su, are you married? Shun Ruoxing thought to herself that an exceptional man like him should not rush into early marriage. Her mother had been single for many years, and she did not want her mother's chance at love to end before it even began. I have been married, Su Yang replied nonchalantly. Shun Ruoxing's eyes showed a hint of confusion. He said he had been married, not that he was married. So, Dr. Su, you are divorced, correct? She asked excitedly. Su Yang nodded. Do you currently have a girlfriend? Shun Ruoxing inquired hastily. Su Yang shook his head, regarding her with suspicion. No. He wondered if Shun Ruoxing might actually be interested in him. After all, she had sought him out at the hospital to inquire about his relationship status. Moreover, Shun Ruoxing was quite bold. Online, she had attempted to introduce him to her mother without fully understanding his situation, and now she had come to find him. Shun Ruoxing, thrilled, grasped Su Yang's hand. This is wonderful. Su Yang's lips twitched again. Shun Ruoxing was quite forward, having taken hold of his hand. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but notice that her hand was soft, tender, and smooth. He unconsciously thought of Lin Muyao's delicate hands from that morning. Both women possessed lovely hands. Shun Ruoxing seemed to realize she had been a bit too eager, quickly releasing his hand, her cheeks flushed. Dr. Su, I owe you a debt of gratitude for my mother's health. Do you have time this evening? My mother and I would like to invite you to our home for dinner. Su Yang's lips twitched once more. Miss Shun, did we not just meet today? Shun Ruoxing laughed awkwardly. It's fine. From today onward, we are acquainted. Recognizing her earlier impulsiveness, she quickly added, I may have been a bit presumptuous earlier, but both my mother and I find you to be a remarkable person and would like to befriend you. Su Yang chuckled softly, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the side slit of Shun Ruoxing's cheongsam. Her legs were long and straight, fair and delicate, reminiscent of exquisite mutton-fat jade. Surely a delight to behold. Ahem, what was he thinking? Su Yang quickly averted his eyes. Dr. Su, could you share your contact information with me? Shun Ruoxing realized that inviting Su Yang to her home for dinner today was indeed inappropriate. Perhaps it would be better to wait until they were more familiar before extending such an invitation. Dr. Su, my mother and I sincerely wish to befriend you. Please, could you give me your contact information? Seeing Su Yang merely gazing at her in silence, Shun Ruoxing felt a tinge of impatience. Is that all you desire? My contact information? Su Yang squinted slightly, studying her. Shun Ruoxing nodded earnestly. Indeed. I shall reach out to you. Ultimately, Shun Ruoxing left Su Yang's office in a haze, pondering his intentions. However, she was not overly concerned. Since Su Yang worked at Xinhua Hospital, she was confident she could find him again. After attending to his last patient, Su Yang's workday finally came to a close. Ling Ling hesitated on how to broach the subject of dinner with Dr. Su, but had not yet found the opportunity to speak. Just then, Yi Qianqian and Shinsini appeared before Su Yang. He looked at the two ladies, momentarily taken aback. "What brings you here?" he inquired. "We are here to invite you to dinner," Yi Qianqian replied with a smile. Observing Su Yang surrounded by these two enchanting women, Ling Ling realized her plan to dine with him had once again fallen through, prompting her to discreetly withdraw. "Qianqian, we just had lunch together," Su Yang remarked as he shed his white coat. Yi Qianqian's gaze remained fixed on him. "Lunch is lunch, and dinner is dinner," she countered. The feeling of being pampered by Su Yang during lunch lingered with her throughout the afternoon, and before the end of the workday, she eagerly anticipated seeing him again, only to unexpectedly encounter Shinsini. Upon hearing this, Shinsini felt a pang of discomfort. She had not anticipated that Qianqian had dined with Su Yang earlier. Given that Qianqian's company was conveniently close to Su Yang's hospital, their interactions were indeed facilitated. Had it not been for her sudden obligation at lunch, Shinsini would have sought out Su Yang as well. Clenching her fists, she thought, "Su Yang, it's your first day at work. We must celebrate this evening." Su Yang smiled. "Very well. I shall heed the wishes of these two lovely ladies." Soon, the three arrived at Xingya Pavilion. After Su Yang ordered the dishes, he excused himself to the restroom. Yi Qianqian and Shinsini sat in silence, each lost in her own thoughts. They had not arranged to meet, but had fortuitously crossed paths at the hospital. Yi Qianqian pondered, why was Shinsini so attentive towards Su Yang? Did she, too, harbor feelings for him? Shinsini was caught in a dilemma, contemplating whether to confess her affections for Su Yang to Qianqian, as the weight of her unspoken feelings was becoming increasingly burdensome. However, she was uncertain how Qianqian would react upon discovering that she too harbored feelings for Su Yang. Moreover, what would Yao Yao's response be if she found out? At that moment, Shinsini's phone rang, revealing an incoming video call from Lin Muyao. She turned to Qianqian and remarked, "It's Yao Yao." With that, she promptly accepted the call. "Shinsini, are you with Qianqian?" Lin Muyao inquired. Shinsini nodded, affirming, yes. She angled her phone to show Qianqian, who glanced at Lin Muyao before diverting her gaze. "Are you two dining together?" Lin Muyao continued. Shinsini nodded once more. "Yes, Yao Yao. Is there something you need? It's been ages since the three of us have gathered. Where are you dining?" "I'd like to join," Lin Muyao replied, though her tone lacked conviction. Qianqian interjected. "That might not be convenient. Shinsini and I have plans to celebrate with a friend." "What friend?" Lin Muyao inquired hastily. "That's not something you need to concern yourself with. You'd be better off spending this time with your beloved," Qianqian retorted sharply. Lin Muyao felt a pang of discomfort. "Qianqian, Shinsini, I realize my mistake. I shouldn't have wronged you. We've been friends for so many years. You can't abandon me." "All right, Yao Yao. Let's catch up when Qianqian and I have some free time." "I'll hang up now," Shinsini said, terminating the video call. However, just as she did, Lin Muyao caught sight of a familiar figure, Su Yang, on the screen. Thus, the friend whom Qianqian and Shinsini were referring to was indeed Su Yang. What celebration were they planning for him? Chapter 62. Would he be grateful for such a grand gift? Having just exited the restroom, Su Yang spotted a familiar silhouette. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Tingting, Lin Zihao's girlfriend. However, why was Lin Zihao's girlfriend behaving so intimately with an older man? Something felt amiss. A sense of unease washed over him. Su Yang smirked, sensing that a spectacle was about to unfold. He stealthily followed them, and soon observed Tingting entering a private room with the older gentleman. The dishes had been arranged on the table in advance, indicating they had made a reservation. Once the door closed, Su Yang could no longer see inside, but he pressed his ear against the door and overheard laughter and playful banter emanating from within. With a chuckle, Su Yang mused that Lin Zihao, much like his uncle, seemed to be losing his grip on reality. It was indeed a pity not to witness the inside scene. Noticing the adjacent private room was unoccupied, he nimbly leaped from the window into the space outside the air conditioning unit of Tingting's room. This time, Su Yang gazed through the window and beheld Tingting perched upon the lap of an older gentleman, her slender arms entwined around his neck. The man held her delicate waist with one hand while the other caressed her thigh, their posture exuding an unmistakable intimacy. Su Yang clicked his tongue in disapproval and decisively retrieved his phone to activate the recording function. "Ting, when will you rid yourself of that fool, Lin Zihao? Arome, please wait a little longer. I need to gather more from that idiot Lin Zihao." The older man planted a kiss on Ting's cheek. expressing his discomfort at the thought of her being with that fool. I have no choice. This is for our future. Ting Ting, I truly feel for you. Not at all. I don't feel wronged in the slightest. Ting Ting, I fear you may develop feelings for that fool. Arone, you need not worry about that. How could I possibly develop feelings for Lin Zaheo? He is the most insufferable man I've ever encountered. Every time I share his bed, I must feign enjoyment. You cannot imagine the pain of my performance. Unlike you, Arone, who is so remarkable. As she spoke, Ting Ting's gaze darted elsewhere. The older man's face broke into a mischievous smile. You little minx, are you tempted? How rude. I am not. Ting Ting playfully tapped his back in protest. Still pretending in front of your brother, are we? The man's large hand roamed over Ting Ting's form. Brother, you are so wicked. Ting Ting feigned helplessness, nearly collapsing against him. I can only be wicked towards you. The older man's gaze burned with desire, as if he wished to devour her whole. Please, not yet. Let us return to the hotel first. There's no rush. Just think. Others are dining nearby while we are here, indulging in our own little world. Su Yang felt a wave of thirst wash over him. Indeed, Ting Ting and the older man knew how to play their game. Subsequently, the older man locked the door. And Su Yang, regretting not having recorded the previous encounter with Lin Mingzhu and the young black man, found a strange satisfaction in capturing the video of Lin Zaheo's girlfriend with an older man. He wondered how Lin Zaheo, still recuperating in the hospital from his injuries, would react to this unexpected gift. Having settled everything, Su Yang returned. Su Yang, why did you take so long? Yi Qianqian inquired. Su Yang smiled. I happened upon a friend and exchanged a few words. Actually, Su Yang, you could have invited your friend to join us, Shinsini suggested. Yes, it would be livelier with more people, Yi Qianqian added, eager to meet Su Yang's friend, who was also theirs. Su Yang's expression turned contemplative. She is quite busy at the moment. We wouldn't want to intrude. Now let us eat. With that, he served each of them a piece of meat. Continuing the evening's conviviality, Yi Qianqian and Shinsini simultaneously lifted the corners of their mouths. In the hospital room, Lin Zaheo turned pale after watching the entire video, nearly fainting from the shock. The elderly man in the video was none other than Ting Ting's godfather. He could hardly believe that Ting Ting had become involved with him. After all, Ting Ting had once taken him to meet her godfather, and he had even purchased numerous gifts for the man. Who could have anticipated such a devastating outcome? If Ting Ting had been with another man, his anger would not have been so intense. Yet, the loathsome woman who had rejected him filled him with a desire for vengeance. You adulterous couple, I shall end your lives. Infuriated, Lin Zaheo threw his phone onto the floor, shattering the screen into countless pieces. Ignoring the pain from his injury, he leaped out of bed, determined to confront them. I will kill you both. At that moment, a nurse heard the commotion and rushed in, quickly supporting Lin Zaheo. Mr. Lin, you have not fully recovered. It is unwise to move around. Please return to your bed. I will kill you both. Lin Zaheo was in a daze, repeating those words incessantly. Who are you going to kill? The nurse looked at him, her eyes filled with fear. I will kill that adulterous pair. The nurse's fear transformed into curiosity, as if she had stumbled upon a juicy secret. Mr. Lin, do share with me. I can help you analyze the situation. Her gaze was earnest. My girlfriend is involved with her godfather. I've been cuckolded. Lin Zaheo, overwhelmed by the video, divulged his plight. The nurse blinked in astonishment. Oh my, this is indeed scandalous. She anticipated sharing this sensational news with her friends later. Day by day, Mr. Lin seemed to attract a plethora of drama. She wondered what new revelations the following day might bring. Please, calm down. I need to step to the restroom. The nurse released Lin Zaheo and hurried out of the room, locking the door behind her as she swiftly made a phone call. Chapter 63. Misfortune at home. Her close friends were ignoring her, secretly dining and celebrating with Su Yang. Although Lin Muyao was oblivious to the reason for their celebration, she felt a surge of frustration. In her dejection, she sought out Su Junjie for a meal together. Just as they had begun to eat, Lin Muyao's phone rang. Upon hearing the nurse's account, she sprang up from her chair, her expression darkening as she abruptly ended the call. Junjie, I'm sorry, but I have an urgent matter to attend to and cannot continue dining with you. Su Junjie was repeatedly stood up by Lin Muyao, which left him feeling quite discontented. Moreover, he harbored grave suspicions that her departure was somehow linked to Su Yang, that scoundrel. Yao Yao, did you leave so suddenly because of Su Yang? I understand he is your ex-husband, and there are inevitably ties between you, but you must consider my feelings. Do you know how painful it is for me to watch you entangled with him time and again? Su Junjie feigned a look of grievance and anguish. Lin Muyao hurriedly countered, Junjie, you misunderstand. I am not going to seek out Su Yang. Then pray tell, what is your purpose? Su Junjie pressed, fearing the entanglement between Su Yang and Lin Muyao. Lin Muyao clenched her fists. The matter of Zheho's hospitalization was already embarrassing enough, and it was best that fewer people were aware of it. To her dismay, Zheho had also been betrayed, and surely no man enjoys being cuckolded. Zheho would not wish for more people to know, so it was prudent to keep the details of his hospitalization and infidelity under wraps. Lin Muyao felt it best not to divulge Zheho's situation to Su Junjie. Moreover, after receiving a call from the nurse, she was anxious to rush to the hospital. Junjie, please do not act irrationally. I have matters to attend to. We can dine together another time. Yao Yao, how can you accuse me of being unreasonable? Su Junjie exclaimed. Just last night, you expressed concern for my illness, yet now you treat me with such indifference. Yao Yao, I genuinely doubt whether your feelings for me have changed. As he spoke, Su Junjie began to cry in despair. With Zheho's situation pressing, Su Junjie's tears only added to Lin Muyao's frustration. Yao Yao, please take me with you. I promise to remain quietly by your side and not disturb you. I simply wish for a bit more time in your company. Is my modest request too much for you to grant? Su Junjie sobbed, gazing imploringly at Lin Muyao. Lin Muyao clenched her fists. It turned out that all he sought was a little more time by her side. Unable to bear the weight of his hopeful gaze, she relented. Very well. You may accompany me. Thus, Lin Muyao led Su Junjie to the hospital where Lin Zheho was admitted. Miss Lin, you have finally arrived, the nurse exclaimed eagerly. Yes. Lin Muyao nodded in acknowledgement. Upon entering the room, she was met with the sight of Lin Zheho having wreaked havoc, his belongings scattered in disarray. At that moment, he was bound to the hospital bed. Miss Lin, Mr. Lin has not yet fully recovered, and with his current state, I fear for his healing. He has been insisting on breaking free to confront that pair of adulterers. We had no choice but to resort to these measures for his safety, the nurse explained. Lin Muyao understood that the hospital's actions were for Zheho's own safety, yet guilt washed over her. It was her actions that had led to his injuries. She regretted how harshly she had acted in that moment. Lin Muyao, hurry and have someone release me. Lin Zheho was nearly beside himself with fury. Su Junjie secretly chuckled to himself, realizing why Lin Muyao had initially tried to prevent him from approaching. It turned out her brother had made a fool of himself. Clearly, Lin Zheho had messed up, and to add insult to injury, he had been betrayed. Ha. Zheho, calm down. Behaving this way might only exacerbate your situation, Lin Muyao cautioned. Lin Muyao, how can you say that? If you hadn't kicked me like that, I wouldn't be trapped in the hospital. I would have long since dealt with those two adulterers. It's all your fault. Lin Zheho glared at Lin Muyao, his eyes aflame with anger. I'm sorry, Zheho. I didn't realize I had struck you so hard. Lin Muyao's eyes were filled with remorse as she gazed at him. Stop pretending to care and just let me go. Lin Zheho continued to shout. Zheho, please try to remain calm. I'm worried you might hurt yourself further, Lin Muyao implored, genuinely concerned for him. Lin Zheho was nearly beside himself with rage. Oh, Lin Muyao, is it your intention to keep me bound forever? I'm only looking out for your well-being. You're being irrational, she responded. I've been humiliated, and you expect me to be composed? He roared, his anger intensifying as he cast a frigid glance at Su Junjie. Lin Muyao, who is this pretty boy? Zheho, this is Junjie. He is my friend, Lin Muyao quickly clarified. After all that's happened, you dare to bring this pretty boy around? You must want him to witness my disgrace, Lin Zheho accused. You're misunderstanding. Junjie and I have no intentions of mocking you. Lin Muyao insisted. Where is your pathetic husband? Why did you come with this pretty boy instead? Lin Muyao, you can't possibly be like that wretched Ting Ting. Have you also betrayed your weak husband? Zheho, what nonsense are you speaking? Junjie and I are not what you think. At that moment, Su Junjie interjected, Zheho, you are mistaken. My relationship with Muyao is entirely innocent. Please do not misinterpret. Pretty boy, shut up. Don't call me brother. It disgusts me. Lin Zheho shouted at Su Junjie. Junjie only came to check on you because he cares. How can you treat him like this? Stop calling him pretty boy. It's utterly disrespectful, Lin Muyao defended. Seeing Lin Muyao stand up for Su Junjie only fueled Lin Zheho's fury. What is wrong with me calling him pretty boy? Pretty boy, pretty boy, pretty boy. With that, Lin Muyao delivered a sharp slap across Lin Zheho's face, silencing the entire hospital room. After a moment, Lin Zheho glared at Lin Muyao, his eyes filled with murderous intent. You wretched girl, you've humiliated your pathetic husband and brought this pretty boy to gloat over my misfortune. How can you be so disgusting? You dare strike me now? Once I recover, you will be the first I seek to eliminate. Lin Muyao was aware that her earlier actions towards Zhao were indeed excessive. However, who could blame her when he had continuously humiliated Junjie? Zhao, you once wrongfully accused Su Yang of infidelity, claiming I had been betrayed, and now it appears you have suffered a similar fate. Could this be a manifestation of your own inner turmoil? Provoked by her words, Lin Zhao was left defenseless, exclaiming in anger, Lin Muyao, how dare you insult me? I am your elder brother. With a swift motion, a resounding slap struck Lin Muyao's face, leaving her stunned. The misfortunes of the family seemed to multiply. Lin Liqing's face darkened with fury, followed closely by Wang Yaji and the smirking Su Yang. Chapter 64. Su Yang. Come join in. Of course. Lin Muyao, reeling from her father's blow, exclaimed, Dad, Mom, what brings you here? And why is Su Yang with you? Upon seeing Lin Liqing and Wang Yaji, Lin Zhao, bound to the hospital bed, felt as though a beacon of hope had emerged, his eyes glistening with tears. My son, how have you ended up like this? Wang Yaji's heart ached upon witnessing Lin Zhao's cocooned state, a sentiment shared by Lin Liqing, who hurried to untie the ropes binding his son. Su Yang cast a disdainful glance at Su Junjie, a smirk playing on his lips. Well, look who it is. He mused, noting that Lin Muyao seemed unbothered by Su Junjie's presence, even amidst her brother's disgrace. After exchanging glances with Su Yang, Su Junjie rolled his eyes. As the ropes were finally loosened, Lin Zhao sat up on the bed, casting a look of grievance at Lin Liqing and Wang Yaji. For that pretty boy? She actually struck me. He then turned to Su Yang, brother-in-law, your wife has been entangled with this pretty boy. She has betrayed you. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. Lin Zhao had never referred to him as brother-in-law before. It seemed he was willing to lower himself for Lin Muyao. I did not betray you, Su Yang. Do not listen to Zhao's nonsense, Lin Muyao interjected, rubbing her swollen face. Su Yang cast a languid glance in her direction. Zhao claims you are involved with this pretty boy. You assert you are not. Does this imply Zhao is lying? Before Lin Muyao could retort, Lin Liqing interrupted, enough. How did I end up with such a disgraceful daughter? He shoved Lin Muyao aside and approached Su Junjie directly. So you are the pretty boy? Su Junjie hastily shook his head. Uncle, I am not a pretty boy. I am Yao Yao's friend. Lin Zhao, still on the hospital bed, chimed in, Dad. He is indeed Lin Muyao's pretty boy. He and Lin Muyao have betrayed my brother-in-law. Su Yang's lips twitched in discomfort. After all, he had already divorced Lin Muyao. Whom she chose to associate with was of no concern to him. Yet, Lin Zhao and the others remained oblivious to this fact. Hearing Lin Zhao repeatedly claim that he had been cuckolded stirred a peculiar unease within Su Yang. Lin Liqing raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across Su Junjie's face, declaring, with your kind of character, how could you ever hope to seduce Yao Yao? You should take a good look at yourself in the mirror. Su Junjie felt a sharp sting on half of his face. But what tormented him more was the humiliation he suffered at the hands of Lin Liqing. Uncle, I didn't tea, he protested, casting a pleading glance at Lin Muyao. Lin Muyao hurriedly interjected, Dad, Junjie is not a gigolo. He is merely my friend. Her voice wavered slightly, for her parents were unaware of her divorce from Su Yang. Bringing Su Junjie along could easily lead to misunderstandings. Nevertheless, she maintained that their relationship was strictly platonic. Even now, you still protect this gigolo, don't you? You are brazenly putting a green hat on Su Yang, aren't you? Lin Liqing bellowed furiously at Lin Muyao. Startled by her father's ferocious demeanor, Lin Muyao whispered defensively, Dad, I haven't cuckolded Su Yang. Su Yang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lin Liqing, who often regarded him as a worthless failure, would now come to his defense. It seemed that Lin Liqing feared the revelation of familial disgrace. Uncle, I reiterate, I am not a gigolo. I am merely Yao Yao's friend. Besides, it is of no consequence whom Yao Yao is with now. She is divorced from Su Yang. How could Su Yang be wearing a green hat? Su Junjie was oblivious to the fact that Lin Muyao's parents were still unaware of her divorce from Su Yang. Lin Muyao's eyes narrowed with alarm. She quickly moved to Su Yang's side, linking her arm through his, and retorted, Su Junjie, what nonsense are you spouting? Su Yang and I have not divorced. You shall not fabricate stories in front of my parents. As she spoke, Lin Muyao desperately signaled to Su Junjie. Su Junjie felt as if the ground had shifted beneath him. This devoted admirer, Lin Muyao, had not divorced Su Yang after all. Had he been deceived by her all along? In that moment, it felt as though the world had collapsed around him. Lin Muyao, you said I was your heart's desire. That you would divorce Su Yang upon my return. Was everything you said a lie? Su Junjie, cease your reckless words. My relationship with Su Yang is exceptionally strong. How could I ever divorce him? You need to silence yourself and stop spreading nonsense in front of my parents. Lin Muyao's eyes glistened with urgency. Her frantic gestures directed at Junjie, who remained oblivious to the gravity of his words uttered before their audience. Everything was unraveling. On the hospital bed, Lin Zihao erupted into laughter. Father, mother, behold. This is the fine daughter you raised. She has long been secretly entangled with that pretty boy, and she has already adorned my brother-in-law with a green hat. She is nothing but a tarnished shoe. Su Yang's mind was buzzing. He hastily removed Lin Muyao's hand from his arm. In the eyes of the Lin family, he was now the incompetent husband who had been cuckolded, truly becoming the pitiful figure they spoke of. What sins have we committed in the Lin family? Wang Yaji cried out, her voice hoarse as she struck the bed. No, no. Lin Muyao desperately shook her head. Lin Liqing seemed to summon all his strength to slap Lin Muyao, causing her to fall heavily to the ground, tears welling up in her eyes from the pain. Su Junjie secretly chuckled. Lin Muyao, the sycophant, deserved this. See, her father has struck her. At that moment, Lin Liqing's icy gaze fell upon Su Junjie. Before Su Junjie could react, Lin Liqing delivered a powerful slap, causing Su Junjie to see stars, staggering and nearly falling. Dare you incite their divorce? You think you're worthy? Lin Liqing paused, turning to Su Yang. Su Yang, come over and join in. Sure. Su Yang's face beamed with joy. Chapter 65. Su Yang, am I disturbing you by staying here? After leaving the hospital, a smile had not left Su Yang's lips. Su Junjie had been so thoroughly beaten that even his mother would hardly recognize him. As for Lin Muyao, she could do nothing but watch her beloved be beaten, too frightened to utter a word. The entire Lin family was in disarray, yet none of it concerned him. Ha ha ha. Su Yang returned to his apartment in high spirits. Upon entering the living room, he saw Xia Zhiro reclining languidly on the sofa in a white spaghetti-strapped nightgown. Su Yang, you're back. Upon seeing him, Xia Zhiro quickly sat up, causing her white straps to slip precariously. Noticing this, she hurriedly adjusted them. Sister Ro, were you watching television? Su Yang approached with a smile. Sitting beside her, a faint scent of roses wafting into his nostrils. The fragrance was not overpowering, suggesting that Sister Ro had used the perfume he gifted her. I was watching a variety show, Xia Zhiro replied, pausing before adding, Su Yang, am I disturbing you by staying here? How could you disturb me? It is my honor to have you here, especially since this house was a gift from you and Qingqing. The house spans over 400 square meters, and even though he resides there alone, it feels lonely. With the enchanting Sister Ruru accompanying him, how could Su Yang possibly feel discontent? What if I were to stay here permanently? Would you welcome me? Xia Zhiro teased with a smile. Of course, I would welcome you, Sister Ruru. My door will always remain open for you, no matter how long you wish to stay. Xia Zhiro chuckled and lightly tapped Su Yang's arm. I just realized your little mouth is quite sweet. Sister Ruru, my mouth has always been sweet. Did you not know? Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Xia Zhiro's cheeks flushed crimson. Her gaze fixated on Su Yang's lips, recalling how she had passionately kissed them the previous night. Suddenly feeling a bit parched, she attempted to rise and fetch some water, but stumbled slightly and nearly fell. Fortunately, Su Yang was quick to react, catching her in his arms. After a brief moment, he steadied Xia Zhiro, finally able to breathe in some fresh air. Sister Ruru, are you all right? I'm fine, she replied, her heart racing. Not wanting to embarrass herself in front of Su Yang, she struggled to rise from the sofa and managed to say, I'm feeling a bit unwell. I will head back to my room. Sister Ruru, are you really okay? I'm fine. Yet, you seem a bit unsteady on your feet. Shall I assist you back to your room? With that, Su Yang stood up and gently held onto Xia Zhiro's arm. Her face was burning, and the arm he was holding felt feverishly warm. He helped her to the bed before taking his leave, thoughtfully closing her door tightly behind him. As soon as Su Yang departed, Xia Zhiro loathed her peculiar constitution. He returned to his room, took a quick shower, and then climbed into bed. Picking up his phone, he opened the app to check for live streams or short videos for entertainment. At that moment, he noticed several people had followed him and some had sent him private messages. Upon opening the message, he saw it was from his dear sister Yeye, and her face, strikingly resembling that of his high school Chinese teacher, Bai Xiaowei, appeared before his eyes. Yeah, brother Yang, have you been busy lately? You haven't visited my live stream in a while. Yeah, brother Yang, I will be doing my final live stream tomorrow night. I won't be streaming anymore after that as college is about to begin. Yeah, I hope you can join my stream tomorrow night. I want to sing a song for you. Su-Yang typed a response on the screen. Alright, I will support you in your live stream tomorrow night. After sending the message to Yaya, he suddenly recalled the promise he had made to Shun Ruoxing at the hospital. Su-Yang exited the chat and switched to his secondary WeChat account, sending a message to Shun Ruoxing. Dear niece, are you awake? Chapter 66. Su-Yang intended to be a passive observer, yet unexpectedly found himself entangled in the unfolding drama. As soon as he sent the message, a prompt reply arrived. Tonight's starry sky. Uncle, you're still awake at this late hour? Shun Ruoxing had been eagerly awaiting contact from Dr. Su, yet after an entire night of anticipation, he had yet to reach out. She began to suspect that Dr. Su might be deceiving her. Determined, she resolved to visit the hospital if he did not contact her by morning. Indeed, age brings sleepless nights, he replied casually. Tonight's starry sky. Are you perhaps suffering from neurosis? Not at all. It's just that I find it difficult to fall asleep every night. Uncle, could it be that you're unable to sleep because you're thinking about women? Accompanied by a cheeky emoji. Su-Yang raised an eyebrow, amused by Shun Ruoxing's playful banter. It's possible. As you know, I have been single for many years. At that moment, Shun Ruoxing recalled her previous intention to introduce her mother to this uncle of hers, only to realize that her mother preferred younger men like Dr. Su rather than those of her own age. Tonight's starry sky. I'm sorry, uncle, but I can't introduce you to my mother. She has someone she fancies. The alluring figure of Shun Ruoyan in a creamy satin qipao instantly appeared before Su-Yang's mind. With the grace of time, she had become even more enchanting. While Shun Ruoxing radiated youthful exuberance, one mature and the other fresh, a splendid pair of mother and daughter. What a pity. I wonder what type of man your mother has taken a liking to, Su-Yang inquired nonchalantly. Tonight's starry sky. My mother doesn't fancy men of her own age. She has a particular fondness for the young doctor who treated her today. Su-Yang immediately sensed something amiss in Shun Ruoxing's words. It appeared he had treated Shun Ruoyan earlier that day. Could it be that the man her mother admired was, in fact, him? Su-Yang intended to delve deeper to confirm whether he was indeed the man she referred to, but before he could do so, Shun Ruoxing sent a voice message. Tonight's starry sky. Uncle, my mother has finally encountered a man she likes, and of course, I want to assist her. However, that doctor is rather difficult to approach. He refuses to give me his contact information, stating that he will reach out to me. I have been waiting until now, yet he has not contacted me. Listening to Shun Ruoxing's familiar, gentle voice through the receiver, Su-Yang finally realized that the man she spoke of was none other than himself. Yet, Shun Ruoxing had overlooked one fact. He was indeed in contact with her at that very moment. Now, Su-Yang found himself in a quandary. He had originally intended to reveal to Shun Ruoxing that he was indeed the older gentleman she had been conversing with, disclosing his true identity. However, he had not anticipated discovering, quite by chance, that her mother harbored an affection for him. He had presumed that Shun Ruoxing's attentiveness was indicative of her interest in him. To his surprise, it was not Shun Ruoxing herself, but rather her mother, Shun Ruoyan. Su-Yang clicked his tongue. It appeared that Aunt Shin did not favor men of her own age, but rather preferred vigorous and youthful men like himself. After all, it seemed Aunt Shin was simply seeking a bit of indulgence. Don't worry, my dear niece. Perhaps that doctor will contact you shortly. Su-Yang casually chatted with Shun Ruoxing for a few more moments before withdrawing from his WeChat account. After concluding the conversation with the older gentleman, Shun Ruoxing felt a tinge of disappointment, believing she would not hear from Dr. Su that evening. Suddenly, however, a friend request notification popped up on her WeChat. Upon seeing the name Su-Yang, her lips instantaneously curled into a smile. The older gentleman had indeed anticipated the situation correctly. Dr. Su had contacted her sooner than expected. Meanwhile, Lin Muyao returned to her apartment, utterly exhausted. The memory of the scene in the hospital room made her stomach churn. Su Junjie was utterly repulsive. He had soiled himself, and the once pristine bed now reeked of urine. Lin Muyao had entrusted Su Junjie to the caregiver and hastily departed. She had initially thought that her father and Su Yang were responsible for reducing Junjie to such a state, and felt obliged to check on him. However, upon witnessing his battered visage, she struggled to suppress her discomfort, only to be further horrified by his incontinence. After retching for a while, Lin Muyao patted her chest. feeling somewhat better. Yet, the thought of Su Junjia's foolishness and the nauseating odor lingered, leaving both her visual and olfactory senses severely assaulted. She was certain that nightmares awaited her that night. Before long, Lin Muyao headed to the bathroom for a shower. As she gazed into the mirror, her reflection bore two distinct red handprints on her face, inciting further indignation within her. Initially, she had only anticipated receiving a slap from her father, but that foolish Su Junjie had dared to speak out against him and Su Yang. Despite her attempts to convey her disapproval through subtle glances, he had failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. It was entirely deserved that he was subjected to punishment. After all, his foolishness had led him to this predicament. In the hospital room, Su Junjie found himself utterly disfigured, his entire body feeling as though it were on the verge of collapse. When he first glimpsed his reflection in the mirror, he thought he had encountered a ghost, only to realize that the apparition staring back was, in fact, himself. Su Junjie harbored profound resentment within him. All the humiliation he endured today was bestowed upon him by Su Yang and the Lin family. That wretched Su Yang had mercilessly beaten him. Had he not resolutely protected his dear friend at that moment, his companion would have undoubtedly fallen victim to Su Yang's malevolence. A vivid image of a sturdy figure clad in a crimson dress flashed through Su Junjie's mind, none other than Hongjie. He swore to himself that he would protect his friend at all costs, for this was his leverage to eventually meet Hongjie again. He could not allow any harm to befall his companion. Of course, he still remembered the words Hongjie had spoken to him, about introducing him to the bearded coach, with whom they could all forge a friendship. He had yet to become friends with the bearded coach. How could he allow his friend to be hurt? He vowed to etch the humiliation he suffered today into his memory. Su Junjie instinctively clenched his fist, letting out a yelp of pain. "Have you wet your pants again?" queried a male nurse, who, from a distance, heard Su Junjie's cries and approached him with an annoyed expression. Su Junjie shook his head vigorously. "It hurts." The nurse waved his hand dismissively, yanking the blanket off Su Junjie and pulling down his trousers. A look of disdain immediately crossed the nurse's face. How diminutive. Just then, a nurse entered the room to check on the patients and nearly burst into laughter at the sight before her. "Goodness," she exclaimed, "I've seen countless male patients, but never one so minuscule." Chapter 67. Xia Jiqing. This mischievous vixen. Today, I shall bring your demise. The next day, before leaving the apartment, Su Yang gently knocked on Sister Ro-Ro's door. "Sister Ro-Ro, I'm off to work at the hospital." Receiving no response, he surmised that Sister Ro-Ro must have been exhausted from the previous night and still lost in slumber. Not wanting to disturb her, he departed the apartment. As the elevator doors opened, his eyes brightened at the sight of Xia Jiqing, clad in a snug, pale pink fitness outfit with her hair styled in a high ponytail. It was a delightful visual feast early in the morning. "Yang Yang," Xia Jiqing beamed at him, her face instantly lighting up upon seeing Su Yang. Nothing pleased her more than the sight of him. "Sister Qing, are you off to work out?" Su Yang inquired as he stepped into the elevator alongside her. Xia Jiqing nodded, yes. She decided against sharing the quarrel that had occurred between her and Ro-Ro with Yang Yang, not wanting him to worry about the sisters' dispute. "With a figure like yours, why do you need to work out?" Su Yang teased playfully. Xia Jiqing's heart soared at his compliment. After all, every woman aspires for her physique to become ever more perfect. I find that Sister Qingqing is particularly well at this moment. "Yang Yang, I merely wish to cultivate a peach-shaped posterior." Xia Jiqing shyly articulated her fitness aspirations. Instantly, images of young women exercising to achieve a peachy derriere flashed through Su Yang's mind. If Sister Qingqing possessed such an exquisite physique, it would be simply astounding. At that moment, Su Yang recalled that Sister Qingqing was currently experiencing her monthly cycle. Would it be convenient for her to exercise under such circumstances? However, the intricacies of women's matters eluded his understanding. So, she intends to focus on this aspect. That is commendable. Su Yang smiled at Xia Jiqing, eagerly anticipating the results of Sister Qingqing's endeavors. Xia Jiqing timidly nodded, responding with a soft If she succeeded in her training, would Yang Yang be more pleased with her physique? Suddenly, Su Yang recognized a significant concern. With Sister Qingqing possessing such an alluring figure, he feared that the men at the gym would be unable to take their eyes off her. A slight frown creased his brow as he cautioned, "Sister Qingqing, with your remarkable figure, do exercise with care." Although his words were not overtly explicit, Xia Jiqing understood his implication all too well. She quickly reassured him, "Yang Yang, rest assured. I will be attending a private women's gym, devoid of any men. At this private establishment, various forms of training were available. Some married women sought specialized exercises for their legs, while others focused on the inner thighs. Today marked Xia Jiqing's inaugural visit. She initially aimed to enhance her peach-shaped posterior, but she also contemplated venturing into other areas of fitness later on. Of course, her motivations extended beyond her own satisfaction. The true beneficiary of her efforts would be the man standing beside her. She wondered what Yang Yang would think if he were aware of her intentions. Before long, the two arrived at the underground parking lot. Originally, Xia Jiqing intended to drive herself to the private gym, but Yang Yang insisted on giving her a ride, and she eagerly accepted. Not long after, Su Yang departed the underground parking lot with Xia Jiqing in tow. Just then, Lin Muyao arrived at the parking lot, fortuitously witnessing Su Yang and Xia Jiqing leaving together. Anger surged within Lin Muyao as she clenched her fists. That cunning vixen Xia Jiqing was once again attempting to ensnare Su Yang. How shameless could she be? Already in a foul mood, Lin Muyao, fueled by indignation, promptly pursued them. In the car, Su Yang and Xia Jiqing engaged in light-hearted banter, the vehicle not moving at a rapid pace. Lin Muyao, fixated on catching up with them, drove her car at breakneck speed. Soon enough, Su Yang noticed Lin Muyao's vehicle relentlessly tailing them. He raised an eyebrow, pondering what madness had overtaken her to chase after him. At that moment, Su Yang pressed down harder on the accelerator. Lin Muyao, who was closing in on him, was caught off guard by his sudden burst of speed, nearly driving her to the brink of fury. Sitting in Su Yang's car, Xia Jiqing also noticed Lin Muyao trailing behind. With a disdainful curl of her lips, she thought to herself how utterly deranged Lin Muyao was. Did she not have her own white moonlight? Why was she still clinging to Su Yang? After all, Su Yang was no longer her husband. Xia Jiqing increasingly found Lin Muyao's actions repulsive. Suddenly, she turned her head to glare at Lin Muyao and offered her a scornful smile, her eyes gleaming with triumph. This contemptuous gaze and self-satisfied grin from Xia Jiqing ignited Lin Muyao's fury. That vixen was obviously provoking her. Lin Muyao, already seething with anger, felt as if Xia Jiqing had thrown yet another log onto her blazing fire. In a fit of rage, Lin Muyao gritted her teeth, steeled her resolve, and slammed the pedal to the floor. That vixen Xia Jiqing, I will run you down today. Su Yang glanced through the rearview mirror at the car rapidly closing in on him. His eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? How is her car going so fast? Is Lin Muyao out of her mind? Xia Jiqing's face was filled with panic as she regretted her earlier taunt. Had she known, she would never have turned back to provoke Lin Muyao, which only spurred her to recklessly pursue them. Trembling in fear, Xia Jiqing was genuinely terrified that Lin Muyao might collide with them. Yang Yang, Lin Muyao's car is about to crash into us, she exclaimed, her voice quaking. Su Yang gripped the steering wheel tightly. Ching, hold on tight. Lin Muyao must have been driven mad by that old fool Lin Liqing last night, going insane so early in the morning. If she wanted to die, so be it, but she mustn't drag him down with her. Moments later, Lin Muyao's car collided with a tree. In that split second between life and death, she finally felt genuine fear. If it weren't for the airbags deploying, her life could have been lost, or she might have sustained severe injuries. Eyes wide with terror, Lin Muyao watched the smoke billowing from her car's hood as she stumbled out of the vehicle. As soon as she exited, Su Yang and Xia Jiqing approached, both seething with anger. Lin Muyao, you insane woman. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. With that, Su Yang raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across Lin Muyao's face. Su Yang was genuinely furious this time. If he hadn't reacted quickly, Lin Muyao's car could have crashed directly into them, leading to unimaginable consequences. He was well aware that Lin Muyao was mentally unstable, but he never anticipated her condition to be this severe. The trembling Lin Muyao, struck by Su Yang's powerful blow, staggered and ultimately fell to the ground. Tears brimmed in Lin Muyao's eyes, her face aflame with pain. She could scarcely believe that Su Yang would strike her. In the past, no matter how outrageous her behavior, he had never raised his voice, let alone his hand against her. Yet, he had just delivered a resounding slap. Whether it was the sting of the blow or the weight of her grievance that overwhelmed her, she could not tell. As tears streamed uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes, she yearned to utter something, but her throat felt constricted, rendering her voiceless. Observing Su Yang and Xia Jiqing standing together, looking down upon her, Lin Muyao felt an acute sense of despair. Slowly, she crawled to Su Yang's feet and reached out. encircling his thigh with her arms. Su Yang was taken aback. The audacity of Lin Muyao to cling to him in such a public manner was astonishing. With a fierce command, he exclaimed, "Lin Muyao, remove your filthy hands." Xia Jiqing regarded Lin Muyao with derision, appalled at her shamelessness. Just moments ago, Lin Muyao had nearly jeopardized both her and Su Yang's lives. Yet now she presented herself as the victim. "Do not make me repeat myself," Su Yang warned coldly, towering over Lin Muyao. However, she shook her head, clinging to him resolutely. Never had Su Yang experienced such exasperation. Witnessing Lin Muyao's obstinate demeanor, he decided to forego further dialogue, summoning his strength to kick her away. He was typically gentle with women, but today, Lin Muyao had ignited his ire. Subsequently, Su Yang and Xia Jiqing departed without a backward glance, leaving Lin Muyao sprawled on the ground, utterly disheveled. After escorting Xia Jiqing to a private women's gym, Su Yang hurried to the hospital. Upon entering the office, he found Ling Ling pouting in discontent, muttering, "Dr. Su, you are late again today. What's the matter? Little girl, do you have a complaint?" Su Yang teased. Ling Ling waved her hands dismissively. "How could I dare? Dr. Su is the star of our hospital. I wouldn't have the audacity to voice any objections." As Su Yang changed into his white coat, he mused aloud. "Why does the atmosphere in this room feel so heavy today?" Ling Ling, aware of his jest, pouted further. "I made buns with my own hands, intending to bring them for you to try, but now they are cold." She had rushed to bring the buns during his working hours, only to find him 2 hours late. The buns had cooled long before, rendering them unappetizing. She had hoped to find an opportunity to share a meal with Su Yang, but suitable moments were elusive. Thus, she had thought to offer him the buns, hoping he might appreciate her culinary skills. Su Yang raised an eyebrow, finally comprehending why the young girl seemed so aggrieved. He extended his hand towards Ling Ling, asking, "Shall I take them?" Ling Ling was taken aback and inquired, "What?" "The buns," Su Yang replied. "They have long since gone cold. If you didn't bring them specifically for me, hand them over quickly." Su Yang's hand remained outstretched, exuding an air of determination that he would not retract it until he received the buns. A sense of inexplicable delight blossomed within Ling Ling, causing her previously pouting lips to curve upwards, as it seemed Su Yang was quite eager for her buns. She promptly retrieved them, having brought them in a disposable plastic container, as her home lacked an insulated food box. Otherwise, the buns would not have cooled down. Su Yang took the box, opened it, and beheld the 4 petite and charming buns. Without hesitation, he grabbed one and devoured it in just a few bites, subsequently exclaiming, "These buns are truly delicious." After this compliment, he proceeded to finish the remaining buns as well. Little Ling Ling's culinary skills are quite impressive. Whoever marries you in the future will surely be fortunate. Ling Ling felt a surge of joy in her heart. Not only did Su Yang not mind the cold buns, but he also consumed them all. However, she was perplexed by his calling her Little Ling Ling. "Dr. Su, why do you call me Little Ling Ling?" "What makes me little?" she protested, puffing up her round chest as if to demonstrate her ample stature. Su Yang chuckled. "How about I call you Big Ling Ling from now on?" Flustered by Su Yang's teasing, Ling Ling stomped her foot, exclaiming, "Dr. Su, you're so annoying." Yet, she was not genuinely angry. On the contrary, she found Su Yang quite agreeable. It seemed that her days working alongside him would not be dull after all. "I was mistaken. I hope the beautiful Ling Ling can forgive my transgression this time," Su Yang said with a smile. "All right, given your sincere attitude in acknowledging your mistake, I shall let you off this time," Ling Ling replied, playfully sticking out her tongue at him. At that moment, the office door swung open, and Li Shuang, clad in a white lab coat, entered. Upon reaching the threshold, she heard laughter emanating from within and was taken aback to see Su Yang and Ling Ling appearing so joyful together. Su Yang, meanwhile, discreetly glanced at the black stockings beneath Li Shuang's lab coat, and an image of their previous treatment session flashed through his mind. Could it be that she wore nothing beneath her coat but stockings and a bra? "You should step outside for a moment. I need to speak with Dr. Su," Li Shuang instructed Ling Ling, who promptly exited upon hearing her directive. "Dr. Su, we have a male patient transferring from another hospital," Li Shuang began, pausing as she pointed towards Su Yang's trousers. "His condition in that area is severely compromised and requires urgent treatment. Do you know of any renowned specialist in that field? Could it be that the severely injured patient transferred here is Lin Zihao?" This was Su Yang's instinctive thought. Chapter 69, recalling the use of disposable chopsticks. He truly was a talent. "I apologize, Director Li, but But I am not acquainted with any miraculous doctors in this field, Li Yang said apologetically to Li Shua. He only possessed expertise in gynecology. He truly could not treat urological issues unless bestowed with such abilities by Tongzi Ge. Suddenly, Su Yang remembered the internal cultivation method that Tongzi Ge had rewarded him with last time. How could he have forgotten it? He must delve into it thoroughly tonight. There's no need to worry, Dr. Su, Li Shua said calmly. Li Shua was not merely the head of gynecology at Xinhua Hospital. She was also the daughter of the hospital's director. With such a severely ill patient transferred to the hospital, the experts were convening to discuss the case. The patient's condition was grim, and the experts were in a state of distress, contemplating strategies. Li Shua approached Su Yang with a mindset of trying her luck, inquiring whether he recognized any doctors renowned in this area. May I inquire, what is the worst-case scenario for that patient? Su Yang asked again. The complete loss of function in that area. He will undoubtedly be unable to marry, Li Shua replied. She had seen the patient, who was quite young. The experts indicated that the chance of recovery was merely 5%. If a more capable doctor could not be found, that young man's condition would essentially be doomed. The thought of such a young man losing that function was indeed cruel. He would have to live like a eunuch. The greatest sorrow fell upon that man's parents. For which parent wishes to see their son in such a state? Su Yang contemplated that if the person Li Shua mentioned was indeed Lin Zihao, the Lin family would be in for quite a commotion. After exchanging a few more words, Li Shua left, and Ling Ling entered shortly thereafter. Ling Ling excitedly recounted the gossip she had heard from her nurse friends. Dr. Su, I heard from my colleague that a man came to the outpatient clinic last night. His face beaten to a pulp, and his body covered in bruises. My colleague speculated that he must have been caught in an affair with someone else's wife, which is why he ended up in such a dreadful state. In an instant, Su Junjia's battered face flashed before Su Yang's eyes. Could it be that the person Ling Ling spoke of was coincidentally Su Junjia? Su Yang suddenly chuckled. Ling Ling, I need to step out for a moment. With that, Su Yang swiftly exited the office, leaving Ling Ling in a state of confusion. After a brief inquiry, Su Yang quickly located the ward of the man who had been beaten into a pulp the previous night. Donning a mask, he strode confidently into the ward. Upon seeing the man lying there, Su Yang easily recognized him. It was indeed that scoundrel Su Junjia. After all, he was the one who had delivered the blows. Doctor, when will my face recover? Su Junjia mumbled, his speech slurred. Upon the arrival of the doctor, Su Junjia felt a peculiar sense of familiarity in the doctor's eyes. Su Yang, clad in a white coat and masked, revealed only a pair of eyes. In Su Junjia's perception, Su Yang was merely Lin Muyao's sycophant, an utterly ineffectual individual. Despite racking his brain, Su Junjia could not connect the doctor before him with Su Yang. In a hushed tone, Su Yang advised Su Junjia to assess the situation. Su Junjia felt a twinge of frustration. The doctor's words seemed almost vacuous. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he hesitantly spoke, his voice still unclear. Doctor, I wet my pants last night. Do you think I might suffer from lingering effects, potentially facing recurrent incidents of incontinence? Upon uttering this, Su Junjia felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, yet he felt compelled to seek clarity. He could not afford to shy away from discussing his ailment. While such an incident might be tolerable at home, the thought of experiencing it in public, subject to ridicule, troubled him deeply as he valued his dignity. Hearing about Su Junjia's predicament, Su Yang nearly burst into laughter. He hadn't anticipated such a riveting spectacle following his departure last night. It was a pity he did not witness the event firsthand. Suddenly inspired, Su Yang cleared his throat and lowered his voice again. Please remove your trousers. I need to conduct an examination. Though embarrassed, Su Junjia complied, albeit slowly due to his severe injuries. He managed to lower his pants to a suitable position for examination, and the awkward memories of the previous night flooded back. If only a male nurse or a female nurse had witnessed his predicament, it would not have been so mortifying. However, both had seen him simultaneously, a man and a woman. An experience he had never encountered before. Unexpectedly, a subtle thrill surged within him. Upon seeing the situation, Su Yang nearly succumbed to laughter, barely containing himself as he took a moment to regain composure. At that moment, he noticed two disposable chopsticks on a nearby table. He approached and grasped them in his hand. As the doctor, chopsticks in hand, advanced toward him, Su Junjia felt a surge of anxiety and instinctively covered himself. Doctor, what do you intend to do with those chopsticks? In a lowered voice, Su Yang replied, I forgot to bring disposable gloves. I will use these chopsticks for your examination. After Su Yang's departure, Su Junjie curled up on the hospital bed, his expression one of profound despair. It was the first time in his life that a doctor had examined him with chopsticks. He never anticipated that contemporary medical practices would be so peculiar. It seemed his knowledge was rather limited, as modern medicine had evolved far beyond the simplicity he remembered from his childhood. Indeed, time's progress in medicine develops. However, it must be said, the examination with disposable chopsticks was excruciatingly painful. Yet, in the interest of determining whether he would suffer from incontinence in the future, he had no choice but to acquiesce to the doctor's methods. Upon leaving Su Junjie's ward, Su Yang hurried to the restroom, unable to contain his laughter. That was simply too amusing. He chuckled for several minutes, feeling rather clever for having thought of using disposable chopsticks for the examination. He truly considered himself a talent. After leaving the restroom, Su Yang made his way to the urology ward, where Su Junjie was already present. If Lin Zihao were also there, their hospital would surely be lively. Chapter 70. Dr. Su, could you come in for a moment? Soon, Su Yang discovered the room of this special patient. Upon reaching the door, he could hear the sound of Wang Yaji weeping from within. Oh dear, that's my son's lifeline. What a cruel fate. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. As he suspected, the special patient was indeed Lin Zihao. Now, with both Su Junjie and Lin Zihao present, the situation was complete. Mom, Dad, please, you must save me. If that thing is ruined, how can I live? I might as well die. Lin Zihao's face was pale, shocked by the severity of his injury. He could hardly bear to imagine what would happen if it were to be irreparably damaged. My child, please do not speak such nonsense. I beg you, Wang Yaji cried, her tears flowing. Lin Liqing paced anxiously, his brows knitted tightly. Lin Zihao was his only son, the hope of the Lin family to continue their lineage. If something happened to him, their family line would surely come to an end. No, he could not allow Lin Zihao to be harmed. Moreover, this matter concerned a man's dignity. Lin Zihao must not live without honor. It's all Lin Muyao's fault. She kicked me into this state. Lin Zihao lamented. The incident had indeed begun with Lin Muyao, but at that time, Lin Zihao's condition was not so severe. A few days in the hospital would have sufficed. However, due to his madness over Ting Ting's infidelity and the subsequent conflicts with Lin Muyao, he disregarded the nurse's advice, leading to his grave injury. Ultimately, the principal reason for Lin Zihao's current predicament lay within himself. In such moments, how could he possibly take the blame upon himself? He naturally shifted all the blame onto Lin Muyao. My dear, please do not cry. Your tears may aggravate your wounds. Wang Yaji hurriedly said as she wiped Lin Zihao's tears. Mother, I will be all right, won't I? Lin Zihao asked through his sobs. Wang Yaji nodded firmly, tightly grasping Lin Zihao's hand. Rest assured, everything will be fine. Your mother is looking forward to the day you present us with a grandchild. After listening at the door for a while, Su Yang decided to leave. However, just as he took a few steps, a figure rushed past him. Lin Muyao? Not recognizing Su Yang, clad in a white coat with a mask covering his face, was understandable, yet he still recognized her. Upon seeing Lin Muyao hurriedly enter Lin Zihao's hospital room, Su Yang inexplicably turned back. As soon as Lin Muyao entered the room, Lin Liqing struck her twice across the face, sending her crashing to the ground. Tears instantly filled Lin Muyao's eyes. Father, on what grounds do you hit me again? Overwhelmed with grievance, she thought about the blows she had received, first from her father, then from Su Yang, and now again from her father. Her delicate face was nearly ruined by their relentless strikes. Why was it that each one felt compelled to strike her? Was she truly deserving of such treatment? Before Lin Liqing could utter a word, Wang Yaji, in a frenzy, pounced on Lin Muyao, mercilessly beating her. This is all your fault. If not for you, Zihao's life would not be in jeopardy. Hearing that her brother's life was at stake made Lin Muyao's head spin. She had never anticipated the situation could escalate to such a grave extent. Although she often found her brother's actions irksome, he was nonetheless her dear brother, and she certainly did not wish for any harm to befall him. After all, it was she who had initially kicked him. Lin Muyao, how could you be so heartless? I am your own brother, and you treat me this way. Lin Zihao shouted from his hospital bed, pointing an accusing finger at her. Lin Muyao remained silent, too afraid to retort, for she knew that no words could amend the wrongs she had committed in the past. What manner of daughter have I raised, so devoid of conscience? Truly, this family is cursed. Wang Yaji lamented, continuing to rain blows upon Lin Muyao. She lay there like a marionette, subject to the whims of others. Outside the hospital room, Su-Yang clicked his tongue, deciding it best to distance himself from such turmoil. In the afternoon, he began attending to numerous female patients. Due to his absence in the morning, the influx of patients in the afternoon was particularly overwhelming. Su-Yang and Ling barely had a moment to catch their breath. While Su-Yang managed fairly well due to his robust stamina, Ling was utterly exhausted. As the end of the workday approached, Su-Yang welcomed his final female patient. Shenru. Clad in a delicate lavender qipao, Shenru entered, offering Su-Yang a delightful visual experience. Today, Aunt Shun donned a purple qipao, exuding an exquisite charm. Whether in cream or lavender, the qipao accentuated her beauty, sparking boundless imagination. Su-Yang instructed Ling to leave early, assuring her that he could handle Aunt Shun alone. Ling expressed her heartfelt gratitude, as she was fatigued and in dire need of relaxation on her small bed. Once Ling departed, only Su-Yang and Shenru remained in the office. Aunt Shun, how have you been since your treatment yesterday? Su-Yang inquired with a smile. Shenru nodded. My lower abdomen hasn't hurt since. Dr. Su, you are truly remarkable. It's a relief to hear that. Once this treatment concludes, your discomfort should be entirely resolved, Su-Yang reassured her. That's wonderful, Dr. Su. I am immensely grateful to you. No need for such formality. Aunt Shun. Su-Yang's gaze subtly drifted to the slit of Shenru's qipao. Her thighs were remarkably fair. For a woman of her age to maintain such a splendid appearance was commendable, suggesting she devoted considerable effort to her self-care. However, it seemed rather unfortunate that despite her efforts, she was without a partner to appreciate her beauty. Aunt Shun, please go to the treatment room and change, Su-Yang said with a smile. With Shenru absent today, it would just be the two of them during the treatment. Given that Aunt Shun held a favorable view of him, he pondered whether she might develop any peculiar thoughts during the session. Shenru nodded and proceeded to the treatment room. Shortly after, her anxious voice called out, Dr. Su, could you come in for a moment? What is it, Aunt Shun? Su-Yang responded, raising his voice toward the treatment room. My hair is caught in the zipper. Could you help me, please? Don't worry, Aunt Shun. I'll be right there. Quickly, Su-Yang entered the treatment room. Upon seeing him in casual attire, Shenru visibly paused, donning a lab coat. Su-Yang appeared composed, while in casual wear, he radiated youthful energy. Regardless of his attire, he exuded charm, stirring emotions within Shenru, this older lady. After examining the patient, Shenru, Su-Yang concluded his shift and seized the opportunity to change out of his white coat. Thank you, Dr. Su, Shenru said, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she offered him a shy smile. The zipper of the creamy satin qipao she had worn earlier was conveniently located at her side, allowing for easy wear. However, her current purple qipao had its zipper at the back, making it less convenient to don and doff. Had she foreseen such a minor mishap, she would have opted against wearing this particular garment. You're too kind, Aunt Shun, Su-Yang replied, returning her smile. Shenru turned her face away, presenting her back to Su-Yang, as she feared he would find it cumbersome to assist her with the zipper. She leaned slightly forward, supporting herself on the treatment bed. This way, it will be easier for you, she suggested. Indeed, Aunt Shun, you are quite considerate, Su-Yang acknowledged. Soon, he stood behind Shenru, and as he began to lower the zipper, a strand of hair became ensnared within it. Su-Yang's gaze lingered on her smooth, fair back for a fleeting moment before he raised his hand to free the trapped hair, inadvertently causing Shenru to let out a startled yelp as her body instinctively twitched. I'm so sorry, Aunt Shun, did I hurt you? Su-Yang exclaimed, feeling a twinge of guilt. It was his first experience untangling a woman's hair from a zipper, and his technique was, admittedly, lacking. It's quite all right, Dr. Su. Please take your time, she reassured him, acknowledging that her reaction had been somewhat exaggerated. She thought to herself that if he were to cause her discomfort again, she would simply endure it in silence. Aunt Shun, I promise to be gentler this time, Su-Yang said as he leaned in closer, focusing intently on her hair. With her body slightly inclined forward and her arms bracing against the treatment bed, Shenru felt the heat rise in her cheeks. The proximity of Su-Yang made her acutely aware of his presence, and the subtle contact of their bodies sent her thoughts adrift. The intoxicating scent of his masculine essence lingered around her, amplifying her awareness of him, which made her legs weaken and her breaths quicken. With her arms supporting her weight on the treatment bed, she could only rely on sheer willpower to maintain her composure. All done, Aunt Shun, Su-Yang finally announced. successfully freeing her hair from the zipper. As he stepped away from her, Shun Ruyan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Just as she attempted to rise, her arms faltered, and she found herself collapsing onto the treatment bed. Su Yang's eyes widened, fixating on the voluptuous curves accentuated by the purple qipao. Aunt Shin truly is remarkable. Indeed, the adage holds true. The more mature a woman, the more alluring she becomes. Shin Ruyan momentarily found herself at a loss, seemingly unaware of the awkwardness of her current pose. Had there been a mirror nearby, she would undoubtedly have wished to shrink away into the ground in embarrassment. Aunt Shun, what seems to be the matter? Su Yang hurriedly approached, assisting Shun Ruyan to her feet. Her heart raced as Dr. Su's large hand rested upon her arm, akin to a searing iron, nearly rendering her entire being scorched with heat. Why was she so warm? I can't. Dr. Su, I'm fine. I just need to visit the restroom, she stammered, her steps unsteady as she fled to the bathroom. After a brief moment of regaining her composure, Shin Ruyan emerged from the restroom. Aunt Shun, let us commence the treatment. Su Yang smiled at her, nodding in agreement. Shin Ruyan slowly removed the purple qipao and reclined upon the examination table. During her previous treatment, Shin Ruoxing had accompanied her, but this time, the confines of the treatment room held only Shin Ruyan and Dr. Su. The thrill of being alone with Dr. Su in such an intimate setting filled her with excitement. Yet she harbored concerns of embarrassing herself, as her resolve seemed to wane in his presence. Thus, Shin Ruyan was engulfed in a mix of exhilaration and trepidation. After approximately half an hour, Su Yang exited the treatment room first, granting Shin Ruyan the privacy to collect herself. Mortification washed over her as she recalled her clumsy display before Dr. Su, feeling as though she had utterly tarnished her dignity in his eyes. At that moment, Yi Qianqian and Shinsini arrived at the hospital, coincidentally encountering the disheveled Lin Muyao, her cheeks swollen and her appearance in disarray. Yao Yao? Shinsini hesitated to recognize her, as Lin Muyao had always been the epitome of beauty in her memory. This was the first time she had witnessed her friend in such a state of disarray. Upon immediately recognizing Lin Muyao, Yi Qianqian felt a twinge of sympathy mingled with amusement. Yao Yao, what on earth happened to you? In truth, Lin Muyao had seen her good friends earlier, and her current state was too pitiful. She had intended to slip away unnoticed, but was unfortunately discovered by them. I just tripped, Lin Muyao insisted, keen to maintain her pride, unwilling to reveal that her parents had been the cause of her distress. That fall was quite disastrous. Both sides of your face are red and swollen. It seems your fall must have been rather unique, Yi Qianqian remarked, clearly skeptical of Lin Muyao's feeble excuse. Shinsini was no different. However, she refrained from directly exposing the truth. Indeed, Lin Muyao could only feign agreement. We have something to attend to, so farewell, Yao Yao. Yi Qianqian remarked as she prepared to move forward. Lin Muyao grasped Yi Qianqian's arm tightly. Qianqian, what are you and Sini doing at the hospital? Yi Qianqian exchanged a glance with Shinsini, a silent question lingering. Did Yao Yao not know that Su Yang worked here? I'm just visiting a doctor. Sini is accompanying me since she has no appointments. Yi Qianqian replied with an air of nonchalance, gently removing Lin Muyao's hand from her arm. Well, we shall take our leave now. Shinsini smiled as she waved goodbye to Lin Muyao. Lin Muyao reciprocated the gesture, bidding them farewell. As they walked away, an unsettling feeling washed over Lin Muyao. It seemed her friends were concealing something from her. Suddenly, she halted in her tracks. Could it be that Qianqian was pregnant? Was Su Yang the father of the child? Lin Muyao quietly followed them. Her curiosity piqued upon seeing Yi Qianqian and Shinsini enter the gynecology department. Confusion clouded her thoughts. A bold notion flickered in Lin Muyao's mind, and her eyes widened in realization. She quickly covered her mouth. The thought striking her, was Qianqian indeed expecting? Was this the reason she had requested Sini's company for a medical examination? Lin Muyao's brows furrowed deeply. If Qianqian was pregnant, who was the father of the child? Surely it could not be Su Yang. Overwhelmed by this revelation, Lin Muyao stumbled back 2 steps, her expression darkening. She shook her head vigorously, appalled at the thought of Yi Qianqian so eagerly climbing into Su Yang's bed. How could she be so shameless? This brazen woman. How could she carry Su Yang's child? No, absolutely not. Lin Muyao refused to accept the reality of Yi Qianqian bearing Su Yang's child. Clenching her fists in fury, she was ready to confront them, but suddenly, she paused. Her tightly clenched fists gradually relaxed. She could not act recklessly. She must not allow her emotions to dictate her actions. The bond with her friends was already precarious. What if she was misjudging the situation? What if she had misinterpreted Qianqian's intentions? With the remnants of her rationality urging her to remain calm, Lin Muyao quickly composed herself and continued to stealthily follow the two. Soon, she observed Yi Qianqian and Shinsini enter an office. Lin Muyao hurried to the office door, preparing to press her ear against the door to overhear their conversation when, unexpectedly, the door swung open, striking her nose with a resounding thud. A crimson liquid gushed from her nostrils, and the sharp pain brought tears to her eyes. Upon their emergence, Su Yang, Yi Qianqian, and Shinsini were immediately taken aback by the scene before them. Su Yang inwardly exclaimed, "What on earth is Lin Muyao up to now? With so much blood on her face? Yao Yao, why are you bleeding so profusely?" Shinsini inquired. "You should hurry and wash up," suggested Yi Qianqian. "Just go straight, and then turn right. There's a restroom," Su Yang kindly advised. Though he had a restroom in his office, he feared that Lin Muyao might dirty it, so he encouraged her to walk a bit further to the public restroom. Lin Muyao's nose bled incessantly as she tilted her head back, clutching her nose and hurriedly making her way to the restroom. By the time Lin Muyao returned, her nosebleed stopped and her face washed clean. Su Yang and the others had vanished from the office door. Lin Muyao, wishing to inquire about the situation with Su Yang and the others, felt frustrated as she stomped her feet in place, having been delayed by her nosebleed. Within the Xinya Pavilion, Su Yang, Yi Qianqian, and Shinsini dined and chatted. Yi Qianqian felt somewhat disheartened, as she was set to embark on a business trip the following day. The thought of not seeing Su Yang for several days weighed heavily on her spirits. "Qianqian, do eat more," Su Yang urged as he served her some dishes. Shinsini also added food to Yi Qianqian's bowl, saying, "Don't be too upset. It's just a few days away, not forever." However, Shinsini secretly reveled in her friend's discontent. She was well aware of Yi Qianqian's predicament. While Qianqian was away, she would have more opportunities to see Su Yang. How splendid! At that moment, under the table, Shinsini inadvertently extended her foot forward and felt it brush against Su Yang's leg. Instinctively glancing down, she confirmed her suspicion. When she looked up, she locked eyes with Su Yang, who seemed to suggest with his gaze that it was intentional. Shinsini shot him a fierce glare. When her enchanting eyes bore down on him, Su Yang found it rather charming and responded with a playful eyebrow raise. Shinsini gripped her chopsticks tightly, insisting to herself that it had been an accident. She hadn't meant to touch his leg. Suddenly, a memory surfaced in her mind, the moment Su Yang had firmly held her foot in his hand. A blush crept across Shinsini's cheeks as she quickly lowered her head, popping a piece of food into her mouth. After swallowing, she placed another morsel into Su Yang's bowl, saying, "Dr. Su, you work so hard. Do eat more." With a smile, she mischievously nudged her foot against Su Yang's calf beneath the table. Su Yang found himself quite helpless against this mischievous little rascal, especially with Qianqian present. Otherwise, he would certainly have given her a good lesson. Observing Su Yang's predicament, Shinsini felt a surge of triumph. While only Yi Qianqian was left feeling dejected during this meal, Shinsini was in particularly high spirits, often playfully kicking Su Yang's shins with her foot, leaving him to experience an unusual flavor to the meal. Lin Muyao returned home to wash up and change her attire, applying a thick layer of powder to mask the red, swollen marks on her face. After completing her preparations, she made her way back to Xinhua Hospital. Although she initially had no intention of visiting Su Junjie, his persistent calls made it seem inappropriate not to check on him. Yet, the thought of his foolishness and the embarrassing incident with his wet pants made Lin Muyao involuntarily grimace. Cautiously, she approached Su Junjie's hospital room, wary of encountering her parents, Lin Zihao, who was also in the hospital. Inside the room, the comically foolish Su Junjie emitted strange laughter. His speech was unclear, and his chuckles sounded odd as he was messaging Hongjie. She had once again invited him to her rental apartment, but given his current condition, he was unable to accept. He informed her that he would visit once he recovered. He had just recounted to Hongjie how the doctor had used disposable chopsticks to examine him when inspiration struck her. Su Junjie felt a wave of delight. He could hardly wait to see her again. Suddenly, the door to the room swung open. When Su Junjie glanced up and saw Lin Muyao, he was so startled that his phone slipped from his grasp and clattered to the floor. Chapter 73. Xia Zhiro directly kisses Su Yang. Su Junjie panicked completely at that moment. Lin Muyao, the ever-adoring admirer, chose precisely this moment to visit. Right when he was chatting with Hongjie, and now his phone lay on the ground. "Junjie, how are you feeling today?" Lin Muyao asked as she walked closer to him. Just as Su Junjie was about to respond, the phone on the floor emitted a notification sound, causing his expression to change dramatically. Despite his battered appearance, the change in his demeanor was evident. Another message from Hongjie. If Lin Muyao saw it, he would be finished. Ignoring the pain in his body, Su Junjie stretched out his arm desperately towards the phone on the ground. Junjie, don't move around. I'll help you pick up the phone, Lin Muyao said, rushing over to assist him, unwilling to stand idly by as her injured friend struggled. Su Junjie felt a surge of anxiety as Lin Muyao rushed towards him. He was resolute in his singular conviction. He must not allow her to touch his phone. At the very moment Lin Muyao was about to reach for the device, Su Junjie threw himself to the ground, clutching his phone tightly in his grasp. In that instant, his focus was solely on the phone, seemingly oblivious to the pain coursing through his body. Lin Muyao was taken aback. It appeared that Junjie held his phone in high regard. Just then, a notification chimed, echoing in the air. Su Junjie was drenched in sweat. Why was Hongjie messaging him again? He had indeed been looking forward to her message, but now it was utterly unacceptable. In a panic, he swiftly silenced his phone, trying to downplay the situation as he told Lin Muyao, "It's just spam, honestly. My phone number must have been compromised." Lin Muyao regarded him with suspicion. Junjie's reaction seemed rather unusual. He was particularly protective of his phone. Was the message truly spam? She held serious doubts about his words. "Junjie, your determination to protect your phone is quite remarkable," she remarked, not one to be easily deceived. She sensed that there was something amiss with Junjie's phone. Was he perhaps hiding something, engaging in flirtations with other women behind her back? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Su Junjie's forehead as he hurriedly explained, "Yao Yao, you're joking, right? How could I be so desperate over a phone? I merely reached out and accidentally dropped it. Junjie, if I find out you are being unfaithful with other women behind my back, I will not let you off easily," Lin Muyao threatened. Although Junjie was her cherished light, since his return home, she had been covering all his expenses, his hotel stay, meals, and even his hospital bills. If he dared to use her money to flirt with someone else, she would certainly not forgive him. Upon hearing her words, Su Junjie felt immense relief. He raised 3 fingers to the sky, swearing earnestly, "Yao Yao, I swear to heaven, I have not been involved with any other women. If I am lying, may I be struck by a car." He was simply chatting with Hongjie. He was not flirting with anyone. Seeing Su Junjie's sincere oath, Lin Muyao's earlier suspicions dissipated entirely. His solemn promise indicated that perhaps she had misjudged him. Her demeanor softened immediately. "Junjie, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you." "Not at all," Su Junjie replied with a smile. "Junjie, you should not remain on the ground. Please, get up." Su Junjie wished to rise from the ground. Perhaps the impact of his recent fall had been too severe, for he belatedly realized that he lacked the strength to do so, his entire body aching even more. "Yao Yao, could you lend me a hand? I find myself unable to get up." Lin Muyao hesitated, reluctant to assist him. Just as she reached out to help Su Junjie, her eyes widened in shock. She noticed a yellow liquid pooling on the ground, swiftly followed by the unmistakable stench of urine invading her nostrils, causing her stomach to churn violently. Ugh, how repulsive. How could he have wet himself again? Lin Muyao hurriedly fled the scene. After dinner, Su Yang and the 2 lovely ladies, Qianqian and Sini, returned to their apartment. Upon entering the living room, they spotted Sister Ruru, clad in a delicate white spaghetti-strap nightgown, peacefully slumbering on the sofa. Perhaps due to her restless sleep, the hem of her nightgown had risen to her waist, and one of her shoulder straps had slipped down, revealing a glimpse of her enchanting figure. Su Yang swallowed hard, realizing that Sister Ruru did not seem to regard him as a stranger at all. After admiring the view for a moment, he covered her with a light blanket. Noticing a stray strand of hair resting against Ruru's face, Su Yang crouched down, kindly tucking it behind her ear to ensure her comfort. Suddenly, Xiaojiro awoke with a start. In that moment of surprise, she wrapped her arms around Su Yang's neck and pressed her lips against his. Chapter 74, Sister Ruru. "Since you trust me so much, allow me to assist you." Su Yang was momentarily taken aback. Was Sister Ruru still in a daze from sleep? He could taste the remnants of alcohol on her lips, indicating that she was indeed intoxicated. Were her intentions influenced by the effects of her inebriation? The 2 continued to kiss passionately until they tumbled to the floor. As the haze of intoxication began to lift, Xiaojiro looked down at the man beneath her. "Su Yang." Her voice, soft and slightly hoarse, broke the silence. Su Yang licked his lips and nodded in acknowledgement. Sister Ruru, it seems you may have had too much to drink. With her judgment already clouded by alcohol, and now in this position, Xiaojuro fixated on Su Yang's rosy lips, unable to resist the urge to kiss him once more. Su Yang, please help me, she implored, her eyes shimmering with vulnerability. I feel so unwell. You said that a sister should not be alone. I beg you, assist me, will you? In that moment, all rational thought had fled her mind. Her discomfort was overwhelming, and she felt as though she were suffocating. All she desired was to be with Su Yang. Sister Ruru, since you trust me so much, allow me to assist you. The following day, Su Yang rose from his bed and cast a glance at the peacefully slumbering Ro beside him. A gentle smile graced his lips as he reached out to tenderly caress her delicate head. Indeed, Ro possessed an exquisite physique, and for him, it was an exquisite indulgence time and again. She appeared utterly exhausted, likely unable to awaken for quite some time, having recently embraced her womanhood the previous night. He had not intended to be so indulgent with her, yet Ro stirred a thrilling excitement within him. He pondered whether she would chastise him upon awakening. As Su Yang made his way to the living room sofa, a sudden recollection struck him. He had promised to support Yu in her live stream. Regrettably, he had become so preoccupied with Ro that he had completely forgotten his commitment to Yu. Hastily, he grasped his phone and opened the app, only to find a series of private messages from Yu awaiting his attention. The timestamps revealed that while he had been engaged with Ro, she had been anxiously awaiting his arrival. Yu, brother Yang, you clearly promised to come to my live stream, yet you have broken your word. Yu, I had made special preparations in hopes of seeing you, but I waited in vain. Yu, I merely wished to sing a song for you. Yu, do you particularly dislike me? Yu, I apologize for saying this, but I am truly heartbroken. Reading her messages, Su Yang sighed, his fingers dancing across the screen as he crafted a reply. Yang, Yu, I sincerely apologize. An urgent matter arose last night that prevented me from fulfilling my promise. No sooner had he sent the message than Yu's response came in an instant. Yu, brother Yang, did something unfortunate happen to you? Clutching her phone, Yu's face was etched with concern. Brother Yang was such a wonderful person, and she feared for his well-being. Yang, it was someone else. I was the one rescuing. Last night, Ro had been like a fish stranded on the shore, nearly perishing from thirst. Had he not come to her aid, she might have suffocated to death. Upon reading his message, Yu felt a wave of relief wash over her. It was a comfort to know that brother Yang was unharmed. Yu, brother Yang, you are truly remarkable. Yu, I misunderstood you, and I am sorry. Yang, it's all right. Yu, I regret not being able to sing that song for you last night. Yang, why not sing it for me now? He joked casually, but Yu took his words to heart. Bai had long been captivated by the image of her charming elder brother, imagining whether he resembled a distinguished gentleman, a mature man, or perhaps a youthful older brother. She pondered if he wore glasses or sported a beard, and whether his appearance was unremarkable or strikingly handsome. Regardless of his outward appearance, in Baiya's heart, he was undoubtedly a wonderful man. Summoning her courage, Baiyaya typed on her phone screen, Yaya here. Dear brother, shall we add each other on WeChat? I would love to send you a video of me singing, if that's all right. To her delight, he replied, sure. Soon after, Su Yang shared his WeChat account. Before long, someone added Su Yang, and he promptly accepted, officially making them friends. Brother, it's me, Yaya, she messaged. I know, he replied. As Yaya gazed at her phone screen, a wave of excitement washed over her. She would soon behold the true visage of her charming brother. Her heart raced with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, she initiated a video call with him. Su Yang quickly accepted the call. The moment the video connected, Yaya was left momentarily speechless. Was this truly her charming brother? How could he be so handsome and youthful? Su Yang's appearance far exceeded her expectations, and upon seeing his striking face, her admiration for him soared. Hello, Yaya, Su Yang greeted her with a smile through the screen. Hearing his melodious voice caused Yaya's heart to flutter uncontrollably. Not only was her charming brother handsome, but his voice was equally enchanting. Hello, brother, Yaya stammered, feeling a bit flustered. Did you think you would be disappointed upon seeing my true self? Su Yang teased playfully. Yaya quickly shook her head. No, you're so handsome. A blush crept across her cheeks as she spoke. I'm glad I didn't disappoint you, he replied. I certainly wasn't expecting you to be so young and dashing. The reality of her charming brother's appearance was beyond her imagination. How could she possibly feel let down? Surely, you didn't think I was of the uncle variety? Suyang chuckled. Baiyia bit her lip, recalling that she had indeed initially envisioned him as an older man. Noticing the young lady's bashfulness, Suyang refrained from teasing her further. After Baiyia sang a song for him during the video call, they exchanged a few more casual words before ending the call. Holding her phone close, Baiyia felt a surge of delight. His name was Suyang. From now on, she would affectionately call him Brother Yang Yang. With his striking looks and kind demeanor, he must have numerous admirers. Could it be that he already had a girlfriend? Upon formulating this conjecture, Baiyia's brow immediately furrowed. Just as Suyang concluded a video call with Baiyia, a knock resonated at the door. Chapter 75. Pretending to be a boyfriend. As Suyang opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of Xia Jiqing, clad in a form-fitting pink athletic ensemble, standing at the threshold. In her hand, she held a bag, and upon spotting Suyang, her face instantly lit up with a smile. Yang Yang, Qingqing Jia. Suyang promptly invited the delightful Qingqing Jia, reminiscent of a succulent peach, into his abode, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the rear of her figure, merely curious about the progress of her peach-like derriere, devoid of any ulterior motives. The two made their way to the living room sofa, where Xia Jiqing shyly presented the bag to Suyang, her voice tinged with bashfulness. Yang Yang, this is for you. I noticed some men's items while shopping for myself, so I picked up a few for you as well. Surprised, Suyang accepted the bag and reached inside, extracting several pairs of men's underwear. One pair was a sheer white design, leading him to believe it would offer little coverage when worn. Another was a pink pair, showcasing Qingqing Jie's unique taste. He had never donned such a hue before. Fortunately, the remaining two pairs appeared quite conventional. Thank you, Qingqing Jie. Suyang expressed his gratitude with a smile, realizing that Qingqing Jie, much like Ro Jie, did not consider him a stranger. Do you like them? Xia Jiqing inquired, a hint of shyness in her tone. Suyang nodded with a grin. As long as they are chosen by Qingqing Jie, I adore them. Hearing this, Xia Jiqing's heart swelled with joy. That's wonderful. While selecting underwear at the mall, she had been instantly captivated by the smooth, sheer white men's pair, envisioning Suyang in them, a sight that would undoubtedly enchant her. As for the size, she had personally measured, ensuring there would be no errors whatsoever. Lost in thought, Xia Jiqing instinctively licked her lips, her cheeks flushing a deeper shade of crimson. The pink underwear had sparked an association with couples attire, prompting her to purchase matching pink pairs for herself and Suyang. She eagerly anticipated the image of them both adorned in the same style of pink couples underwear. For the last two pairs, she opted for more traditional designs. Just then, her eyes inadvertently darted towards a particular spot, and she swiftly shook her head to avert her gaze, her face burning with embarrassment. Oh dear, how mortifying. What am I thinking about in broad daylight? Qingqing Jie, are you feeling warm? You should drink some water, Suyang suggested, hastily unscrewing a bottle and presenting it to her. Xia Jiqing took a large sip of water, inadvertently spilling some at the corners of her mouth. Suyang swiftly handed her a tissue to wipe it away. Sister Qingqing, drink slowly, he advised. Xia Jiqing blushed, appearing almost childlike, feeling a touch embarrassed. I will be more careful, she replied. Meanwhile, Xia Zhiro felt as if her entire body had fallen apart. Had it not been for the urgent need to relieve herself, she would have remained asleep. Supporting her waist, she got out of bed and was about to head to the bathroom when she faintly heard voices coming from the living room. Peeking through the slightly ajar door, she listened more intently. It was her sister conversing with Suyang. How did she come over? Xia Zhiro panicked, quickly shutting the door and leaning against it. Last night, she had consumed some alcohol, hoping to numb herself, but upon seeing Suyang, she lost all restraint. What a mistake it was to drink last night. Otherwise, my mind wouldn't have lost its reason. A blush crept onto her face as she recalled the events of the previous evening. Suyang was incredibly impressive. How could he be so extraordinary? After experiencing the sweetness of being cherished by a man, Xia Zhiro realized how bland and uninteresting her life had been. If she could be pampered by Suyang every day, surely her peculiar condition would be completely healed. She shook her head vigorously. What was she thinking? Suyang was the man her sister adored, and he would soon become her brother-in-law. Even if she needed a man to treat her special condition, she could not allow herself to be with Suyang, her future brother-in-law, every day. Xia Zhiro shook her head again, resolutely. No. The last time she and her sister had quarreled was over such matters. She knew her sister was sensitive about it. What if her sister found out about her involvement with Suyang? How would she bear such a blow? The thought of her sister discovering their affair sent Xia Zhiro into a frenzy as she grappled with how to face her sister afterward. After Xia Jiqing left, Su Yang changed into a tailored suit and donned shiny black shoes before stepping out. Shortly thereafter, he encountered Shinsini outside a cafe. Upon seeing Su Yang impeccably attired in a suit, Shinsini's eyes widened in admiration. He looked extraordinarily handsome, leaving her in a state of infatuation. "Hey, why are you staring at me?" Su Yang teased, raising an eyebrow. Shinsini quickly composed herself and complimented him. "Su Yang, you look exceptionally handsome today." "I believe I'm not just handsome today. I'm handsome every day," Su Yang replied unabashedly. Shinsini cast a fleeting glance, remarking on the thickness of his skin. "How thick?" she inquired. "Thicker than the city walls," he retorted playfully. The two exchanged light-hearted banter as Shinsini linked her arm with Su Yang's. And together they entered the cafe. Today, Su Yang had come to assume the role of Shinsini's pretend boyfriend. Shinsini had been relentlessly urged by her parents to partake in matchmaking, and after much evasion, she reluctantly agreed to meet her suitor. At that encounter, she made it clear that he was not her type, and they both intended to return to their respective parents with an explanation. However, to her surprise, her suitor became quite infatuated with her, persistently pursuing her despite her repeated declarations of disinterest. Shinsini, feeling cornered, resorted to this desperate measure of inviting Su Yang to masquerade as her boyfriend. Chapter 76. I merely spoke the truth. My man is particularly skilled at kissing, and I am rather fond of it. Soon enough, Shinsini and Su Yang entered the cafe, locating the table where the man awaited them. The man at the table, Tang Mingze, instantly darkened at the sight of Shinsini entering with another man. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he felt a strange familiarity with the man accompanying her. Su Yang, too, experienced a similar sense of recognition, though he could not recall where he had encountered him before. Shinsini and Su Yang took their seats directly opposite Tang Mingze. Before he could pose any inquiries, Shinsini took the initiative, stating, "Mr. Tang, I kindly ask that you cease your attempts to contact me. I have a boyfriend now." As she spoke, a gentle smile graced her face as she looked affectionately at Su Yang, who reciprocated with a tender, loving smile. Witnessing the woman he admired share such intimate glances with another man ignited a fury within Tang Mingze, as he struggled to accept the reality that his beloved had found someone else. "Sini, you were clearly single before. How could you have a boyfriend so quickly?" Tang Mingze speculated, continuing, "You must be deceiving me. This man is surely just an actor you've hired." Shinsini's expression shifted, as she realized he had indeed guessed the truth. Su Yang was indeed her hired companion, though no money had exchanged hands. "Mr. Tang, please do not speak nonsense." "He is my boyfriend," she quickly retorted. Su Yang pulled Shinsini closer, wrapping his arm around her waist, asserting his claim to the man across the table. "Mr. Tang, I understand your reluctance to accept this reality, but Sini is indeed my woman." Shinsini's heart raced at the warmth of Su Yang's hand on her waist. The comfort of being held enveloping her. His declaration of her being his woman sent tremors through her heart. Yet she was acutely aware that this was all an act. She was not truly his. Reflecting on this, Shinsini felt a twinge of disappointment. Tang Mingze evidently did not believe their words. Nowadays, actors are remarkably professional. He questioned, "Tell me, how much did Sini pay you? I will double it. As long as you speak the truth." Shinsini was taken aback by Tang Mingze's cleverness. He simply could not accept the notion that she had a boyfriend. No, she did not wish for Tang Mingze to persist in his pursuit of her. Today, she needed to put an end to this once and for all. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her cheeks flushed. "Tang Mingze, you better watch closely. He is not merely an actor I hired. He is my man." After declaring this to Tang Mingze, she swiftly wrapped her arms around Su Yang's neck and pressed her lips against his. Su Yang, in turn, reciprocated with enthusiasm. Tang Mingze was left in a state of shock as he witnessed Sini kissing that man, even engaging in a passionate exchange of tongues. His gaze was keen, and he observed the two of them lost in their kiss, momentarily forgetting his anger and feeling parched. After several minutes of fervent kissing, Shinsini, her face flushed and breathing ragged, withdrew from Su Yang's embrace. "Mr. Tang, I warn you, do not pursue my woman any longer." Noticing that Shinsini was still somewhat breathless, Su Yang addressed Tang Mingze directly. It was only then that Tang Mingze regained his senses. How could he have been so entranced that he forgot his rage? Sini was the goddess he adored, and yet he had watched her kiss another man for so long. He felt utterly foolish. Tang Mingze quickly recalibrated his emotions and continued with his anger. How dare you kiss my goddess? It was my initiative. I enjoy being kissed by him. What's wrong with that? After a brief emotional adjustment, Shinsini retorted swiftly. Indeed, she seized this opportunity to express her feelings. The sensation of kissing Su Yang was exquisite, and her tongue still tingled from the experience. This man was an exceptional kisser, and she had become utterly addicted. Sini, you must be speaking out of anger, right? Tang Mingze's emotions surged, unwilling to accept such a reality. No, I am merely speaking the truth. My man is especially skilled at kissing, and I simply adore it, Shinsini replied with a hint of pride. Aside from kissing, you haven't gone any further, have you? Tang Mingze blurted out. Of course, he is my man. What we share is entirely normal, Shinsini said, casting a shy glance at Su Yang. Moreover, she spoke the truth. They had indeed crossed that line during their encounter in the car. If you continue to pursue my woman, I will make you regret it. Su Yang threatened, clenching his fist. With that, he took Shinsini by the hand and stood up. What are you two planning to do? Tang Mingze hurriedly inquired from behind. Check into a hotel, Shinsini nonchalantly replied, leaving with Su Yang without looking back. Tang Mingze despondently sank into a chair. The thought of his goddess surrendering to another man more torturous than death itself. No, he could not bear to watch his beloved goddess be debased by that man. Tang Mingze immediately sprang to his feet, intent on pursuing them, when a waiter abruptly obstructed his path. Sir, you cannot leave. Please settle the bill first. In his haste, as he fumbled to pay with his phone, it slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. By the time he completed the transaction and dashed out of the cafe, Shinsini and her companion had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Lin Liqing and Wang Yaji were reeling from the expert's final verdict. Wang Yaji collapsed into Lin Liqing's arms, sobbing, "Our son. It's ruined. What will he do now? If he learns the truth, he will never accept it. Are we not to become extinct as a family?" Lin Liqing, equally shocked by the outcome, pondered the implications for their son Zihai, whose dignity as a man was irrevocably lost. Surely, this anguish surpassed even death. He could hardly fathom that his only son would face such calamity. With a heavy sigh, he felt decades older in an instant. Unlike Wang Yaji, who was overwhelmed with emotion, Lin Liqing managed to maintain his composure. Given the circumstances, he had to devise alternative solutions to preserve the Lin family lineage. He could not allow their bloodline to extinguish. What do you mean by that, Lin? Chapter 77. All I seek is a place for me in your heart after leaving the cafe. Shinsini initially intended to invite Su Yang to a meal at Chui Fengju. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She parted her lips. Su Yang, why don't you come to my house for dinner? It would be a perfect opportunity for you to sample my cooking. Su Yang was taken aback, pleasantly surprised by the invitation to her home. He smiled and nodded. Sure, I look forward to tasting your culinary skills. Elated by his agreement, Shinsini and Su Yang purchased some ingredients from a nearby supermarket before arriving at her apartment. This was not Su Yang's first visit. He had escorted Shinsini home the night she had been drugged. Memories of that night flooded his mind, and his gaze instinctively drifted to her alluring legs clad in black stockings. At that moment, Shinsini was also recalling that evening, culminating in her weakened state being swept into Su Yang's arms as he carried her back to her room. The sensation of being cradled in Su Yang's embrace is etched deeply in Shinsini's memory, a feeling of unparalleled safety and bliss that she had never experienced before. The mere fact that Su Yang could once again grace her home today fills Shinsini with an indescribable emotion. Upon entering, she gestured for Su Yang to make himself comfortable on the sofa while she retreated to the kitchen to prepare a meal. In the kitchen, Shinsini busily immersed herself in her culinary endeavors, her heart swelling with joy at the prospect of cooking for the man she cherished. The thought that Su Yang would soon taste the dishes she had crafted with her own hands filled her with profound happiness. Once the meal was prepared, as she stood on a stool to reach for the dinnerware atop the cabinet, her foot unexpectedly slipped. With a startled gasp, she braced herself for an imagined pain that never came, instead finding herself enveloped in a warm embrace. As she opened her eyes, she met Su Yang's gentle gaze. "Are you all right?" he asked, to which Shinsini instinctively shook her head. Su Yang smiled at her. "Shall I set you down now?" Reluctantly, she nodded. Though her heart longed to remain in his warm embrace, it was a sanctuary she wished to linger in. Just as she was released, Shinsini stumbled, prompting Su Yang to swiftly catch her once more in his arms. Her heart raced as she felt the strength of his muscular chest and the intoxicating scent of his masculine essence. My foot seems to be a bit sprained, she said. Her cheeks flushed. Let me carry you to the sofa, Su Yang replied, lifting her effortlessly in a princess carry. As she gazed at his alluring lips, Shinsini instinctively licked her own, recalling the passionate French kiss they had shared mere moments before in the cafe, right in front of Tang Mingze. The sight of his rosy lips left her yearning to kiss him again. Before long, Su Yang gently placed Shinsini on the sofa. Sini, you should remove your stockings so I can assess your foot, he instructed. All right, she acquiesced as he turned his back to her. Though she didn't mind him seeing, she felt a twinge of shyness at his turned form. Su Yang, could you turn back? When he did, he beheld her long, fair legs, one of which was adorned with the rolled-up stockings that had just been removed. Sitting beside her, he took her injured foot in his hands. The moment his palm met her delicate foot, an electric thrill coursed through Shinsini's body. Your foot doesn't seem to be seriously injured. Let me give it a gentle massage, and you should be fine, Su Yang reassured her. As she spoke again, a hint of unnaturalness tinged Shinsini's voice. Su Yang was wholeheartedly massaging her feet, yet her thoughts drifted back to that night in the car. After what felt like an eternity, Su Yang finally finished, and a rosy hue spread across Shinsini's delicate face. Just as Su Yang prepared to rise, Shinsini suddenly leaped into his embrace, holding him tightly. Su Yang, let me truly become your woman, will you? That night, she understood that Su Yang's actions were solely to help her recover from her affliction. Yet today, she yearned to be his woman in the truest sense, a desire that consumed her. Sini, are you truly certain? Su Yang inquired. I am certain, immensely so. I asked for nothing more than a place in your heart, she replied. Shinsini was acutely aware that a man as exceptional as Su Yang would never be satisfied with just one woman by his side. While she could not be his sole companion, she was willing to be one among many, and that sufficed for her. Sini, you are truly an understanding and wonderful woman, he remarked. Chapter 78. Are you a dog? An hour later, Su Yang rose from the sofa, gazing at the enchanting beauty before him. Her face flushed like a ripe peach. Would you care for something to eat? He asked with a smile. After Su Jiro had fallen asleep the previous night, Su Yang had delved into the cultivation technique, managing to practice even in his sleep. Upon awakening, he noticed subtle changes in his stamina, endurance, physique, and appearance. He believed that with prolonged practice, he could reach the pinnacle of all aspects. To his surprise, he observed that Shinsini's complexion had become increasingly radiant, perhaps a benefit of their time spent together. Shinsini had yet to have her lunch, and after all the exertion, her body indeed craved nourishment. She shyly nodded in response. I will carry you to the bathroom for a wash, Su Yang said, playfully pinching her nose. Shinsini, blushing, wrapped her arms around his neck, and he confidently carried her to the bathroom. Initially, Su Yang intended only to give her a bath. However, the situation took an unexpected turn, spiraling beyond control. The bath lasted nearly an hour. Afterward, Su Yang placed Shinsini on the large bed in the bedroom, fetched a nightgown for her, and instructed, I will heat up some food and call you shortly. Was all Shinsini could muster in response, feeling rather fatigued. She playfully chastised Su Yang, deeming him a rogue for not keeping his word. Yet, deep within her heart, she felt a surge of joy. The sweetness of being cherished by Su Yang was exquisite, and a little exhaustion was a small price to pay. Before long, Su Yang reheated the dishes that Shinsini had prepared earlier. He entered the bedroom and discovered that the young lady had fallen asleep. Indeed, she seemed utterly exhausted. Wake up, it's time to eat. Su Yang thought it best to ensure she was well fed before continuing her slumber, for sleeping on an empty stomach would surely awaken her in discomfort. After calling her name twice, Shinsini groggily opened her eyes. How did I fall asleep? She murmured, clearly drained. You look quite worn out, Su Yang teased with a playful smile. You're so annoying, Shinsini pouted, playfully chastising him. Annoying? I perceive that you rather enjoy my company, he continued to jest. Her cheeks flushed crimson. She retorted, you naughty rascal. With that, she rose from the bed and playfully bit his shoulder. You're just like a dog. I am indeed a dog, your little pup, he quipped. Looks like you're in need of some discipline, aren't you? Su Yang seized Shinsini's arm, prompting her to quickly plead for mercy. I was wrong. I'm so hungry, I need to eat. Let us finish here and then head to the restaurant, he teased further. Shinsini's face paled in fear, for she felt utterly drained and feared she might faint if she did not eat soon. Ayong, could you please let me off the hook? Once I'm full, I promise we'll talk. All right, Su Yang replied, embracing Shinsini as they swiftly made their way to the dining room. Shinsini was indeed famished, eagerly shoveling food into her mouth. Su Yang, too, indulged, having expended considerable energy. After a while, her stomach was finally satisfied. She picked up a piece of meat and held it out to Su Yang, urging him to open his mouth. With a smile, he accepted the morsel she offered. Yang, you should feed me too, she said, opening her small mouth in anticipation. Su Yang, grinning, reciprocated by offering her a piece of meat as well. After all, she was his first true love, and he wished to shower her with affection. My dear, eat as much as you desire. Today, I shall ensure you are thoroughly satisfied. Shinsini smiled happily, though she found something peculiar about his words. Yang, can you hold me while you feed me? She shyly requested. Of course. He replied with a smile, lifting her onto his lap. Together, they enjoyed a delightful exchange of bites, playfully feeding one another. Suddenly, the sound of a video call rang out, echoing through the dining area. It's my phone, Shinsini said. I'll fetch it. Allow me to carry you, he offered. All right, she replied, planting a sweet kiss on his cheek. In that moment, her heart brimmed with joy. Su Yang was so indulgent, making her feel like the happiest woman in the world. Shinsini hastily adjusted her posture, straddling Su Yang's thigh. Her legs entwined around his waist while her arms wrapped around his neck. In this manner, Su Yang held her slender waist with one arm and supported her derriere with the other, reaching for his phone. As she gazed at the video sent by Yi Qianqian, a frown of displeasure creased her brow. At such a blissful moment with Su Yang, why did her two close friends insist on interrupting? Su Yang intended to set Shinsini down so she could answer the video call, but she was reluctant to leave his embrace. I want to answer it like this, she said. Su Yang, perplexed by the girl's whims, complied, continuing to hold the delightful beauty in his arms. Soon, the video connected, and Yi Qianqian's voice resonated immediately. Sini, I just bought you a bag at the mall. I'll bring it to you when I return. Thank you, Qianqian. Are you at home? Yes, I am. Yi Qianqian, concerned that during her business trip, Shinsini might secretly meet Su Yang, hastily reached out to her as soon as she finished her tasks. Fortunately, Shinsini was at home and not with Su Yang. Why does your screen seem to be shaking so much? Perhaps my hand is a bit shaky. Seizing the moment when Yi Qianqian was distracted, Shinsini shot a glare at Su Yang. At that instant, Yi Qianqian's eyes widened as she spotted a dress scattered on the living room floor, along with a white shirt. Upon closer inspection, she realized it resembled a man's shirt. Oh dear, I might be in trouble. I will do my best to modify this and hope to escape soon. Chapter 79. Su Yang truly could not comprehend this girl's mind. Sini, who are you with right now? Yi Qianqian asked directly. Shinsini was taken aback, glancing at Su Yang before lying to the screen. Qianqian, I'm home alone. Why do you ask so suddenly? I just saw a men's white shirt on your floor. That's my new shirt. I specifically bought a men's style to wear as pajamas. Could it really be that the men's white shirt was indeed purchased by Sini for sleepwear? Yi Qianqian suddenly recalled that many girls enjoy wearing their boyfriend's shirts or shirts as nightwear. Perhaps Sini had a similar whimsical thought? Sini, you don't have a boyfriend. Yet you bought a men's shirt. Are you longing for a man? Yi Qianqian teased with a knowing smile. Oh, Qianqian, how rude. I'm not. As she spoke, Shinsini caught Su Yang's meaningful gaze. I'll talk to you later. I'm a bit tired and need a nap, she said before the two friends ended the video call. Su Yang then carried Shinsini directly to the bedroom. Why are you bringing me to the bedroom? They had only just begun their meal when Shinsini, puzzled, remarked. Su Yang gently placed Shinsini on the bed, smiling as he said, Yibao? Didn't you say you wanted to take an afternoon nap? Shinsini playfully struck Su Yang with her small, pink fists, pouting, You're so annoying. I was just saying that casually. Su Yang raised an eyebrow and asked, What? Are you afraid Qianqian will find out about our relationship? Shinsini's expression turned conflicted. After Su Yang divorced Yao Yao, it was Qianqian who first expressed her desire to pursue him. This was no secret among the three of them, and now, without a word, she found herself in a relationship with Su Yang, somewhat of a preemptive strike. What would Qianqian and Yao Yao think if they discovered this? More seriously, she might be ostracized and lose her status as their close friend. Thus, Shinsini hesitated to reveal her relationship with Su Yang to Qianqian and the others. Let us keep our affair a secret for now. I will tell my friends when the time is right, she decided. Su Yang was puzzled as to why Shinsini feared Qianqian and the others knowing. They could be open about it, yet she insisted on secrecy. Nonetheless, he respected her feelings. He nodded, then suddenly grinned mischievously. So, how will Li Bao make it up to me? Huh. Shinsini was taken aback, her cheeks flushing as realization dawned upon her. Immediately, she wrapped her arms around Su Yong's neck and kissed him. Meanwhile, Xia Jiqing returned to the apartment to find Xia Zhiro sitting on the living room sofa. Sister, you're back. Upon seeing Ro greet her with a smile, Xia Jiqing felt an overwhelming sense of joy. She hurriedly sat beside Ro, exclaiming, "You're finally back." During Ro's absence over the past few days, Xia Jiqing had been deeply concerned for her. She had sent messages to Ro. Sometimes, she would receive a reply, while other times, she was met with silence. This left Xia Jiqing feeling distressed, knowing she had hurt Ro's feelings due to the previous incident. She had reflected profoundly on her actions, realizing that anyone would be angry when faced with such obstruction. It was only natural for Ro to ignore her, especially considering her unique constitution, which likely made her suffer immensely during that time. Perhaps in these past few days, Ro had struggled even more to control herself. If her behavior became more erratic and extreme because of Xia Jiqing, it could lead to even greater harm to Ro's well-being. After all, Xia Jiqing was Ro's sister. They had grown up together and shared a profound bond. Ultimately, this was something Xia Jiqing wished to avoid witnessing. Xia Jiqing sometimes mused that perhaps it would have been better to let Ru continue as is. After all, it was merely a thin veil separating them. If it were to be torn, so be it. Ruru possessed the ability to heal her peculiar constitution, and Su Yang would remain unaffected. Yet, this trivial matter had sown discord between the sisters, which was truly regrettable. Xia Zhiro was unaware of the myriad thoughts that had plagued Xia Jiqing during her absence. Because of her involvement with Su Yang, Xia Zhiro now felt a profound sense of guilt and unease in her sister's presence. She was acutely aware of her sister's affection for Su Yang, understanding that Xia Jiqing envisioned him as her future partner, and that her sister was deeply concerned about her connection with him. Yet, despite this knowledge, she found herself irresistibly drawn to Su Yang, feeling as if she had become a wicked woman, a woman who had stolen her sister's man. "Sister, I'm sorry for worrying you these past few days," she confessed. Upon hearing this, Xia Jiqing's eyes brimmed with tears. All she wished for was that Ruru harbored no resentment towards her. "Sister, I have erred as well," she replied, embracing Xia Zhiro tightly. The sisters finally reconciled. Later that evening, around 7, Su Yang departed, leaving Shinsini feeling a twinge of melancholy. Had it not been for Su Yang's prior engagement, she would have insisted that he stay the night. However, the thought of the implications of such an overnight stay filled her with trepidation. Su Yang was simply too formidable. After resting in bed for quite some time, Shinsini eventually rose. Upon seeing a particular item, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly clutched it to her chest, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy. Today, she and Su Yang had officially established their relationship. From this moment forth, she was his woman. Realizing that Su Yang had not brought a change of clothes for his stay, she felt compelled to prepare a complete wardrobe for him, ensuring that he could visit her conveniently in the future. While she could have selected clothes for Su Yang online, she opted to choose them by hand. Selecting garments for her man was a task she wished to undertake personally, as it would bring her a greater sense of fulfillment when she saw him wearing them. With determination, Shinsini stumbled out of bed, dressed, and made her way out the door. After parting from Shinsini, Su Yang headed directly to the Lin family's ancestral home. As he walked, he sensed a void, for indeed something was missing. Shinsini had initially intended for him to keep her white shirt as a memento of the day, but he had no spare clothing. Surely he could not wear his suit all the time. Thus, this little girl had inadvertently taken his underwear. Su Yang found himself perplexed by her intentions. At the entrance of the Lin family residence, Su Yang encountered Lin Muyao. Chapter 80. The Froggy Fun. Old Bai is indeed up to something. Su Yang, our father is anxious for us to come over. I wonder what the matter could be, Lin Muyao said hurriedly. Su Yang, feeling somewhat speechless, replied, Lin Muyao. He is your father, not mine. Lin Muyao's expression darkened. When their parents were still together, Su Yang would call him dad without hesitation. But now he was so distinctly detached, which made Lin Muyao's heart ache. Let us go inside first. With that, Lin Muyao linked her arm with Su Yang's. Su Yang forcefully shook off Lin Muyao's arm, saying, Lin Muyao, you should promptly clarify the matter of our divorce to your parents. I have no desire to continue this charade. Lin Muyao, already hurt by Su Yang's abrupt dismissal, felt her heart sink further upon hearing his words. Su Yang, please don't be like this, okay? Didn't you promise me before? Su Yang regretted their previous agreement. The troubles from the Lin family were incessant, and he was genuinely exasperated. This is the last time. Do not bother me again, Su Yang stated coldly. I transferred you 10 million, along with 3 additional benefits. How can you treat me this way, Su Yang? Lin Muyao complained softly. Su Yang scoffed. Oh, so your 10 million is so valuable that it can buy my entire life? Lin Muyao shook her head. That's not what I meant. After today, you must quickly confess to your parents. Lin Muyao hesitated. Su Yang, now is not the right time. Please do not pressure me like this. I am pressuring you? Su Yang found it utterly ridiculous. Who was it that initially threw the divorce agreement in front of him? Lin Muyao bit her lip hard. She realized she had indeed been somewhat excessive towards Su Yang back then. However, that incident had long since passed. How about I offer you 3 additional benefits again? Lin Muyao proposed, knowing Su Yang was tempted by her body, and she secretly delighted in it. She even preferred this idea, as she had been worried about having only 1 benefit left. If she added 3 more, that would make 4. This was more to her liking. To be honest, her suggestion was largely fueled by her own selfish desires. Just as Lin Muyao eagerly anticipated Su Yang's nod of agreement, he doused her enthusiasm with a cold reality. Do you think your body is so precious? I have no interest in it, Su Yang stated directly. He acknowledged that Lin Muyao was indeed very alluring. But the notion that she could use it to coerce him was laughable. He was no longer interested, especially since he now had the clingy and sexy Shinsini. Lin Muyao's mind buzzed in disbelief. What? Wasn't Su Yang the one who was most infatuated with her? How could he utter such words? The very asset she once took pride in now left her questioning her allure. Had she truly lost all attraction for Su Yang? Lin Muyao shook her head vigorously, resolutely refusing to accept such a harsh reality. Su Yang, are you truly speaking in anger? As she reached out to grasp Su Yang's arm, she hesitated, fearing another rejection. Her hand lingered in the air before ultimately falling helplessly to her side. Once, a mere beckoning of her finger would summon him to her side. Now, such a scenario was utterly impossible. Anger? Am I so idle? Su Yang replied, somewhat exasperated. You were particularly enamored with my physique before. How can you claim indifference now? Despite feeling a tinge of embarrassment, Lin Muyao spoke up. Su Yang's lips curled in irritation. I've developed a different taste. Is that not permissible? This woman was truly vexing, always making it seem as if he were utterly dependent on her. Now, he wished to disregard her, yet she appeared discontented. Perhaps it was she who had an acute need for him. Lin Muyao's expression shifted to one of wariness. Su Yang has changed his taste? Could it be that he has developed an interest in another woman, thus losing interest in me? She pondered if Su Yang had indeed found someone captivating. The names of Xia Jiqing, Xia Zhiro, and her close friend Yi Qianqian flitted through her mind. They were all distinctly different from her. Could he be interested in one of these 3? Is it Qianqian or one of those twin sisters? Lin Muyao inquired. Su Yang shrugged dismissively. It has nothing to do with you who it is. Are we going in or not? If not, I shall take my leave. With a heart full of frustration, Lin Muyao relented. Soon, they arrived at the Lin family's ancestral home, entering the living room where Lin Liqing sat solemnly on the central sofa. Father, why did you summon Su Yang and me? Lin Muyao initiated the conversation. Upon seeing her, Lin Liqing's expression darkened instantly. Rising from the sofa, he approached Lin Muyao and delivered a forceful kick to her abdomen. She stumbled and fell to the ground, instinctively curling up as pain radiated from her midsection. Su Yang, standing nearby, couldn't help but grimace. Lin Liqing's brutality towards his daughter was quite severe. Su Yang, take a seat, Lin Liqing commanded. Su Yang, unperturbed, settled onto a nearby sofa, observing the unfolding drama. Tears of pain welled in Lin Muyao's eyes. Her father had never struck her so violently. Even the last time, he had merely slapped her. A sense of foreboding filled her heart. Zihua is utterly ruined, and it is all you're doing. Lin Liqing's voice was frigid. Lin Muyao clutched her aching belly, curling on the floor, unable to utter a word of contradiction. Lin Muyao had just foreseen the grave consequences of the situation. She had never imagined that it would lead to such a transformation in Ziho. However, events had unfolded with such suddenness that any words now seemed futile. For no matter the course of action taken, the reality of Ziho's incapacitation could not be altered. Her father, harboring frustration, chose to suppress it, allowing himself to vent his anger in due course. I have discussed with your mother that our Lin family cannot have no heirs, Lin Liqing stated, attempting to stabilize his emotions. Su Yang raised an eyebrow, suspecting that Lin Liqing might be concocting some peculiar scheme. Clearing his throat, Lin Liqing glanced at Su Yang and continued, your mother, having reached an advanced age, has long since entered menopause. Su Yang's lips twitched slightly, realizing that Lin Liqing was indeed plotting something. After a brief pause, Lin Liqing added, my health remains adequate, but whether I can father a son is uncertain. Suppressing the pain in her abdomen, Lin Muyao interjected, Father, has a mother already gone through menopause? How can you still consider having a son? The fact that Zhou was now incapacitated was undeniable. If her parents wished for another son, Lin Muyao would not oppose it. However, how could her father contemplate having a child when her mother was no longer able to conceive? Chapter 81. Is there a choice between 18 and 80? Upon Lin Liqing's revelation of his intentions, both Su Yang and Lin Muyao widened their eyes in disbelief. Internally, Su Yang thought, goodness, this old man truly means to pursue a young female university student. Lin Muyao could scarcely believe her ears. Father, how can you do this? Although mother can no longer bear children, you wish to seek a young university student. How can you act in such a manner and still hold your head high before mother? Have you considered her feelings? The tone of Lin Muyao's voice was laden with reproach. Lin Liqing retorted coldly, what right do you have to condemn me at this moment? Zhou's current state is a direct consequence of your actions. If Zhou were able to function as a normal man, I would not have resorted to such measures. I do this for the sake of ensuring our lineage continues. Acknowledging her culpability in Zhou's loss of dignity, Lin Muyao understood her father's desire to secure an heir for the Lin family. Nonetheless, the thought of him seeking a young university student, one likely only 18 or 19 years old, much younger than both herself and Zhou, was deeply unsettling. How could her father pursue someone so youthful? Suddenly, a realization struck Lin Muyao. Could it be that her father had long harbored a desire for a younger partner and was merely seizing this opportunity to find a university student? Indeed, it must be so. Lin Muyao never anticipated that her father harbored such despicable thoughts. Father, you are approaching 60. I could understand if you sought companionship with a woman in her 30s or 40s, but to desire a young female university student? I scarcely know what to say. Su Yang stifled a chuckle, thinking that Lin Muyao, in her role as a daughter, was being rather unreasonable. If her father did not choose an 18-year-old, should he then opt for an 80-year-old? Lin Liqing's expression turned icy, his chest heaving with indignation. Why must I be restricted to seeking a woman in her 30s or 40s? Others of 80 can pursue those of 18. What is wrong with me? The job market for female university graduates is exceedingly severe, and countless young women are vying for high-paying positions. Lin Liqing believed he was contributing positively to their employment prospects. Lin Muyao was taken aback by her father's perspective. It unsettled her greatly, yet she realized she could not alter his decision. Resigned, she inquired, does mother approve? Your mother has a broader perspective than you. Of course, she agrees. Lin Liqing replied before turning to Su Yang. Su Yang, what is your opinion on this matter? Su Yang raised an eyebrow, amused that Lin Liqing sought his input. I wholeheartedly endorse it. Pleased with Su Yang's response, Lin Liqing nodded in satisfaction. Although Su Yang was a stay-at-home husband, he possessed insightful opinions on significant matters. Lin Muyao was taken aback by Su Yang aligning himself with her father. A sense of indignation welled within her, prompting her to ask, Su Yang, do you also wish to pursue a female university student? Su Yang, bemused, wondered about the logic of her thinking. How did this concern him? What does this have to do with me? He replied directly. Lin Liqing interjected, Lin Muyao, you often maintain ambiguous relations with that young man. It is entirely understandable for Su Yang to seek a university student. Su Yang raised an eyebrow again, surprised that Lin Liqing was siding with him this time, quite a rare occurrence. Lin Muyao was left speechless, realizing that all of Junjia's living expenses were her responsibility, leading her to feel as though she were maintaining a young gigolo. However, Junjia was her cherished moonlight, and his situation was fundamentally different from Su Yang's pursuit of a university student. At that moment, Lin Mingzhu and Tang Yongli entered, accompanied by 5 young, beautiful women. Lin Muyao, lying on the ground, suddenly felt a sense of foreboding upon seeing her aunt and uncle enter with these 5 young women. Surely, they could not be the 5 university students chosen for her father's consideration? As Su Yang beheld the 5 young and beautiful girls, his eyes sparkled with delight. Each of these girls possessed a captivating figure, and a vibrant youthfulness. Could it be that these were the university students that Tang Yongliang and his wife had arranged for Lin Liqing? To his surprise, Su Yang had initially thought that Lin Liqing, that old fellow, had only sought out one female student, yet here were 5. Was Lin Liqing contemplating choosing just one, or did he intend to keep them all? Indeed, Lin Liqing had entrusted the task of finding a female student to his sister, but he was somewhat astonished that she had managed to procure 5 at once. His gaze swept over the 5 university students, and an involuntary smile emerged in his eyes. Quite pleasing, indeed. Yao Yao, why are you on the ground? Lin Mingzhu exclaimed, noticing Lin Muyao sprawled on the floor, a look of surprise crossing her face. Lin Muyao bit her lip, feeling too embarrassed to admit that she had been struck by her father, and softly called out, Auntie. Uncle, why aren't you getting up? Lin Liqing urged Lin Muyao, who hastily attempted to rise. Perhaps having spent too long on the floor, she stumbled and fell heavily once more. Seeing Lin Muyao in such a disheveled state nearly provoked a laugh from Su Yang. Just a moment before Lin Muyao cast a pleading glance at Su Yang, he quickly averted his gaze. Auntie, I can't seem to get up. Could you please help me? Lin Muyao pleaded, directing her desperate eyes towards Lin Mingzhu. Lin Mingzhu bent down, extending her hand. Yao Yao, let me help you up. As Lin Muyao grasped Lin Mingzhu's hand, the moment Lin Mingzhu pulled her up, a sudden wave of nausea surged within her, forcing her to release Lin Muyao and rush to the restroom. Lin Muyao once again found herself in intimate contact with the floor, landing heavily and painfully, tears welling in her eyes. Mingzhu, are you feeling nauseous? Tang Yongliang hurried after Lin Mingzhu. Observing her retreating figure, Su Yang seemed to grasp the situation, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Apologies, brothers. Family matters have arisen, and updates may be sparse these days. Chapter 82. Su Yang intends to cancel that singular occasion, while Lin Muyao feels utterly despondent. Upon reaching the restroom, Lin Mingzhu bent over the toilet, retching violently. She wondered why, having eaten nothing spoiled, her stomach was in such turmoil. What could be the reason for this upheaval? Tang Mingza gently patted Lin Mingzhu's back to offer her some comfort. To be honest, witnessing Mingzhu find 5 young and beautiful female university students for her brother-in-law filled Tang Mingza with genuine envy. At nearly 60, his brother-in-law was fortunate enough to have such youthful and attractive companions. Undoubtedly, his heart brimmed with joy. If only he could also enjoy the company of such lovely young women. Tang Mingza quickly quelled his inappropriate thoughts. After years together with Mingzhu, although their passion had long since faded, their bond remained strong. He must not entertain any unwholesome ideas, not even a hint of them. He had vowed to devote his life solely to Mingzhu, promising unwavering loyalty. Although he often fell short of fulfilling her desires, she had never uttered a single complaint. Which woman could be so forgiving as Mingzhu? There were far too few women like her in the world, and he would cherish her deeply. Tang Yongliang promptly offered Lin Mingzhu a tissue to wipe her mouth. Mingzhu, would you like me to take you to see a doctor? He inquired. Lin Mingzhu waved her hand. I haven't eaten anything bad today. I'm fine. No need for the hospital. All right. As long as you know how you feel, he replied. Lin Mingzhu nodded in affirmation. Your earlier retching reminded me of when you were pregnant with Mingza, Tang Yongliang remarked with a smile. Lin Mingzhu's heart skipped a beat. Her eyes widened. The vomiting did bear a resemblance to morning sickness, but surely she could not be pregnant. She had always taken precautions with her lover, making it impossible for her to conceive. Yes, it was merely a coincidence. She could not possibly be pregnant, absolutely not. Meanwhile, there was nothing more for Su Yang and Lin Muyao to attend to, so Lin Liqing sent them on their way. Thus, Su Yang and Lin Muyao, who leaned on a crutch, exited the Lin family home together. Lin Muyao's fall had left her backside aching, and ultimately, a servant helped her to her feet, providing her with another crutch for easier mobility. Pouting, Lin Muyao felt quite displeased with Su Yang. How could he be so callous as to not even offer her a hand? The thought of the 5 beautiful young university students casting their glances at Su Yang only deepened her frustration. These 5 girls were meant for her father, yet they seemed intent on flirting with Su Yang. How outrageous! She wondered which of them her father might choose. Suddenly, a vindictive thought crossed Lin Muyao's mind. She wished for her father to select all 5 university students, to take them to bed and leave them with child. Then, she would relish in their discomfort as they dared to pursue Su Yang. With a suppressed chuckle, Su Yang observed Lin Liqing, who, despite his polished appearance, had been utterly captivated by the 5 enchanting young women they had just encountered. It seemed that this old fellow had been eagerly anticipating such an encounter. Su Yang, wait for me, Lin Mu Yao exclaimed, struggling to keep pace with Su Yang while leaning on her cane. Turning back to glance at her earnest attempt to catch up, Su Yang felt a smirk tugging at his lips. Indeed, Lin Mu Yao's current predicament was rather unfortunate. However, it was of no concern to him. After all, who could she blame for her sluggish speed? My backside feels like it's about to fall apart. How can I possibly walk any faster? Lin Mu Yao complained. If your backside is indeed in such a state, you ought to see a doctor at once. Otherwise, you may find it irreparably damaged, Su Yang replied, raising an eyebrow with a playful grin. Lin Mu Yao's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to the hue of liver. You scoundrel, Su Yang, are you actually wishing for my downfall? Suddenly, she recalled the night before their divorce, in bed, her face heating with a mixture of embarrassment and realization. If her backside were to be incapacitated, how could she ever find her place atop Su Yang again? Su Yang, please refrain from saying such things. My backside merely hurts. It won't truly be ruined. After all, you've always enjoyed me sitting on you, she murmured, her voice dwindling to a whisper. Su Yang rolled his eyes, bemused. How could Lin Mu Yao, with her backside on the verge of disaster, still be preoccupied with such thoughts? Surely, her mind hadn't been affected along with her physical condition. You're overthinking it. I have no such intentions, he stated before resuming his stride. Lin Mu Yao felt an acute sense of desperation. Had Su Yang truly lost interest in her? Was it possible he had developed a distaste for her? She could not allow this to happen. She must ensure that he remained fond of her essence. Gripping her cane tightly, she hurried to catch up. Su Yang, don't forget our previous agreement. There's still one more opportunity, and I am ready today. Embarrassment was forgotten as she determined to utilize her skills to please Su Yang, hoping to rekindle his affection for her. The night prior, Su Yang had fervently assisted Sister Ro Ro, and today he had indulged at Shun Xinyi's, feeling quite satisfied. With his golden vitality, he would not mind a dessert after a hearty meal. However, in light of Lin Mu Yao's current state, he found himself unable to partake in any further sustenance. Let us forget about that. I'm not interested, Su Yang replied bluntly. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Lin Mu Yao's expression immediately soured. Could it be that Su Yang harbored no interest in her at all? Despite her proactive approach, he had the audacity to refuse her, even intending to cancel their singular opportunity. Lin Mu Yao felt a wave of despair wash over her, gripping Su Yang's arm tightly, tears welling in her eyes. Su Yang, you cannot do this. We had made a promise. How can you unilaterally decide to cancel? This solitary chance was something Lin Mu Yao had eagerly anticipated. Each encounter with Su Yang filled her with exhilaration. His remarkable presence captivated her. She relished those moments, even if they occasionally left her feeling weak-kneed and flustered. Yet, the thought of him canceling was something Lin Mu Yao could not accept. I don't want it anymore, so it's canceled, Su Yang stated coldly, pushing her hand away from his arm. Undeterred, Lin Mu Yao discarded her crutch and flung herself on his Su Yang, wrapping her arms around his waist with all her might. Su Yang, we made a pact, and you cannot simply rescind it. You must not be a person who breaks their word. Moreover, I vehemently oppose your decision to cancel. Lin Mu Yao was resolute. She would do anything to preserve this remaining opportunity. Chapter 83. The scenery around me is quite nice. Su Yang was utterly speechless. How was it that Lin Mu Yao clung to him like a relentless dog? Get off me at once. I won't let go, she insisted. Lin Mu Yao's head nestled against Su Yang's chest, and being so close, she could feel his potent aura enveloping her. Perhaps it was merely her imagination, but she sensed his presence was even more intoxicating, stirring unbidden thoughts in her mind as she nestled deeper into his embrace. Had Su Yang inadvertently awakened something within her? Lin Mu Yao, why are you clinging to me instead of seeking Su Junjie? Su Yang remarked, exasperated. The mention of Su Junjie jolted Lin Mu Yao back to reality. Junjie, currently sporting a swollen face in the hospital, contrasted sharply with her decision to cling to Su Yang, stirring a flicker of guilt within her. However, the thought of Junjie's repeated misfortunes only repulsed her further. Since his return, her fondness for the memory of her once-idealized senior had waned significantly, making it increasingly difficult for Lin Mu Yao to reconcile the image of the crumpled figure in the hospital with the dashing figure she once admired. Lin Mu Yao's mind was somewhat disordered. She decided it would be best to wait until Su Junjie was discharged from the hospital before addressing matters. The thought of confronting that pig-like visage was unbearable, and she dreaded the possibility of Su Junjie soiling himself once again. While she could somewhat tolerate the stench of urine, what truly troubled her was the thought of him having an accident while she was present. Such a scenario would surely make her retch on the spot. Su Junjie had already embarrassed himself in her presence twice. One could only imagine how many times he had done so in her absence. Her concern about his potential mishaps fell within the realm of expectation. At this juncture, it was prudent to refrain from mentioning that repugnant individual. Lin Muyao promptly adjusted her mindset. Suyang, I won't be visiting him anytime soon. Moreover, our affairs are unrelated to him, so please do not divert the conversation. Suyang was taken aback. After all, Su Junjie was Lin Muyao's cherished white moonlight. Despite his hospitalization, she showed no inclination to care for him. It was quite uncharacteristic of her not to be concerned for her beloved white moonlight. Were it not for the fact that he was Lin Muyao's ex-husband, Suyang would have insisted she visit the hospital to tend to that man. Suddenly, Suyang recalled the last time he donned a white coat and used disposable chopsticks to examine Su Junjie. The memory of that peculiar, diminutive moment made him chuckle involuntarily. All right, stop pulling and let go, Suyang said, a hint of impatience in his voice. Lin Muyao, however, was determined to persist in her playful resistance. She clung to Suyang like a sloth, declaring, I won't let go unless you cancel that last time. Why should Suyang have the authority to cancel it just because he said so? Absolutely not. They had agreed on 3 times, and they would not settle for less. Fine, no cancellation. Now get off me, Suyang retorted, unwilling to prolong the tussle. Since they had already been through the previous encounters, one last occasion would make no difference. Upon hearing Suyang relent and agree not to cancel the final meeting, Lin Muyao finally released her grip and stepped down. She shyly glanced at Suyang, blinking playfully. Shall we head back to my apartment shortly? Let us wait until your posterior has recovered, Suyang replied. Striding away with purpose, this woman was in such a hurry to return to her apartment. Did she feel restless after being deprived of his special affection for a few days? Suddenly, a mischievous thought crossed Suyang's mind about bringing a small whip to Lin Muyao's apartment for a thorough lesson. Left behind by Suyang, Lin Muyao picked up her cane and ambled forward. Suyang spotted a bus stop by the roadside and was struck by the whimsical idea of taking the bus. Reflecting on his past life, when he commuted by bus daily as he entered society, he realized he had nearly forgotten the sensation of riding public transport. Today was the perfect opportunity to relive that experience. Soon, the bus arrived at the station, and Suyang stepped aboard. Drawing from his previous life experience of riding public transport, he made his way to the last row, settling into the innermost seat. Given that elderly individuals often boarded from the front, Suyang felt a sense of obligation to offer them his seat, and thus, the back row afforded him a respite from such inconveniences. Just as Suyang settled in, the seat beside him was occupied. He glanced over and was met with a pair of beautiful, familiar eyes. Dr. Su, Shin Ruoxing greeted him with a smile. During the boarding queue, she had noticed the man ahead resembled Dr. Su, and upon boarding the bus, she recognized him clearly. She quickly followed suit and took a seat next to him. Miss Shin, what a coincidence, Suyang replied with a smile. Indeed, I never expected you to take the bus as well. I ride occasionally. How fortuitous. Where are you headed? Suyang inquired casually. To the dance studio. And you, Dr. Su? Shin Ruoxing asked. Just wandering around, with no particular aim. Suyang found the scenery outside the bus quite pleasant, and of course, the view beside him was equally delightful. His gaze inadvertently drifted to the side slit of Shin Ruoxing's light blue qipao. Suddenly, Shin Ruoxing's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she invited him, Dr. Su. Since you have some free time, why not accompany me to my dance studio? Seizing this unexpected opportunity to draw closer to Dr. Su, Shin Ruoxing was determined to assist her mother's wishes. Perhaps next time, Dr. Su would visit their home, allowing her to create a private moment for the two. Beep. Task triggered. At that moment, Suyang heard the long-forgotten voice of the system echo in his mind, stirring excitement within him. The voice continued. The host can obtain rewards through choices. Choice 1. Decline Shin Ruoxing's invitation. Reward. An umbrella. Choice 2. Accept Shin Ruoxing's invitation. Reward. Mastery of screenwriting. An umbrella or mastery of screenwriting. Suyang decisively chose the latter and promptly accepted Shin Ruoxing's invitation. Instantly, a myriad of scripts flooded his mind. Had a computer been before him, he could effortlessly compose a remarkable tale spanning hundreds of thousands of words. Seeing Dr. Su's agreement, Shun Ruoxing was particularly elated. Before long, the two disembarked and headed toward the dance studio. Suddenly, without warning, a torrential downpour began to fall from the sky. Su Yang realized the significance of the system's earlier reward of an umbrella. It seemed the system possessed an impressive ability to predict the weather. Dr. Su, let us run. All right. Chapter 84. Brother Yang, shall we bathe together? When Su Yang and Shun Ruoxing arrived at the dance studio, they were both drenched to the bone. Shun Ruoxing promptly found a towel and handed it to Su Yang. Dr. Su, please dry yourself first. Thank you, Miss Shun. Su Yang accepted the towel, his gaze inadvertently lingering on Shun Ruoxing. The light blue qipao clung to her figure, and after being soaked by the rain, it accentuated her form in an exceptionally captivating manner, causing Su Yang's eyes to widen. As she wiped her face, Shun Ruoxing remarked, Dr. Su, since we're so familiar with each other now, there's no need for you to call me Miss Shun. You can just call me Ruoxing or Xingxing. Very well. I shall call you Xingxing then. On the internet, Shun Ruoxing was his niece, and he occasionally referred to her as Xingxing, making it more natural for him. Shun Ruoxing felt a surge of joy. It seemed that her relationship with Dr. Su had grown closer. Then I shall call you Brother Yang. However, just as the words were about to escape her lips, she hesitated. Su Yang was her mother's favored man. If she called him Brother Yang, and he ended up with her mother, wouldn't that make him her father in name? Their generational relationship would be complicated. What, then, should she call him? Shun Ruoxing found herself at a loss, but Su Yang, sensing her hesitation, took the initiative to speak. Xingxing, you can just call me Brother Yang from now on. Shun Ruoxing blinked and tentatively called out, Brother Yang. Very well, for now, she would call him Brother Yang. When her mother and Su Yang were together, they could each address one another in their own ways. After all, it was merely a title, nothing of great significance. With that thought, Shun Ruoxing felt a sense of relief. However, wearing the soaking wet qipao was quite uncomfortable, and she yearned to take a shower to feel refreshed. Brother Yang, you must be uncomfortable as well. Shall we bathe together? At her words, Su Yang was momentarily taken aback. What? Shun Ruoxing was so open as to invite him to bathe together? Should he accept or decline? Just as Su Yang wrestled with his decision, Shun Ruoxing, her cheeks flushed, quickly clarified, Oh, Brother Yang, please don't misunderstand. I meant we can shower separately. This dance studio had 2 shower stalls, perfectly accommodating her and Su Yang's need to bathe simultaneously. All right, Su Yang nodded in agreement. However, I don't have any spare men's clothing here. After you finish your shower, you can wrap yourself in a towel. I will dry your clothes, and they should be ready to wear in a while. Shun Ruoxing had thought this through thoroughly. Suddenly, she glanced at Su Yang's pants. Would his underwear need to be dried as well? But wouldn't that be rather awkward? She had never touched a man's underwear before. In truth, Shun Ruoxing need not worry about this matter, as Su Yang's underwear had long been left with Shinsini. He was left with only a pair of trousers. Well, it seems I shall trouble you shortly. Xingxing, Su Yang smiled at Shun Ruoxing. Before long, Su Yang followed Shun Ruoxing into the bathroom. The 2 shower stalls were adjacent to one another, part of a modest single-use facility. Men generally undressed swiftly, and soon the sound of rushing water emerged from Su Yang's side. Meanwhile, Shun Ruoxing was still in the process of removing her qipao. Listening to the cascading water next door, she felt inexplicably restless. The image of Su Yang's damp white shirt clinging to his form was vivid in her mind. Revealing his defined abs, Su Yang's physique was truly admirable. If only Su Yang were to become her father, her mother would undoubtedly be exceedingly happy in the future. Before long, Su Yang heard the sound of water flowing from Shun Ruoxing's stall as well. After finishing his shower, he wrapped himself in a towel and was just about to exit when he heard a gasp from next door, followed by a heavy thud on the floor. If Su Yang's instincts were correct, it must have been Shun Ruoxing who had fallen. Xingxing, did you fall? Su Yang called out to the adjoining stall. Yes, Yang go. I accidentally slipped, Shun Ruoxing replied, her expression contorted in discomfort due to the pain from her fall. Can you get up? Su Yang inquired again. Shun Ruoxing attempted to rise, but each time her feet tried to find purchase, they slipped, preventing her from standing. After several unsuccessful attempts, she was on the verge of tears, as lying on the ground was not only uncomfortable but also painfully awkward. Xingxing, how are you? Can you get up? Su Yang's voice reached her ears once more. Yang go, I've tried numerous times but cannot rise. Su Yang cleared his throat and asked, Would you like me to come in and assist you? At this moment, Shun Ruoxing, having fallen, could not be left unattended. However, the situation next door must be somewhat compromising. Nevertheless, in times like these, camaraderie outweighs the trivialities of modesty, with personal safety being of utmost importance. Shin Ruoxing was indeed concerned about the embarrassment of her current predicament, but she truly could not get up. She couldn't remain sprawled on the floor indefinitely. With a deep breath and a firm resolve, she said, "Yang Gu, please come in and help me." Without hesitation, Su Yang opened the door to the adjoining stall, and the scene before him was breathtakingly beautiful, leaving him uncontrollably excited. Shin Ruoxing was mortified, her face burning with embarrassment. Moments later, Su Yang carried Shin Ruoxing to the sofa, taking care to wrap her in a towel for modesty. Shin Ruoxing felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, as it was her first time being in such a situation before a man. If Yang Gu were to end up with her mother, he would indeed become her father. Yet, moments ago, he had noticed her injury and asked, "Star, do you need me to assist you with your treatment?" In a daze, Shin Ruoxing quickly regained her senses, feeling a wave of shyness wash over her. How could Yang Gu know everything? Of course, he was a doctor. He possessed such knowledge. Su Yang cleared his throat and said, "Given your condition, you require massage therapy. Otherwise, your recovery will be prolonged." Shin Ruoxing nodded in agreement, expressing her gratitude. "Then I must trouble you, Yang Gu." As a distinguished expert in gynecology, she had complete faith in Su Yang's judgment. However, having just been rescued from the bathroom, the prospect of undergoing treatment by him stirred an inexplicable excitement within her, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Why was she feeling this way? What was happening to her? Chapter 85. Would tonight's late-night snack be as thrilling as the previous nights? 20 minutes later, the treatment concluded. Shin Ruoxing hurriedly rose from the sofa, unable to meet Su Yang's gaze. After some time, she composed herself, changed her clothes, and returned. Meanwhile, Su Yang was engrossed in examining the dance pole in the studio. "Yang Gu, do you want to learn pole dancing?" Shin Ruoxing's voice came from behind him. Turning around, Su Yang was captivated by her wearing a pale pink qipao adorned with peony embroidery. He was struck by her beauty in that attire. With a smile, he replied, "I'm merely curious about this pole. I have no intention of learning. Besides, isn't this type of dance typically for women? Men don't learn such things." Pouting slightly, Shin Ruoxing responded, "If you want to learn, I can teach you for free." Surprised, Su Yang asked, "Are there really men who learn pole dancing?" Nodding, Shin Ruoxing affirmed, "Of course, it's just that you might not be aware of it." Raising an eyebrow, Su Yang inquired, "So, you've taught men how to dance on a pole?" Shin Ruoxing quickly shook her head, clarifying, I only teach girls. But I am a man. Why would you want to teach me?" Su Yang smirked lightly. "You're different from other men," Shin Ruoxing blurted out. She then playfully stuck out her tongue and added, "Not only did you save my mother, but you also rescued me and treated me just now." Her cheeks flushed crimson after speaking. Su Yang merely chuckled softly. "Since Yang Gu is so interested in the pole, how about I perform a dance for you?" Star suggested. For reasons unbeknownst to her, at that moment, Shin Ruoxing felt an overwhelming desire to perform a dance for Su Yang. On one hand, she yearned for him to understand her life. On the other, she longed to showcase her graceful dance moves to him. Previously, Shin Ruoxing had only taught female students who pursued pole dancing for various reasons, some to perform in bars, some as streamers, and others to please men. Regardless of their motivations, this form of dance was undeniably alluring. It was the first time Shin Ruoxing felt an intense urge to dance for a man. She was aware of the enchantment she exuded while dancing, and she believed that Su Yang would particularly appreciate it. Suddenly, Shin Ruoxing realized that her intentions might be misguided. After all, Su Yang was the man her mother favored. Why was she so eager to present herself to him? This was not how she should behave. Yet, once the words had escaped her lips, there was no taking them back. With the prospect of a free pole dance, Su Yang naturally welcomed the opportunity, prompting Shin Ruoxing to perform for him. As she commenced her captivating display, one could only imagine the emotions of witnessing a stunning woman in a qipao dance on the pole. Su Yang's feelings were tumultuous, his heart racing and his throat dry. Noticing the spark in Su Yang's eyes as he watched her, Shin Ruoxing felt an immense thrill, driving her to dance even more passionately. She knew Su Yang would enjoy it, and she had even incorporated several challenging moves into her routine specifically for his viewing pleasure. As the dance concluded, Su Yang appeared somewhat unsatisfied, yearning for more. Having expended considerable energy, Shin Ruoxing settled beside Su Yang. He promptly offered her a tissue to wipe away her sweat. Yang-gu, could you help me with this? I'm so exhausted, she playfully implored. Feeling that after her vigorous performance, it was not unreasonable to seek his assistance. All right, let me help you, Su-yang replied, smiling as he dabbed the perspiration from her forehead and neck. Observing Su-yang's earnestness and tending to her, Shun Ruoxing's spirits soared. It was a novel experience for her, having a man cater to her needs. Throughout her life, she had been solely reliant on her mother, who had raised her with strict values. During her school years, she had never dated, and even when her mother eventually permitted her to, she had lost interest in romance. Suddenly, a thought flickered through Shun Ruoxing's mind. Having a boyfriend like Su-yang would be quite wonderful. She quickly dismissed such chaotic thoughts. It was absolutely forbidden. Once Su-yang's clothes had dried, he dressed, and together, they exited the dance studio. Upon exiting the dance studio, the two parted ways. Su-yang returned to his apartment and promptly donned his underwear. Subsequently, he settled onto the sofa, engrossed in his phone, with Sister Ro no longer residing with him. Su-yang felt a pang of regret in her absence. Most importantly, he feared that if Sister Ro found herself in distress as she had the previous night, he would not be by her side to provide support. Could she endure such suffering alone? Suddenly, a knock echoed through the door. Su-yang sprang from the sofa to answer it, and upon opening the door, he was greeted by Sister Ro, adorned in a wine-red slip dress. It was indeed a case of serendipity. The moment Xia Zhiro caught sight of Su-yang, a blush crept across her cheeks, as memories of his assistance the night prior flooded her mind. In truth, those images had replayed countless times throughout her day, each recollection igniting a surge of excitement within her. However, the prospect of seeing Su-yang in person only intensified her exhilaration. Hello, Sister Ro. Su-yang greeted her with a smile. Biting her crimson lip, Xia Zhiro invited, Su-yang, my sister and I would like you to join us for a late-night snack. Of course, Su-yang replied eagerly. The thought of sharing a late-night meal with the delightful duo of Qingqing and Ro was certainly appealing. He couldn't help but wonder if tonight's gathering would be as thrilling as the previous occasion. I'll head upstairs first. Xia Zhiro began to turn away. Su-yang swiftly grasped her wrist, saying, Sister Ro, wait for me to change my clothes. Let us go together. Having experienced Su-yang's kindness the night before, Xia Zhiro found herself uncertain about how to engage with him alone. Were it not for her sister's persistent urging, she might not have mustered the courage to approach him. Now, with Su-yang holding her wrist, she had no choice but to pause and nodded in acquiescence. You are truly wonderful, Sister Ro, Su-yang beamed at her, releasing her wrist as he hurried back to change. Xia Zhiro felt a warmth wash over her. Su-yang's words were indeed sweet. Sweetness she had tasted firsthand. Just as Su-yang finished changing and was about to depart with Xia Zhiro, Lin Muyao unexpectedly appeared, leaning on a cane while clutching a box of medicine. Su-yang, I need to speak with you, Lin Muyao remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Xia Zhiro. The persistent presence of the Xia sisters around Su-yang was quite irksome. Xia Zhiro shot Lin Muyao an irritated glare, thinking, what an audacious woman. How dare she come back to seek Su-yang again? It's utterly revolting, given her injuries. Lin Muyao chose to refrain from engaging in a dispute with Xia Zhiro to avoid unnecessary complications. Xia Zhiro felt somewhat awkward in front of Su-yang due to their past entanglements, and she had no desire to engage in conversation with that insufferable woman. Although the two ladies exchanged disdainful glances, the atmosphere remained relatively cordial. Su-yang furrowed his brow in annoyance and said, My sister Ro and I have matters to attend to. If you have something to say, please do so quickly. Standing beside him, Lin Muyao hesitated. Feeling a bit shy? Su-yang, could you come a little closer? After Lin Muyao finished speaking, her cheeks flushed crimson. The position was rather inconvenient for her to manage at home. Sister Ro, you should head back first. I'll join you shortly, Su-yang instructed Xia Zhiro. She nodded, albeit reluctantly, and complied with his request to leave first. Soon after, Lin Muyao followed Su-yang into his apartment. Su-yang waved his phone at Lin Muyao. Please transfer the payment to me first. Were it not for the monetary incentive, he would have had no interest in assisting her. Lin Muyao pouted slightly, wondering if Su-yang truly feared she might default on her payment, insisting on a pre-transfer. Did he think she was the type to renege? Although she felt dissatisfied, she complied with Su-yang's request and sent him the money. Given that her injury would heal slowly without treatment, Lin Muyao was eager for a swift recovery. While she could go to the hospital, the thought of being touched by a nurse made her uneasy. Encountering a male nurse would be utterly mortifying. After much contemplation, Lin Muyao concluded that seeking Su Yong's help was the most appropriate course of action. She felt no psychological burden in front of him, and strangely, she experienced a twinge of excitement. Upon receiving a transfer of 100,000, Su Yong felt a surge of delight. His demeanor towards Lin Muyao softened considerably. Yao Yao, lie down on the sofa. I'll apply the ointment for you right now. Hearing him call her Yao Yao lifted Lin Muyao's spirits. It had been quite some time since he had addressed her with such warmth. Clearly, the allure of money was effective in softening Su Yong's attitude towards her. Su Yong, may I apply the ointment on your bed? Lin Muyao looked at him with eager anticipation. She preferred not to be on the sofa. She wished to be in Su Yong's room, on his bed. Ever since he had moved in, she had never set foot in his personal space. Previously, when they were married, she could enter his room freely. Now, she felt the need to seek his permission. The contrast between how Su Yong treated her before and after their divorce left her feeling frustrated. Su Yong, however, was indifferent. All right, let us head to my room then. After all, his room had already been visited by Qingqing and Ro Ro, so adding Lin Muyao to the list made little difference. Upon hearing Su Yang's agreeable response, Lin Muyao's feelings of frustration dissipated instantly. Leaning on her cane, she followed Su Yong into his bedroom. Upon seeing his large bed, her eyes blinked in surprise. Once she recovered, would they not have the opportunity to share that bed for their remaining encounter? What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get on the bed, Su Yong urged, noticing Lin Muyao lost in thought. Complying with his words, Lin Muyao quickly laid down on the bed. Su Yong raised an eyebrow. Yao Yao, how can I apply the medicine like this? Lin Muyao bit her red lip, feeling a bit shy. Could you help me, please? Suddenly, the sound of a video call interrupted the moment, startling Lin Muyao. She saw that Su Junjie was calling, and instinctively pressed to hang up. She was currently at Su Yang's place. In this state, how could she possibly answer Su Junjie's video call? Once the call was disconnected, Su Junjie's phone rang again, and Lin Muyao reluctantly answered. His voice came through immediately. Yao Yao, why did you hang up the video call? I accidentally slipped my finger, she replied. Junjie, do you need something? Yao Yao, why didn't you come to the hospital to see me today? I'm sorry, Junjie. I've been quite busy with work lately. Are you working overtime at the company right now? Lin Muyao paused, quickly responding, yes, I'm at the company working overtime. After saying this, she caught Su Yang's ambiguous gaze. He smiled at her with a hint of mischief. Lin Muyao hastily averted her eyes. Yao Yao, you must take care of your health, Su Junjie reminded her. Yes, Junjie, you should also take good care of yourself at the hospital. Can you come to the hospital to see me tomorrow? I've been really busy lately, so I might not have time to visit. When can you come to the hospital then? That, I can't say for certain. All right then. Lin Muyao had no desire to see Su Junjie's foolish face, nor did she want to witness another embarrassing incident with him. After hanging up the call, she quickly explained to Su Yong. Su Yong, please don't misunderstand. I rarely lie. She certainly did not want Su Yong to think of her as one who often deceives. Su Yong merely raised an indifferent eyebrow. This matter was of no concern to him. However, it did seem somewhat unfair how Lin Muyao treated her beloved Moonlight, Su Junjie. Let us continue, he said. All right. 20 minutes later, Lin Muyao returned to her apartment, her cheeks flushed. In her hand, she clutched a pair of black stockings. Those were for the medicine application. Lin Muyao felt significantly better already. Tomorrow evening, she would seek Su Yang's assistance again. Yet, the thought of Su Yong visiting Xia Jiqing left her fists clenched in irritation. On the other side, Su Yong arrived at Xia Jiqing's apartment. In the dining room, he sat flanked by Qingqing and Ruru, the three of them joyfully indulging in food, drink, and conversation. Tonight's late-night feast was entirely prepared by Xia Jiqing herself. For she was overwhelmed with happiness. She and Ruru had reconciled, erasing the rift between them as sisters. On such a joyous occasion, she wished only to celebrate with her sister and Su Yong. Unbeknownst to her, Xia Jiqing had consumed quite a bit of alcohol. Ruru, feeling the weight of her unspoken gratitude for Su Yang's assistance the previous night, also drank more than usual at the table. As Xia Jiqing became increasingly intoxicated, she grew bolder, wrapping her arms around Su Yang's. Su Yong felt a wave of warmth envelop him, as soft as spring. Observing her sister's affectionate gesture, Xia Jiro felt an inexplicable discomfort and drowned her feelings in drink. Yang, I'm so happy tonight, Xia Jiqing exclaimed, her gaze fixated on Su Yang's lips. As long as Qingqing is happy, Su Yang replied with a smile. Xia Jiqing's eyes grew hazy, her head leaning ever closer to Su Yang. Just as her lips were about to meet his, Su Yang was abruptly pulled away by Xia Zhiro. She could not bear the thought of her sister kissing Su Yang in her presence. At that moment, Xia Jiqing regained some clarity and felt embarrassed, realizing how her lips had unconsciously gravitated towards his. Oh dear, if they had truly kissed. Would she not have forced a kiss upon Su Yang right in front of Ruru? Flustered, Xia Jiqing quickly released her hold on Su Yang, and the trio continued to drink and chat about trivial matters. Ultimately, Xia Jiqing was the first to succumb to the table. Su Yang, let's take my sister back to her room, Xia Zhiro suggested. Ruru, you should rest. I'll carry Qingqing back to her room. Su Yang replied as he lifted Xia Jiqing and headed toward her bedroom. Seeing her sister being carried away by Su Yang, Xia Zhiro felt a pang of jealousy, perhaps exacerbated by the effects of the alcohol, and she stumbled after them. After placing Xia Jiqing gently on the bed, as Su Yang turned to leave, Xia Zhiro wrapped her arms around his waist from behind. Su Yang, my sister feels unwell, she murmured, nuzzling against his back. Ruru, would you like me to take you back to your room to rest? He offered. Yes, I want you to carry me back too, she insisted. Of course, I must fulfill Ruru's request. Thus, Su Yang lifted Xia Zhiro and carried her back to her room. As he placed her on the bed and prepared to leave, Xia Zhiro clung to his neck, stating, Su Yang, my sister still feels quite unwell. Su Yang raised an eyebrow and gently said, Sister Ru, you should rest early. Once you fall asleep, you will no longer feel discomfort. Xia Zhiro shook her head, replying, You know my unique constitution. I simply cannot sleep. Then what does Sister Ruru wish to do? Xia Zhiro bit her crimson lip, her eyes sparkling enticingly. Su Yang, could you assist me one more time tonight, please? Su Yang hesitated, aware that Qingqing was also in the house. What if Qingqing suddenly awakens? I implore you, please help your sister once more. Sister Ru, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you. I merely worry about disturbing Qingqing. Su Yang voiced his concerns, recalling how noisy Ruru had been the previous night. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhiro's mind cleared somewhat. What was happening to her? Last night, she had sought Su Yang's help and felt intense guilt towards her sister. Why then? Was she seeking his assistance again tonight? Yet, caught between her guilt for her sister and her need for Su Yang's aid, Xia Zhiro unhesitatingly chose to pursue his help, feeling an urgent necessity for it. Don't worry, I won't disturb her, she reassured him. Su Yang, I beg of you, please help your sister. I truly need your assistance. Seeing that Sister Ruru had laid her sentiments bare, Su Yang felt compelled to assist her. After aiding her once again, he rose, observing the soundly sleeping Ruru, whose skin appeared even more supple and radiant. Remarkably, the effects were indeed immediate. However, Ruru's unique constitution was quite formidable. Most women would struggle to endure such assistance over 2 consecutive nights. Su Yang chuckled softly, dressed, and departed, soon returning to his own apartment. The following day, Su Yang headed to Xinhua Hospital after rising. Li Xia had requested his assistance at the hospital. His reputation as Dr. Su had spread, attracting numerous female patients seeking his treatment. Originally scheduled to work 2 days a week, the influx of patients, the majority of whom specifically sought his care, prompted Su Yang to prioritize helping Li Xia. Upon arriving at the office, the nurse Lingling presented him with freshly baked cookies she had crafted herself. On days when Dr. Su was not at work, Lingling found herself rather bored. Learning that he would be working today, she had risen early to prepare cartoon-shaped cookies for him to enjoy. The last time, Dr. Su had eaten her buns. Although they were cold, he had not complained and savored them heartily. Reflecting on this warmed Lingling's heart. If Dr. Su enjoyed her cooking, she would gladly continue to prepare meals for him. Since Su Yang began practicing his internal cultivation techniques, his appetite has significantly increased. He finished an entire small box of cookies brought by Ling Ling in just a few bites. Ling Ling was astonished. The cookies she made were so delectable that Dr. Su devoured them completely, leaving not a crumb behind. Had she known that Dr. Su enjoyed them so much, she would have made more. In her heart, Ling Ling had already devised a plan. Next time, she would prepare desserts for Dr. Su, showcasing all her culinary skills for him to savor. Before long, Su Yang commenced his consultations. He attended to more than 30 patients in succession without taking a breath. The next patient was Lin Mingzhu. Upon hearing her name, Su Yang promptly donned his mask. Indeed, it was the Lin Mingzhu he was familiar with, accompanied by Tang Yongliang. Su Yang couldn't help but smile. thinking how foolish Lin Mingzhu was, after having an affair with her lover for such an extended period without her husband finding out. Yet, could she be deemed foolish? She had come to the gynecologist while suffering from nausea and even brought her husband along. It was perplexing to determine whether Lin Mingzhu was truly foolish or not. At that moment, Lin Mingzhu's complexion was far from pleasant. She had been enduring bouts of dry heaving both last night and this morning, prompting Tang Yongliang's insistence on taking her to the hospital. They had just visited the gastroenterology department, where the doctor suggested they consult a gynecologist. Hence, Tang Yongliang and Lin Mingzhu found themselves at the obstetrics and gynecology department. A nagging suspicion crept into Lin Mingzhu's mind. Could she actually be pregnant? She kept finding excuses to postpone the examination, but Tang Yongliang firmly disagreed, genuinely concerned for his wife's health, insisting on a comprehensive checkup for her peace of mind. Upon hearing of a renowned physician named Dr. Su in the gynecology department, Tang Yongliang wasted no time in securing an appointment for his wife. Ironically, this illustrious Dr. Su shared the same name as Lin's family's ineffectual son-in-law, Su Yang. One was a celebrated physician, while the other was merely a household husband. The disparity between their lives was stark. Seeing Tang Yongliang still smiling, Su Yang could only chuckle dryly. He would soon be the one shedding tears. Dr. Su, my wife has been experiencing persistent dry heaving these past few days. Could you kindly examine her? Tang Yongliang politely requested. Have your wife extend her hand. Su Yang replied in a lowered voice. Due to Su Yang's white coat and mask, Tang Yongliang and Lin Mingzhu failed to recognize that the esteemed physician before them was the same Su Yang they knew, the one they deemed ineffectual. Mingzhu, quickly extend your hand for Dr. Su to examine, Tang Yongliang urged, directly grasping Lin Mingzhu's arm and presenting it to Su Yang. Su Yang swiftly placed his hand on Lin Mingzhu's wrist. At that moment, Lin Mingzhu's heart raced to her throat. After a while, Tang Yongliang anxiously inquired, Dr. Su, how is my wife? Su Yang chuckled softly, congratulations. Your wife is pregnant, and she is expecting twins. Upon hearing this, Lin Mingzhu's complexion turned ashen. Throughout her years with her lover, she had always taken precautions. There had been no mishaps. How could it be that she was suddenly pregnant this time? It was impossible. Absolutely impossible. This quack must have made an error. Lin Mingzhu refused to accept the reality of her pregnancy. Stop spouting nonsense. How could I possibly be pregnant? You must have made a mistake, she exclaimed, leaping from her chair and pointing an accusatory finger at Su Yang. Tang Yongliang's head buzzed with disbelief. For the past few years, he and Mingzhu had maintained a respectful relationship. How could she be pregnant? Even after hearing the doctor's diagnosis, he found it hard to accept the truth, for if he were to believe Lin Mingzhu was indeed with child, it would mean he had been cuckolded. Yes, you must have made a mistake. How could my wife be pregnant? Tang Yongliang echoed in agreement. Su Yang was left speechless. Lin Mingzhu knew exactly what she had done. Her unwillingness to accept her pregnancy was somewhat understandable. However, Tang Yongliang, in his foolishness, was still deceiving himself, making him deserving of his fate. Dr. Su has never misdiagnosed a patient. On what grounds do you slander him? Ling Ling interjected indignantly. Su Yang gestured for her to be quiet, and she promptly fell silent. Turning to Lin Mingzhu and Tang Yongliang, Su Yang stated, you both openly deny my medical expertise, which is a severe affront to my character. I cannot allow any blemish, no matter how trivial, to tarnish my professional career. I will summon all the gynecological specialists in the hospital and utilize the finest instruments to conduct a thorough examination of Ms. Lin Mingzhu. I am determined to prove that my findings are accurate. Ms. Lin is pregnant and with twins. Thus, all the gynecological experts in the hospital were assembled to examine Lin Mingzhu, and they unanimously concluded that she was indeed pregnant. Utilizing the most advanced equipment, they confirmed that Lin Mingzhu was carrying twins. To everyone's astonishment, these twins were remarkably unique, as they were entirely different individuals. Further analysis revealed that Lin Mingzhu had engaged in relations with different men in a short span of time, leading to the conclusion that she was bearing fraternal twins. It is worth noting that the probability of conceiving fraternal twins from different fathers ranges from 1 in a million to 1 in 10 million. The fact that Lin Mingzhu, at her age, is pregnant with half-sibling twins can only be regarded as a medical miracle. The revelation of Lin Mingzhu's pregnancy with twins has left everyone astounded. With the evidence laid bare, both Lin Mingzhu and Tang Yongliang can no longer deny the truth. Tang Yongliang, utterly shattered, felt a surge of rage. His eyes burned with fury as he confronted Lin Mingzhu. You shameless harlot. After all these years of devotion, how could you betray me? And to add insult to injury, you bear the offspring of 2 men. You delight in the company of 2 at once, do you? Today, I shall not let you escape unscathed. Lin Mingzhu retorted. You useless man, if you cannot satisfy me, must I remain in a loveless existence with you? What purpose does your existence serve? With the scandal exposed, Lin Mingzhu, in a moment of defiance, decided to fight back. As Tang Yongliang tightened his grip around her neck, she reciprocated, declaring, You worthless wretch, I shall not yield. Chaos ensued in the public space. Su Yang, initially believing Lin Mingzhu to be carrying a pair of dark-skinned children, was taken aback to learn they were, in fact, half-sibling twins. Indeed, it seems city women possess a certain audacity. Should these twins be born, it would certainly add to the spectacle. Su Yang was convinced one of the twins would be a dark-skinned child, while the lineage of the other remained a mystery. The fate of these unborn children was no longer his concern. As Tang Yongliang and Lin Mingzhu engaged in their public altercation, the hospital staff could not stand idly by. Just as they moved to intervene, a male voice rang out, Dad. Mom, please stop fighting. Su Yang found the voice somewhat familiar, and upon seeing the man's face, he recognized him as Tang Mingze. He recalled their previous encounter at the cafe with Shinsini. No wonder Tang Mingze seemed familiar. He is the son of Tang Yongliang and Lin Mingzhu. One could only wonder how the sight of such a disgraceful scene would affect Tang Yongliang and Lin Mingzhu, witnessing their child's reaction. Tang Mingze had just overheard a rather scandalous discussion about a woman who had betrayed her husband, and intriguingly, she was carrying a pair of fraternal twins fathered by 2 different men. Captivated by the sensational nature of this tale, Tang Mingze hurried over to join the commotion, only to be confronted with the distressing sight of his parents engaged in a heated exchange of insults, their hands around each other's necks. What he had anticipated as mere entertainment turned into a personal catastrophe, plunging him into a profound darkness. Meanwhile, Su Yang and Ling Ling returned to his office, where he attended to several patients until midday. Just as Ling Ling was about to extend an invitation to Dr. Su for a meal at the cafeteria, Shinsini entered, carrying a thermos of food. Upon seeing Su Yang, her face lit up with a radiant smile, which was reciprocated by him. Recognizing the moment, Ling Ling discreetly excused herself. Once Ling Ling departed, Su Yang promptly locked the office door. Aang, why have you locked the door? Shinsini asked, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she feigned ignorance. Su Yang raised an eyebrow, teasingly responding, Since Bao is reluctant, I suppose I shall unlock it then. As he turned to do so, Shinsini quickly threw herself into his embrace, holding him tightly. Aang, you're so annoying. I don't want you to open the door, she insisted, wishing to avoid any interruptions. With a smile, Su Yang gestured towards his lips, prompting Shinsini to offer him a sweet kiss. After a playful exchange of words, Shinsini found herself blushing and languid in Su Yang's arms, marveling at his ability to leave her weak-kneed. Aang, you must be starving after working all morning. We should eat, she suggested, her concern evident. There's no rush. We can eat later, Su Yang replied, playfully toying with her hair, his gaze suggestive. Shinsini quickly grasped his intention and playfully punched his chest with her small fist. Pouting, you naughty boy? I'm the one who is hungry. The traces of Su Yang's affection from the previous day still lingered, leaving her waist slightly sore, and she wondered how he could remain so tireless. Though Su Yang had locked the door, Shinsini still felt a lack of safety. Pondering the possibility of someone knocking unexpectedly, Su Yang chuckled, pinching her cheek. Very well, let us eat first. They made their way to the lounge for their meal, which turned into yet another indulgent affair. After dining, Su Yang lifted Shinsini onto his lap, raising an eyebrow as he asked, Bao, what do you think we should do after our meal? Shinsini bit her crimson lip, pondering whether Su Yang truly intended to engage in such activities within the confines of the hospital. Su Yang leaned closer, whispering into her ear, suggesting that a post-meal exercise was essential for proper digestion. What do you think, Bao? Shinsini felt a rush of warmth and tingling throughout her body. With such a charming companion beside her, resistance seemed futile. Thus, she acquiesced to the idea of engaging in some light exercise. Consequently, Shinsini found herself cradled in Su Yang's arms on the large bed in the lounge. As Su Yang began to remove his white coat, Shinsini hesitated, biting her lip and bashfully suggesting, Aang, could you please keep your white coat on? Su Yang raised an eyebrow and smirked, responding, Sure, next time, Bao. You must wear it for me. The white coat. The female doctors in Su Yang's vicinity all donned white coats. Did he have a particular fondness for them? Shinsini shyly nodded. Yes, I'll wear it for you next time. Then paused before adding, and a nurse's uniform as well. Ling Ling intended to retrieve some items from the office. She knocked on the door, but received no response. When she tried the handle, she discovered the office door was locked from the inside. Why had Dr. Su and his friend locked the office door? Could it be that they were? Ling Ling's eyes widened, and she decided against knocking again to avoid disturbing them, opting instead to leave. Later that afternoon, just before work resumed, the door to Su Yang's office finally swung open. Ling Ling, standing at the threshold, noticed Shinsini's flushed complexion and the way she awkwardly supported her waist. Her earlier suspicions were confirmed. Dr. Su and his friend had indeed spent the entire afternoon in the office together. In high spirits, Su Yang adjusted his crumpled white coat, which still bore the lingering scent of Shinsini. Today's experience had been remarkably enjoyable. No wonder so many people relished office play. It was evidently justified and offered ample opportunity for future endeavors. Ling Ling entered the office and nodded at Su Yang. The thought of what had transpired between him and his friend earlier made her feel peculiar, causing her to avert her gaze. Su Yang, seemingly unfazed, took a sip of water to clear his throat and inquired, Ling Ling, did you knock on the office door during lunch? He recalled hearing a knock that had startled Shinsini, adding to the allure of the moment. No, I didn't, Ling Ling lied. Her voice tinged with nervousness as she fiddled with the hem of her nurse's uniform. She felt a pang of frustration. Why was she so anxious? It was Dr. Su and his friend who had engaged in mischief in the office. Yet somehow, she felt as if she were the one in the wrong. Su Yang chuckled, realizing it was indeed the little girl Ling Ling who had knocked. He wondered if she had a genuine reason for interrupting or if she had merely come to tease. The ward of Lin Zihao was in disarray. Tang Mingze, having learned from his parents about Lin Zihao's devastating loss of dignity as a man, decided to pay a visit out of kindness. Unfortunately, he inadvertently let slip information in front of Lin Zihao that his parents had hoped to keep from him, fearing it would trigger further distress. Coincidentally, when Tang Mingze visited, Wang Yaji was absent from the room. Realizing he had caused trouble, Tang Mingze hastily took his leave, only to find himself entangled in his parents' scandalous revelations. At that moment, Lin Zihao was hanging precariously out of the window, with Wang Yaji desperately grasping his hand. My son, you must not die, she implored. Mother, let me die. I have lost my dignity as a man, and what is the point of living? Lin Zihao sobbed heart-wrenchingly, believing that his parents would find the best specialists to heal him. To his dismay, he discovered he had long been sentenced to despair. Upon hearing Tang Mingze's words, Lin Zihao completely abandoned the will to live, feeling that if he could not exist as a true man, then life held no meaning. He did not wish to be ridiculed or viewed with disdain, and thus resolved to depart from this cold world, escaping the burden of gossip and pain. However, fate had other plans. Just as Lin Zihao was about to leap, Wang Yaji entered the ward, witnessing her son's perilous act and quickly seizing his hand. As a mother, she understood the anguish of her son's lost masculinity, yet she could not bear to watch him perish. My son, it is better to live, no matter how miserable, she cried. Oh, mother, I no longer wish to live. Just let me die. Lin Zihao was consumed by his desire for death. Hearing the commotion, nurses rushed in to save him. When Lin Muyao entered the ward, Lin Zihao had just been rescued. Upon seeing Lin Muyao, an intense fury filled Lin Zihao's eyes as he seized a nearby fruit knife and charged toward her. Chapter 90. If all else fails, I shall stay at Auntie's house. After work, Ling Ling, having heard the explosive news from her friends, rushed back to Su Yang's office, eager to share the gossip. However, as she opened the office door, she was met with a sight that made her cheeks flush and heart race. Su Yang was clad in trousers, his upper body bare, towel in hand, drying his hair glistening with droplets. Upon noticing Ling Ling's return, Su Yang paused momentarily, then smiled. Little girl, why are you back again? Did you forget something? Ling Ling's cheeks flushed. Evidently Dr. Su had just emerged from a shower. Fortunately, he was still clad in trousers. It would have been utterly embarrassing had he been dressed solely in his underwear. Ling Ling had not anticipated such a well-built physique on Dr. Su. She found herself captivated, her gaze drawn to his defined abs, robust chest, and solid waist, all exuding an impressive strength. It is often said that a man's waist speaks volumes. And in that moment, Ling Ling shook her head vigorously, exclaiming internally, Goodness, What nonsensical thoughts am I entertaining? Quickly regaining her composure, she addressed Dr. Su. I haven't forgotten anything. I merely have some gossip to share with you. Are you interested? Su Yang mused that this young lady had quite the penchant for gossip, returning after hours merely to regale him with tales. It must be quite entertaining. Thus, he decided he must listen intently. Ling Ling beamed, knowing well that Dr. Su would be intrigued. She proceeded to recount a tale of a man, rendered impotent, chasing a woman with a fruit knife throughout the hospital. Upon hearing this, Su Yang immediately grasped the situation, Lin Zihao pursuing Lin Muyao with a fruit knife. Given that Lin Muyao had sustained an injury to her backside, how could she possibly run? Yet, it is true that in moments of peril, one can summon boundless potential. Surely Lin Muyao would not wish to fall prey to Lin Zihao, compelling her to flee with all her might. After sharing the gossip, Ling Ling reluctantly bid farewell to Su Yang, stealing one last glance at him as she departed. Su Yang, perceptive of her actions, recognized that ever since he had cultivated his internal energy techniques, he had notably sensed changes in various aspects of his body. It was only natural for this young girl to be somewhat captivated. Before long, Su Yang exited the hospital, driving straight to Shun Ruoxing's dance studio. Upon his arrival, a female student of Shun Ruoxing was just concluding her class. Shun Ruoxing, with an apologetic expression, said, Yang, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience of having you come here personally. This evening, both Shun Ruoxing and Shun Rian had invited Su Yang to their home for a visit. Originally, Shun Ruoxing had intended to accompany Su Yang home after his shift, but an unexpected additional class had necessitated his visit to her dance studio. It's no trouble at all, Su Yang replied with a smile. Please, take your time, I'll wait for you. Shun Ruoxing, having completed several classes, felt sticky and did not wish to impose her sweat upon Yang. Star, you can wash at your own pace. There's no rush, he added. And then recalled something, do be careful. Shun Ruoxing paused momentarily and softly replied, Yes, I will be careful. Shun Ruoxing's cheeks flushed as she hurried to the bathroom. She was acutely aware of the implications behind Yang's admonition to exercise caution. Soon, Shun Ruoxing shed her garments and stood beneath the shower, warm water cascading over her delicate, fair skin. However, her mind was uncontrollably preoccupied with images of being carried out of the bathroom by Yang, as well as the scene of him massaging her on the sofa. In a bid to regain her composure, she swiftly adjusted the water to a colder temperature, the chill refreshing her senses. Upon exiting the dance studio, Shun Ruoxing found herself seated in Su Yang's Bugatti Veyron, astonished by the opulence of the vehicle. She had known that doctors earned substantial salaries, yet owning such a luxury car seemed implausible without additional means. Could it be that Yang was a concealed heir of wealth? Xing, why do you look at me like that? Su Yang raised an eyebrow. Yang, you aren't secretly a rich second generation, are you? Shun Ruoxing could not suppress her curiosity. Su Yang chuckled lightly. What if I am a first-generation rich? Indeed, Shun Ruoxing responded with a playful giggle. Before long, Su Yang arrived at the residence of Shun Rian and her daughter. Dressed in an elegant purple qipao, Shun Rian had been waiting for Su Yang's arrival. She had prepared a meal and deliberately donned the exquisite garment, having also touched up her makeup and styled her hair. That day, she had worn the same qipao to visit Su Yang for a consultation. The memory of him assisting her in the examination room caused her to instinctively press her thighs together. That night, while Shun Ruoxing slept, she had called out Su Yang's name repeatedly, and the thought of her own shamelessness made her cheeks burn with embarrassment. Little Su, please take a seat. Shun Rian beckoned Su Yang to the sofa. Observing her mother's radiant appearance, Shun Ruoxing smiled to herself, realizing how much effort her mother had put in for Yang. Su Yang then produced 2 lipsticks of different hues from his pocket, presenting one to each of the women. Thank you, Yang, Shun Ruoxing exclaimed joyfully, clutching the lipstick tightly in her palm. Thank you, little Su, Shun Rian expressed her gratitude, genuinely pleased, as it had been years since she had received a gift from a man following her husband's passing. As long as you two like them, Su Yang replied, delighted to see the mother and daughter so pleased with his gifts. The meal is ready. You must be hungry. Let us eat and chat, Shun Rian warmly invited. Shortly thereafter, the 3 gathered around the dining table in the kitchen, with Shun Rian and Shun Ruoxing seated on either side of Su Yang. Little Su, come and taste the braised pork made by Andy, Shun Rian said as she placed a piece of the dish into Su Yang's bowl. Su Yang savored the pork and remarked, It's truly delicious, Aunt Shun. Your culinary skills are remarkable. Shin Ruyan beamed with delight, content that little Su enjoyed it. She quickly added some fish to his bowl, saying, "Little Su, try the fish Annie made as well." Watching her mother fuss over Yang Yang, Shin Ruoxing felt a sense of happiness for her mother. It was evident that Shin Ruyan cared deeply for Yang Yang. However, the interaction between them stirred a mix of emotions within Shin Ruoxing. Suddenly, she recalled her purpose for today. She aimed to create an opportunity for her mother and Yang Yang. Should she find an excuse to step outside? Would that seem too contrived? Perhaps she should return to her room instead. Halfway through the meal, Shin Ruoxing claimed she was too tired and excused herself to rest in her room. This left only Su Yang and Shin Ruyan at the table. "Little Su, Auntie is so happy today. Why not share a drink with me?" Shin Ruyan suggested. "Auntie, I drove here," Su Yang replied. "That's all right. We can call a ride service later. If necessary, you can stay at Annie's place tonight. I can share a room with Xingxing," Shin Ruyan said, her joy palpable as she found a youthful spirit in Su Yang's presence. Naturally, she desired to celebrate with a drink. Seeing Shin Ruyan's enthusiasm, Su Yang could not decline. Thus, the two engaged in a lively exchange of drinks. Chapter 91. "Brother, could you please take me back to the apartment? I beg you." Lin Muyao had a gash on her arm inflicted by Lin Zihao with a fruit knife, and after being bandaged at the hospital, she attended a session with a psychologist, eventually dozing off in the ward. As Lin Muyao exited the hospital, she collided with a robust figure clad in a red dress. Instinctively, she glanced at the woman, who wore a mask, her eyes narrowed into slits. Lin Muyao couldn't help but internally scoff at the sight, a woman not only possessing a stout physique, but also having such unattractive eyes. It was astonishing that someone like her could exist. She wondered which man would find her appealing. As she walked away, curiosity compelled her to look back, and she increasingly felt that the woman in the red dress was more muscular than some men. What an unusual appearance. Lin Muyao, weary in both body and spirit, stepped into the vehicle. She reminisced about the time before her divorce with Su Yang. Even the slightest mishap would elicit profound concern from him. Yet today, after enduring such significant humiliation and sustaining numerous injuries that bled from her arm, she found herself utterly alone in facing it all. How she longed for Su Yang to be by her side once more, offering solace as he had done in the past. Rather than confronting her solitude in this moment of despair, gazing out at the nightscape, tears cascaded down her cheeks. In the hospital, when Zihao pursued her with a knife, her mother merely stood by, unyielding in her inaction, while her father was preoccupied with a university student, creating a family of their own. How had their once harmonious household descended into such chaos? It seemed that everything began to unravel after Su Junjie returned to the country and her divorce from Su Yang. If only time could rewind, she wished fervently that none of this had ever transpired. Inside the hospital room, Su Junjie stood by the window, scanning the surroundings for a robust figure clad in red. He felt a surge of anger at Lin Muyao for not visiting him in the hospital. He suspected that she was deliberately avoiding him. He believed it was due to the incident where he had wet his pants, but could that truly be blamed on him? If Su Yang had not been so harsh, he wouldn't have faced such humiliating episodes. The mere thought of Su Yang ignited a fury within him, and he vowed that once he was discharged and had gained full control over Lin Muyao's company, he would ensure that Su Yang met a dire fate. Before long, the door to Su Junjie's room creaked open, and Hong Jie stealthily slipped inside. Upon her arrival, Su Junjie quickly locked the door, as he had been hesitant to invite her over for fear that Lin Muyao would spot her. Only after Lin Muyao had claimed she was too busy to visit did he feel emboldened to call Hong Jie. After shedding tears, Lin Muyao still felt a lingering frustration that she had yet to release. She attributed all her misfortunes to Su Junjie, whom she considered a harbinger of calamity, and thus sought to vent her anger upon him. As she furiously approached Su Junjie's hospital room, she unexpectedly encountered Hong Jie exiting. A wave of confusion washed over Lin Muyao. How could this stout figure in a red dress be leaving Su Junjie's room? What could possibly be the nature of their relationship? Her blood pressure surged as she confronted Hong Jie, blocking her path. "Why did you come out of that room? What is your relationship with Su Junjie?" The commotion drew Su Junjie to the door, where he was met with the sight of Lin Muyao and Hong Jie in a standoff, leaving him pale and nearly paralyzed with fear. "Yao Yao, listen to me. It is not as you perceive." Lin Muyao had previously pondered which man would be attracted to such a woman, only to be taken aback by Su Junjie's apparent lack of discernment. Infuriated, Lin Muyao seized the woman in the red dress by her hair, intending to confront her. To her astonishment, her hand glided over something silky, revealing that she had torn off a wig. The sight of a bald head shattered Lin Muyao's worldview, culminating in a terrified scream that shattered the silence of the hospital. After departing from Shun Ruyan and her daughter, Su Yang, feeling unsatisfied, ventured alone to a bar. He had anticipated that Aunt Shin might seize the opportunity to express something to him, but that did not transpire. After consuming a couple of drinks, he made his way to the restroom. Upon exiting, a soft figure suddenly leaped into his embrace. How could a once harmonious home devolve into this? The girl sobbed, clinging to Su Yang and murmuring to herself. Su Yang glanced at the girl in his arms. She appeared to be a university student, her face strikingly beautiful, and her figure enticing, which he had already sensed. He was astonished that a mere trip to the restroom had resulted in a girl seeking solace in his embrace. "Miss, you've had too much to drink. Please release me," he urged gently. However, she shook her head, her grip remaining steadfast. "No, let me hold you for a moment. I beg you. Please, give me your phone. I will call your family," Su Yang suggested. "I have no family left. My parents are on the verge of divorce. I have no home anymore. Do you understand? My mother has been unfaithful to my father for years. I never imagined she would be that shameless. I once thought I was the happiest little princess, but now, everything has vanished," she lamented, tears streaming down her cheeks. Upon hearing her plight, Su Yang began to comprehend the gravity of her situation. Clearly, the turmoil in her family had deeply affected her. Otherwise, she would not have drunkenly sought comfort in a stranger. Sensing her vulnerability, he chose not to push her away. As she poured out her grievances, the girl felt a sense of relief wash over her, her intoxication gradually dissipating. She loosened her hold on Su Yang, gazing at his handsome visage with a hint of infatuation, and implored, "Brother, could you take me back to my apartment? I beg you." Chapter 92. Please, grant me this favor, dear brother. Having served as a confidant for quite some time, and observing the girl's pitiful state, along with her repeated address of him as brother, Su Yang found it difficult to refuse. Thus, he resolved to extend his kindness to its fullest. Su Yang assisted the girl out of the bar, and they both entered a taxi. Seated in the back, Tang Kursin informed the driver of their destination and relayed her apartment number to Su Yang. Leaning against his shoulder, she soon succumbed to slumber. Surprised, Su Yang pondered how this girl placed such trust in him, seemingly unafraid of him being a potential threat. Upon arriving at their destination and witnessing the girl still deep in sleep, he had no choice but to cradle her in his arms. The apartment she resided in was near Tianhai University, confirming Su Yang's suspicion that she was indeed a student there. At the entrance of the apartment complex, Su Yang called out to the girl several times, but she showed no signs of waking. Grasping her fingers, he unlocked the door and entered. Just as he laid her gently on the bed, her eyes fluttered open. Taken aback, he asked if she was awake. Tang Kursin nodded softly, momentarily lost in the sight of his handsome face. "Get some rest. I shall take my leave now," he said with a smile, attempting to rise. However, she grasped his hand tightly, pleading, "Brother, please don't go." Su Yang's footfalls halted in confusion as he regarded her. Did she truly expect him to stay the night? Tang Kursin's delicate lips parted once more, and the beauty mark beneath her left eye shimmered alluringly in the dim light. "Brother, I beg you to let me experience being a woman just for tonight." Su Yang's lips twitched. This girl must have been emotionally shaken by her parents' situation to make such an unreasonable request. He had no intention of taking advantage of her vulnerability at that moment. "Sister, I understand you're feeling a bit disoriented. Get some rest. You will feel better in the morning." Suddenly, Tang Kursin sat upright on the bed, still clutching his hand tightly. Shaking her head vigorously, she insisted, "I am not confused. I am quite clear-headed. Brother, please, grant me this wish." Having always been obedient and sensible, she had never acted out of line, as her parents had raised her. Yet, with their impending divorce, she felt liberated from her constraints. She reasoned that they would no longer care whom she associated with, especially since this handsome young man was before her. She believed that giving her first time to him would not be a regret. "Sister, I know this is a momentary impulse, and I fear you may regret it later," Su Yang cautioned, considering her youth. But Tang Kursin was resolute. Kneeling on the bed, she embraced him tightly, gazing up at him with earnest eyes. "Brother, I will not regret it. Please, fulfill my wish and let me become a woman. I implore you." As she spoke, Tang Kursin leaned in and pressed her lips against Su Yang's. The girl kissed him without any technique, and it was evident to Su Yang that she had little experience in matters of love. Since she was so eager to embrace womanhood, he decided to fulfill her desire. Su Yang held the back of the girl's head and kissed her deeply. An hour later, Tang Kursin lay languidly in Su Yang's embrace, and simultaneously, a notification echoed in his mind. Detected that the host has fulfilled the girl's wish, transforming her into a true woman. Reward, a building of apartments. Su Yang's heart swelled with joy. He hadn't anticipated such a generous reward for assisting his sister. A whole apartment building, indeed a treasure. It seemed his efforts were not in vain. Upon seeing the address of the gifted apartment building, Su Yang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. This little sister would soon become his tenant, as the building bestowed upon him by the system was the very one where Tang Kursin resided. Gazing at the blushing girl in his arms, her eyes glistening, Su Yang smiled and whispered in her ear, "Sister, I am about to begin again." Receiving such a grand gift from her, Su Yang was determined to give his all. The next day, when Tang Kursin awoke, she felt as if her entire body had been run over by a truck. She glanced to her side, only to find it empty. The brother from last night was nowhere to be seen. She was unsure of when he had left, but she vividly recalled the events of the previous night, again and again. And again, remembering those moments made her cheeks flush and heart race. She had not expected to be so bold, to have shared such intimacy with her brother on their first meeting. Yet, she felt no regret, none at all, because she had completely embraced her womanhood. She was determined to be strong from this point forward. However, a hint of regret washed over her as she realized she didn't even know her brother's name. Would he remember her? Would they ever meet again? Shaking her head to dispel such thoughts, she quickly got out of bed. Today was the first day of university classes, and she could not afford to be late. With her newfound asset, Su Yang had little to worry about, for all his wealth was acquired through legitimate means. He now possessed a 25-story apartment building near Tianhai University, marking a modest achievement in his wealth. The top floor was an expansive flat, conveniently vacant, which Su Yang planned to renovate for his own leisure and relaxation. The other tenants in the building had property management to handle the rent collection, so he need not concern himself with that. The remaining vacant apartments could be leased out gradually without haste. After arranging all of this, Su Yang headed straight to Xinhua Hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital entrance, he encountered Lin Liqing, who appeared to be in a noticeably poor state. "Su Yang, let us hasten our departure." Lin Liqing, supporting his frail waist, anxiously pulled Su Yang forward. Su Yang, bewildered, was dragged along by Lin Liqing. Observing Lin Liqing's condition, it was evident that he was utterly exhausted. After all, at nearly 60 years of age, how could he withstand the company of those youthful female university students? Before long, Su Yang and Lin Liqing found themselves in a hospital room. Inside, Lin Muyao lay on the bed, one arm heavily bandaged while the other received an intravenous drip. Her pallid complexion revealed her distress. Upon seeing Su Yang enter, her dim eyes sparkled momentarily with life, and she moved her parched lips to slowly utter, "Husband, you have come." Su Yang frowned in displeasure. Lin Muyao, a woman engaged in trade, still referred to him as husband despite their divorce. Moreover, what had she endured to reach such a state? The silence lingered as the bookstore ceased its promotions, prompting a plea for free gifts from those present. Chapter 93. Husband, I implore you to forgive me, please. Lin Liqing hastily found a chair to sit, his body indeed unable to bear further strain. While the presence of young, beautiful girls was delightful, he felt his strength waning. If only he could turn back time by 20 years, handling 5 or even 10 would be a mere trifle. Coughing, Lin Liqing quickly dismissed last night's events from his mind and directed his ire at Lin Muyao, who lay in the hospital bed. How could I have sired such a disgraceful offspring? You caught your pretty boy in a compromising situation with another man at the hospital, and now you've become a complete laughingstock. This predicament is entirely your own doing. Seated on the sofa with his legs crossed, Su Yang blinked in astonishment. What was the nature of this situation? How many captivating tales had he missed? The combination of Su Junjie, the man, and Lin Muyao being caught in the hospital was truly remarkable. It was a shame he had not witnessed it firsthand. To his surprise, Su Junjie had concealed his true self well. Su Yang had thought him devoted to Lin Muyao, only to discover that he was the one orchestrating her downfall. Lin Muyao idolized Su Junjie as her white moonlight, while he, behind her back, laid traps for her. Indeed, returning from abroad had its peculiarities. Dad, upon entering, you immediately berate me. Yesterday, I was nearly killed by Zihua in the hospital. Did you ever express any concern for my well-being? Lin Muyao felt a profound sense of grievance. She had narrowly escaped death and endured a night fraught with terror. Was any of this truly her desire? She is undeniably a victim. Why does her father greet her with accusations instead of concern as soon as he steps through the door? Has his heart, over the past few days, been filled with thoughts of 5 female college students, leaving no room for his own daughter? How can he dare to mention that matter? Is not the current state of Ziho a result of his own actions? Ziho nearly took his own life yesterday, and his rage towards you is quite understandable. Moreover, in the end, did you not emerge unscathed? As Lin Liqing's nonchalant words washed over her, Lin Muyao's heart sank completely, and she could not suppress her tears. I am fine, she thought, only because I ran desperately. Otherwise, the cold, lifeless body before you would have been mine. Yesterday, while facing Ziho's relentless pursuit, her mother had watched with indifference, and now her father spoke so lightly of her well-being. Lin Muyao realized that their home was no longer the haven it once was. Lin Liqing waved his hand impatiently and said, "All right, you and Ziho have settled this matter. Let us move on. Now, about that little gigolo of yours. If you do not resolve this yourself, I shall take matters into my own hands." After a brief pause, he turned to Su Yang. "This matter has burdened you, and when Yao Yao is able to rise from her bed, I shall ensure she kneels to apologize to you." Though Lin Liqing had previously held a low opinion of Su Yang, his perspective had shifted significantly after the previous incidents, particularly due to Su Yang's strong support regarding his pursuit of 5 female college students. This son-in-law was increasingly becoming a source of approval for Lin Liqing. Su Yang was momentarily taken aback. He had come merely to observe, not expecting to find himself involved. He smiled and nodded at Lin Liqing. Wiping her tears, Lin Muyao addressed her father. "Dad, I would have done the same without your prompting." With sincerity, she then turned her gaze to Su Yang. "My love, I acknowledge my past mistakes. I truly understand my wrongs now." Having endured the events of the previous night, Lin Muyao had gained clarity. Had Su Junjie not returned to the country, she and Su Yang would not have divorced, and he would have continued to treat her well, always by her side, showering her with affection. After all that she had experienced, Lin Muyao finally awakened to the truth. The person who truly cared for her was Su Yang. Once blinded by foolishness, she had now cast aside that ignorance, and the barriers between her and Su Yang had vanished. She was acutely aware that she had deeply wounded his heart, leading to grave consequences. Lin Muyao resolutely decided that, regardless of the circumstances, she would reclaim Su Yang's heart. She yearned to remarry him, to have him once again as her husband, and to feel his love for her as it once was. She envisioned a future filled with children. Just as Su Yang was taken aback, Lin Muyao abruptly removed the 4-drip, staggering from her hospital bed to stand before him. With a sudden thud, she knelt at his feet, her tearful gaze fixed upon him. "Husband," she implored, "all that has transpired in the past was my fault. I was foolish and naive, blinded by that imbecile Su Junjie. Now, however, I see clearly. You are the one who loves me most, the one who has treated me with utmost kindness, and your feelings for me are genuine. My dear husband, for the sake of our years together, please forgive me. Let us start anew and cherish our lives together. Wherever you wish to be, on the sofa, in bed, in the bathroom, in the car, or out in nature, I will comply with your desires. I will follow your lead for as long as you wish and serve you in whatever manner you desire. I am willing to wear whatever you want. As long as it pleases you, I am ready to do anything. Husband, I beg you to forgive me, please. I can bear you many children. However many you desire, I will fulfill that wish. I truly love you, and I cannot live without you." Overwhelmed with emotion, Lin Muyao was soon sobbing uncontrollably, clinging tightly to Su Yang's leg. Su Yang furrowed his brow, entirely unprepared for such a dramatic display from Lin Muyao. They had already divorced, so what was this all about? Lin Liqing observed Lin Muyao's behavior with satisfaction, recognizing that his daughter was not entirely foolish, as she sought to win back her husband. Rising from his chair, he placed a hand on Su Yang's shoulder. "Shinshu, you were too indulgent with Yao Yao in the past, allowing her to become oblivious to reality, deceived by that pretty boy. With women, one must assert control. You cannot cater to their every whim. While Yao Yao is my daughter, in matters such as these, I must be impartial." He paused, raising an eyebrow at Su Yang. "Especially in such situations, she must learn your strength. Once you have her under control, she will surely be obedient to you." Chapter 94. You were once my husband, and you shall always be my husband. Lin Liqing soon departed the hospital room, thoughtfully closing the door behind him. The matters between this couple were best resolved by them alone, as his presence was unwarranted. Lin Muyao, cease this charade. Your father has left, Su Yang stated coldly. Lin Muyao shook her head vigorously. Darling, I am not pretending. Every word I utter is sincere. It was my fault in the past. Please forgive me. Let us start anew, shall we? Su Yang firmly rejected her. No. Honey, you know you're upset. You resent me for leaving you for Su Junjie. I was wrong back then. I have come to realize my mistakes. I truly understand now, Lin Muyao cried. Su Yang, feeling a sense of helplessness, replied, Lin Muyao, please refrain from calling me darling. We are already divorced. No, you were once my husband, and you will always be my husband. She insisted. Is it truly worthwhile to deceive yourself? We have been divorced for quite some time. I am no longer your husband, nor will I ever be again. That's not true. We share many years of history. We will surely remarry, and you will always be my husband, she proclaimed. Su Yang felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, realizing their conversation resembled a tongue twister. Lin Muyao, stop living in a fantasy. I will never remarry you, he stated emphatically. Lin Muyao's cries grew louder. That's not the case. We will definitely remarry. I cannot live without you. I truly cannot live without you, darling. Su Yang's head buzzed from her incessant wailing. Lin Muyao, have you not realized how selfish you are? It was you who left our years of love behind for your infatuation. Now that your dream has become a nightmare, you wish to reclaim what you once discarded. I assure you, such fortune does not exist in this world. One must bear the consequences of their own mistakes. Let me be clear. I, Su Yang, will never remarry you. You must abandon this hope. Were it not for Lin Muyao's fragile state, Su Yang would have wished to push her away, fearing that a single misstep might send her to another realm, which would lead to grave consequences for him. Lin Muyao quickly released her grip, stating, I have matters to attend to. Observing Su Yang's cold, emotionless gaze, she reluctantly withdrew her hands from his thigh, knowing that further entanglement would only incite his disdain. Su Yang rose from the sofa and strode past Lin Muyao, leaving without a backward glance. As she watched his resolute figure retreat, she collapsed to the ground, weeping. He is wrong. I am not selfish. I was merely blinded in the past. Now, I have awakened. I realize that only he is the most important person in my life. I firmly believe I will win him back. We will remarry, just as we once were. We will remain together forever. Honey, I love you. I will make you understand my true feelings. On the other side, within the hotel, in the depths of slumber, Su Junjie was unceremoniously cast from his bed to the floor, awakened by a sudden jolt of pain coursing through his body. He opened his eyes to behold 4 men clad in black attire standing before him, accompanied by a striking woman in a black business suit, her face framed by gold-rimmed glasses. Who are you, and by what right do you intrude upon my chamber? Su Junjie queried, his gaze filled with trepidation as he confronted the ominous figures, striving to maintain his composure. Linda adjusted her glasses, her crimson lips parting as she introduced herself. I am Linda, the assistant to Mr. Lin. She flashed a polite smile at Su Junjie before gesturing with her finger, issuing commands to the 4 men in black. Before he could react, his clothing was unceremoniously stripped away, leaving him clad only in a pair of banana-patterned underwear. The sight elicited laughter from Linda and the 4 men, who had never before encountered such an abstract design. Indeed, it seemed that those lacking in certain areas often sought to compensate in peculiar ways. As laughter echoed around him, Su Junjie hastily covered himself. Linda merely scoffed, remarking on his pitiable state. What was there to conceal? Moments later, Su Junjie, along with the suitcase he had brought back from abroad, was unceremoniously ejected from the hotel by the 4 men. Clad in a disheveled manner, he fumbled with his clothing, growing increasingly flustered as he struggled to don his pants, taking several exasperating minutes. Passers-by, some snapping photos of his banana-themed underwear, pointed and ridiculed him without mercy. Su Junjie longed to vanish into the earth, gritting his teeth in humiliation. All the disgrace he endured today was the doing of that wretched Lin Muyao. Despite being her cherished light, upon his return, she had barred him from even the slightest contact. Had she chosen to spend time with him, to join him in a hotel to ponder life's intricacies, he would not have succumbed to loneliness and befriended Red Jia. Was she not culpable in this? Yes, all of this was Lin Muyao's fault. Su Junjie placed the entirety of his misfortune at her feet. Upon checking his phone, he discovered a meager balance of only 2 yuan, nearly causing him to swoon in indignation. Cursing Lin Muyao with fervent exasperation, he recalled how the men in black had used his fingerprint to unlock his phone, realizing they had transferred his funds away. The gifts she had previously bestowed upon him, bank card, clothing, had been reclaimed by the men, leaving him with a mere 2 yuan. How was he to survive in this vast city? Did no refuge exist for him? Su Junjia's heart was as cold as ice. He was ravenous. Yet he possessed only 2 yuan, insufficient for even a meal. Suddenly, the robust figure of Hongjia appeared in his mind like a savior, and he felt a glimmer of hope. Just as Su Junjia was about to dial Hongjia's number, his phone unexpectedly powered off due to low battery. Frustration washed over him, and the last flicker of hope extinguished. Perhaps out of anger, his hand trembled, causing the phone to slip from his grasp. By unfortunate coincidence, the screen collided violently with a stone on the ground, shattering into countless pieces. Chapter 95. Both went to the restroom upon returning from a business trip. Yi Qianqian and Shinsini arrived together at Lin Muyao's hospital room. "Yao Yao, why do you look so dreadful?" Yi Qianqian exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. Shinsini, seeing Lin Muyao's unfortunate state on the hospital bed, couldn't help but frown. "Yao Yao, you must be in great pain." "I'm all right. You needn't worry. I will be discharged soon," Lin Muyao replied, observing her 2 friends looking radiant while she felt like a mere shadow of herself, stirring discomfort within her. "Yao Yao, don't rush to leave the hospital. You must ensure you fully recover," Shinsini said with concern. Yi Qianqian nodded in agreement, adding, "Sini is right. Prioritize your health before thinking about discharge." After enduring the indifference of her parents, the relentless pursuit from her brother, and Su Junjia's betrayal, Lin Muyao felt a warmth in her heart from her friend's genuine concern, nearly moved to tears. She nodded earnestly. "Yes, I will." Yi Qianqian placed a luxurious handbag on Lin Muyao's lap. "Yao Yao, I bought this for you during my business trip. I hope you like it." Despite the misunderstandings that had arisen from Su Yang, the bond forged over many years of friendship remained unbreakable. Acknowledging that Lin Muyao always brought her gifts from her trips, Yi Qianqian felt compelled to reciprocate. Lin Muyao was deeply touched, her eyes glistening with tears. "Thank you, Qianqian." "Yao Yao, I heard you completely severed ties with that white moonlight of yours." Yi Qianqian and Shinsini had heard about the scandal involving Su Junjia at the hospital, as it had caused quite a stir. However, they were eager to hear Lin Muyao's account firsthand. Lin Muyao nodded. "Yes, I misjudged him. I had been viewing Su Junjia through a distorted lens, mistaking him for my once cherished white moonlight. That is why I allowed myself to be deceived by him repeatedly. Thankfully, I have finally seen through his true nature and will not fall into his trap again." Lin Muyao felt fortunate to have caught them in the act. Otherwise, she would have remained oblivious, enduring Su Junjia's deceit. Shinsini, curious, asked, "Yao Yao, I heard you caught them in the act. Is it true?" Shinsini blinked her curious eyes, brimming with an insatiable thirst for knowledge, as she gazed at Lin Muyao. "Yao Yao, is it true? Did you record a video? Please show it to me." Yi Qianqian also wore an expression of excitement. Lin Muyao felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I didn't catch it live. By the time I arrived, they had just finished." "That's a bit unfortunate," Yi Qianqian remarked, expressing her regret. "Su Junjia is truly despicable." Shinsini had previously underestimated the allure of Yao Yao, not realizing she could be involved in such vile actions. Lin Muyao wished to change the subject, as the mere thought of that incident made her feel nauseated. "All right, let's not discuss that anymore," Lin Muyao said, noticing the luxurious gift box in Yi Qianqian's hands. "Qianqian, what is in that gift box? Is it a present for someone?" Yi Qianqian smiled proudly and replied, "Inside is a watch that I intend to gift to Su Yang." Upon hearing this, both Lin Muyao and Shinsini's expressions shifted to one of discomfort. Shinsini thought to herself, Yi Qianqian must have rushed back to meet Su Yang ahead of time. During Qianqian's business trip, she had relished Su Yang's affection, feeling utterly happy and content. However, her friends were yet unaware of her relationship with him, and she was uncertain how to broach the subject. At that moment, Lin Muyao suddenly spoke up. "Qianqian, Sini, I have something to tell you both. I intend to pursue my husband anew. I wish to remarry him." Upon hearing Lin Muyao's declaration, Shinsini froze in disbelief. Qianqian wanted to pursue Su Yang, and now Yao Yao intended to do the same? Their brief moments of happiness with Su Yang were about to be shattered by these two? Yi Qianqian's face turned pale. "Yao Yao, you were the one who abandoned Su Yang. Now that your former ideal has been cast aside, you wish to chase him again? How shameless can you be? Lin Muyao's face flushed crimson. Qianqian, I have seen the error of my ways. I realize that Su Yang is the best man for me in this world, and I cannot afford to lose him. Moreover, Su Yang is my ex-husband. We share profound feelings. What is wrong with me trying to win back my husband? Lin Muyao did not consider her actions as shameless. Rather, she believed it was Qianqian who was lacking in decency. Yi Qianqian snorted dismissively. Humph. Su Yang has been deeply hurt by you. Even if you wished to remarry him, he would never agree. Yi Qianqian's words struck a painful chord with Lin Muyao. For Su Yang had indeed stated it so decisively. That's not true. I did hurt Su Yang before, but I have realized my mistakes. I will gradually make amends. Yi Qianqian was disinclined to engage further with Lin Muyao. Sini, let us go. With that, Yi Qianqian and Shinsini turned toward the door of the hospital room. Qianqian, Sini, where are you going? Lin Muyao called out to the retreating figures of her friends. Yet the only response that echoed back was the resounding sound of a door slamming shut. Despair clutched at her heart, threatening to bring her to tears. She was acutely aware that her friends had undoubtedly gone in search of Su Yang. If it weren't for the doctor's repeated admonitions, combined with Lin Zihao's past experiences, she would have disregarded her own discomfort and sought them out. Now, all she could do was anxiously await on her hospital bed. At Xinyao restaurant, the meal had been pre-ordered. As the three of them arrived, they began to eat and converse. Su Yang, this is a gift for you. Yi Qianqian exclaimed joyfully, presenting her offering to Su Yang. Upon opening it, he discovered an exquisite watch inside. With a smile, he said, I absolutely adore it. Thank you. Qianqian, allow me to put it on for you. The days apart from Su Yang had left Yi Qianqian in a state of agitation, hastily delegating her unfinished tasks to her assistant in her eagerness to return early. Of course, Su Yang replied with a grin. Yi Qianqian carefully fastened the watch around his left wrist, noticing how much more handsome he had become in their brief separation. His physique seemingly improved as well. Observing the close interaction between Su Yang and Qianqian, Shinsini felt a pang of jealousy. Under the table, her petite feet clad in black stockings playfully brushed against Su Yang's leg. He shot her a disapproving glance, yet she feigned innocence and continued her mischief. Halfway through the meal, Su Yang excused himself to the restroom. Suddenly, the sound of a notification chimed from Shinsini's phone, causing her cheeks to flush upon reading the message. She hastily concocted an excuse. Qianqian, I suddenly have a terrible stomachache. I need to step into the restroom for a moment.